We are not muted. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to another Colloquium at the Salon. Welcome to our salon. Welcome to the crazy, crazy fun things that we do here because we like to talk about things and enjoy each other's company. But I'm going to let my dear, dear friend, Trooper, introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Trooper SJP. You know me. That was rhyming. I feel so hip. I'm a streamer. You know, I do the RPGs and the video games, and you can find me on my channel, Trooper SJP, on Thursdays and Saturdays. This Friday, I will be starting up again Aether's Walkway over on Laugh Love Lindy's channel.
Laugh Love Lindy, you were at the
Laugh Love Lindy. I was right the first time. Laugh Love Lindy's channel. We're starting that up. It was a bit of a hiatus, and we'll be back again, and that is at 1 o'clock.
I think it's 1 o'clock Eastern. If the time hasn't changed, then
yes,
it is.
Eastern. Yes, it is. It's 1 o'clock Eastern, and that is a great sci-fi game using the Cypher system, run by White Rabbit Pick Alice. So that's me, and whenever the current PCs can come and rescue me, my character, from being stuck in a stone, then you'll see me on The Witcher again. But that depends on when they can find me. Because right now I'm indisposed. I'm in a stone. Like Bob Dylan said, you know, everybody must get stoned. But this is like in a soul capture kind of a way.
Yeah, and you know, they're two evil elven siblings who curse people for a living. I mean, like, I'm going to go with the, you're just evil if your living is cursing. I mean, but that's not true. Let me rephrase that. In The Witcher, you're evil if you're cursing people for a living. If you're in ancient Rome, then you're just a witch and it's fine and everybody went to you for business.
Oh, good.
We'll come back to that. But that's our first, we'll come back to that.
Yes. Who are you?
Oh, hi. You know me. I'm at Dear on Twitter, or Prax as me for it, as you see me around on Twitch. Hi, I'm Prax. This is my channel. Welcome. We're gonna be nerdy on the internet. But yeah, we gotta deal with these sinblings, who may or may, well, they can't be killed by elves because Yvorth tried that. Apparently, it didn't work so well. But you know, Ainfra's like, there, you know he's in that stone? Fuck, I'll kill these people for you. If you crack that stone, I'm gonna rip, well, I then make sure nobody kills me while I rip that stone apart inherently. I figure a strong enough dispel at anything will rip something apart.
Well, here's the problem, though. Okay, I was thinking about, sorry, you brought this up, and it's a thing I thought about, and I don't remember the context of when I thought about it, but like, if there's sometimes dispelling a thing might be bad, right? Like in the sense, like if you have like a magic thing that's holding my personage and you dispel it, what if that doesn't actually let me out? What if it makes the whole thing inert and I can never leave?
Well, no, it should.
Wouldn't it be terrible?
I mean, it would depend. It would be like, I would figure it out. If it has to be a place of power, probably in the stone, and that would give me more information. But, you know, Ainfra's gonna figure it out. It's what she does. Magic is what she does, and then she's just gonna go on, like, Ezrin, now you get to talk to all of these people that want to put your kingdom back together. That's fine. Thank you for the follow.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Jer. Hey, Barator. By the way, for those who don't know, we're talking about this Witcher campaign we're in, which is currently over at Laugh Love Lindy's channel on Wednesday nights at 8.
Although not tonight.
Although not tonight, because it's our GM's 25th?
20th wedding anniversary.
20th wedding anniversary.
And the lady of the house deserves to have her husband on, you know,
on her anniversary day.
On her anniversary. Thank you for the bits.
Thank you for the bits, Rissa. Yeah, but I was thinking about, like, because, okay, for example, the character Eris also did his own form of dispelling, but his form of dispelling was cutting a painting out of its frame and then destroying all of its magic. He didn't mean to.
But here's the thing: is like I don't know that he destroyed the magic. I think he just because the way canonically the way the and he didn't use the meteorite dagger. He just used the regular dagger. So
I am.
Tuas in petrate et super hanc petrum expidato nova edificantibant. Trooper, you are in a stone, and this and under or over this stone, super on top of this stone.
New?
No. They were making a new journey. Yeah. Is that what you're going for a time? I'm sorry. I'm like reading 3 different things and
I just want to point out that we just have some like hardcore Latin. We just had some flexing with Latin right now. That was not a Google Translate. That was just Prax.
That's also Prax. Full disclosure, like this is Prax leaning forward to make sure she can read it. But that's all that is. How do we both find The Witcher as a system? Okay. I am an Artel Story. I am not sponsored in any way, shape, or form. I did just spend the weekend running games for Artel Saurian. I love the interlocking system, which is what they call it. It's skill, stat, D10. And it is a great system. I find it the nice level of crunch, particularly like the combat, where you can do a large number. There are rules to do a large number of different things, but they don't distract from like RP, right? Like my problem with like Pathfinder and a large chunk of 3.5 or Starfinder or is that there's so many crunch. At this point, it's just normal when watching Prax. I mean, fair. Prax does go back and read a lot of Latin and does things like that off the top of her head. But one of the things problem I had with Pathfinder is there are rules for everything, but you have to remember like 16 different things, and they're if-then statements instead of Witcher and Cyberpunk Red, which is also based on the same Cyberpunk 2020 system, but it's a little bit more evolved, where it's less if-then statements, and then it's just straight fact. Like, and it's really easy on Roll20 where you just, like, tick a box. It's like, okay, it does the math for me, so I don't have to remember it, but at the same time, all right, I know if I'm calling a strong strike headshot, I'm going to take a penalty to the strike, but if I hit, I get double damage from the strong strike and then triple damage, or times 3 for being a headshot. So it's always effectively times 6. So your ability to do cool things is... Peter, you are the stone and a rock, the rock upon I shall play my charge. Yeah, sorry. I was like, she'll be new to campaign. I was like, this kind of works, and I was, campaign makes more sense. I was thinking journey, expedition. But although campaign does make sense, it was good. It was a good one. That was a good play up there, Simon. I also like. So we were talking just before we started, and I said I was going to pause to tell people about this live, that I get to play Cyberpunk Red on Friday nights over on Wandering DM. It is a fun game. We are playing with the full rules because Talsorian likes us. Also, it is a great system. For those who are concerned, yes, there's humanity loss in Cyberpunk, but it has to do with your empathy and how you interact with things, and it's tied to choosing to willingly sacrifice functional systems in the name of science being better. But you don't lose humanity for anything that is medically... Like, if you lose an arm and get a prosthetic cyber arm, then you're not losing any humanity. you're also not losing humanity for things like gender reassignment surgery or anything that's tied to trans identities. And
while you're talking, I'm going to look up and find out what year The Witcher was first made, the RPG.
2018.
Really?
Yeah. Cody Pondsmith, when Witcher 3 came out, so Cody Pondsmith is 26 this year. Cody Pondsmith being the only son of Mike Pondsmith and Lisa Pondsmith. I want to say 26. I've been wrong, but he's 25, 26. He was playing Witcher and started writing a game system for Witcher based on his father's Cyberpunk 2020, adapted it, and was like 16 when he started. And they went to CD Projekt Red, got the rights to do the game because it's a licensed property, IP, and also tied, went to hey Faye, also went to Spokorsky, the author whose name I've only ever seen written, so I don't know how to say it. I need to actually hear somebody say it for me. Got the permissions. The game was released in 2018, and it was a drive-through. It's been a number one on the drive-through RPG for 2018 and 2019, and also started on 2020. It is and they have also, fun fact. So 2019, they they did a fun thing for, April Fools on Twitter. They're like, we're going to release, the best class for Witcher and here's our new release for Witcher. No, thank you. I'm sorry. Hi, thank you for that, host. Welcome. I need to. What?
No.
Are you not? I will have to fix that because apparently I guess Gnome, I am not following Gnome, or it's not recognizing that I followed Gnome. I thought I was following Gnome, and anyways, we'll fix it. Sorry, Eris. Hi, Eris, we love you. Also, Eris, see the pretty Eris? I have a pretty Eris.
Oh, that's so cool. That is so nice.
It is gorgeous. But, so for, thank you, Mike. Hi, Mike. Yes, it is. It is gorgeous. Thank you, Eris. But, so for the, Kika! Hi, Kika! So for April Fool's Day 2019, they said, here's our rules for the best class for The Witcher. You want to play a peasant? And then people are like, yeah, this is really cool.
That's awesome.
And they're like, okay, well, fine. We'll make a bunch of things. So they literally went and made stats to play a peasant. It's in the first expansion, Lords and Lands.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And you can play a peasant. It's like, okay. Yeah, it is, also.
Oh.
This is the Witcher journal that just came out. It's the new bestiary. And can we just ooh and ah over this art for a moment?
Ooh.
Because,
that art is nice.
As people say, and I want to make sure I get the name right, so I'm actually going to look in the book. Martina Fakova? Martina Fakova? F-C with an accent, K-O-V-A with an accent. So, definitely Polish. But, they were joking. It's like other RPGs. It's like, we have to make this monster scary and all of this, and it's like, let's put and tell someone, it's like, let's make it a Witcher cover, but make it look like a romance novel. Because Witcher.
Yes.
But I will say that the gameplay itself is really good. I really enjoy it. And like I was saying earlier, that the reason we started on this topic is because I was talking with Trooper about, I play Cyberpunk game on Fridays. It's great. The Cyberpunk Red rules are nominal. I love the game. It's a really in-depth system. You have crunch that can help you do things. For example, at the end of season 1 on Cyberpunk Red over on Wandering DM's channel, everyone else was busy fighting bad guys at the wrestling, and Trins, my mechanic, she's a mechanic and she doesn't fight. I mean, she could theoretically enough if people were there, but she doesn't like getting shot, so she has the car and she was the getaway driver. So we put the person that we were trying to protect in the car and we're going, and Anino's heard of this game. Anino plays in this game. We'll get back to Anino. So we are in it's the end of season 1, or it's a couple episodes, it's the mini climax before the final finale in season 1, and we're going back to where we live, and the bunch of bad guys are attacking where we live, and they had brought a combat RV to put everybody in. And Anino is Jimenez. Anino plays Jimenez, Sven. And he, yes, Carl Ray Jepson Batista. Ha! Think I don't remember your character's name, Anino.
Do you remember his parents' name? Go on. Sorry, go ahead.
No, because I've never met. But Carlton. Yeah. So the bad guys come in a combat RV, and they're inside this apartment building. So Trins is in a Toyo Chevy, which is, in the future, Toyota and Chevy combined into one thing. And so it's basically like a Chevy Impala, effectively. And they do a drive-by. We get the one bad guy who's left in the RV comes out in full armor trying to shoot up this little Toyo Chevy Impala. And you came out of the car. And everyone's like, so are you going to shoot him? I was like, no. Trins is a mechanic. She's driving a solid piece of steel. I run him the fuck over. And they're like, wait, what? And Simon's like, no, wait, we have rules for this. It's great. And then so now now Trins has a combat RV. So in the cyberpunk world, hey everyone, in the cyberpunk world, the cutoff, everything is the same up until about 88, 89 in our world, including all of pop culture. Trins has a combat RV. Trins is personal hero, and there's a new paint job on this combat RV is after her personal hero, B.A. Baracus. Fuck the car. But as a mechanic, I get to do things to cars. And I like putting a combat plow on a combat RV. So we're getting attacked by a bunch of guys on ATVs, like the Wheelers or the guys from Mad Max, and you're like, come at my you're on an ATV. I'm on a RV with a combat plow and a NOS system. 18d6 damage means that you're not getting back up. I'm sorry.
So for me, what's interesting is that if you talk to me about the things that I don't like about Dungeons and Dragons,
yes.
So it's now Krellin, who's in the community, will point out that many things I really don't like about Dungeons and Dragons, many of them they've sort of fixed, or they have done things to address in 5e, in various ways, right? So there are still some sort of things that are sort of a bit problematic for me, for me personally, that are not my cup of joy. But what's interesting to me is that many of the things that if you said to me, hey, Trooper, what are the things that you don't personally like about D&D that don't personally work for you? And I listed them. Many of them would also be present in The Witcher, but they end up feeling completely different in that system. And that's really interesting to me. And I think it's because of the ways in which there are other things that mitigate. So, and I feel like for me, as a thought exercise, that becomes really fascinating. So, for example, I don't like I think if you said what's like the first thing that does not work for me so well in D&D, and that is it uses 1d20 as its resolution mechanism, and a 1d20 is super swingy, right? It's a flat probability curve. It's super swingy, and I find that not as exciting because my character is super badass at this thing, but like whether or not I'll actually be good at it is really unclear because of the die roll. And I always thought, well, like that sort of like one die mechanic is not particularly exciting for me. I prefer like, you know, 3d6 or 40 fudge or some kind of like multiple die thing that will give you a bit more sort of predictability. But yet, here's The Witcher. It uses a one die mechanic, but rather than doing a 1d20, it uses 1d10 plus your attribute. And all of a sudden that makes it way less swingy. So even though it only uses one die, it doesn't by the way that they've modified that system so that die is only one half of the roll rather than the whole part of the roll. It's way less swingy.
It's way less swingy. It's also, and when you have those things that you would get like the extremes when you have those major cinematic moments, they're tied to the exploding die system.
Yeah.
Which is a great system. Yeah. Because you can have that moment of like, and it allows, particularly for things like in Witcher, where the world itself is dangerous. Yeah. You don't want to get into combat or extended combat in The Witcher ever. Yeah. And it's not like in D&D where the average survival round for a monster mathematically is 5 rounds. If a monster lives 5 rounds in D&D, odds are you're going to kill the party. Most parties will kill an average D&D monster based on CR between the 3 and 4 round mark. Give or take, whatever, mathematics. But with the exploding die system, you have that, but it's also like there isn't just a straight win or loss. Like there's always the opportunity to, like if you're being attacked in D&D, you're just getting attacked, right? You if the opponent hits your AC or not, but if I'm being attacked in The Witcher, I can try and get out of the way. I can try and do something rather than just stand there and get hit. Yeah.
PH, I think PH says, so it makes you think, are those the things you don't like, or is it something else? Or maybe you just past experience with these rules that you don't like. And I think it's about the ways in which, for me, what I think is really fascinating is, which kind of goes back to the conversation we had about the revival of Oklahoma, how that there are ways to actually do that thing in a way that is different enough that it doesn't do. So like, for example, there's a big difference, it feels to me, between 1d20 and 1d10 plus your attribute. Those, even though that those are both one dice, it actually is a much, much different feel. And that becomes...
Well, when you think about it, when you roll a d20 in D&D, which I play a lot and I still enjoy playing depending on who I'm playing with, you're adding... You're adding... Figure, for an average person, you're adding between 5 and... The most you're adding is between 6 and 7. Bards and rogues get a little weird because they might be adding extra proficiency and expertise on something advanced, but it gives you that. Versus in Witcher,
and when you start, you're adding maybe 0. Like you might be adding
maybe 0 and up to maybe 3, depending, because base proficiency is like +1. So.
And negatives, right? Because if you had a really bad stat,
if you have a really bad stat, then you're subtracting. You can't subtract anything in Witcher. You can't have a negative to a roll unless you roll a 1 and then you're subtracting. But you're adding the stat value plus your training in that skill. So, for example, if we want to talk about Ainfra, my mage, who I rolled godlike stats for, like straight, and in Witcher, your stats are a d20 roll. And if you roll under a 2, you roll again. But other than that, you can't have a stat under a 2. And you can't go above 10 unless you're
Mm-hmm.
a Witcher and you have really weird mutagen powers. But those are really rare.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 2 to 10. I rolled godlike on my stats. And so my base add to a, if you want to see behind the, behind the screen, behind the scenes information for this game, when Ainfor rolls to cast a spell, her starting, before I even roll a d10, I'm adding 19 to the roll.
That's good.
Plus 3, plus 5. So adding, actually, my base roll is 24. Because I have 2 different focuses, which gives me additional abilities to do things. So, it gives more weight to your, not necessarily your stats.
It is a lot, crit switch. It's a lot. 19 is a lot.
Yeah, okay. They have, in the core rulebook, they have stats for Yennefer. Ainfor can go toe-to-toe with Yennefer. Actually, I think I'm slightly better in 2 skills than she is, but my stats are roughly the same. I mean, that's... Good morning, Volps. So, but it's one of those, it gives more weight to, and because of the way you, unlike in D&D where you get this level, you add this much to your proficiency, it's just do. In Witcher, you get IP and you're like, I want to invest up my skills in,
So can I then add the next thing then? So here's the next thing. Hello, Kosporthgo. 3 goes.
I can't read that right now, I'm sorry. Hi, Cos.
Cosport hears.
Casper.
Oh, Casper the Ghost.
See, I used to be able to read Leet, and then I stopped, and that just shows you that language is a skill you need to keep practicing.
Yeah.
Welcome, thank you for the follow, Zion Sellers.
So one, just like side note, I really love that Witcher, like GURPS and a couple others, have active defenses. I think GURPS was there's active defense in Call of Cthulhu, but once I first started playing a game with active defense, it changed my life. I was like, wait, I don't just have to stand here and take it. I can maybe do something. I loved it. But the next thing that I think is really interesting about, so one of the other sort of things that this doesn't make me super happy about D&D. I mean, I'll play it. It's fine. I also play D&D and I can enjoy it. But again, not my fave. I don't like classes and levels so much. And part of it has to do with, I think, my, the way I sort of, similarly, I've sometimes been frustrated with some of the Powered by the Apocalypse playbooks, Forged in the Dark's playbooks, the way they sort of end up constraining you quite a lot in various ways. There's like a lot in, especially the ways in which, like for Forged in the Dark, like whether or not you get XP is based on certain RP things, which is based on your playbook, which sort of imposes certain personality things, which makes it very difficult for you, the pilot in Scum and Villainy is always cocky, and I was like, but my pilot's not cocky. Like, I want to play a pilot who's not cocky, and that, so all of a sudden I'm quite constrained that way. Anyway, but going back to The Witcher, which I think is interesting, that Witcher does theoretically have classes, I suppose. I
mean, no, they call them professions.
They call them professions, and it's a little bit different in the sense that a couple of things make it different. Feels very different to me. One, this is a point-buy system game, and you're not actually limited, right? In the sense that, being able to attack with doing like a double attack, two-handed attacks is something that the School of Viper Witchers specialize in, but anyone can do two-handed attacks. Yeah, it's just that they get a bonus for it.
They don't get the penalty.
They don't get the penalty for it, right? So like basically they've got like, it's easier for them to do it, but anyone can do that. School of the Bear Witch is really great at like grappling, but anyone can grapple. And
the only, like, you get specific things, like little things, like the School of the Bear is really about the fact that where their school was, they were in the mountains, and so they had trained in the winter outside in the mountains so they increase their endurance, and they don't get a penalty for wearing full plate armor, which you're like, that's not about you as a physical being, that's about you in your training and doing things. The only one that's really limiting are mages, but that's because of the way magic works on the continent, and you have to be trained to do magic at a high level. Otherwise, you will kill yourself and possibly people around you.
And it's funny because I should only those willing to bear the rules of grappling can grapple in D&D. I should have a story about that for first edition. I'll tell you in a second. And the other thing is, and of course the classes do have special powers, but to be very clear, there are only 9 of them. Right, like each like there are like 3 trees, and each tree has 3 skills. So that's it. They're just 3 skills, and
you can choose to invest in multiple trees.
Yeah, technically 10, I suppose, total the base, and then
well, the base is everyone gets, and so that's your kind of your base, and then there's like 3 skills on your skill tree, 3 skill paths on your skill tree. Each of them have 3, and you can choose to invest in all 3 in a line or across, but you can't go down in line A until you've done the top one in line A, and then if you choose to start in line B, you have to do the top one in line B. So you can invest in multiple.
And Barentor, yes, it's not overly class locked. And what's interesting is that you don't have to invest in your class skills if you don't want to at all. You could just put none of your points in your class skills. And it's true that if you are not in that class, you can't do those things. But I have found, generally speaking, the things in those trees. Okay, so let me tell you one of the things that frustrated me about older D&D for a moment about classes, is that there were things that were in classes that I always felt like anyone should be able to do. Like, it was very weird to me that only rogue thieves at the time could try to sneak back in the old school days, right before there really were skills. Like, there are just certain ones like, well, I don't understand. Like, there are ways in which some of them were just a little bit weird, but the things in The Witcher are not massively overpowered things. I mean, one could say like, doing the magic, but that doesn't bother me at all. Like, as a noble, there are certain things I can do that other people can't do, but they're very thematic, and they don't feel. There are not that many of them, and they feel like they make sense in a way within the world. They feel very
so it's as Barentor says, it's the very unique abilities rather than the general ones that are rolled out from everyone else. For example, if you want to get into like the lore of the world and how that actually affects mechanics, which is a thing that I like when lore in games, when lore and mechanics work together to further the game. I am still one of those people that believes that there is a reason that I'm sorry, I'm going to be that horrible person. If you play D&D in a game that I run in my world, if you want to play a cleric, you have to believe in a god of some sort. You can't be an agnostic cleric, because that doesn't make sense. You can be an agnostic of any other sort, but in a world where everyone knows that the gods exist because they come down and say, "Hi, y'all," a cleric is going to be like, "Hi, I have a personal relationship with my god. I get to talk to them frequently." But in the lore of The Witcher...
Yes, and ludonarrative design.
Yeah, go. Ludonarrative narrative design. Thank you. I couldn't remember words for a minute. In the lore of The Witcher, magic exists, it's scary, and you have to be trained how to do it. And if you don't, things can go very, very badly wrong. But there are also consequences for being trained. For example, in the North, unless you are really lucky and end up with a private teacher, odds are the guys went to Benard and the girls who do magic went to Aretusa. And the guys at Benard, where it's a giant frat boy party all the time, and everyone agrees that the girls who went to Aretusa are more magically powerful because it is like a horror, like it's basically like going for Black Widow training. Actually, there are a lot of comparisons that could be made to Marvel's Black Widow training in the Red Room and what happens to the students of Aretusa, like just straight up. Oh yeah, magic. Also, Barentor, there are things like magical fumbles, which is like I like magic to have a consequence. If I cast a spell in D&D and it doesn't work, oh, it just didn't work. If I cast a spell in, oh, it's worse than Warhammer. Like, I've played Warhammer Fantasy, it's worse. In Warhammer Fantasy, if a spell, like, if you can't fail at channeling, it can go wrong and there are missteps. If you roll a nat 1 on your spell check in D&D, or in The Witcher, you roll on the crit fumble, and then based on how that, what your roll is there, it will tell you how badly you've hurt how badly things have gone. On a 1 to 6, you end up subtracting that. It's a minor problem. No one else, the spell will still go off, but you will do damage to yourself in the casting. So you take 1 to 6 points of damage. On a 7 to 9, there is an elemental effect, depending on what kind of spell you're casting, what element it was tied to. There's an elemental effect. Oh, yeah. Oh, it gets worse. So there's an elemental effect table where you roll it'll tell you what element it was tied to, what'll happen. You'll take up to 9 points of damage. You will, Anfra, so for example, Anfra is basically ice mage. If most of her spells are tied to water, she can end up frozen for 3 rounds in the middle of combat. Like, full frozen, she can't do anything. And then there's a 10. Rolling a 10 when you fumble is the worst thing that you can do. She will take 10 points of damage, she will be frozen, and any focus that she is carrying will explode in a 2-meter radius, affecting everyone in a 2-meter radius around her, and they will take 1d10 damage per focus she carries.
Oh, ouch. Ouch.
And, so basically,
Also awesome. Yes, Barentor, that is awesome. Yes.
So basically, Ainfra screwing up magic can kill Eris.
Can I bring up a thought? Like, I want to continue this thought exercise for a moment, but I want to digress because, again, topic.
We do this. What topic are we staying on? We don't stay on target.
Yeah. So the thing that I was thinking about actually was that what you were describing as you were describing how fumbles work. I was thinking about Dragon Age, the RPG. And one of the questions I asked, because I've not played, I have it, not with me, but I have it. I have the first version of Dragon Age when it was still in boxes, and it was like level 1 through 4. So I think I now have Dragon Age on PDF, the full thing. Anyway, one of the things I was like, okay, how do they deal with the blood magic problem, like the demon possession problem in Dragon Age? And the thing that it seems to me is they just don't for PCs, right? That if you're a PC, there's really no danger of you becoming possessed by a demon or anything like that. So that thing that for me is actually really quite important to the Dragon Age lore, because if you play the video games, all your mage friends get possessed by demons all the time. Well, in PCs. Well, not your party members. Well,
yeah, define friends, because
yes.
I don't really care about the guy in Castle Redcliffe.
Right, yes.
I kind of wanted that moment of the mage to fight with Morgan and just watch Morgan pull him apart into pieces, but that never actually happens.
Yes, but it was one of these things where I was like, well, so they don't have anything in there, right? They don't have anything in there in the system, and I was like, well, maybe players don't want it. I was like, but I'm a player in a GM, and I want something like that. And what you're describing in Artal Saurian seems like a mechanic like that could have been used in an interesting way in the Dragon Age RPG, right? Like through like that you could have gotten the kind of the thing that you're describing in The Witcher, which is so cool, the way that, like a super bad fumble can do this really bad stuff. Sounds like you could do something really interesting like that in Dragon Age to sort of model that.
I get to play Dragon Age 2. The Dragon Age TTRPG as well. Usually on Thursdays on Wandering DM, but not this Thursday because our dear DM, Cypher Tanya of Tyr, wow, I keep doing that. Tanya, Cypher of Tyr, is doing a special event, so she's not going to be there this week. But there are rules for Magic, and you have to be, you have, like, I don't know as much about the Magic in that system, but I know read a bit it. Yeah, I need to be better. Tanya, Cypher of Tyr. She, there are rules for Magic, and you have, like, my friend Eugenio was the keeper last season for the Dalish Elves, and if he fails the magic test roll, then there are negative consequences that can happen. I don't play a caster in that game. I actually decided to, you know what, I'm going to mess things up and play a full-on stereotype and went Dalish Rogue Marksman.
Nice.
Yes, I have a big old ironwood bow and I shoot people with it. That's what she does. She kills people. She's the sneaky stabby bitch. Yeah. The age system is Baron Torres says the age system is interesting. I'm a bit surprised it's not more popular, but some folks don't tend to like Fantasy Age's magic system. Yeah, I like the age system. It's a 3d6. With interesting little like bonuses for matches and things like that. Yeah, if you get doubles, then your dragon die, whatever the value is on that, you can do stunt points on, and you can do different little stunty things.
That's cool.
It's cool. I like it. I also I don't like Fantasy Age as much. Again, oh, by the way, for those of you who are wondering, the publisher for that is Green Ronin Publishing. They're great people as well, or at least from my interactions with them.
They did Blue Rose.
Blue Rose. That is a game, like, I need more people to play because I need the... Witcher fills the grimdark level dark fantasy in my life. I need that slightly more... positive fantasy that I don't... Like, I don't feel D&D really does. Does that make sense?
Yeah. D&D somewhere in the... Well, okay... Other things that, like, I've never been super excited about with D&D that Witcher does not do. I would say, like, I'm not really super excited about this class level systems that in D&D. And for me, I put those things together. Like, those things are related to me, because your class levels, right? Like, for me, the class level system is sort of interchangeable. But The Witcher doesn't have a level system, right? Like, so you have professions, which are not, it's got some special stuff, but it's fairly minor, and you don't actually have to do them if you don't want to. You can. Also, you're not limited. Like, you can be a merchant and be an amazing fighter if you wanted to. You could be a Witcher, even though it will be difficult and maybe not efficient, but you could do it and actually be really good at social stuff. It's hard because they get like a -4 to their empathy, but if you really want to spend your points on that, you could, right? So, like, there are ways in which you're not locked out, and because you don't level, a thing that always sort of, and this goes back to your idea of this is directly related to your thing about sort of grimdark versus sort of uplifting. The thing about D&D is that D&D, just like that D20 is swingy, the level system also makes your D&D experience quite swingy, in the sense that if you are a first level D&D character, especially back in the day, it's a very gritty experience because you can die real fast. Especially if you were a magic user. If you're a first level magic user, you have 1 through 4 hit points before you take your constitution into effect. And magic users don't tend to put a lot of their points in the constitution because they need the other stuff. And you might have like 2 hit points. Do you know what I mean? You might have 2 hit points and you can't wear armor and your weapons are bad. And at first level, you have like maybe light and sleep. I'm just trying to say that your survivability was not great and it becomes super grim. But then you end up having like 150 hit points by the time you get up to these top levels. And all of a sudden, it's not as grim anymore, because not only do you have a whole bunch of hit points, you also have resurrection and
resurrection and healing. There is healing magic in The Witcher. My particular sorceress doesn't have any of those spells because we have a doctor. You tripped and fell. Make a death saving throw. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Luggage. Yes.
Beetlewind says, I honestly dislike how powerful you can get in high-level D&D. It goes from this, oh, this orc might kill me, to this city offends me, and no, it doesn't exist.
If you want to know, the only game that I actually have played all the way... That's not true. I did have a second edition game, but that was a long time ago, and eventually we got to level 20. But the only game I've got to where we played up to level 20 in D&D was a Dark Matter by Mage Hand Press stream over on Wandering DM. They played for a year. We played up to level... We ended up, because of the way we were playing that game and we were interacting with chat, it's like if we had gotten a certain number of things, we got an extra bonus levels. So we actually ended up for the finale at level 20. I am a level 20 cleric, which by the way, if you want to check out Mage Hand Press, they have a Kickstarter right now, #not sponsored, but they're doing an expansion pack for their Dark Matter system. I love this game and the art is beautiful. So one of the things that came with the Dark Matter is I got to play a Void Cleric, which is great. And I got to play, and they created spells. They have some really dope-ass spells, including one for clerics, which is an 8th level spell. 8th level spell, which is admittedly concentration, up for 2 minutes, where you can put a white dwarf star in 100 feet space. And then, an effect, and because it's also a star, it has its own gravitational pull, and if you fail to save, you get pulled into the gravitation, and then you take the radiant and the heat, the star radiant damage and heat damage, and you get sucked into a star and you die.
Oops.
Oh, wait, but because you're a cleric, one of the great things is, I like these 6 people, I don't like anyone else. Here. And so we may have, I made one of the minion villains, who was the Elithalich, was the minion to an Elder Brain, had to waste a 9th level magic missile because other than that, I was rolling. I was like, I'm a combat wizard. I took I took Warcaster. I get advantage on saving on Constitution checks. You can't hit you. Nothing was hitting me, and I'm just sitting there with this concentration spell of a white dwarf star in the middle of a space station. Have fun. I mean, but that's the thing is like Yes, it's great to say, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, as a DM, that's kind of it's not.
Yeah.
It's my job as a DM to give you something to be challenging, but it's really hard to challenge level 20 because it's not really. I don't think D&D actually thought through the mathematics of high levels.
Yeah, Beetlewind says, I don't mind high-power games like in Rogue Trader, but it's not me. I can still be isolated from my power. I'm still a normal person-ish. It's just that I own a ship that can live on the planet. And for me, I think what it is, it's just, and it's partly about how I think about things. And people who know me know that I tend to like sort of low-powered, gritty games, and that's true. But I have also GM'd and played in sort of high-powered games. But there's a difference to me between the way that D&D feels as high-powered and the way that some other systems feels as high-powered.
Yes.
In the sense that, like, gosh, when you're like a high-powered, like, fighter or barbarian, you have so many hit points. And combat starts feeling really different to me when it becomes about, like, a hit point slog.
Yes.
I actually much more enjoy when your hit points don't inflate. And what ends up happening is that things are still dangerous for you, but the way you express your high power is in a different way, right? So rather than high power being that, like, I just now have 500 hit points, it now becomes, okay, well, actually, I still only have 25 or 40 hit points. But now what I can do is I'm actually better at getting through your defenses, or I'm better at defending, or like I can do these. So what ends up happening is that it feels, how do I put this? I feel more badass when what makes me high powered is that I can do more interesting things rather than I just have a lot more hit points, right? Like, so for me, just having a lot of hit points doesn't actually feel as badass as being able to do more things in the world, if that makes any sense, or do the things better.
I mean, like, we've been playing The Witcher, and the same thing in Cyberpunk. You have the same number of hit points at the start. Like there's nothing Ainfra can do to get more hit points.
Yeah.
Well, that's within the core mechanics of the game, as opposed to wonderful donation systems, which is a godsend, and we thank you, Legion. Thank you. But there's and healing takes forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ainfra has 40 hit points. She is actually really, like I said, I rolled really well, so she has really good health for the time period.
Mm-hmm.
Ainfra doesn't wear armor because it would be a penalty to her spellcasting.
But she could wear it if she wanted to.
She could,
which is different from, say, for example,
first edition mages where you couldn't wear armor.
You could not. Like in first edition D&D, if you were a mage, you could not. Period. That was it.
I mean,
it was impossible.
Like theoretically, Ainfra could wear full plate armor. It would give her a penalty to casting, and she's not going to do that. I mean, that's not what she does.
Yeah.
But she now has better, she can dodge better. She can move out of the way and stand behind and let Witchers take hits for her, which is what she tries to do. But I went 16 sessions without full health in this game. 16. Okay, think about that in D&D terms, right? And that was a period that ended up being timeline-wise about a month and a half from the start of the first game, and in-game time, right? If 16 stuff and we are having multiple fights, so she can never just get all the way up. And you're like, why are you? People are like, well, you're gonna heal, it'll be fine. It's like, no, you don't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ainfra has 40 hit points. But if she gets hit by, like, say, 4 drowners in the season 1 finale that are each doing 12 points of damage, and she doesn't wear armor to mitigate that,
she will die.
She will die.
So yeah, I think it was just interesting for you to think about the ways in which the leveling system in connection to the class system in D&D doesn't work for me as well, but The Witcher really undoes those things by actually making you don't level up that way. Yeah. It's a skill-based level up, which means that I get to customize my character. Like I can make, if I wanted to, I could make the smart fighter if I wanted to in The Witcher. Like I could do that super easily. And I there's a way in which, but comparing first D&D any modern game is like comparing a technical side of a Silent Moon to a modern blockbuster. Well, because I don't know, because I don't actually think that, for example, mechanics now are necessarily better from mechanics then. They're just different.
Yeah.
And I think that some of the aesthetics have changed. But like, for example, there are a lot of games from the 80s with the exception of Call of Cthulhu 7th edition, which actually added some new different things, Call of Cthulhu's been the same mechanically as it's been since the very beginning.
It's a 1d100 game, and you roll under your stat.
CUPH and Seventh Ed has done a little bit, has not actually done a lot to change it, but it's added basically advantage or disadvantage on rolls. That's one of the things that they've done a little bit, but a lot of games basically are not that different from back in the day, and so it's just kind of different anyway. But another thing, so for me, for my personal taste, I've always really liked custom advancement. I know that some people don't like custom advancement, but I really do. I like the fact that I get to decide that this particular character, this particular fighter is going to be different from that other particular fighter because I'm going to invest in being really dodgy. I'm going to be a really dodgy fighter, or this fighter is going to be really, really smart and book smart. Like I get to sort of create. Yes, you keep going back to first ed for things like character classes. Oh, but 5e still has character classes that still lock you in, and that becomes. And it still does level advancement that I'm very constrained in what I can do in a D&D
and
class, even 5e still.
And then you look at things and then if you want to even get more in point, going back to playing a cleric, right? Playing a 5th edition cleric, you get I've been playing clerics, bards. I play support casters for most of the time in D&D. 90% of your level advancement is just, oh, you have more spell slots. That's it. There's nothing interesting that you get out of that. And then it'll be like, oh, there are 3 times as you're leveling that you'll get something in quote unquote more interesting. And then you're like, yeah, this is really cool, this is really great. And you're like, yeah, making character decisions is basically, it's like you've made character choice. Your character choices that you make at the beginning are your character choices, and that's it. Unless you choose to multi-class, and even then, that's like.
And what's interesting to me, though, so another thing that I think about for what works less well for me for in D&D that ends up working interesting well in The Witcher is D&D is a crunchy system. I tend to think of it personally. Other people will disagree, right? Other people will disagree. But for me, based on my experience, D&D is what I would call a medium crunchy system.
Yes.
Some people will think it's like a high crunchy system, but like there are other games out there that I think are crunchier. It's not like a low crunch system in any way. Like it is crunchy, but I don't think it's like a super high crunchy system. D&D, I think like maybe medium, right? It's like a medium crunchy system. Oh, Faye, but there are games like Lasers and Feelings, which
or Honey Heist.
Yeah, which has like Lasers and Feelings has one stat, and that is lasers or feelings, and it's a 1d6 scale, and like lasers is on the 1 and feelings is on the 6, and anytime you want to do anything at all in the game, you just roll and you decide if it's a more laser thing or a more feeling thing, and you've got to roll towards that, right? So for me, like that is like no crunch, and so I think of D&D as like a medium crunch.
Yeah.
A medium crunch game. I can see why some people might think of as being higher crunch, but for me personally, the crunch in D&D doesn't give me what I want. And similarly, I've played some rules light games which are which I have such good times with, but then there are some rules light games where it doesn't give me what I want. Like the rules lightness doesn't give me anything to hold on to, and then it becomes less exciting. And sometimes, and like for me, many folks don't see D&D as crunchy because it's either something they've played for years, their system mastery is already pretty vast, or because the weights introduced by those with mastery makes it seems easier on the novice. Yeah, I think that's true. Or they've never played any really ultra light games.
Yeah, and you've never played any of the ultra really light games. And I think it's. Yeah.
So for me personally, this goes back to like we're talking about the part of the thing is comparing the Witcher system to D&D at this moment. I've not done 2 and 4 face on. I've done Red Box, Basic, and 1, 3, and 5. So I've only done the odds. I don't know why. But for me, the crunch specifically about combat in D&D doesn't give me what I want, in the sense that I really like to be able to. So I think a not insignificant portion of the casual D&D group's homebrew waits in the crunch. I took a look at I actually have played Rollmaster based on, and it is crunchier. I have played it though, but I was thinking about how like there are things I really like to be able to like in combat specifically. I like to be able to express my character in combat, like who my character is. Yes. I like the ability, like let's say I'm playing 2 fighters, let's just say, and one of my fighters is cocky and young and overconfident, and then another fighter is really smart and maybe a little bit older and wiser. I want to be able to play those characters differently in combat, and I really like it if mechanics will help me do that. And I have found that D&D doesn't really do that because
it's your mechanics are I hit thing. Do I hit thing?
Yes.
As opposed
I just haven't played a lot of the real light games if is what that's what it is, Faye.
Yeah.
And then Sven Wolf, I will tell you what crunch means in a second. And then, but in The Witcher, you have these things like these details like, well, oh, wait, you can do a strong hit or a weak hit. You can dodge or block or parry, and those all do different things. And so that you can sort of figure out, you can sort of embody your character through rules. So Sven Wolf, crunchy versus light. There's more than one way to describe crunch. Let's say there are two different axes, and this is where some of the disagreement will sort of show up. But basically, you can look at crunchy as being either more complex in the rules or more options. I don't tend to think of a game with lots of options if the rules are not complex as being really crunchy, but some people think lots of options as being crunchy, but What
I usually do when I think about things being crunchy is the old rule of, do I need a spreadsheet to play this character? And it's not about like because again, it goes back to what I was saying, is like I find Pathfinder and 3.5 and Starfinder too crunchy for me. And because that I'm focused, for me what it is I'm focused so much on the mechanics I can't focus on the role play.
Baron, so that's the thing, but how much do you have to remember as a player to play effectively beyond the character sheet?
And yes, and I also think about it's like Pathfinder and Starfinder and 3.5 are all if-then statements. Well, if we're in this contingency, then I have these and this option, but if we have this, then it's this, and but if we have this, it's this. As opposed to Witcher and Cyberpunk, this is the world as it is. Okay, I know that because of rather than if-then. Does that make sense? And you have... things will change mechanically, like you're saying, and the mechanics help you with the roleplay. Like, for example, mechanically speaking, there is a difference between block and parry. But there's also, like, lore, and again, it went back to our conception of, like, lore being tied into it. If you block a weapon, if you block an attack with a sword, and you're using the sword to block, that's just a strong movement. Hi, I also fence. It's a thing. Block means you've blocked the motion, and you're using your own physical force to stop the weapon in place. It is possibly the worst thing you can do from a defensive standpoint if you're actually fencing, because you've stopped motion, and there's no way you can get out of the block effectively to then attack. Parry is better, because, well... blocking will stop you from getting hit. A parry will move the blade out of attack, and then that opens an attack option for you. It also doesn't damage your weapon. And there are mechanics in The Witcher for reliability of your weapon.
Now, I'm going to just sort of point out, all of this is crunch, right?
All of this is crunch. All of this is crunch.
Yeah, because there are many, many games, including D&D, wherein actually there is no distinction between blocking and parrying. Actually, D&D doesn't have defense at all, right?
D&D has no defense at all. God.
Right. So, so that if like there are many, many games where you don't have to worry about the difference, but you don't have to worry about defense. You don't have to worry about the difference between a parry and a block or a dodge. Like that just doesn't matter. Like either there is no defense, so you don't have to worry about that, or it's just a defense roll. You just like roll to defend it. You don't have to worry about those distinctions. And some people like the idea that there's a difference between dodging, parrying, and blocking is too much detail. For people, they're like, I don't want to have to worry about that much detail at all. But on the other hand, I like that level of detail. That's a level of detail that I really, really enjoy. GURPS is very similar to The Witcher. I mean, it's different, but it's similar. And GURPS has a rule wherein if you parry, because there's no real blocking with weapons. There's blocking with shields. If you parry a weapon, if you parry with your weapon, also there's like, this is going to sound crunchy, but it is what it is, right? Weapon weight matters. If you parry a weapon that is 3 times the weight of your weapon, you have a chance of your weapon breaking. So now, I'm sorry, you cannot effectively parry
Yeah.
You cannot effectively block a
Mhm.
claymore with a
Mhm.
rapier.
It's just not. Yeah, it's a bad idea. Like
It's a you're gonna get, if you don't get hit and your weapon doesn't break, you're gonna break your arm.
Yeah.
Just from
Yes.
full force.
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen.
And what's interesting is that's in the rules. Now there are like older rapiers that are they're heavier, so that you're actually kind of okay for like it often doesn't show up in most weapons that people are having. Like if you have a sword and I have a sword, we're going to be fine. However, if you have a really big, huge weapon and I have a small dagger, that might be a problem. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because flails become interesting, right? So what ends up, this is why, and we're talking about like, this is a lot of crunch, but for me, this ends up adding to RP, and I will tell you how.
Yes.
I was playing a fencer in a big arena game, and I had a rapier, which is very light. It's made for parrying, and I was really good at parrying, so it was really, really hard to get me. And then I went up
both a slashing and a stabbing weapon.
And in GURPS that matters, because GURPS actually makes a damage difference between slashing and stabbing, which maybe you don't care about, but I found it interesting. Anyway, I was up in this arena and I was up against an ogre with a club. And I was like, oh no, I cannot parry this club. If I do, it will break my rapier, because it was like an ogre. It's a huge, massive ogre, and I had a rapier. And I knew that I could not parry or block with this weapon at all. If I did, I would lose the weapon. And so so all of a sudden I was presented, it was a mechanical problem, but it was an RP problem. What does my character do in the face of this ogre when I can't do my main defense that I have, like that my character is trained on this, right? And I was like, ooh. And so all of a sudden I had to play differently. I had to think about what my character would do in this moment. And it was tense, it was really interesting. And so I did things like, okay, well, I'm gonna have to first a lot of dodging. As a fencer, I was very mobile. So I was like, okay, let me move around. And so like all of a sudden it was this really interesting sort of RP moment that I wouldn't have ever gotten if A, there were no defenses at all, B, if there was no sort of mechanics for weapon damage. Like there was like a bunch, and then of course my weapon did get damaged, and I have to go on a quest to get it fixed. It was like an ancestral weapon. Yeah. It was like, in the same way that Ainfra has this really fragile focus.
Okay. Side note, technically mages are trained to fight with the staff they carry. You have seen Ainfra use the staff as a weapon twice, only to parry an attack coming at her. Mm-hmm. Never to actually attack, because for example, your Ezran's sword has a, if we wanted to talk about mechanics, is a long sword. Aside from the fact that it might have special numbers because it's a special weapon, you know, they're like special things that involved in that. In Ezran's weapon, but in a standard, according to the rules, weapon for that kind of type, it has a reliability of about 15, maybe 20, maybe 25 if it's, you know, like I think Deuce's Torwar has a reliability of 25, right? Ainfra's Staff has a reliability of 5. She don't hit shit with that.
Yeah.
You don't break that.
Yeah. And I think, and this is like a thing that I think is, we're thinking about crunch. And I think that sometimes people conflate detail with difficulty, and those are not the same. No, because I have played games that are crunchy, but the crunch is inelegant, and it doesn't, like every system is a little bit different, and it doesn't make a lot of sense, and you're like, okay, hold on a second, right? But then yet I've also played games where all the things are actually fairly elegant, and those are different. Where like you can okay, this is the progression, I get it all, and like I can kind of keep it all in my head, even though there are a lot of options. And so for me, there's a difference between something that just has a lot of options and something that is actually just really needlessly complex sometimes, and like those, like for like, even though they're all like, we can sort of frame that under crunch, but those are different for me.
I think that's my problem with Pathfinder.
And for me, I mean, like 3.5 was frustrating to me, there's like one thing that I'm like, it's fine, I can deal with it, and that is like, and this is interesting again, and this is about like for me about kind of an elegance. Witcher does this, GURPS does this. There are a couple of games that do this, wherein everybody's using the same system. What I mean by that is, if you're a fighter or a mage or a noble or a merchant, the fighting system is always the same, right? You don't have different rules.
Yeah.
We're all using the same rules, but in D&D 3.5, the rogue was not using the same rules as
the rogue isn't using the same as a fighter or as a barbarian, and it's the same thing in 5e. Yeah. You know, they're not using the same. I mean, they're kind of are because you're rolling against AC, but at the same time, you're different. People have different attacks based on rather than you have this and this. It's not based on weapon. It's based on a champion. What is it? So Greg played in the Dragonlance campaign. Played a Battle Master fighter. And he ends up with 4 attacks by the end of the campaign, and it's literally like.
But also, like, there's like different meta bits. Yeah. So like you're gonna like the Battle Master fighter has got these like special points that they use.
Yeah, the die their die that they can roll to do special stunts.
Right, but then none of the other classes have that. So like basically they're these superiority dice. Thank you.
Superiority die. Thank you.
Thank you. That's exactly what it is.
And it's okay. So, also, I want to look at the linguistics of that. A fighter, Battle Master fighter, has a superiority die because they are apparently a superior fighter than anyone else. And I'm like, okay, so you're not playing by the same rules as everybody else.
So, and some people really like that. Like some people really like that. But for me, it was always a little bit of like, okay, wait. So if I'm gonna, I just spent a lot of time playing a rogue, so I know all those rules really well. If I'm gonna do a Battle Master fighter, now I have to learn a whole new set of rules. If I want to go and be a cleric, that's a different set of rules. If I want to be a mage, that's a different set of rules. So like there are these sort of different sets of rules. Whereas a lot of games that I play nowadays, we aren't all working on different sets of rules. And so switching between characters is actually just a little, so even though there are a lot of options in The Witcher, they're not like, it's not actually all that different. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, Magic's always gonna be a little bit different, but
a lot of people are setting the need for each person in the group to have a role. Okay, so here's the thing though, like in The Witcher, each of us has a quote unquote role, although the game we're playing, we actually have 3 Witchers. But they're all different schools, so there's that. But we have different abilities, and like it was real obvious when we have 3 Witchers, and after Ezrin is captured, I'm going with captured, by the way, even though you willingly went through the friggin' portal, you were captured.
Well, willingly is a bit of like how much consent is it when they're like, you have a choice. You can either do this or all your friends will die. Like it feels like that was not.
There was a lot of not good things. There was a lot of not good in that moment. Yeah. But you went through the portal. You are now currently captured. So Ezrin, up until that point, had been running as the face because Witchers don't have empathy, and they don't. You don't ask a Witcher to be charismatic. No. Ainfra had empathy, but because of what she was doing, she didn't use it the same way. She's been doing a little bit more of that now because Ezrin isn't here.
And also she's now out as Ainfra and not Varane.
Now she's now publicly Ainfra as opposed to where most of the first season she was playing like Ainfra being 111 years old was playing like a 30-year-old, or 25-year-old graduate of Aretusa
who was just fresh off the farm.
Yeah, it's like she had just graduated from college, and this is her first job, as opposed to being like, bitch, please, I've ruled countries. And so she was doing 100 things, but so we each have different roles and different things that we're doing, but in combat, I know that if I play my attack and I want to, for example, say fuck the giant cyclops that's swinging at me and roll a magic attack, but I know that if I have the same rules mechanically, I'm calling a headshot. All 5 of these spikes are being shot at, oh wait, he's already blinded. I know mechanically it's the same effect. He cannot dodge these attacks. High 320, what was 100 and rolled 21, 105, 315 points of damage in a single attack because you have 5 2-meter long ice spikes coming out of a guy's head.
Yeah. And this is, yeah, and so for me,
like, the mechanics are the same. I don't need to learn new mechanics, even if my attacks are entirely different than, say, a Witcher with a sword.
Yeah. And this is just like a little detail, but for me, that makes a difference about my sort of crunch tolerance. I like the idea that for the most part, like 9% of the time, we're using the same, we're in the same mechanics mechanically. Like there are always exceptions here or there, but the idea, like, and it's funny because when I was playing 3.5 is very interesting because 3.5 is different from 5e in certain ways, although in some ways not. But 3.5 had such differences in their mechanics, although 5 does too. I know people who would basically only play the same class, especially mages, like or also especially casters, because there's a lot of memorization of spells. Like the amount of time people spent to really get to know their spells, because there's so many of them. They often would just play the same, memorizing them.
Well, also memorizing them, but also memorizing things like, is this a concentration spell? Is this not a concentration spell? Do I need line of sight for this? What is my... You have to memorize all the... Like, I play support casters, and there was a period... Like, I played a bunch of things. It's like, okay, these are the spells. I'm like, there might be more options for spells, but I would tend to, particularly in 3.5, have set spells that I would take because I memorized them all the way through. Yeah.
I will say, the thing is... Svenolf, I actually don't think crunch is the same as cumbersome. I think you can have crunch that is cumbersome, and I think you can have crunch that's elegant. I think that people often think of crunch as cumbersome, but I don't think it has to be.
Like,
for example, go ahead.
No, you first.
I was going to say, for example, yes, like you said, I would consider cumbersome and crunch separate, and as would I. So, for example, now, GURPS is a crunchy system. I think of it as like sort of medium-high crunch. But almost all, and the same thing with like a number of generic games actually are very similar in this, that they not just GURPS, but a number of generic games may have quite a lot of options, but the mechanic itself is actually streamlined in the sense that basically everything GURPS is roll 3d6, roll under your skill, and everything, like, it's all kind of set up in a way that's fairly, like, you can get more detail if you want, but at its basic, it's pretty. And when I say that, I mean like, all the systems are the same. They're all like same thing with like with Savage World. A lot of the generics are actually very similar in that they might have a lot of options because it's generic, so you can add in a lot of different things or take things off. But very often, the systems themselves are actually not all that complicated. So I find that you can have a really elegant, crunchy system wherein even though there's a lot of options, it doesn't feel too much. You know what I mean? Like for me, at least. I think I prefer front look. Yeah, and give me. Yeah.
And I like a little bit more crunch in your character creation, and then less in the middle of gameplay. I like, for example, we're playing. Anito's playing in the Cyberpunk game with me on Fridays.
Yeah.
And
I'm same Anito. I'm the same about like I like my front-loaded crunch.
Oh yeah, your front-loaded crunch. Your character creation options, and then so we're playing this game. There are Cyberpunk, and they have done a lot of thinking about it, and I can show you, but I cannot show you. I can show you that this thing exists. That is what I can show you exists, that I have sitting over here. That is Trinz's character sheet. And there are a shit ton of skills and all of these things, but for example, there are rules. Alright, you've put a NOS system on a combat RV with a combat plow. So... how much damage you're going to do to that little 4x4 ATV that's in front of you, or more accurately was in front of you, is based on how fast you're going and all of this. So there's a chart for it. And we're like, okay, you're going to add, because you have a NOS, you're going to add like 3, I think it's like, you know, however much it is to the steps on the chart. You move down here.
Yep.
You know, you're going to add extra damage because of this. So it's like, it's again, going back to the point of world building and mechanics working in tandem. Also, I want to go back to it. Hey, hello, Hermit, welcome in. I want to go back to a point that I think Beetlewinds had it. You know, a staff is potentially more deadly than a blade. You can't flat the blade of a blunt object. So, if you can, the thing is, block? No. Parry is a thing that's real important. And a bladed weapon against a staff, a straight staff, not a glaive or a halberd, because those are different things. A blade against a straight staff in the hand of somebody who's doing it can actually be worse. Because you have to remember, if I have an epee, I am trained to parry riposte, and conditional training is something called circling. Where if I have my blade out, you're okay. So I'm going to use you as a helper point here. So just kind of put your arm out. So
and by the way, I'm so glad you're talking about circling, because that clearly says to me you not only fence on a strip, and now I'm very happy. Go on.
You should also be. You also fencer. Why are you not circling parry 4 circle 6 every time you're with an epee? If you don't know what else you're doing, you parry 4 circle 6. That's your first motion. If you are circling, you come around. Okay, well, you've lost your line of sight, but you're holding your arm up. You circle around the blade that's there. And here's the thing: if you've got a staff out, my target will no longer be your torso. My target is now your wrist, your arm, your shoulder. Get you to drop the staff. And if I need to parry your attack. So you're coming in with the staff, probably usually overhand, sometimes up from underneath, but it's one of these two actions, which are very much telegraphed if you're an epee fighter. Sorry, if I'm an epee fighter, I'm used to looking at your wrist to see which direction you're going. If I'm looking up or down, that's gonna be good. No, parry. Thank you, thank you, Hermit. Parry, as in the prevent attack. If you're coming in with a staff overhand or even up from underneath or from the side, your actions are very much telegraphed, and I'm going to have time to swish around and not take my target, which was originally your torso or your head, depending, assuming that I wanted to kill you. And now my target is, well, anything else that isn't actually covered. Your spear is different, but again, there's a reason why the phalanx in the Roman legion fought spears and gladius. Because if I'm inside if I'm inside 6 feet, or and that's the other thing that people forget. You thrust out with the spear, now your spear is attacked. My biggest defense as a shorter bladed fighter, particularly if you're an actual shorter person, and this is something you learn when you're a 5'4" fencer versus someone who's like 6'2", and you fence mixed gender fencing, which is a thing. It's not competition, but it's open. They're open tournaments that do this, and it's not, whatever. If I'm fencing someone who's 6'2" and I'm 5'4", they have a longer reach on me. But
get your footwork in.
Get your footwork in. And my thing is, great, you've come in with your attack, you've made your attack. My defense is not to retreat, my defense is to move inside. Because the minute I'm inside the length of your blade, it doesn't matter anymore. I still have target, and your blade is out here. You have to pull back to hit me.
So this is very interesting, and thinking about sort of crunch again and sort of my personal preferences is that, first of all the things we're talking about, there are a bunch of players who do not want to have to worry about any of those things at all.
This is also true.
Right. They don't want to do, right? Like they don't want to have to worry about that. And also, like, I think about one of the things that D&D does, which I think that many people really enjoy. And like this, and I'm thinking about some of the things that I know that people don't like about GURPS, because people tell me all the time, that things they don't like about GURPS, especially being D&D players. But depending, like, I get it from all sides. It's very exciting. And one of the things is that in in GURPS, because the time frame is so much shorter, a turn is 1 second, a combat turn, is that you can't fire with your bow every single turn. That actually is not, because it's not like 6 seconds. It's actually just 1 second. So generally, and like, so if you're doing ranged fighting in GURPS, it's going to be like, very often it's like, also there's the aim maneuver that if you aim, it'll give you a bonus. And you might need that bonus because of range. Like if a person's very, very far away, you're going to get a big range penalty. So you might actually just want to aim. So all of a sudden, rather than the D&D version of bow every turn, or maybe like 5 shots in a turn or whatever you got going on.
Yeah, you get like a ranger with 3 attacks.
Like, okay, but in GURPS it's going to be draw your bow, draw your arrow, set your arrow, aim. Maybe you aim for 2 or 3 seconds and then you fire. So all of a sudden you are not firing your bow every turn. You're firing it maybe every other turn or every other. Now, let's be really realistic though, because this is kind of how this works. Probably what's happening is that you're doing all that bow work when your enemy's quite far away. And then you get all these shots on them and they can't, and you're like, oh, that's bad for them. And then once they close, then different thing. You're probably going to be making different choices at that point in time, because they're right up in your face.
An infantry division in front of your bowmen. You leave them there. But again,
yeah, I did also Fence Ice Bunny. I started with foil and then I moved to SCA and did rapier.
Rapier. Rapier epee, I'm a big fan. But
me too. And I loved the Italian style. I'd have the Italian grip, and I would do.
I love the Italians, or I'm a really big fan of the Belgians. But my hand is small. My hand, I don't like.
I was able to get a good one, a good rapier that, like, because I don't have huge hands, that I could do, and then I love offhand main gauche dagger and offhand.
I love doing Italian dagger.
Yeah, like
dagger and blade.
Makes me so happy.
Why do I want a shield? I can kill you with 2 hands. Yeah. I mean, I have feelings, Battle Winds, actually about the Hobbit trilogy, and I did enjoy it for the most part.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen it. There was just a lot of talk about it, but I haven't seen it.
People are like, well, they added a lot of things. I'm like, not as yes, but no, because jump over the dwarf infantry line. No, but that's a different thing, because elves are technically, like, if you actually look through the, sorry, I'm gonna be that person. In most of the things, in the actual, like, some of it was cinematic choices. I get that, but if you actually look at you European martial artists with your fancy metal weapons. I mean. Yes, and but I also would not. Full disclosure, there are some people I wouldn't want to fight with anything. And is one of them if you actually wanted to. In here with your jungle no, I have fought with bamboo blades. Ooh. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
I know exactly how effective those are. But when you get into like the books, the elves are archers. This is true. But they're much more the comparison is actually greater to Mongolian mounted archers. So the movement of the archers as a like when if you're a student of history and like military history and things like that, you watch how they're fighting, and how that works. And I mean, like, you get to things like there are different combat tactics for different things. I could see the problems in the Hobbit series, in the trilogy. Yeah. I enjoyed them. Yeah, they're mobile archers. They're not English longbowmen. Even if they're fighting with a longbow, but they're fighting with a longbow in the style of a Mongolian mounted archer, which is it's a slightly it's like you're using a longbow to fire like a recurve, which is a little weird, but works because elves, whatever. Yeah. People are squishy. Everything is a weapon. Exactly.
Yeah. They're elves. It's fine.
It's,
you know,
they're elves.
they're
Fine,
magical.
But
it's fine.
they're you know, there's an actual like thought process behind it.
Mm-hmm.
I liked The Hobbit. People were like, this wasn't in the book. I'm like, it wasn't in The Hobbit, but a lot of this was in the appendices of The Lord of the Rings. Or portions of, like, and they had to be really careful, and that's part of the thing, is, like, I give them a lot of respect, because Jackson is, and the crew there are so... Yeah, they did it to meet the orc charge. Well, they're also full blades where they're, you know...
It's like, those are dwarves. They couldn't take the hit. They're less likely overrun than you are.
Yeah, but they didn't want to be tanked. They wanted to create a wedge and break the line. The actual battle, the battle mechanics of doing it, the dwarves would have just pushed the line back. The elves were looking to actually physically break the line to give the dwarves a measure expansion and push the two opposing armies. I can actually sit here and look at the battle mechanics of this. But I give Jackson a lot of credit, because he was very careful and walked a very tight line of adding in information that is within the Tolkien universe that is relevant to this story. And that's the thing you forget, is like, there's so much going on that comes out of, like, the line of Durin and the curse of you know, the gold sickness and how that's explained, and oh wait, the reason Thranduil and Thorin, or excuse me, Thorin, son of, oh god, Thror is the king under the mountain when the dragon comes. When the fight between Thror and Thranduil, the elven king of the woodlands, is because it is about specifically gems that he's having them commission and set, and there's like politics involved, and all of these kind of politics aren't necessarily discussed in The Hobbit, but they're discussed in the appendices, and a little bit in the Silmarillion. So you can give a little bit of... But the problem is, Jackson didn't have the rights to the Silmarillion. Only to Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. So he's trying to give you the a little bit of the detail that you get from...
the Silmarillion.
You know, things like, you don't get that. They added a lot of... Okay, necessary to The Hobbit is kids' book, but they wanted to add more in-depth for the audience. Exactly. It's like, the basic story of The Hobbit is very generic, but you add in the politics of what's going on, it becomes more... It's so... Oh, I am a major Tolkien nerd. I'm sorry.
Ice Bunny, when you say modern, do you mean like as in today, European or Asian weapons, or are you talking about like European and Asian weapons from the medieval time period? The question is whether or not Viking stuff is significantly heavier, and I don't think so. I think that there are a lot of ways to sort of think about that, and one is that actually armor itself, if it's fitted to you, like, I mean, if you were a person if you were a noble and you had money, you had armor, the armor that was fitted to you was, you know, people, like, you could do cartwheels in them, like you were very mobile.
You were trained in them, and that's the other thing, is like, you a lot of us today are like, it's so heavy, but you aren't trained it, and I bet most people who wear it is like, this is your armor. It's like, no, you forget. Yeah. Where's your gambeson? Where's your tunic underneath? Where's your, you know, where's your... You don't just put armor on.
And I think people often will confuse, when they think about armor, they're often thinking about like full jousting plate, wherein you weren't super mobile, because that was not combat plate. That was like for tournaments, it was a very specific thing.
And it's also, it was also weighted in particular areas to be different things. I mean, it's not to say that it wasn't.
Akaton and padded armors were a lot more effective than most RPGs make them too, unfortunately. And also, of course, if you were poor, if you were like a peasant levy, you probably didn't have armor. Like, you might have had some like padding. You certainly didn't have a helmet, and that was because all the like head injuries for the poor peasants. So sad. I met the guys who did the writing as knights in the Arn films years ago.
Yeah, they wear a lot of stuff. I mean, like, when we were talking last week about the film series Rome, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And they did a phenomenal job with the recreation of the armor and stuff. And that's the thing is, like, so we were talking about spears versus blades, right? And that's how the Roman legion fought. You had the spears up front until the other line got there. And most of the times, these other lines are fighting with spears, and when you're fighting Gauls, they're full on, you know.
Oh, Javai's correct. Like, a good hiking backpack filled can feel very heavy before you fit it and get used to it.
Exactly. It has to be fit to you, it has to wear it, and you have to get used to it, and you have to make sure it's weighted. Not just fit, but weighted to you. Because it can be, like, someone could pick up the same, two different people can pick up the same, say, 30-pound backpack and put it on. And if it's not weighted for your height and your shoulder distribution, it will feel more heavy than if it is. Because it's pulling on, because then it's going to be pulling on gravity, and that's going to add extra weight. But
military gets all those adjustments for reasons. It's true. And if you're like, I mean, I have done those heavy rucksack marches, and it's like, once you get it all like set up, then you're like, oh, I mean, you're still doing it, you know what I mean? But it doesn't feel the same as
yeah. Oh, that's cool. Team combat sports with plate armor and weapons. Yeah. It is actually cool. I'll have to look that up. I don't usually TikTok. I just kind of watch other people that post it on YouTube, on Twitter.
Yeah, me too.
But like what I was saying is, so you'll have a spear, and most of the time you fought with the spear until spears were much more effective within the phalanx. But once you get to the legion, you had the spear, but once you were within a certain site, there's a reason you had a gladius.
Yeah.
You pulled your gladius and you're stabbing and blocking and stabbing and blocking. That's what you're doing. Because you're within a certain height differential. And again, it's that same, once you're inside the length of that 6-foot spear, you have to pull the blade back to attack again. Now, I don't know about you, but I might be able to do like 6 or 7 different hits on you before you have time to pull that blade back to reposition it to then strike me, because you also have to retreat to do that.
And so here we're talking about sort of like what you want in a game and crunch again for a moment. So there are people for whom they just don't want to have to deal with any of that, right? But like, I mean, and I'm going to admit, I'm going to tell you some details, and you're like, oh, so
I'm listening. I'll just be right back.
Of course. So GURPS, for example, makes like a halberd is different than a rapier, right? And I don't just mean by how many dice of damage it does. In a lot of games, they're the same, right? Like the difference is like, oh, a dagger will do 1d4, a short sword will do 1d6, a long sword will do 1d8, a two-handed sword does 1d10, or no, that's like a claymore does 1d10, a two-handed sword is 1d12. Like, you know, they just basically, like, you just do more damage based on you just give you different die size, right? It's classic.
Yeah.
And
different die size, different damage.
Yeah, but in GURPS, because GURPS does have this detail, which some people do not want, and that is fair, a damage type action. So in D&D, you can have like crushing or cutting, but I don't think it does much besides...
It's slashing, bludgeoning, piercing, and... slashing, bludgeoning, piercing. Then you get into magical, and then there's effect weapons.
Right, but I don't think that damage doesn't do much besides like people have like advantage or disadvantage, right? Versus the various damage types, like bludgeoning is better versus undead, but like it's...
Yeah, it has to do with what you're fighting, and theoretically it has no effect on players.
Yes.
Unless you're talking about barbarians.
Yeah.
But if you're wearing any armor, it doesn't matter. All armor is going to block all weapons. That's stupid.
Yeah.
But you, and psychic damage. There's. I was like, where was the other one I'm remembering? Because barbarians take half damage when raging.
You might have resistance. But so, for example, in GURPS, and I'm just going to say that some people are going to be like, "Ooh, how you're describing this is something I never want to play." But in GURPS, piercing, slashing, or bludgeoning are different. They actually have a difference. Crushing damage does the damage you roll, right? So if you roll 6 points of crushing damage, it does 6 points of damage. Although armor, just like in The Witcher, which I love, armor reduces damage. It doesn't make you harder to hit or anything like that. It's like it soaks up damage first.
That's what the armor's there for.
Cutting damage, anything that gets through armor does 1.5 times damage. So if you rolled a 6 and that's what against an unarmored opponent, that's 9 points of damage. And then piercing damage is 2 times, does 2 times the damage. So piercing is like, if you rolled a 6, that's 12 points of damage. But there's also a difference between thrusting and swinging. So if you thrust the sword, you're probably going to be getting piercing damage, but it's going to do less base damage than if you swing it when you're going to be doing slashing damage and then doing more base damage. But then halberds, right? And here's the thing, halberds, like a good pike or a pick, there's certain weapons that are like, there are not that many that are swung piercing weapons, but they do a lot of damage. A swung piercing damage gets you all the leverage of swinging plus the piercing damage. Here's the problem though, it becomes unready after you use it. Like you cannot use that every single turn because the way it's an unbalanced weapon. And so there are balanced weapons and unbalanced weapons. And this is a lot of detail that maybe you don't care about, but maybe you do. Maybe you want to be a big halberd fighter that uses this unbalanced weapon. And you're like, I know that this unbalanced weapon has the negative that I can't use it every turn, but when I do use it, it's going to do mega damage. Or maybe I just want to do daggers and I want to get into close combat range that you can't use your halberd effectively. And then I'm going to stab you. It's like, and all those little details are, for me, I don't think of that as crunch as much as I think about it as tactics. And I really like tactics in game, but all of the sort of heavy sort of calculations I like to do before game starts, and then I like tactics during game.
Yeah, I think about that is like here's the thing, Scabby Snack, tied to that point where you're saying when your dad was in the CBs driving a truck in Vietnam, he had to requisition 1911s because they were issued M16s. Yeah, here's a fun joke. You want to know why the United States Coast Guard finally got M16s? It's because they went into Vietnam with M1s. And the United States military is like, we're only shipping 1 caliber of automatic rifle bullets to Vietnam, not 2. And the Coasties were upset because the M1 was a better rifle. Yeah. It is a better rifle.
I was thinking about this sort of thing about crunch again in weapons.
Yes.
And I was thinking about Cypher. Your weapon doesn't matter.
And I don't like that.
Right, and I'm like at all. Like, there's no difference between basically a gun and a fist, a bomb. Like, you know, like these things. It just doesn't matter if you have I think it just gives you like. It actually doesn't. It doesn't matter.
I'm
and
not a fan of Cypher system.
Well,
I know it's déclassé and.
Okay, remember I said that there's a difference between like crunch that works for me and crunch that doesn't, and like rules light that works for me and rules light that doesn't. For me, Cypher is a rules light system that doesn't work as well for me. Like, there are rules light systems that work really well for me, but Cypher as a rules light system, there's something off about it for me. That it has, like, there's something about the way that it does rules light that makes me feel that all the characters are the same. Where it's kind of a weird thing where basically there is this kind of interesting crunch in there, but it doesn't matter. Like, basically, none of your stats really matter. Fundamentally, it's just a bonus that you can use or not use.
It's not so much about individuality, which you can play out through roleplay, although I prefer, mechanics that support roleplay and roleplay that
to
support
want them both together.
Have them both together. And because if I wanted to just act, I'd go and do an improv. If I want to play a tabletop role-playing game, that means I am playing a game and I wish to interact with the mechanics. And we've been talking about this in your Discord about a lot of people who have some differing opinions about that. But I think my problem with Cypher really comes down to conception and thought process that I see in the creation. It looks like it wanted to be so generic. What the heck is going on with my lighting?
It's a nice color, though.
I mean, it's
A little infra, a little blue. Yeah,
It's a
stylish.
little
Oh, it looks a little 1980s like model art photography. You know, there was that blue that was popular for a while.
Yeah. What the heck is going on?
Jer says all the characters are the same as a big armored against for EDD, but in Cypher they really are.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's not so much a lack of individuality as there's no reason to have more than one character in a game. What the heck is going on? That's what it is. It's like mechanically. What the fuck is going on?
there's no meaningful mechanical choice. I think what is very true, it's really interesting because there are these like there are these really weird fiddly things in Cypher that I'm like, this seems a little bit more complicated than what you need, right? Like, so in Cypher, you have 3 stats, like might, brains, and whatever will, speed, might, and intellect, I suppose. And you have scores in speed, might, and intellect, but the score doesn't actually do anything, right? So anything you want to do in Cypher, you just roll your D20, and like it's like very simple but weirdly fiddly, right? So you roll your D20, and then you take the number you get and you divide that by 3, and that is the level of the success you got. So if you roll a 15, that's a level success 5, and that has nothing to do with your stats at all. Like if I say roll might, I roll might, and I roll a 15. Like no matter whether I'm really great at might or really bad at might, it's still just a 15. The only thing that my stat does is that I can spend some of that stat to give me a boost, to reduce the, like, to give me a boost on that thing. But
it's like you spend it, the stat is an afterthought, is what it is to me.
Yes.
Because it literally is just tacked on.
And you could also just not use it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
just never use it. So it's like,
yeah, it's not a stat. I mean, there's this really kind of cool, there's a cool concept about it that I think is neat that I like, which is that stat is a pool. The stat is basically a pool of points that you can use to boost your skill, but it is also your hit points. So the more you use those points to boost your skill, the easier it is for you to be taken out. So that also then encourages you just to not use them, right? So because you don't want to be all ruined if you. So oftentimes they don't actually come into effect at all, and then you have skills, but the weird thing is you make up the skills yourself, and they never come into play, and all they do is, again, it's a little bonus afterthought where it gives you a little boost in the number of the levels you got. It's this weird, it's like there's not enough there for me to actually. It feels like we all have no stats. Do you know what I mean? And
yeah, it's like you're just there. There isn't really anything to interact with, and then there's no positives, and then there's no real consequences for actions. And because, like, that's the thing, right? If you fail a roll, you don't actually fail. It just gives the GM more intrusion points, which is also, if we wanted to get into the linguistics, I hate the concept that the GM is intruding on these other players' games and isn't actually a member of a person who's partying at the table.
This goes back to the Discord conversation we have to have at some point today.
We'll get to that in a bit, because I was like,
and so for me, Cypher is rules light, but it's still too fiddly, but it doesn't give me anything. So as opposed to, for example, Fate is pretty rules light. There are a number of rules light games that are pretty rules light, but still give me enough to do where I feel like I'm interacting. I can make a character that is still a character that feels different from other characters, like sort of materially, where it's not just only my own role playing my mind that doesn't ever do anything on the table. Like, and I've played some super rules light games that I have enjoyed. Like a number of the Powered by the Apocalypse games are pretty rules light, but they give you cool things to do. It depends on which manifestation.
I have a love-hate relationship with Powers by the Apocalypse games. I think the ones that are written well, who actually went and, rather than just follow the trend of Powers by the Apocalypse, actually went back and read Apocalypse World and understand that you need to have a definition for the core stats
Yeah.
rather than just these are moves you can do. Okay,
Yeah,
well that's not going to cover everything. So
Mm-hmm.
and you can't, the assumption that you're going to do well at every single possible thing that you could possibly conceive of. Hello, have you ever met players?
Yeah.
I want to literally swing on a rope and attack this person coming down with a pirate. Great. That sounds like you're actually doing 3 things at once.
And like, I love the way that Night Witches did Powered by the Apocalypse. I thought I love that. And the thing is, so for me, there was like enough in there. I was like, oh, that's really interesting. You've given me like interesting things to work with.
Yeah.
Even though it's not a particularly heavy system, like it's still what I would sort of consider rules light, but there was enough in there. But I also said they also added an entire system of the flights, like the flight missions. They added a whole system on top of Powered by Apocalypse, which was like flight missions, which was very cool.
We're playing on Saturday, coming back. Season 2 is coming back on Saturday on Wandering DM with Black Flag. It is based on Rapscallion, which is by Magpie Games. The same people who do Masks and
Bluebeard's Bride.
Bluebeard's Bride and Root. And they just finished the really successful Kickstarter for Passions.
Which I kickstarted. I'm excited to get it.
And I am so excited for that game. And
Me too.
I want to play that game.
Me too.
But, so Rapscallion is another of their ash cans, right? So it's a game that's written and completed, but it's not 100% completed. Yeah, Zombie World is also one of theirs. Thanks, Faye. I don't play a lot of horror games. Like, we'll get into my weird thoughts about horror in a weird minute. But we started playing Rapscallion because we were playing a pirate game, and I was like, oh, I really like... Oh,
hey! Eugenio, how are you?
Hi. Sorry.
My buddy. We're talking about games.
We're talking about games. We'll get back to my really weird horror thing. It's like I like horror, but I don't like horror, so it's complicated.
It depends on the kind of horror, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. So with what I had written a Descended from the Queen game called Captain Blood's Odyssey, based on the Raphael Sabatini novel Captain Blood. Pirates, 1688, a lot of things going on. And I was like, you want to be really fun?
Hugs to you, DJ Just Hands.
Save. Ooh, yeah. Having your corrupted save.
That's horror.
Okay, well, good luck editing.
Have fun editing and storming the castle.
So I had written this game as a Descended for the Queen game, and one of my biggest problems with Descended from the Queen for the Queen is you create these characters and you've set up the initial question and then you answer the question and I'm like, so what happens next?
Yeah.
So what I we thought, and I sold this to a bunch of my friends, is like, why don't we play Captain Blood's Odyssey for character creation, and then we'll use this Rapscallion PBTA system for the actual game of what these pirates do after they make this decision.
Oh, nice.
So it is a great, and it's like you've built in all of the backstory, you have the interconnection between the players, everything is set up so that everything goes on, and then you're going,
I'll say that, like, you're doing your Descended from the Queen games. Those are rules light games, but they work.
Yeah,
right? Like
they're really rules light, but they're designed to be. I look at that kind of game, and there's a reason. Like we were talking in the Discord about the difference between GM'd games and GMless games, and certain contingents of people who are like, GM'd games are inherently bad, and I'm just like, okay. But and they're like, well, and a bunch of people, other people, not in your Discord, but this conversation has happened in multiple places. They're like, well, you just don't like GMless games. I'm like, you can look. There's a panel down below here. It says "Tell your own stories." It's right below you all in the picture. There is a list of games that I have written.
Mm-hmm.
Only one of them requires a GM.
General manager?
Game master.
Right. I want to get back to that comment, general manager, for a moment. So the argument against GM'd games that I have come across in kind of indie design circles is that they're fundamentally game master, is that they're fundamentally fascist, right?
Yeah.
That they have this unequal power dynamic that structurally, like, why are you playing with inequality, right? That you need to have, like, that you should be, like, that it's actually just more ethically better to have a game where everyone is equal and we're, like, we don't have a GM and we're all sort of sharing together. It's less oppressive. And the thing is, I want to give the argument, I disagree with it fundamentally for a very specific reason, but I want to give the argument its due, in the sense that it's coming from a sense that structure matters, right? That the structure, like, it's sort of moving away from sort of individualist looks to a structural look. So that, like, some people would say, like, the argument is, why are all these, and like, we're going to have to sort of push back, but, like, hey, everybody has all these stories, right, about the horrible DM, the horrible GM, who is, like, abusive and awful and terrible and, like, just the worst. And everyone has these stories and super hostile and all of that. And they're like, and they would say, this is not an individual problem of an individual GM. It's actually a structural problem, that making a game where you have somebody who has power over other people in this way is what leads to these abusive GMs, that structurally that's the problem. That having a game wherein one person has power over the other people in this way and dictates to them is the problem. The problem is the structure, and that it will always produce those things, and that you want to have an egalitarian structure. And, like, I appreciate the structural arguments. Like, first off, let me say this. I appreciate structural arguments generally speaking, right? Like, I think it's important to look at structure. Yes, totally. I, however, disagree with the premise that is underlying the structure, which is that GMs have more power over players in a GM'd game. That is, like, a fundamental premise that they are sort of framing that I actually disagree with. I don't actually think that. So, for example, as a contrast, this argument has often been made when it comes to symphony orchestras as well, that there's, like, a power imbalance in symphony orchestras when it comes to conductor versus player that leads to sort of sketchiness. And that's different because orchestras, the instrumentalist in an orchestra cannot play anything other than what's on the page, and they can only play it in the way the conductor will let them play it. Like, the conductor has a lot of very concrete power in a symphony, and often the symphony members do not get to pick what is played. They actually have very little agency to do anything. If you're now, that's different. If you do early music, it's totally different, because then, you know, you're doing your thing. But that is not the case in an RPG.
No.
It is not the case where the players have to say what they're going to say. Like, they don't get to choose. And also, oftentimes symphony players it's a job, they're being paid, and they don't get, like, they have to do these things or they lose their job, right? Like, there's, like, a symphony is, like, very, like, what do you call it?
There's a difference, and I think even if you take out remove the possible imbalance and things like, I think the possibility of control of a conductor is higher because of the innate stage. But at the same time, the way a symphony is designed requires a conductor. Like, there's a reason a conductor needs to exist.
It's true.
Because
it's true.
I as a cellist, have no fucking clue what the flautist is playing. Like, it just... The only person in a symphony or a performance of a symphony who has all the music and knows exactly what's going on is the conductor. And
people will point to early music as, like, because it's often conductorless, as, like, here's the egalitarian sort of mode that is not fascist. And I was like, also, but early music ensembles are 7 people. Like it's just a totally different kind of music.
It's not 143.
No, it's just like totally like that's a different function. And I've been thinking a lot about we have been talking about sort of S&M theory for a moment.
Yes.
Well, actually, there are a couple of things, right? And so part of the conversation was that basically the only people who like the traditional setup between GM and players are GMs. There's no reason why a player would like that at all. It's just basically only GMs power tripping. And as a player, I enjoy GM-less games, but I really enjoy GM'd games because of the way that I play as a player. As a player, I really like actor stance, where I get to be in my character. And games that a lot of the sort of the newer indie games that are either GM-less or distribute a lot of GM power onto the players are not things that I like as much when I want to go full on actor stance, because those games require me to come out of actor stance to actually to be part GM. Like I want to stay in character. I don't want to have to pop out of character and start doing meta things. Now, if I'm asked to play in a game like that, I will do it, and it's fine. And I can also have fun. But in my like most enjoyed space, I don't think of the GM being in charge of the world as oppressive to me in any way. I don't think of them as having power over me. I think of them taking care of that so that I can concentrate on my character, and I love that.
And it's like, yes, there are horrible GMs.
Mm-hmm.
There are a shit ton of them. There are also people, and you had a lot of them, particularly in the 80s and 90s, because there was a bunch of people who only learned how to GM from these people that weren't really good. Mm-hmm. But you also have some really great GMs. And like one of the things when I run games, or the way I set up games, I think of them differently. I think of the game that we're going to be running differently. It's a collaborative story that the players and I are going to tell together. My job is to set the world for the players to experience.
Yeah, so Baron Tor says the GM is a role in the game, not ruling over the game, and that's a fundamental difference. That's where like I appreciate a structural argument, but I fundamentally disagree that the GM is like I just disagree with the hierarchy, right? Like I that kind of
because it also then gets into the concept of then the GM, if is removed from the table, is not also, and that goes back to my problem with Cypher system. The inherent actions of the GM are an intrusion. That they are not part of the world. That they are not also part of the table. That they are somehow removed, and therefore a lesser. And they're like, well, we're just in GM retrusion. It's not like the GM is actually doing things. It's like, okay, but that's good. But there are games like Powered by the Apocalypse. Powered by the Apocalypse games, the GM does not roll anything. 9 times out of 10, the GM is not rolling anything. It's a little bit different with Rapscallion, because if I'm rolling, like, they actually have rules for ship-to-ship combat, and I might be rolling to, did this ship hit your ship?
Yeah.
That's okay, but for the most part, that's, whatever. It's just... But but that's not the same thing.
It assumes an always already antagonistic relationship between the GM and the player, and
it also assumes then it also comes into the other side of like the GM having to be care for the GM. Checking in on the GM is a bad thing.
Yes, yeah. Oh, and Faye, what you said, I haven't played GMless games. I have played a lot, and some of them are super fun. But I wouldn't be surprised if some players try to take a dominant role out of character. And for me, that is, like, when GM'd games go bad, it's when you have somebody who's, like, a really horrible, abusive GM. And when GM-less games go bad, it's when you have a player who understands that there's no structure, and so they take advantage of that, and they start... Like, have you ever GM'd and had, like, one of those players that is a spotlight hog and, like, sort of problematic, and because you're the GM, you can shut that down. You're like, okay, well, now we've given you some time, we're going to move over to the other people now. Like, that part of your job is to sort of make sure everybody gets some equal time.
Your GM is a host at a dinner party, and their job is to, and this is a thing that I firmly believe in, this is how I think about every game that I set up. You are thinking about who you're inviting to the table, because you are not rejecting anyone from playing in general, but this particular dinner party, may not be the time to have Sam and Charlie, because, and these are just generic names, not referring to any particular people.
Okay.
Sam really is a very outgoing, very gregarious person, but when he drinks a little bit, he can be kind of overly effusive and slightly center stage. And Charlie is a very reserved person and doesn't like to be like that. So, yes, they're both your friends, and you would invite them to multiple things, but you think about they don't get along, so you don't put them at the same table together. You also don't be like, I know that Bob really enjoys a more formal dinner party. This isn't what that's going to be. This is going to be a little bit more different. The theme isn't right for Bob. I'm going to think about who that is. I have to think about the people at the table. Are they going to get along? I'm going to have to think about the game that we're playing. Is this a game that everyone is going to enjoy? Is this a theme that people are going to enjoy? And then it's also your job as a good hostess to make sure that people aren't doing stupid shit and to encourage. But it's also, you're still having a party and you should be having fun at your party.
Yeah, that's right. You're not, and I think about the ways in which, like, that unfortunate player type, sometimes they love GM-less games because no one's there to stop them from being an overbearing spotlight hog, right? Like there's no, so it's not like, so I don't actually, and so I think for me, I actually just don't experience the GM player relationship in the way that they are assuming to make their structural argument. And I'm thinking about a couple of things as like examples. One, of course, would be partner dancing with lead and follow. I actually don't think, I mean, you can be a gross lead, I suppose, but lead and follow, it's not that the lead is better than the follow. It's that they
can see what's going on behind you.
Yeah, that's it. Right? And it's just different. And some people really like to follow because there are things you get to do as a follow that you don't get to do as a lead, and vice versa. It's not that like one has the power over the other in this like very like strict way. They're just a little bit different. Like especially in like say swing dancing. If you're doing a Lindy, the follow gets to do all this cool styling and cool stuff, and it's like, you know, like it's not like fundamentally oppressive.
You know, 5'4" means I learned to dance from my grandfather, and all of my cousins also learned to dance. So like, but when I would go swing dancing, it'd be like, I'm 5'4". Most of the guys who are dancing here are like significantly taller than I am, which is great because then they can do the lifts and the toss, and I can do the aerials.
Yes. And maybe you want to do that. Maybe you're like, that's what I want to do.
I want to do the aerials. Great.
Yep.
But also then there's a rumba or a rumba. Rumba is the Latin dance where it's all about the quote unquote male dancer lead. We should use, well, I guess we'll use the lead terminology.
Yeah, we'll use lead.
But I would also use the term male for rumba because it's about male presentation.
Yeah.
Posturing. It's about a lot of male posturing.
See, masculine.
Yeah, masculine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Masculine. I was looking for words and I couldn't.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Masculine, and it was very much in rumba. It's very much a masculine presenting where the lead is trying to show off to
Are you thinking tango maybe?
No,
because tango's pretty.
No, tango is feminine.
That's true. It is, and it's also freeform, which is interesting.
It's more freeform. Yeah. Tango is feminine because the tango is about her manipulation of him. And
that's true.
And if you watch so one of the best scenes to show off the actual power and relationship dynamic of Latin dance, particularly feminine versus masculine Latin dance, is Morticia and Gomez Addams in the Addams Family Values when they're and you're like, you realize that 9 times out of 10 in tango, in a good tango, like full tango, the guy is a post who to stand there so she can
do her thing.
Show off.
Yeah.
And rumba is about well, literally male presentation and throwing your chest out in the middle to show off to her. So they're mirrors of each other. But
that's right. And then to sort of pivot, but it's not a pivot at all. So I often think so Berentor said perceived power dynamics compared to actual power dynamics. I think this is really important. So Dossie Easton and Catherine A. List are these two women who are S&M sadomasochism theorists that come out of the San Francisco scene. And the San Francisco scene is particularly, or at least it certainly was in like the 80s, particularly theoretical and like really thoughtful about like wanting to theorize what S&M is and how it works. And of course, and thinking about ethics and all of that. And not everybody follows their school, noting it, right? But what I think is really interesting is they've got these two books, the topping book and the bottoming book, which I find really, really cool, very interesting. And I have actually recommended them to a lot of my academic colleagues who are doing things where it might be interesting to think about. And one of the things they talk about is that the perceived power dynamic in a scene, like a bondage domination scene, S&M scene, whatever, is the perceived power dynamic is the top has all of the power and the bottom has none of the power, and the top is like oppressing the bottom and like all this stuff. Like if you're gonna, people who are like anti-SM who don't know anything about it, that's their perception of it. But they say that actually that is not at all the case, right? Like in a scene, the bottom has all of the power because they're the ones that sort of set the parameters, and it's like it's about them, and it's sort of like thinking about like the top is dominating the bottom because the bottom said, in this scene, I want you to dominate me in these ways, and this is and not in these ways. And so like thinking about the the phrase they use is power exchange. It's not like in the meta, in the scene itself, it might be about domination or whatever, but in the meta, it's about a sort of an equal power exchange. And so for me, if we want to sort of, not in the X card way, but if we want to sort of think about power exchange as a concept, when I think about table with a GM, it's about power exchange. It's not me over you. It's about us together doing a thing. We just have slightly different roles and there are different expectations. And if I'm a player in a game with a GM in a traditional game, I'm like, oh, you're going to take care of all of that? Thanks. Like, I don't have to worry about making sure we get to the end, or like I don't have to worry about all that stuff. Like you're going to take care of that. I get to think about my character. I get to be in character. And the reason why I get to be in character is because you as a GM are taking care of that for me. And I think that becomes, and like, that is for me, that's really great. And it does not feel like I don't have agency. It doesn't feel like I don't have power at all. And I think about the ways in which people are talking about player agency in ways that are very like, so for example, like, well, in a traditional game, you don't have any player agency because you don't get to create the world. And I was like, well, that's an agency, but I get to create my character, right? Yeah, GMs are pleasure tops. That's what they are. Like GMs are pleasure tops. Like that's what they are, right? They're like service-oriented tops.
Didn't we say about like it's a hostess at an event? I want to throw that out there. I mean, your job is, your job is a GM is to make sure that everyone's having fun and setting things up. It's a great terminology is for pleasure tops, but it's like
including yourself.
Including yourself. It's like, okay, and some people are like, well, I can't control the world in a you were saying with a GM game. It's like, but if you're a okay, I'm sorry, I know this is a horrible comparison, but in the real world, there are things that happen that I will A, have no knowledge of, B, have no effect on. Like, I just, I live in the United States, I live in Connecticut, I will have never, I am an American citizen, I am solely an American citizen. I will have no effect on British politics.
Yeah.
I can watch it, I can see the effect it might have on me, but I can't vote in those elections. I can't really do, and like, I'm sorry that there are things that you can't control. But if you, and I see sometimes those power dynamic GM players who are forcing this narrative of control on other people. I frequently see them who are reacting to an out of control reality that they wish to then impose a control. And I think that means it's like, and this brings me to my point of your D&D group, and D&D here is any tabletop role-playing game that you are playing, are not your therapists.
Yeah, that's true. And that's a little unfair, right? Like, that's unfair to do that. I think, personally, it's unfair to sort of impose your therapy session on your group without consent, right? Like that if you, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's unfair. So the GM has stories to tell, the players have stories to tell. The GM has a broader range of stories they can weave into all the players' stories. And like for me, I think about this a lot. Like I think about like, well, and I also think there's some kinds of misrepresentations of the thing, and I think that's unfair. So for example, but in a traditional game, the player has no agency. And I was like, well, I don't know why you think that. Well, because they can't change the world. And I was like, well, first off, they can through their characters,
through their characters' actions, they can change the world. I may not be able to say that I come into this town and like, oh, well, I want to put a name on that bar. I'm like, great. Do you own it? It has a name. Yeah. It's a bar. You walked into this town. Did you ask what the name of the bar is?
Yeah, and sometimes, and even in traditional games, there's some GMs who are like, sure. Give me the name of the bar. Like, that's fine.
Like, or it'd be like, oh, wait, you're walking into this town. I've got this. I don't have a name off the top of my head. Give me a name quick. What's in there? Give me something I can work with. That's great. And full disclosure, I am a heavy investment world building GM.
Yeah, that's right.
Who is a improv GM at the table.
Yes, that's right. Me too.
I can tell you. For example, the Vampire the Masquerade game I ran, we ran it. I set it in New York. New York City is not like other cities. Yeah, it just isn't. And trying to build a Camarilla setup on like this will function in New York is like, okay, so we're gonna have a prince. We're going to have the Primogen Council, but you're not going to just have one sheriff. You're going to have a captain for every borough. You're going to have harpies for every borough because those are going to be different dynamic groups based on where you are and all of these things. And so I built out a world and all of these things. Now, maybe the players aren't going to interact with all of it, but I have it here. I also have all of my quote-unquote villains who are going to be your antagonists for whatever, your antagonists or whatever is going to happen. And all of these things are going to be happening and will have effects. Are the players going to interact with all of it? Maybe not. But this way, if like the player's like, so the one true moment I as a DM froze for half a second with a player was in the first long campaign that I ever streamed. It was on Simon's channel, Wandering DM. It was Go West. It was a Western Pulp Cthulhu campaign, which was actually really kind of great. And it was really well done. We're getting to like the climax of the thing. And so they have stolen they have a book. They have a Cthulhu mythos book, okay? For those of you who don't know, if you've seen Evil Dead, you don't read the Necronomicon for a reason, y'all.
Don't do it.
Just don't. Like, reading these books are going to be horrible things.
The GM says, here's a book, and you're like, burn it. Like, let's go on. Yeah.
You don't. So they have captured the book. They're running away. You know, there are other things that are going on. Just have the name of Captain Cousteau's ship ready for Saturday, Prax. I mean, I thought we decided that it was the crusty baguette. I will have it ready, John. But I
often make characters who will read the book. It's never a good idea.
No. Trooper, reading the book? I GM Cthulhu. Everybody does that. No. He's running away from the bad guys who are actively, like, on horseback chasing him, and he wants to make sure that they can never get a hold of the book. Also, I want it noted, he's already found out that there are pages missing from the book, okay? These are facts he has as a player. And he decides he wants to make sure that no one will ever get a hold of all of the book. So he eats a page of the Cthulhu Mythos book. And you're just like, wait, what?
Well,
Okay. Well, and you can actually go back and watch this VOD where I freeze and I'm like, you do what? Okay then. Let's roll with this. Okay, and then I'm like, no, this will be great. So roll me a constitution check because you're eating horrible magic that will fuck you up. Yeah. Oh, you don't vomit it back up and you just kind of feel it kind of squirm your way down your throat, living and live like it snakes into your stomach. Oh, wait. you also got this book off of your ex, who you may or may not have killed. No, you did kill her. You did kill her. And the book drove her mad, and there are her notes in the book. Hi, you now have your ex-girlfriend sitting around your back of your head.
Nice.
But it's like, that was like a pause, and but oh wait, there are world-building tools that I have already set up.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
And for me, it's just about like, it's like when you're dancing follow. Like if I'm dancing a follow, if we're dancing a dance with a lead and follow, and I'm the follow, I would prefer to be the follow. That's what I'm here for. I don't want to be forced to back lead, right? Because you know what I mean? Like I want to just follow now. And I think, and I was thinking about
back leading is not safe.
No, it's not safe. Like, yeah. And I was just thinking about some of the sort of big narrative games that I have done and I have enjoyed, but I have to go into it knowing that I'm going to be a co-GM as opposed to just being a player, even ones with GMs in them, right? And that's a very different mindset for me, being a co-GM than just being a player. Yes. It means I have certain responsibilities, and that means that also that I have to play my character differently. So what ends up happening is that rather than just being able to be my character, sometimes I have to think, well, part of my job now is being the co-GM, which means sort of working on narrative things, which means I need to sort of do some things that my character would not do, because that becomes important for the overall, like in ways that I wouldn't do if there were a GM who's going to be in charge of that, right? Like all of a sudden, like, okay, well, I'm going to have my character fall unconscious now because that's going to be really good for the story. And then like when I play Fiasco, like I don't play Fiasco like a regular player. I can't, right? Because if you do, the game is not going to work that way. And sometimes I just want to be a regular player. I just want to be able to enjoy being a player and not also being a GM, especially since I GM all the time. You know what I mean? And sometimes I just want to be able to.
I want to play Good Society, and I have a game of Good Society that I want to run, but at the same time, I'm also like, I know that there's that existence of the meta intrusion from other players that can address the narrative, and I firmly have the opinion that I would be very particular about who I would play that with because of that level. And like going back to our
can always say no though. That's you can always refuse.
You can always say no, which is available, but there's always that you can. Mechanically speaking, you can always say no. How many Good Society games have you run where they actually say no and stick to it?
I have, but mostly because you have two options. You can either say yes with a change, or no. Yeah, and it's happened. And I will say that I've.
But most of the time, it ends up being yes with a change, right?
Yeah, but it's usually interesting, right? Because I'm going to run a Jersey Shore Good Society. Is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be like Real Housewives, Jersey Shore, Big Brother, Love Island. It's gonna be like I'm gonna do like a reality show, Jersey Shore.
Means that I require everybody to be eating lemon ice and cannolis the entire game.
And is that bad? No, it's not. It is not bad.
No, it's not. But you need to actually get real cannolis. And I'm sorry, Georgia, the entire state thereof.
Yeah.
Whipped cream does not go in a cannoli.
No,
that is not a cannoli. No. That's just whipped cream inside a pastry shell.
Yeah, but I've played and I've played in and run Good Society, and one of the reasons why I was like, this is a game that's very out of my zone. Let me do it, and in the end, it ends up being really fun. But I will give you a couple of thoughts, and it's actually what you might like about it is that it's actually got interesting crunch. It's diceless, but the crunch that exists is actually quite interesting, and it works well.
Yeah, I've been watching it. I've been reading through it. I'm intrigued by the concept. And full disclosure, yes, Trooper is one of the people I would play that game.
Oh, I would play Good Society with you in a heartbeat. The letter writing is really good. The monologue is really good. But what I find is that it really does require a very different relationship to your character in a very sort of you become very meta in certain ways. Now with good players, you screw your character over just as much as anybody, and actually you screw your character over more, because if you get screwed over, you get points for it so that you could use. But there becomes it's a very interesting way of thinking about it. And one I would say, I don't think Good Society is a game I would play for a year, right? Yeah. Like I think that it's a thing that you I would actually like to play it for 8 sessions. There's some things that you can do if you play a little, like I think you can play it in 1 session, but I don't think Good Society works really well in one session. People like it, but I think it gets a little too goofy because you're driving towards your goal and you have not enough, like, it becomes a little too contrived.
People forget that for those of you who don't know, Good Society is a game based on Jane Austen books. A one-shot Jane Austen is like a half a chapter.
Yeah, that's right.
It's also Jane Austen, and like almost all of the other authors of her day are writing serials.
That's right.
They aren't. They were published as weekly chunks that you then came back to.
Yeah, and I've done 2 sessions. I've done 6. I would like to do 8 to 10 with some of the expanded rules. And basically, I think that the longer you get, the more serious the game can get, because you don't have to drive so quickly, and the less contrived it gets in terms of, okay, let me rephrase this. The longer it is, the less work I have to do it in a meta way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the less you have to do, it's like there's more opportunities for things to eventually get to where you know you want to be. And I think that's like, also,
so it becomes a little bit less intrusive. So like I get to play a little bit more. Like you're always being meta in that way in that game. You can be in it and like have great times, but when you have only 1 or 2 sessions, you have to do so much more meta work outside of your character to make sure we get to a satisfying end. But when you go with the longer form, and I've yet to be in a game that does this, and I really want to, and that's one of the reasons why I want to do a longer form version of it, is that you have your goal that is your character's goal that you're aiming for. And there are rules that if it's short, you don't do it, but there are rules for changing your goal, so that if over time what your character's goal is changes, then you can change your goal. And that I think is really interesting, right? I think that would be like, I really want to play with that mechanic, because then it becomes, you get to actually be a little bit more in your character that way, so that your goal can be more organic. And so I think the longer you play the game, you can't do it forever. The longer you play it, I think the more you get to be a little bit more, sit in your character a bit more, and then the shift. But I will also say, I think this also works well for Good Society. The rigid phase structure in Good Society works really well, I think, for letting you be in character, in the sense that a lot of the really meta things that happen in the phases where you're not RPing. So there's a kind of a way in which you can, in the epistolary phase and like basically the RP phase, you can kind of just be in your character a little bit more.
So it's not, the things that would take you out of it from the meta are intentionally separated out.
And now there are things that happen in the RP space that are meta things, but they become things like, I think it would be really interesting if the maid overheard this conversation. And now, if the maid overhearing the conversation is not going to mess with your character at all, then actually then it's fine. Like, you don't have to pay points for it or anything like that. But if it's like, okay, you're confessing your feelings to this person that, like, kind of secretly, and if the maid overheard it, it would kind of mess up your character a little bit. So I'm thinking, I would like to propose to you, Prax, that the maid overhears it, like the jealous maid overhears this. Would you take the resolve token to have that happen? And you're like, yes, that I will take. And so then you get the resolve token that you get to use, but you might say, okay, yes, but she will overhear it. But I want to say that
she doesn't hear everything about it, and confuses who's being discussed.
Yes, right. And then you're like, okay, oh, that's cool. Yeah, let's do that one, right? Or like, actually, I kind of don't want the maid right now. I think this is not, I don't want the maid to overhear this one. And people are actually fine with that one too, because I think it's because of the way, I think the kind of meta-ness of Good Society that kind of pulls you out of your character regularly, because you're also playing NPCs, and there's a lot of NPCs. There's a lot of like shenanigans with NPCs. I think there's a way in which people are more willing to say no to things and also yes to things. But I think more importantly, the things that people ask to intrude end up being very different. They do not feel to me, and I think it's maybe the way the game is set up, they do not feel antagonistic, right? There's something about, even if they, I suppose, technically are antagonistic, they often don't feel that way because they feel very tropey. Like you're about to go to the ball, and like I would like to propose that your carriage breaks down, so you actually don't get to the ball in time. Would you take that, right? Because and you're like, okay, do I think it'll be interesting for my character to show up late to the ball, knowing that that means that, right? And I know why she wants that. She wants that so she has time with, like, Mr. Bingley by herself. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'll take that, but I'm gonna say that I want Mr. Bingley to actually come across my broken carriage.
And offer me a ride, how scandalous.
Right, like, oh, and you're like, okay, sure, we'll go with that, but now I'm gonna make a scandal rumor. Like, so there's this way in which there's this kind of cool.
I like.
And I've also done it against my own person as well.
Huh?
Like I've done it against my own character. Like at one point in time, they're like, okay, this, and it was like this moment where I was like, oh, this is what good society does, which is interesting. That I made a sort of a move through a rumor. It was a thing I did where because I was disinherited, my character was disinherited, and my goal was.
I watched that game.
Yeah. Where I was like, I want the letter that would re-inherit me to sort of happen, and they're like, okay, now it's happening. I was like, wait, no. I think that we can't find it just yet. Like, which screwed over my character, right? But it wasn't the right time for the letter to be found yet. So it's like, okay, no, let's have a contrivance so that my character doesn't find it yet. So there's a way in which that thing ends up being really fun and cool, but again, that's not the same experience as a game with a GM, right? Like I play very differently, and sometimes I just want to be my character. You know what I mean? And so and Good Society is really fun. Some of the other ones I found less fun because Good Society is really well structured to actually let you be in it. And the Jane Austen part I think is important.
Yeah, I think the Jane Austen part is important. I also think it's it's like descended from the Queen games. If they're written well, they're a good. You're both meta and not meta in that game at the same time, but you're embodying everything as the same thing because of the way the structure is. I guess for me is to bring it back to our conversation. Like, I do not think, and here's a lot, or go back to our tied to the original point that brought us to this point, our original topic about GM-less games that brought us to this point. A large number of those people who propose that the GM dynamic is oppressive, claim that GM'd games cannot give you emotional feels, and they want to experience feels. And I would say that it's actually wrong. It's the reverse. Because if I know that I'm playing in a GM'd game, I can, I would never put Ainfra, Ainfra as a character cannot exist in a GM-less game.
That's true.
Because Ainfra is broken on such a fundamental level that she... And broken in a, there are 5 stages of grief. Ainfra hasn't gotten beyond possibly half of step 1.
Yeah.
She's so focused on what she needs to do, but also being reactionary to everything else, that her emotional state is... it isn't until, it ended up being... it was episode 18, 19... No, it was 19? It was episode 19, where you finally saw what Ainfra was like when she had an emotional response to something.
Yeah.
And it's there have been emotions and there have been things that she's been experiencing, but she was not gonna just show that off because that's not who she is. But at the same time, this character is such that we talk about safety and feelings and all of these things, and was one of those, if you are going to embody a character at the table, I want someone more than just another player being hey, are you okay? Because that's there's a lot of things that can be going on.
Yeah.
And I feel like a large number of people who also purport these particular GM-less games, there are certain people of them, and I can look at them and I know who they are, and I know the ways in which they manipulate systems to get what they want. One in
Mhm.
particular was playing a game with Good Society
Uh-oh.
with an individual and X-carded that individual's letter.
Oh. Huh.
Because the letter is sad.
Oh.
You as a character, I am X-carding your player character's emotions because it's sad and I don't want sad.
Oh.
I'm like, okay, that seems... Personally, I think that's a manipulation and abuse of the system. But I also see that is a way in which you're having large personality players overtake and that's what you would call a dick move.
Yeah. And also, Baron, I feel like the things that happen in Good Society, generally speaking, how they're framed, feel additive because of the ways in which the players are not necessarily. There's something about the way in which the sort of the goal, the way that the structure of the game itself. So, side note, this is something I think is just about. I'm going to sort of give a props to Good Society. I think it's like a Good Society is a game with no dice. It can be GM-less, although they recommend having a facilitator to herd those cats, which I do recommend.
I recommend that too.
But it is actually a kind of a crunchy game. It's not a game that is. It's like there's a lot of crunch in that game, and I think all of the crunch, even though there's no dice, really works to encourage the game to feel more cooperative and not competitive, or to sort of constrain it in interesting ways. And there's something really interesting about the way that Good Society does its rules light, sort of GM lightness, that feels very different than a number of other games. And it's one of the reasons why I would play it multiple times, not with jerks, of course, but I wouldn't play anything with jerks, because it gives you a kind of a different experience that does not feel to me like it makes it harder for people to run away
with the story or control things. I will say Barantor, I think that is the problem.
Yeah.
You just realized what shirt Trooper's wearing? I mean, Honey Baked Shenanigans with Golden Glory.
And over here it actually says holes. There's just like little.
Yep. It is a great shirt. At Barantor, I would also say that I think that is the problem with, like, mad props to Kiana for the you made that. Yeah.
I know, so good. I love this shirt.
Good. It is a good shirt. It is a great shirt. I love it, Eris. I'm not gonna lie. I think mad props to Kiana for the work that they do
and the conversation that started.
I think that there is a conversation problem that are coming out of the safety toolkit, where there is an equation to the way equation between TTRPG safety tools and BDSM safe words
they're not the same,
that are inherently wrong, particularly the way the X card functions. And I honestly have a small, again, I think about these things and I think about these things a lot. I have a small problem with the way the X card explanation functions, because I think it is inherently unsafe. Because in the discourse, people are like, it's like BDSM safe words, and an X card is like safe wording out, and you're never supposed to discuss why you X carded a thing, it's just gone. And I'm like, that's not how a safe word works. Because if you safe word something, play immediately stops, you pull back, a responsible Dom, who is not an abusive, but an actual responsible Dom, their job is to then, A, are you okay? B, what caused you to safe word out? C, how can we prevent this situation from coming forth again? And the way the X card is explained and a large number of people talk about it in particular is the minute something is X-carded, it is gone and we don't talk about it. Okay? But just because you got rid of the trauma in the meta, within the narrative, doesn't mean that that trauma may not have occurred, is still being experienced by the player in the moment. You need to step back. You need to say, okay, what about this situation? Was it everything about this situation? Was it a small factor in this situation? And you need to make sure that people are okay. And if you're not, then I feel that that is irresponsible.
So what's interesting about this, and this is like
aftercare, yes,
and aftercare, right?
And
aftercare,
and that's a thing that is also important for GMs.
Well, okay. Can I give you my small little minor pet peeve, and which is like I just hit my head, and it kind of bugs me when people assume that in a BDSM context that DOMs would never need to safe word, like they don't need aftercare. Like, hold on a second, like, wait a minute.
The safe word is there for a reason and for both parties, or every party at the table. You need to know how to avoid stumbling into that trigger again. Exactly, what McGarry shared. Like, people are like, I'm going to X card an experience that I witnessed. I am going to X card this player's tale about what they're doing with their NPC because I don't want this NPC. I'm X carding this NPC. I'm X carding this tale. Okay, so what are you talking about? Well, this player has taken this NPC who was tied to them. It was their NPC, and was like, I'm going to set them up for a mission they're going to undergo by themselves, and the mission's going to fail, and she's going to get captured, and she's going to die.
Yeah.
And the other player's like, I X-card that. Okay, so what part of that are you X-carding? Well, can we maybe step it back so that she gets captured, and then it's a whole thing about rescuing? You know? No, you can't put that NPC in danger. I'm like, then then what? But you're now controlling the emotional responses of other people at the table, and it's not about using the X card as a safety tool for you. It's about using the X card or as a
meta-narrative device.
And Bernter's correct. No system is perfect, and the X card should not be taken as should become under scrutiny at some point. Some of it is being, don't be a dick and say that safety tools are a bad thing, and
because that's terrible.
That's stupid. But you need to, and here's what I said to a bunch of people, is like, safety tools should never replace the social contract of the table.
And so,
if you're using a safety tool in replacement of the social contract, then you're having a problem.
And so one of the things I was thinking about, and look, I understand the thought process behind when someone X cards, there'll be no questions asked. I understand the process, right? The idea that somehow this is like you
don't want to badger people.
You don't want to badger people, right? That's the concern.
Like, I don't need to know all the details of your life.
Yes. Like, I don't want to, you don't want to badger them or force them to relive their trauma. Like, there are a bunch of, I get that. But here's the thing about BDSM. One of the things that, and is this true? Not necessarily, but I'll say the thing first. One of the things that people in the BDSM community like to say, which is not always true, but they like to say, that in the BDSM community, there's way, way more healthy discussion about boundaries and what people like and what they don't like. And there's way more communication than in sort of non-BDSM spaces. And I've often heard things like, if there's one thing that the BDSM world could give to people who are not into BDSM is like more communication, open communication. Now, of course, there are bad actors in the BDSM. There's like Master Steve, who's like terrible, but like generally speaking, right?
We're talking about general people, and for those of you who want further discussion, I will direct you to Sharang Biswas and everything that he talks about.
Yes. But one of the things is, I think one of the ways, I think this may be where you're getting perhaps, is that there's this sort of framing of the X card as if it's like the safety word, as if we're talking about the sort of the BDSM structure. But the BDSM structure is actually about opening communication rather than closing communication. And if somebody safe words, you don't say, why did you safe word? What's wrong with you? How dare you? Like, don't say, like, you don't make them justify the safe word. It's not about making them justify, but it is about having a conversation so that that when we continue on in the future, we can, like, it's because if somebody safe words, we need to renegotiate our lines and veils, right? Like almost like we need to have a new negotiation.
That's the thing, is like the X card should be it is a part of the social contract. The lines and veils are this portion of the social contract. Sitting down to the table is a social contract. Mm-hmm. For example, anytime I invite a player to a game, streamed or not, I give them a list of who I've already invited, what I'm talking about, what the major theme of the game is. So okay, and this goes back to our point about, like, I have problems with horror games. I will never play Bluebeard's Bride. Mm-hmm. I've watched it. I know people who have a great deal of fun with it. Mm-hmm. Not my game. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like, I can't. I am from a...
Scabby next point I think is really good. That it may be true of the community, but not all people who practice BDSM are part of the community. Yeah. But I wonder if that's true of people who are part of a similar community, right? So and I also think there's like sort of BDSM ideals, and then like random Master Steve who are...
Yeah, there are bad actors and there are people who are problems, but like within the narrative, let's use the idealist and optimal point of the narrative. But when I send a list of what the general themes or what things are going to be, and then I do another thing that's a little old school and apparently is déclassé today, I say, don't make your character. We're going to make characters at session 0 because. Don't come with a 20-page backstory to session 0. Let's look at who you're playing. How are you playing off of them? It might give you new ideas for everything that's going to end up happening. Let's do this. Let's build characters together. And then you can go back and give me your 20-page backstory after the fact.
I feel like Prax, I feel like that's mid-school. I feel like that's a mid-school, not old school or new school. I feel like that's a mid-school position, right? Because there's that one particular old school practice of D&D where you just come in with your character already made.
Yes.
And maybe you don't ever have a backstory. And then there's kind of like the new school, like, oh, we're going to do all of our character creation sort of together. But there's like a mid-school space where like that kind of is in between, which is also where I'm at there.
Well, I mean, I've been at games where people yelled at me because I didn't have all of my character developed at the start of session 0. I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean? It's like, well, don't you want all of your backstory? I'm like, okay, so, but that assumes that, and here's my thing, is like, if I come with 20-page backstory and to a game, so I don't know any of you people, and to be honest, the only reason it worked so well for Witcher is because we had the impetus of a commonality of our backstory that then became a framework for those backstories to interact.
To be more specific, we had a frame, right? And for me, one of the things that has always frustrated me about sort of very classic D&D, which still happens in many ways, is that people often give no frame, right? I think, and this is, again, does not have to be this way. You can play it in very different ways, right? But the default thing about D&D, which is what makes it really popular, by the way, it is its strength, right? It is its strength, is that it has all these baked in assumptions that nobody needs to talk about, right? So if I say make a D&D character, you know what that means. You're like, oh, okay, so I'm gonna make somebody who's gonna be fighting, and like we're gonna probably like kill monsters and get dragons and stuff, and there are like a couple like there are all these baked in assumptions about what the game is and what your characters are like, and so many people will just not have conversations about what their characters are all at all. They just sort of bring them together like, oh, and especially I will say, to nuance it, back in the old school days, there was often conversation at least about to make sure we had the class balance, that at least we had a cleric and whatnot. Nowadays, the current what I see a lot of is like, it doesn't, like, don't even worry about it, just make whatever you want and just come to the table.
Just make whatever you want, just come to the table, it'll be fine. And I'm like, I'm not looking to say you have to be the tank and you have to be the DPS and you have to be I'm like, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how does my character know you?
Why are we here?
Why are we here? And so the framework, and like, it doesn't have to be a major thing, but like the framework for the Witcher game, which worked wonderfully, was literally, we all had the same NPC tied to our background somehow. Some of us a lot more tied than others. Literally tied in our backstory, tied into our backstory. And then but we all had that same NPC, and then it's all about our coming together for that NPC has a framework structure.
Yeah. So to go back to GM versus GM games for a moment.
Oh, look, a Simon appears.
Oh, hello, the Simon. And some Beer and Pretzels games don't require that, and that's okay if that's what the group wants. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of D&D, you don't, like, in what is it called, like Adventures League, just, you know, just all very mix and match. By design, I try not to create more than an outline for a backstory. One thing, there's rarely assurance that the campaign will actually go long-term to explore that story. Well, that's true. And so for me, I think about, for me, one of the things in the kinds of games that I like to play, that is actually one of the jobs of the GM, is to create a frame. Now, I know people are like, I don't want any constraints. I want to be able to make whatever character I want. Like, I want to be able to do whatever I want. You're not the boss of me. I do what I want.
Yeah,
and I was like,
I'm sorry. Gravity affects everybody. Deal with it. And that's my answer. It's like, okay, you're going to be bringing this character. How do you know that character can function in this world?
Right, and the thing is, and this is I think also quite important, and this is the thing about D&D, it's so interesting. One of the reasons why you can do that in D&D, and it will work, is because the characters are very constrained, right? Like, you cannot make a character who is not combat ready in D&D, because they're all combat ready, and that is the assumed main thing that you'll be doing. It's one of the reasons why you can make modules after modules after modules in D&D, because there's this sort of assumed unspoken frame. In contrast, GURPS in contrast, and not only GURPS, but other ones like it, they don't have a lot of adventures. There are not a lot of modules. Why is that? Because there's no base assumption even of what time period you're in. Like how many, like, and so if you're going to play GURPS, Fate, a number of systems, you actually can't make your character before you get there, because you need to have some, like, what rules options are we using? Are we going to be doing a game where we're all chefs? Because like, I mean, you can play a game with no combat at all, none, zero, and maybe you need to know that. Like, what you can play is so different. And so I always think that it is especially in games where there's a lot of flexibility, it is the GM's job to propose a frame. The players can agree or not to that, or not, right? I mean, it's right.
Well, I mean, but I think it also ties into the assumption of, like, you're proposing a frame and a theme. Yes. And if you as a player say that you're going to play that game when the GM has told you in advance that that's the theme and the frame, you bought in. Your agency is there.
Yeah, that's right. And this is like really important, right? Because I think that and that frame does not have to be that all the characters know each other at first. That's not necessarily the frame. There are a lot of different frames, right? So, for example, we all know Ezekon of Krieg, the Witcher, in some way. That's a frame. I once had a frame where, and it was for like a kind of like a supernatural sort of a thing, where like, woo, mysterious, where the frame was everybody had to be in a diner on a lone highway in the middle of the desert on New Year's Eve, right? So think of a character who for some reason would be at this location. So I kind of think of like frames can be often people, locations, jobs. Like everyone in this job is going to be a member of the Cardinal Richelieu's Guard. That's our frame. Okay. Like, you know, like there's like, you can do frames in many different ways that do not necessarily involve everybody knowing each other at first, but you know,
at least have some connection between a character has a connection to someone.
Yeah, or at least basically there's a certain kind of buy-in that, especially in more open games, you just have to have. right? I mean, and also I will note that that buy-in is also still there in D&D. It's just that nobody says it out loud, right? The buy-in is like, there are so many assumptions that go into making D&D work that nobody speaks about, but those assumptions are, you're going to play somebody who's combat oriented, that's combat capable, and that when I give you a mission to start the game, you're going to say yes. And that you're going to basically contrive to work with this party of randos. That like, when we all meet in the inn, you're all going to work together and take the mission from the hooded guy. Like, those are a bunch of conventions that are baked in to the assumptions of how that D&D game is going to work. And that, like, and if you don't do that, then that D&D game is not going to work. It's just that other games you have to be more explicit about those assumptions.
You have to be more, in some games you have to be more explicit about the assumptions. And then there are games like when you say, for example, Simon will agree with me on this, when I was like, hey, we're going to run a vampire game. I want to set it in New York. It's going to be a vampire game in New York. Okay, so you know that it's about themes about vampires in New York.
Yeah.
And then I brought everybody together because most of the players had never played vampire before.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And like, ever.
That would be interesting. That would be interesting because vampire is not just a game with vampires. It's a very particular kind of game with vampires.
It's a very particular type of vampire game, kind of game, and it's a very particular, and it's a very different mechanic system, particularly if you've only played, if you've only played D&D. Vampire the Masquerade and World of Darkness games is a very different mechanical system, but it's an easy mechanical system to follow and understand, and it takes time and effort and crunch to put together the character sheet. But once you do that, it's everything is gone. So we brought
I also find that vampire, like GURPS and like Witcher, your benchmarks are very clear.
Yes.
So like, you know what a good skill is and you know what a good skill is not. I found trying to put together a Shadowrun character that was not very clear. But go on.
Yeah. Also, the great question is, do I have enough D6s to play Shadowrun?
Yes. Yes.
Do I though?
No.
No, you never do. But you end up, so we're playing this game and they ended up with half, okay, you're going to have a coterie, you have half the players have played before, half the players have never played before, and we ended up, the answer is never. You can never have enough D6s, Simon is correct.
I have.
And so it ends up, so it ended up with being Simon and Scott were both the players who had played before, so they wanted to end up playing slightly older vampires, and then we had two new players who ended up playing relatively young vampires. So we had the vamp dads and their vamp children, and when I tell you that sometimes I love my players so much because they give me such wonderful, beautiful things, I had a player, Quentin is great, because Quentin decided he wants to play a Nosferatu. Like, when I have Quentin at a table, I know he is going to pull some random thing that is chaotic and weird, but fabulous out of wherever, and it will end up as a great thing. He played a Nosferatu. And then we started Merits and Flaws. He took Scary Face. Oh. He took Scent of the Grave. Oh. He took Permeating Evil.
Oh.
I'm like, guys, if I want you to tell you right now that theoretically, mathematically, there would be no way for you to achieve a charisma-based roll, period, if Herschel is there. Like, it just wouldn't work. So I'm not going to be horrible to you and just raise DCs. Because you're like, this is a -3, and that's a -3, and it's like, there's just no mathematical way you could do anything. But he became the most nost who ever nost.
Wow, that's amazing.
You can bond those things.
So there was a Scabinax did a thing. I proposed a short list of campaigns and players do ranked voting. So here's the thing that's really interesting. So I was a member of the Stoddard Circle, which was a group that was in San Diego when I lived in Los Angeles. So I'd like commute down to San Diego to play with them. And Bill Stoddard I knew because he wrote the steampunk supplement for GURPS, and he's written a lot of like supplements. And what he did was so he had like a lot of people who wanted to play with him. So like his like gaming circle was significantly large. It was a lot of people. And so what he did was he would do, and this is like a very particular thing he did, was that he would run 3 campaigns concurrently that would meet once a month, and it would run for like 2 to 3 years. Like we would there'd be a set number of be like, this is rest of the starter circle was like, this is a 2-year campaign, or this is a 3-year campaign, or a 1-year campaign. And what he would do is he would put out a pitch list. He's like, I'm interested in playing Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but set in old California, using this system. These are the themes. There's this game with he'd pitch like 4 or 5. And then we would all vote ranked. We do ranked voting for the games that we wanted to be in. And I think this is going back to your hosting thing. That's why I'm bringing this up. We would also say if there were a player we did not want to play with. Like if there was somebody we did not want to play with, we would note that we did not want to play with that person. So, because sometimes you don't want to be in a game with such a person, you know what I mean? Because there's a clash or whatever. And what ended up happening was very interesting is that there are some people that were never in the same game together.
That's fine.
And which is totally fine. But if nobody out of 20 people wanted to play with that one person, that person was not going to be playing with us anymore, because that person is clearly a problem, right? Like if a person's a big old jerk, they don't need to be included, right? And if nobody, and like we had a wide variety of players who liked very different things. Like there were people in the Soldered Circle that I never ever played with because I tended to go for sort of investigative and heavy RP sorts of games, or sort of like very role playery. And I didn't tend to do a lot of, even though I actually really enjoy combat, I really love a good tactical combat. I really do. But I almost never pitched for the superhero games or things that were like in that kind of a space. And so there are people I just never ever played with. Not a big deal. But if nobody was enjoying somebody, that if a person is really disruptive and they're a problem, then maybe they shouldn't be in that circle, like in that game, right? And it was interesting the ways in which that mechanic of like, is there anybody that you really don't want to play with, ended up making sure that we had a much healthier circle, and that people who were abusive and bad actors did not stay.
You got rid of, and it's like that's a way in which I think a GM is vital to games like that. Like there are other games where you don't necessarily need that.
Yeah. My roommate would. Yeah.
I've played games like that too. It's like I have a bunch of people that I have played games with, and I love them still dearly, but I don't like the type of game that they want to play.
Yeah.
Also, they play predominantly Pathfinder now, and like it's not. I'm just sorry, it's not a system I want to play. It's whatever, and it's like, but we're still friends.
Yeah.
And. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem is like you used to be that you would go to a local game store and you would play with whoever showed up, and that
can be bad. Especially back then.
Frequently. And so you didn't have the control or integration that you needed or wanted.
Or if the only people you played with, the people who were like, for me, the people at my high school were the only people I could play with, and that was not great either, right? So if you have a good group, then okay, but otherwise, then you're stuck playing with people that you may not want to play with, who may not be good for you.
I mean, like when I was in middle school and high school, we started with D&D, and then I didn't play D&D for years because the group wanted to play Vampire. Now, don't get me wrong, I love Vampire. But that's like, if the group doesn't want to do X thing.
Yeah, that's right. And then you have to manage that. I want to say one thing. I want to come back to something you said earlier, and it's a philosophical thing that I have thought about this quite a lot, and I think that some people would push back against this and be like, no, that's not right. But like, I'm just telling you where I'm at, and that is Bluebeard's Bride, which I kickstarted. I have it. I've also played it, and I think it's great. Like, I think it's really such a smart game, and I think it really does what it does really, really well.
Yeah.
I was asked to run it, and I thought about this a lot, and I do not think.
I think that it.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm gonna say an I statement, and then I'm gonna say a thing that's a little beyond an I statement, which, right?
It's okay. We understand. We're not.
So my I statement is that I do not think that I, as a man, should be GMing that game. The only way I could GM that game, I think, is if it were an all-male player base. But because of the kind of thematics it does, I do not think it's appropriate for a dude to GM Bluebeard's Bride with women who are players. And I understand that people would say, oh, no. And people have said that. They're like, people have pushed back. They're like, no. And I was like, nah. And I actually played it once. And I played it in a game with a bunch of dudes who at Gen Con who should not have been playing that game because they didn't actually understand what that game was about. Like, there are a bunch of references. Yeah. Oh, should I be so uncomfortable? Yeah, Wandering Game. Like, I just don't think it's a good idea. As a guy, I wouldn't want to play with all guys. I think it. No. The thing is, I just don't think a guy should GM that game unless they're only guys with players, because it's the power dynamic of basically the kind of feminine horror with a male GM imposing feminine horror on female players. I just think it's not a good idea. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. And the thing is, but I was playing this game, Bluebeard's Bride. I was playing it, and there were these things that were happening. It was really interesting. I think that there are guys who would play it really well, but at the table, I was playing it with some guys who, let me put it this way. I was in the Army this one time, right? And we had this new guy coming in, and you play pranks on people. That's what you do in the Army. You play pranks on people. It's your life. And they're you're not going to hurt them, but like pranks. And we were doing our motor pool. We were trying to fix the Humvee, and we said to the guy, oh, hey, we need some parts. Can you go to the supply? Can you go to company supply and get a box of fallopian tubes so we can sort of fix the Humvee? And he's like, okay. And he goes off to get the box of fallopian tubes. And we don't see him for like an hour. Hey, Balrog. And we don't see him for like an hour. And like after like an hour, like, where did he go? So we call company supply and we're like, where did our guy go? And he's like, oh yeah, I sent him off to battalion supply to get the box of fallopian tubes. And they're like, oh, so we call battalion supply and we're like, where did he go? Like, oh yeah, I sent him off to brigade supply to get the fallopian tubes. And then so we call brigade supply, and the brigade supply is like, yeah, we sent him to the hospital on base to get the box of fallopian tubes. And we're like, and of course we didn't know anybody there, so we had no idea what happened. But he comes back and he's completely red-faced and ridiculous and like, haha, because he did not know what fallopian tubes were. And my point is, there are a bunch of dudes who do not know anything about women. They don't necessarily see them like as people, or what women's experiences are like, the kind of the empathy part. And the problem is, when I was playing in this Bluebeard's Bride game, is that there were a number of references that I got immediately. There were certain things, like we went into a room and there was a long knitting needle with blood on it, and it was like this really, and they had no idea what that was referencing it at all. So a bunch of that feminine horror was lost on them, and some of the horror about lack of bodily autonomy, a bunch of the things they didn't get, right? And
they're not,
and their lack of getting it sort of messed up the experience a little bit. And I think that there are ways in which it could be like, it would just be like, it would be a very different game. Like, I could GM it for all dudes only, and it would be a learning game about teaching them about the feminine experience, but that's not the same thing as playing, like, it would be a different sort of game. And the idea of GMing it, if there were women who were playing it, I feel like that is a power dynamic that is like just not okay. Like, and like, that's just my feeling. And I would feel really suspicious if some dude is wanting to run it with a bunch of women. Like, it's just a thing. And like, and look, I'm saying this as a person who likes Bluebeard's Bride a lot. And I think there are people who are like really, but those are my feelings.
I have a problem. Like, I respect its not necessity. I respect what it does, and I respect its function in the narrative of the world. Bluebeard's Bride is by Magpie Games, Balrog.
It's really smart. It's a really
smart game. It looks at the players are all playing examples of a woman's psyche in Bluebird, and it's good. I am not in any way, shape, or form denying them.
And the psyche mechanic is so good, but that you're playing these different aspects of the same woman is so brilliant. And what happens when you get shattered is so brilliant. Like, and the story that I ended up playing in Bluebeard's Bride was amazing. It was really, really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can play a lot of really good, and look, there's a lot of people who really love it and really support it. It's just not me. Like, I read through that game. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't need this. You know, I really don't need this. And there's a level of like, so there are horror games that I will play. There are horror games where I will play if I know who the GM is and who the other people at the table are. And then there are just games that I will never play. Bluebeard's Bride is in the I will never play this game pile. I will play Cthulhu. I will play Cthulhu with, again, my caveat is I always need to know kind of who the players are, kind of thing. And at least played with one of the person there, and even if not everyone, so I can get a kind of general. And you know, I Cthulhu I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with vampire. I don't have a problem with like terror, like horror on like that level. But like,
I mean, look, Bluebeard's Bride is all about. It's a game about women's oppression, right?
It's a game about women's oppression. And
the horrors of it.
And if you quote unquote win the game, and this is like the end scenario of Bluebeard's Bride, there is no not happy ending, because that's not what the game is about. And it's like, I've played Cthulhu. Odds are it's not about big victory either. No.
It's a psychological thing. Either you stay with Bluebeard and that's not good for you, but you're quote unquote happy, but you're only happy because you've been destroyed, or you leave Bluebeard, which is also not great for you because society's not going to treat you well for that one. And then there's like this kind of weird middle space, which is what we got. But like it's like,
you end up in a weird kind of situation where I think for me the end situation is it has no consequence, no value. Does that make sense?
I think of it as like I think it's like this. There's no satisfactory ending, but I think that's the point. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like the point is to have an unsatisfactory ending.
And like that's fine. You know, it's like I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Like I would prefer. You know, it's like I'm okay. And it's not about no satisfactory ending, because there can be a satisfactory ending. And I think it can be a satisfactory ending, even if there's not a happy ending.
Yes. Agreed.
I play Cthulhu.
I play a lot of tragedies. I enjoy a good tragedy.
Yeah,
right?
A good tragedy. A great tragedy can have a very satisfactory ending, but will not be a happy one.
Yeah.
And I don't have as much I don't have a big problem with character autonomy loss next year, because again, I've played Cthulhu and with the actual insanity mechanic.
Yes. Yeah.
You can go insane and your character will never recover, and bye.
Or vampire with dominate, like, you know.
So one of my favorite characters of all time is a character that I actually put in my vampire game that I ran for Simon and Wandering DM as an NPC. I have two really great characters. This particular one was a Ventru. She is Véronique Montbéliard. She was a French noblewoman, lady-in-waiting to the Queen during the reign of Louis XIII, before she's turned, and then she flees France during the Revolution, because, guillotines are not good friends to vampires.
Yeah, it's awkward.
She goes to London and begins, she is trained as a, run a noble, a state, a city, a country, be the supporting backhand of a king. So she goes to London and, takes up with Mithras. You want to know what Dominate 9 looks like?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure that they're, like, people are like, so I'm going to try and dominate this player character. I'm like, what, how? Just try, how? They're like, well, I'm going to dominate you. I'm like, okay, that's good. How many dice are you rolling?
I'm going to tell you.
Well, I have 3 and 3. Okay, so you're rolling 6 dice.
Oh, that's cute.
That's cute. her bond with Mithras is a 9, so you're not even gonna get to the party yet. Have a fun time. But that also meant that, like, I've used, you know, I've also had that character who used a high-level dominate, and admittedly she used a high-level dominate against another player character, and I have never beaten this, where she rolled 23 successes.
Whoa! All right.
She rolled 23 successes. Well, full disclosure, she's acting as the chatelaine for the Ventru Primogen. They're having a party hosting the prince. And then she comes, like, everything's going well, and she walks into the room and, like, Victor, what is your ex-girlfriend, current Sabbat Bishop, doing in my dining room?
Oh.
Well, I can't have, you know, the public, I can't have the emotion. She was like, well, I can't let anyone know that a Sabbat Bishop got through a security when the prince is
bad.
here.
Yeah, that's bad.
And the Primogen Council. I can't have that happen, so I'm going to use Dominate and have him publicly break up with his girlfriend and have a horrible, horrible, scandalous fight, because that's better than having a Sabbat Bishop in the dining room. It was 23 successes. I felt kind of bad because he was a neonate, so it wasn't like he could really do a shit ton. It's like, I'm gonna roll for defense. How many are you rolling? 3. I'm like,
oh, that's so sad.
That's sad. I'm sorry for you.
And the thing is, like, when I think about Bluebeard's Bride, like, I am so glad that it exists. And I really love the stories that I've seen. Generally, women as GMs, mostly women as players, maybe like one dude, some non-binary people, whatever. Like, for me, like, Bluebeard's Bride is like an art house film. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like this art house film that's like a downer. And I really appreciate it, but I also think it's not for everyone. And I think that people often like to say, well, you know, anyone can play anything. And I was like, actually, I don't think that's true. I think there's some things that maybe you shouldn't play. Like, I should never GM that game. And people are like, but you could do a great job. I was like, that is not the point. That is actually not the point at all. I don't think I should. And I
just because you can doesn't mean you should. This is where I roll out a GIF of Jeff Goldblum.
Yes. And this is no, like, and honestly, I will tell you, I think that the mechanic where everyone's playing the psyche of the same person, and that if you quote unquote die, you actually don't leave, you shatter and you stick around, like, that is so cool. Like, there's so many really cool things. I just think that look, it's a game that's going to be dealing with, it's a female director version of an early David Lynch movie. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. That is exactly correct. And I just don't think that everything is for everyone. And I think that's okay. And I think a game that's going to be exploring things like sexual assault and abortion and domestic abuse and, like, all of the things, it's like it's exploring all of the triggers. That is going to be a game that you have to be very careful who's playing in it, who's GMing it, and what's going on there. Like, that's just, you know what I mean? And I'm glad that it exists. I think it's cool. And it's mythic and it's all that stuff. It's just that, you know, not everyone should be in that game.
I think it falls, go back to writing, Simon.
Yes.
We understand you have to get paid. I think Bluebeard's Bride falls for me under the same kind of thing I have with one and done films, right? Films that everyone should see at some point in their life, but you don't need to see it more than once. Schindler's List. You need to watch that movie and appreciate it and understand it and work through it and, like, not just, like, the story, but the art involved and the music and how everything works together and all of these. But you don't need to watch it more than once. Grave of the Fireflies. That's a beautiful, shattering movie that does a lot of things. Some are really close, some are real. Like, I can understand why it's like Black Hawk Down and Hotel Rwanda. I'm in a very unique position where I was very, very aware of everything that was going on during the Rwandan genocide in Somalia during the 90s. Because of the way, like, when my dad was stationed at the UN, so I was like, literally really knowledgeable about what was going on. And I look at those and I'm like, they're really important films. You need to see them, but you don't need to watch them more than once.
Yeah.
I like that. I appreciate that Bluebeard's Bride exists. I think it has a statement that really needs to. Yeah, Volps. I'm glad to own it and to have read it, but I would never play it. And then it comes down to, like, me as a player. It's like, no, I'm good. I don't need to. Thank you, though. I appreciate that it exists and that there might be players for whom this is a thing they need or a thing that they really, really wish.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
I don't need to do that.
Right. I mean, especially, I mean, think especially, like, just, right, again, because I want to give, like, all the props to Bluebeard's Bride, which I really do think is phenomenal. I just want to sort of note that, like, when I started playing RPGs, right, chainmail bikinis, like, the treatment of women was just bad. It was bad. It was not a little bit bad. It was really bad. It was bad. And that we've come to a space where we can have a game like Bluebeard's Bride is something that fills me with joy and pride and happiness that we live in a space, you know what I mean? Like, and Vampire was also an important pivot in this space as well, and bringing in, like, more women and gender diversity in generally speaking. And so, like, Bluebeard's Bride's existence makes me feel really happy about the state of the RPG industry and community. I just, you know, lower maximum strength. Oh yeah. Oh gosh. It was just bad. But I'm very glad that, but I just don't think ethically dude should be GMing that game. Like, that's just, and I realize that is me making a statement that goes beyond myself, but those are my feelings. And, like, people are, and also please note, I'm not the boss of anyone. People are gonna do what they're gonna do. Like, I said that, but, like, I'm not the boss of you, right? But those are just my feelings, because I'm not the dictator of the universe.
I also want you to know that your comment just a moment ago, because this is the way our conversation works, when you said about the chicks in chainmail bikinis, right? One of the best things that I think is so underrepresented, and I don't think enough people have read, and I wish more people do, there is an anthology series of fantasy book, short stories and novelettes, written by women. The editor is Esther Fresner. The series is called Chicks in Chainmail.
Oh.
There.
I'll write this down.
I will put the link in. I will do the thing, and I will
Please.
put the link in.
Jared says, having childhood PTSD can be a very unique perspective of Bluebeard's Bride, and playing it was rather cathartic. And that's the thing, that I think that there's a lot of really, really good things about Bluebeard's Bride. I think it can do a lot of catharsis. I think there are a bunch of dudes who play it really well, and who get a lot out of it. And I got a lot out of it playing it as well. I just worry about the dynamic of how that particular game works when it comes to sort of a male GM and female players. Yeah. That is a thing that, like, makes me concerned. But I actually think the game is really important. I think it does. And I will tell you, every show when I watched Strix, who was one of the writers, when I watched her GM it, the game she GM'd was amazing. It was so good. I was like, that's brilliant.
I think there are people who do GM it really well.
Yeah.
I am not.
Hey, this mass market paperback is only $6.83.
Yep, it's on Amazon. I just clicked the Amazon link because it was easy. But there's Chicks in Chainmail, Math Magics, Chick is in the Mail, Chicks Ahoy. It is, okay, like, this one is one of my favorites, I'm not gonna lie. Chicks Ahoy is just, it's a really long link, but that's because it was it is, like, and all of the covers intentionally look at, like, the horrible, but it started because, no, those are Chips Ahoy. But it started because Esther, Conquest of, a collection of stories follows the conquests of a band of warrior women, includes the writings of Esther Fresner, Elizabeth Moon, Jodie Lynn Nye, Harry Turtledove, and Margaret Ball. Would you like to have a fun time?
Yeah.
It is hilarious. They are enjoyable, but it literally starts talking about how one of the main characters is like is a woman, And they're like, they looked at all of these art that came out of like the 60s and 70s
Yep.
fantasy novels with the
Frazetta, Frank Frazetta, and all that stuff.
Yes,
The Conan stuff. Yeah.
the Conan stuff, and
Heavy metal.
Which that's complicated.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, these are bad. The interpretation of these are bad, but let's do something with that kind of art style that can be good.
Yeah.
So Esther threw these together. She is a hoot, by the way. She's still with us. I want to say that she is. But I met her a couple of years ago. Yes, she is. Thank you. I met her a couple of years ago at Dragon Con when they came. And she's like, yeah, people talk about these, like, they're like, Chicks in Chainmail is an anti-feminist book. And she's like, have you ever actually read it? It's like, no, I just looked at the cover.
Yeah, well, then you don't know.
Then and you don't know anything.
And this reminds me of something that I think is really interesting. And this is where I think it's really complicated, right? I think it's a really complicated thing. And it also deals with different generations of feminism and also people co-opting feminism to just be gross. But Vampirella was written by Trina Robbins, who is the woman who did women's comics, like huge feminist. Like she's like one of like she founded women's comics, the underground feminist zine from the 70s, where like she's like major. And Vampirella does not wear a lot of clothing. She's very sort of pinup cheesecakey. But what I think is interesting is that doesn't necessarily, like, you can be in a cheesecake look and have that not be sexist and gross, or you can, right? And I think that it becomes really tricky because there are moments where women have taken that and sort of twisted it, used it for their own purposes, done their own stuff, which is very empowering. But then
looking at you, Elvira.
Right, Elvira. Oh my gosh, how can we not love Elvira? Elvira is the best. I love Elvira.
Like, you want to know one of the best things in the world? If you follow Elvira and Dolly Parton on Twitter, A, they interact with each other, and B, there was they were joking about how there should be a series with both Elvira and Dolly Parton battling evil, and both of them like somebody had jokingly posted this, and both of them responded, said, sure, when are we doing this, and what's the musical soundtrack going to be? And they're just like, yes, I would watch that. Dolly Parton and Elvira together?
Yes, and thank you, Jer, for the C for complex. Thank you. I was thinking about it in terms of childhood, because I think when I normally see it's in the context of long-term childhood abuse, so that's where it went in my brain. I'm so sorry. But I was also thinking ways in which people have now co-opted that language, right, of like the empowering cheesecake, and they're like, so for example, there was a lot of debate around Bayonetta, right? And whether or not Bayonetta was like objectification or not. And the designers, there were a number of like basically the dudes who made the game, they're like, oh, well, but Bayonetta chose to put herself in that outfit. And so therefore it's empowering for women. And I was like, Bayonetta's not a real person. And then they did the same thing with Quiet, like in Metal Gear Solid. They're like, yeah, she's basically naked all the time, but you know, it's her choice. And also she breathes through her skin. So she just can't wear clothing. And I was like, she's a fictional character. You wrote her that way. Like, don't give me like she's an empowered woman when she is a fictional character that is written by you. Come on now. I see you. Come on. I mean, now.
Like the Chicks in Chainmail series, they took the concept and then was like, let's make this about like one of the stories, I don't remember which volume it's in. One of the stories is literally about the fact that this the chick hates this armor that they have that doesn't, but they can't give it up because it's that classic D&D thing. It's like, it looks horrible. It's the horrible thing, but it has the best stats.
Yes.
And you're like, you actually have better protection when you're in the chainmail bikini. She goes, yes, and I hate it. Now, would you like to stand there while I hit you over the head with this sword repeatedly? And you're just like, thank you.
Yeah.
I just don't, and I can't recall for the moment, for the life of me, which one that's in, but it's like this whole bit that is just like, and then she goes like, oh, because it's a scene where she's like fighting these bandits that come across her in the road, and one of the bandits is snarky. It's like, don't you get cold wearing that? That looks like it's really ineffective. Why are you wearing that? She goes, yes to all of those questions, but you want to know what it does for me? It means you can't hit me and I can kill you faster.
This reminds me of this one moment in Mass Effect 2.
Oh, yeah.
It was a catty, snarky comment. It was funny, but it was a lampshade that I didn't think that was still messed up, right? Like, so it was, so you know Miranda, right? And she is wearing her outfit, and there's a lot of like shots of her butt and all that business. Like, she's objectified. That's like the camera objectifies her. That is just a true thing. Yeah. And her outfit is doing that as well. At least it didn't have a boob window. Too many outfits with boob windows, but nonetheless, there was a moment in one of the missions when you're in a warehouse and you're chasing down some woman and there's like a big firefight going on, and the woman does this kind of snarky comment on Miranda, basically like saying you're dressed like a whore, is basically what the like Miranda says something to her and she's like, well, at least I'm not dressed like a, you know, whatever. So, and like, the thing is that I think that comment was supposed to be like, oh, look, that outfit's objectifying. That's bad. And I was like, A, you put her in the comment. B, now you're slut shaming. C, having this NPC that you end up shooting say that comment doesn't actually fix the problem. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I was just thinking about that. You know what I would like the way the delivery, the voice actors who did it was like super hilarious. Like it was delivered in a funny way, but it was like, I see you. You're trying to have your cake and eat it too, but like, I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
I have things that I'm like, okay, yeah. I'm like, the chicks in chainmail makes sense because of who's writing it and who's involved, and
right, and it's commenting on the trope. Like, that's what it's doing.
Trope. Yeah, it's like it's making the commenting on the trope, and it's doing it into thing, and it's like all of these things, so it's great.
It's undermining it.
It's undermining it. It's intentionally undermining it. And I think it comes back to our point of like, you end up with context being key.
Yeah.
And a large number of people who look backward, particularly today, only see negative.
Yep.
They never see positive.
Oh, do you want a really good example of that?
Always. Okay,
this is the best example. Oh my gosh. You'll love this one. Oh, this is like, I'm so surprised. I'm so excited that I remembered this one. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm here. We're Cher.
It was an interview with Linda Carter, who played Wonder Woman, right?
Yes.
And it was an interview with her that was done today. By today, I mean within the last 5 years, probably. And it was like for some magazine, and it was like a woman who was like a feminist, young feminist, like a 20 something probably feminist, early 20s maybe, interviewing her, right? Because like here she is, like this sort of, you know, feminist icon, et cetera, Wonder Woman, all that business. It was probably around the time actually that when the Wonder Woman movie came out.
So probably about 3 years ago then.
Yeah, about 3 years ago. And this question that this young reporter asked her was, how did you feel, right, being this amazing feminist icon, but being in a really objectifying and sexist outfit? And what Linda Carter said was, and it was really interesting to me, she said, did you see what women were wearing in the 1970s? I was wearing basically granny panties. Like, and Linda Carter had been in Miss America, and she's like, 1970s outfits were super high cut, like what women were wearing. She said, what objectification of women looked like in the 1970s was not what I was wearing in Wonder Woman. Like, Wonder Woman actually was like, she called them granny panties, like her like blue with the stars. Yeah. And it was really interesting. And I was thinking about that. And I was thinking about the ways in which like, and like Linda Carter's like, yeah, at the time period, I was actually quite covered up compared to a lot of other things. And so, no, it really wasn't like that. It was something, it was actually sort of different because of what people were wearing. And I always think about this side note when the fashion has changed for men to actually be very covered up. But if you look at men in the 70s, like their shorts were very small.
High magnum.
Yes, like if you look at like what was considered like even like basketball players, like, and so like what was the amount of flesh that people showed in the 70s was different. So where it becomes exploitative becomes a little bit different because of what, I've seen pictures of my dad and uncles from the 70s. Men had all the leg. They did. There were some short shorts. And so all of a sudden,
can we talk about Burt Reynolds on a bearskin rug, y'all?
Yeah. And so I think that like it becomes objectification, exploitation is bad, right? Yes. But I will note that there was a time when showing your ankles would have been exploitative and objectifying and gross, but it is not now, right? And so we have to sort of recognize that sometimes, like, we're a bit more covered up than we were in the 70s. We are less covered up, right? We are less covered up than we would have been in the 1950s. And then trying to
depending on what you're wearing.
Depending on what you're wearing, that's true. Yes. And so like trying to sort of recognize the sort of the ways in which what is scandalous is actually a little bit different.
And I think part of it is...
It's context dependent.
It's context dependent. And I don't think people like to look at context. I mean, we've talked about this before. People don't like to look at context. And people... And I firmly believe that people like to look back and see only negative.
Or only positive, depending on where they're at.
Or only positive, depending on where they're at. But particularly when they want to make commentary about thing B bad.
Right.
So I'm going to tell you that old thing was bad because of X reason. Okay, but you're not looking at anything else. Well, it doesn't matter. It is inherently the moral truth that X was bad. I'm like, okay. Okay.
It's those two contrasting things where people want to think that we are always better than they were in the past, or the 1950s were so great and why can't we be back then? Like there's this weird sort of sense of like
it's a weird kind of thing like that, or it's things
both fantasies, right?
Or it's things like you don't understand the fallacy of absolutes. You don't understand why. A woman, well, there was other reasons involved in that bikini. She was also arrested for public indecency and public intoxication. You have to add the public intoxication. Nuance in this economy, well, I mean, not nuance. Nuance is more complicated, but just context. Like, just context. For example, when people say...
Yes, this place are at.
Jesus, here's another thing. It's like, Jesus was anti-divorce. And that was so radical in first century AD Judaism because the number of men who had easy access to divorce were leaving their families and being dicks. So when he's saying don't engage in divorce, he's talking about a particular problem within the time period, and ignoring that is like, he's not, God isn't saying, Jesus didn't say stay with your abusive husband. He said your husband is being a dick and an asshole by getting his rocks off and then leaving you alone.
Well, this is also interesting. I think about not understanding people's motivations, and you don't have to agree with the motivations, but I do think we need to understand them. So, for example, we talk about prohibition being so stupid. Like, oh my gosh, prohibition was so dumb. Whoever would have thought that you could do that you could outlaw alcohol? What a stupid thing. And I was like, well, first off, we do outlaw lots of things. So there are a lot of things that are outlawed, and we don't, like, people are not like, oh my gosh, we've outlawed heroin? How stupid. We don't have like a general...
I do want to point out that one of the largest religions in the world sees alcohol as bad and you shouldn't do it.
But the people, like some of the main drivers of prohibition were first wave feminists. And the reason why they were against prohibition was because of the way that it was being used at that time period, which doesn't tend to be how we drink it now. But then a lot of working class dudes would get their paycheck on Friday, go to the bar, drink their entire paycheck, then come home, and the women had no money to buy food, right? Like
that was if it was a good thing and not being violently abusive on top of the alcohol.
Yes, on top of like the way that we drink alcohol at the turn of the century is very different from how we drink alcohol now. And well, I mean, we don't drink it as often. I mean, my dad, even in the 70s, like he would have alcohol at work, right? Like you would go to work, you go to the
you mean like the public party drink alcohol? Yeah.
Like you go to the pub at lunch, right? And then you drink a couple of beers at lunch and you come back to work, and like that would not be acceptable today, right? Like just like the kind of the culture around alcohol was just a little bit different than like in the same way the culture around smoking.
A 2 martini lunch is not a thing that will happen. Binge drinking still.
Yes. Happened. Oh yes. But like there's kind of just more drinking that happened in ways like in the same way with more smoking in ways that become weird. I'm not saying like it was just so like they had a reason. There was a reason why they were pushing for prohibition, and it wasn't because they were stupid, right? Like and I think that becomes my gosh. I'll tell you this one thing. There's a really good book.
Always.
It was called Backshadowing Against Apocalyptic History, and I cannot remember who wrote it. His name, he's like a Jewish studies scholar, and he wrote this. The book is really cool, and it's mostly about the Holocaust, but there's a larger point, and the point is, he says that we tend to think of history as if it were a novel, right?
Foregone conclusion.
Thank
Against
you.
Apocalyptic History.
Yes.
By Michael Andre Bernstein.
Yes, thank you. The book is so great. Foregone Conclusions, so good. And he says we tend to read history as if it were a novel, and he says that when we read history as if it were a novel, we believe that there is foreshadowing, that like you can see what is going to come. And he says, however, history is not fixed. It may not have turned out that way. And foreshadowing isn't a thing in real life exactly, right? So he calls that process backshadowing, where we sort of go back and think, well, they should have known this. Why didn't they see this? And he talks about the ways in which people will often blame the victims of the Holocaust, right? Jews, Roma, all the people that were victims of the Holocaust. They will sort of blame them for
Why
not.
Didn't you see? Why
didn't you see? Why didn't you leave? Why didn't you know? And why didn't you? Why didn't you? When he's like, that's actually not fair. There was like a sort of an anti-Semitic sort of fascist gross dude who became the mayor of Vienna like 50 or so years earlier, and he wasn't the mayor anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like he was the mayor for a while. It was kind of bad, but you lived through it, and then he left. And there was like, how could you know that it would have been what it did, right?
Like if you look at things, if we're going to talk about World War II particularly, and we'll use his example of the Holocaust, people look back and they like to say, well, Hitler told you in Mein Kampf. Yeah, but if you actually read Mein Kampf, and like apparently that's not a thing that people in other places actually do, because like it's such a horrible book, you shouldn't read it. And I'm like,
we have to read it.
You have to read it to understand, and you also have to read it to understand how, like, yeah, he says what he's going to do, but you have to wade through massive amounts of his own delusionary power trip to get to it. Like, if you think that Hitler was a great public speaker, he was not a great writer.
Yeah. But also what he said he'd do in Mein Kampf and what he did are not actually the same thing. Because okay, here's my next example that I always think about. Like, I think about it a lot. Like, I'm kind of obsessed with it. And it's the Red Army faction, who are terrorists in Germany in the 1970s. And I think about them a lot. And this is what I think about. So imagine the moment. You're all a bunch of college students, right? You're college students. You're politically active. You're very, very passionate about the cause. Yeah, hindsight. But why didn't you see this obvious clue hidden in all this mess? And they were all protesting. It was like 1968, and they were protesting the Shah of Iran coming into Berlin, right? So they were in Berlin, and they were protesting the arrival of the Shah of Iran. And one of the German police officers shot and killed this college student who was not even protesting. He was just walking home. Benno Onsarg was his name. And turns out, by the way, actually that police officer was a Stasi plant, but nobody knew that at the time, that he actually shot this student on purpose to sort of destabilize things. Anyway, so huge riot, all the students like they all leave. And I think about this so much. I place myself in this moment. There was this group of students, like a small group of them who have escaped this like horrible moment. And they're all in this room, and this woman, Gudrun Inslen, charismatic, right? She steps forward to these students who've just been in the middle of this massive, scary thing, and she says to them, our parents were Nazis, because this is that generation, right?
Yeah.
They were Nazis, or they didn't do anything when the government went fascist and started killing people. They have just started killing us. Are we going to do nothing like our parents did, or are we going to sort of stand up and do something? And then they became what we will now call a terrorist group, right? And so they dropped out of society, and they and the thing is, and she said that, she's like, many of the people who were in charge of places during Nazi Germany who were Nazis are still in charge of those places. The head of like Siemens Nixdorf is still a Nazi, and many of these judges are still there. And so, she grew up with her parents having been part of that, right? And I think about, so here's this woman, she's like, okay, we have to do something. And so then they became terrorists, and they're like, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do terrorist acts, and it will reveal to the German public how fascist the German government is, and then we'll have a revolution. None of that happened. It didn't happen at all. But I think about, they did that, right? They stepped out, and they decided to do this thing. And now we all look at them like they were ridiculous, right? But then we also judge people who didn't do that in 1934. And I think, are we going to judge ourselves this way? Are we good? Like, if things get really bad, are we going to say, like, why didn't you just go off and become a terrorist? You know what I mean? No, that's a big move. You know what I mean?
But that's the thing is, how many people say that online and on Twitter in various ways today? Why aren't you supporting X? If you were really supporting X, you would be involved in this. And I'm like,
that's a thing. Like, does anybody understand what it would mean? Like, again, right? I'm a little bit obsessed with the Red Army faction, partially because when I was in Germany, they were still active and we had to worry about them. But think about that for a moment. You think that your government is fascist, right? And you don't want to be like those people who didn't do anything. So today, 2020, are you going to quit your job? Drop out of your job, start living. I'm not quite certain where you're going to live. Read the mini manual of the urban guerrilla, and then just start making bombs and killing. Like, are you going to do that? Like, really? And is that the best thing to do? We don't know what's going to happen. For all we know, there could be some kind of a terrorist attack when the election comes and we don't have an election. We could just go real bad or not. We don't know. We don't know. Donald Trump could have a heart attack tomorrow and die. We don't know. We have no idea what is going to happen in the future. And we cannot, and it's not fair to judge people in the past with our knowledge, with the assumption that history is fixed and always will go one way.
And more importantly, that everyone who was making those decisions had the same level of knowledge that you do.
Yes. Yes.
Because, Mein Kampf was published.
And yes, based on it is true. They're also ignoring the people that did resist. That is also true. But then they'll say, oh, but your resistance, oh my gosh.
Your resistance wasn't the right kind of resistance.
Because it didn't win. Right? Because it didn't work, you didn't do it right. And I was like, well, that's complicated. And also, Hitler's not in power anymore. So maybe, you know what I mean? Like, that's...
Well, I mean, that's the thing is, like, people talk about large number of things, and they're like, you have to be resisting, and you have to be this, and you have to be that, and I'm like, okay. My level of resistance isn't the same as yours, but my view of things may not be the same as yours. We want, if people are like, we want armed resistance in the streets. No, you don't. I'm going to be a horrible person and put on my teacher hat, my historian specific teacher hat, and talk about revolutions for a minute. And when they work and why they are irregularly very, very rare. And this is not me being, a patriot or nationalist. And the next phrase I'm going to say is not me being patriot or nationalist or anything, but the reason the American Revolution worked is because the revolution was not the main original goal.
Mm.
And 9 times out of 10, and you see this throughout history, the revolution doesn't work because the first reason the revolution doesn't work is because usually it is being run by young, idealistic liberals, and by this I mean those who are educated at a certain level of liberal arts education and also have quote-unquote liberal politics, whatever the definition of liberal politics for that time and period was.
Right. Which might be conservative now or later. Like it's contextual.
It's contextual.
Mm-hmm.
They are young. They are educated. They are usually start as university students.
Yep. Because they have time.
And more importantly, they have time.
Yeah.
And the reality is, you will have a failed revolution run by these quote-unquote idealists first. The response to that revolution, quote-unquote idealist-based revolution, will then tell you how well or how soon you will have an actual revolution. Like Les Mis. Yes. Or if you want a real... Well, I mean, yes.
And Thank You Time, that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly time. Or if we want to take a more... like Les Mis fictionalizes the account of the Apprentice Revolution in 1839. I mean, there were like 4 of them that happened in 5 years at that point, so whatever. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But if we want to talk about a more concrete and real world example, let's talk about Ireland, 1916. The Easter 1916 rebellion. And, well, England is busy fighting in France. A young group of well-educated Irish nationalists who, by the way, are all artists and theater people and poets and, you know, if you want to read some truly, like, really good, although slightly depressing and downer for the majority, poetry and theater that comes out of the Abbott Theater group and Padraic Pierce and all of those, you know, William Butler Yeats and Joseph Mary Plunkett and all of these people, like the anomaly in those group of people is actually James Connolly, but he was a valiant, the Easter Rebellion worked out so well. Yes, we are going to declare a rebellion on the Easter holiday and declare Ireland separate from England, and England's too busy fighting in France against the Germans to care about, you know, Ireland going on its own. Spoiler alert, they weren't. Because England has always felt that it should control Ireland, and Ireland has always felt, it's like, no.
But also, one of the reasons why the American Revolution happened was because we were being funded by outside countries, and we were like, I mean, just like...
Well, I mean, that's the thing is, like, we were being supported and funded by outside countries.
We have the Hessians in there.
The Hessians are fighting for the Brits.
The
Prussians are fighting, quote unquote, with us. But you know, the German, you know, remember, it's the Great Divide. It's like when people are like, "Well, the Prussians are all evil." It's like, except for when they helped us against their Bavarian king George III.
Yep.
I want to throw that out. And all of whom, yes, and that's the other thing, almost all of whom had lost their fathers early in life. There's a lot of, there's looking for an ideology. There are a lot of popularism that comes out. They fail the rebellion, spoiler alert. In 3 days, they eventually have to retire and, you know, surrender, and there's a whole bunch of things that go on. Michael Collins is spared because they consider him a little too young and apparently wasn't in charge enough. And Eamon de Valera, the only reason Eamon de Valera survives the Easter Rebellion is because he's an American citizen. And what does he then do? He survives the Easter Rebellion. But you've lost the rebellion. But the response by the British Army in response to the rebellion creates mass sympathy for the rebels that was not there at the time. Because, like, people are like, Padraic Pierce in the post office has this entire declaration of Irish, you know, independence, and it's like, see, Ireland will support us. And they're like, Ireland is like, no, we can't. Half of our population, you know, our young men are in France dying under the control of British government. We're too poor. You know, these are two big things.
Well, that's the thing about the Red Army faction, which ties into some people I knew when I was in college, and they were like, we're going to go and vote for Nader because we want George W. Bush to win, because if he wins, then we'll have a revolution. And I was like, oh my God.
I'm sorry, as much as people didn't like George W. Bush, he was not going to be the instigator of your rebellion or revolution.
No, because and it's the same reason why it didn't happen in Germany in the 1970s. You're not going to have a revolution when people have food and there's not massive unemployment. Like, the only way you're going to have a revolution, historically speaking, is when there are massive amounts of people with no jobs, so they have a lot of time on their hands and nobody has food. And I don't mean like some people, like it has to be like, because here's the thing, revolutions involve people dying, involving your kids dying, your parents dying, your family dying. It is really, really disruptive and dangerous and overwhelming. And you just don't have revolutions unless it's really bad. It has to be really bad.
It needs to either be really bad, or the thing that comes out of like the Irish Rebellion and Les Mis, the response by the dominant controlling government becomes exponentially over excessive. Like the execution of the conspirators in Easter 1916, that was going to be bad. But when it gets publicly that James Connolly is so badly wounded that they, rather than just let him die in a hospital bed, they have to get him up and tie him to a chair to shoot him. You're like, wait, what? Like that moment right there, that does not paint the British government in a good light ever. But
and the thing is that,
and then you've got Eamon de Valera, who then comes to America and can start getting Irish sympathies from Irish Americans here, and goes on a goodwill tour and starts talking about the rebellion and starts talking about things here to try and get support, which he will need.
The chaos revolution has to be the lesser evil to the people for it to get traction, and that is true. And the thing is, and I think the Red Army faction wanted to do that. They wanted to like expose the violence inherent in the system, but like it's hard. Like, you know what I mean? Like it is hard to get people to do that.
You need the oppression to be bad enough that they wish to get rid of the oppressor, but you also need the oppression
and be willing to die
for it. But I mean, that's tangential. But you also need, and this is where most revolutions fail, you need a plan for what will happen after the bad, quote-unquote, bad guys are gone.
That's right.
Like, that is where the revolution will fail. The French Revolution.
It succeeded, and then it was bad.
And
like,
then it was bad.
Then it was
really bad. And then it got really, really bad. And Robespierre ended up being executed by the same means of execution that he used against other people. And then finally there's another rebellion, a revolute, quote unquote. Well, I guess technically it was a military coup. The terminology gets weird. And then you have a new figure come out of Napoleon, and it's where the Arab Spring failed. Volz, you're correct. You people, and this is what happens with ideologues. And I'm using the term ideologues, not idealists. Those are two different terminologies here. That's the problem with the ideologue. They focus on this thing bad, must get rid of this thing bad.
And it's hard to follow you if we don't know where we're going.
What happens after you get rid of bad thing? Well, everything will be fine. We get rid of bad thing, everything will be fine. Well, no, it won't. I mean,
will it? Robespierre? I'm just asking. Like, I mean, who are you? You know what I mean? Like, because also sometimes people want their revolution, and sometimes the revolution is not leftist. Sometimes it's like a military junta, and like either way, oftentimes whoever's taken over maybe not be the best person to have running around. You know? Yeah,
I mean there's that, and then you end up with whole bunches of things that go wrong, and you just so like Time was saying that your history teacher used to say that the mob would have killed them if the Brits didn't execute them during the 1916 rebellion. Now, here's the reason why that might have happened. number one, I will admit that number one, the Easter Rebellion was not quite as popular, and Padraic Pierce was right in the tactics, but he wasn't right in the what's the word I'm looking for? He was right that you would have been better to engage the British army while they're distracted.
Yeah, he was right in his strategy, but maybe not his tactics.
He was right in his strategy, but not his tactics. Thank you. That's where I was going. But the problem was he had forgotten that 90% of, a massive percentage, not 90%, but like a massive percentage of the British army in France at the time
were Irish.
Soldiers. And so you're like, okay, this is true, but you've forgotten that the sympathies weren't always the same way. And I think he had been gotten, like, it was hugely unpopular in Dublin because of the civilian casualties until the executions. There were civilian casualties, particularly in even if you look at the strategy that Pierce put together, he tried because he believed it would be a bank holiday and nobody would be out, but at the same time he wanted, people to be seen and to see them as good. So he made the attacks. It just didn't work that well, and the British were much better at using the social machine of blaming all of these civilian casualty deaths. If you read the early newspapers, all of the civilian casualty deaths are blamed on the rebels, which pisses off the Dubliners even more. And also, you have to remember, the popularity of the rebellion is much popular in Galway than it is in Dublin, because Dublin has a slightly higher Protestant English population than the west of Ireland. So you have a lot of these things that if you don't have a plan, for what's going to happen after, your revolution will not succeed.
And can I add another little thing?
Yeah.
Some people, often people who have never served in the military, side note, because they're college students, have this very romantic idea of revolution. And revolution is always armed combat, which I think they're not going to be personally involved in. Be just a bunch of working class people, whatever. But what I will say, though, what I think is really interesting is that what is being forgotten, and this is a thing that I think about, and this is actually left or right, actually doesn't really matter, right? People who are in this sort of space, they forget that we in the United States have had more than one revolution. And people want to be like, okay, boomer, but let's say if we go with the long 60s, I hate calling it that, but let's do that. So 1954 to 1974, there was a revolution in the United States between 1954 and 1974. We had one. It was not an armed revolution, but United States 1954 and United States 1974 are completely different places, not just legally, but also in terms of attitude, culturally. We had a cultural revolution between 54 and 74, between the civil rights movement, the women's movement, free speech movement, anti-war movement. There was some labor movement stuff happening there as well in terms of unionization.
The shift in unionization. You have a whole bunch of these little things going on at the same time.
Also clothing, in terms of what kind of formality we have. We went from everybody wearing hats and gloves to not. If you, oh my gosh, look at hippies. That's insane, right? If you go, even if you look at the early Beatles, they don't look like that. Within such a short time period, what it meant to be a young person, what it meant to be in the world. You know what I mean? We've had a lot of changes, and I understand we're not where we want to be yet. I get that, but we cannot. And I know that it's really popular to bag on boomers, it's super fun because they're the worst. I was but also Martin Luther King Jr., Coretta Scott King, there are a bunch of people who were doing a lot happened, and I think that we sort of underestimate the power of that kind of cultural revolution.
I think that people forget so many things because they're thing is still bad, we need to keep it going. But then we also so when we people say that feminism is a thing that's actually been positive, it's not great and it will eventually get better,
Yes.
And there are people who are not served in second wave feminism. And but if you want to know,
and we can critique that,
and
that's important.
And critiquing it is not the same thing as denying its validity.
That's correct. And critiquing it is not the same thing as only saying negative things. It's also the same thing as just dragging it or bagging on it. Like critique is like a thoughtful engagement with the thing is what it is, right?
You need to be thoughtfully engaged with the thing. You need to be aware of this. And it's like there was a vast amount of change between 1954 and 1974. There's also a vast amount of other things that are contributing to that that you have to be aware of. And if you have a person of my parents' generation, I will be entirely frank, my parents are of the quote-unquote boomer generation, and no, I will never use the okay boomer quote, because I also don't agree with using people's names as a derogatory. I don't agree with using, like, hey, millennials are stupid because they put avocado on toast.
I don't like any of that.
I don't like any of that. I hate generalizations on all of that scale. I think it diminishes us as I think it overall diminishes everyone involved. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I think that you have a problem where 1960, for the first time in American history, a Catholic was in the White House. First and last time the Catholic was in the White House.
That's a big thing.
That is a massive thing. Now,
that is so massive compared to the ways in which nativists in the U.S. have historically defined American citizenship as being WASP maleness, and everything else that is not that as not really being a citizen. And that is a change in what does it mean to be a citizen. And I think that those things are not disconnected from all the other changes that were happening at that moment.
Exactly. You have a massive change in ideology, an expansion of ideology, an expansion of the church. Everything's being changed.
Also, Vatican II happened then as well.
Vatican II happens as well, which some really good things came out of, and some... I don't like a lot of some people's response to Vatican II, in which they're the militant response of the destruction of certain art that comes out that Christian brothers, I'm looking at you, who young Christian brothers who after Vatican II went into some of these ethnic churches and removed statues of saints and all of these things, and it's whatever.
And we had liberation theology. There was a lot happening.
There's a lot happening. There's a lot going on. The world is changing and shifting and communication and all of these things.
Oh my gosh.
Well, and then
and then there's television, technology, all sorts of stuff, right?
All sorts of things are happening. And the people are like, well, boomers are bad. They didn't do anything. I'm like, I'm sorry.
They did do a lot.
They did a lot.
Yeah.
It's not where you want to be now, but denying their changes is a bad thing. Also, there are people within that generation who have vastly different ideologies.
Yes. But side note, not everybody went to Woodstock. Just so you know, not everybody went to Woodstock, and not everybody was at the Summer of Love. That was actually a very small number of people. Just side note, right?
Just a side note. They're very small population. Yeah. Now, my parents were never going to go to Woodstocks. First of all, because my dad raised his right arm that year and joined the United States Coast Guard and was at the academy. So swab summer for the academy meant he wasn't doing anything.
Yeah.
Other than what the Coast Guard told him. But exactly. Not everyone who went to Woodstock kept similar values now either. But they also they didn't have some my dad didn't go to Woodstock. He still listened to a lot of music that came out of there.
That's right.
And he engaged with it, and still engages with it.
Or my dad. Yeah, CCR. But my dad, good Italian American dude from Philly, right? And he always gets really irritated. It's not as, it's still a thing now, but everybody loved the Beatles. And he was like, I didn't love the Beatles. I thought the Beatles were square. I didn't like them. I like Miles Davis. My dad was an Italian American hipster, and he wasn't listening to the Beatles. And not a lot of people like the Beatles, but not everybody did. You know what I mean?
like, you had people who had differing opinions and differing things, and like, if you deny their differences and deny them the fact that they each have value for those differing opinions and those differing, they bring something new to the table, then you also have, you know, also not everyone that went to Woodstock was full on hippie.
That's
I
true.
mean, let's look at some of the more there's like kind of gradations and things,
and hippiness is actually not like, what kind of hippie are we talking about? Are we talking about somebody who's like, because like, if you want to go back to like San Francisco Summer of Love, all of that like core hippie ideology, which is actually very different from what everyone thinks hippies are. Hippies were actually pretty apolitical. Like the phrase, like the typical, like the, like, what do you call, not typical,
free love,
archetypal, archetypal hippie phrase that galvanized hippies and that really codified them and defined them in the beginning, when they actually were hippies and not what was later just general counterculture, was tune in, turn on, and drop out. They were about not participating. Like, they just were like that. They were not like protesting. They were hanging out in the park, not participating.
They're like, I'm not going to participate. If we remove ourselves from the conversation, then the conversation will stop, and everybody will think about it and be like, okay, they're and there's a reason why a large number of people, particularly who were involved in social change in the 60s, and by all of it, really hated the term hippies, because they're like, no, we were involved in social change. Right. We weren't.
Yeah.
If you want to know what the worst of the worst kind of sit down, tune in, turn out is the that scene in Hair.
Oh yeah.
In the opening scene with Age of Aquarius is literally what they're talking about. Also, if you want to know when you can have, like, if you want to talk about things being better, let's talk about the fact that there are songs from the 1960s that will never get played today.
Ooh, can I name one?
Well, yeah.
How about He Hit Me and It Felt Like a Kiss? How about that one?
Okay, I was thinking better songs, but yes, that one would never. I was thinking about that song from Hair.
Oh yeah, that one.
Who I can't officially say because the title of the song is a violation of TOS. Yes. No, I'm just noting that the song He Hit Me and It Felt Like a Kiss was a song that was a thing. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. And then there's, let's put it this way. Conway Twitty's 90% of Conway Twitty's musical catalog would not get played on radios today.
Yeah.
And even in the slightly worst of the misogynistic hip-hop rap groups that shit on women, and I'm saying worst, that you see how today, they still do not have
oh man, there was some stuff going on back then, you know what I mean? And you're like, wow, okay, all right.
Yeah, and you get a lot of things that come out of like Conway. You're listening to Conway Twitty and go, oh shit, yeah.
Yeah, but it was also, by the way, was like my father went to Woodstock. He's from Central Kentucky. He had vastly different values from those hippies from San Fran. And also, how do I put this? There are people who are like, oh, Woodstock was so amazing. You know, it was like so wonderful. But there are people who are like, man, Woodstock was awful. Not like the logistics were totally not put together. The logistics
were not put together. There was mud the pictures of everyone in the
We
mud.
didn't have food. We had to have food airdropped in.
The whole thing is just, it was not well planned. It was not well done. Also, they blew out 2 of the speakers in the first performance, which made the sound shit for the rest of the series.
Yeah, right. I mean, you know, just my dad told me about how it was very hard to get good food or find anyone. Yeah. It was the Fire Festival of the 60s. And I was thinking also about
better guests.
Yeah. But I was also thinking about the ways in which there were bad things in the past. We got to know that some of the things that you think were great were maybe not so great, but also some things that you poo-poo now, I think you have to rethink about, right? So I think about, and like, this is just like, this is a reading, but I'm not the only scholar who does this. And and people like, so I talk about some things I don't get to do because my life is really sad. And like one of my rules for my big survey class is that I only get to basically do one song per artist because
I mean, you have a lot. That's not your life is sad. It's the fact that you have time
Yes.
constraints. That's
Yes.
not the same thing.
Yes, and there's the Teenage Trilogy by Leslie Gore, which
Yes.
is It's My Party, Judy's Turn to Cry, and You Don't Own Me. And the
Which
thing,
admittedly, you should do all three.
yes, like when I have like a recitation, I get to do all three because they're really important together as like a trio. They're really important. But like I'll do like, you know, It's My Party, and people now are like, oh, what a silly song, right? It's just so stupid. And I was like, no. We need to rethink about what does it mean to be a teenage girl when this song comes out.
You also have to think about how old is Leslie Gore when she
was 16.
that song.
Yeah, she was 16, right? But I was like, okay, let's think about what does it mean to be a 16-year-old girl in the early 60s? Early 60s, not later 60s. There's a whole bunch of be seen and not heard, do not make a scene.
Which doesn't go away.
It doesn't go away. Be accommodating, right? Like be pleasant.
Don't make a fuss.
Don't make a fuss.
Well, here's a good tie-in to that,
Mm-hmm,
right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
But like, It's My Party. In that song, she is causing a scene because she's being mistreated, and that in and of itself, causing a scene, is shocking. It's especially in the context of like the early 60s, that's a radical thing that she does. And it's rather than just being like, oh, she's a whiny girl, like, no. This is actually really intense. This is like a really, really interesting thing. And you should maybe appreciate the kind of radicalness that is happening in this song that maybe you're not paying attention to because it doesn't seem like a political song to you. But really, like,
there's so much things going on. And then you get, like, and I love, one of the things that I used to do, because I taught at a gender separate education, so I had girls classes, and they were in a South Georgia, or in Georgia, and there were a lot of things that were complicated at that school. But a couple of years ago, when does it actually come out? It is, okay, so 2013. This is a song that comes out 2013, the first year I start teaching. It's called Mama's Broken Heart by Miranda Lambert.
Ooh.
And I'm just going to read the lyrics and not sing them because I don't want to get a copyright strike. But
we also learned from you that big girls don't cry, right? Yeah, right. And here she's like, no, I'm gonna cry if I want to. Like, and that's a very deliberate pushback in really interesting ways that we sometimes don't see now because our idea of radical doesn't understand what radical might have been then. Yeah.
But this is like, I like putting Leslie Gore's It's My Party, and you put that against Miranda Lambert's Mama's Broken Heart. It opens with, this is the opening bit of the song. I cut my bangs with some rusty kitchen scissors. I screamed his names till the neighbors called the cops. I numbed the pain at the expense of my liver. Don't know what I did next. All I know, I couldn't stop. Word got around to the Barfis and the Baptists. My mama's phone starts ringing off the hook. I can hear her now saying she ain't gonna have it. Don't matter how you feel. It only matters how you look.
Yeah.
Go fix your makeup, girl. It's just a breakup. Run and hide your crazy and start acting like a lady. 'Cause I raised you better. Gotta keep it together even when you fall apart. But this ain't my mama's broken heart. That song was written in 2013.
And some of the same pressures are still there.
The same pressures are still there. We're, as a society, more open to the fact that, oh, you took yourself a bad haircut because you were mad because you got a bad breakup. Oh, like, okay, whatever. But the same ideology is there. Now you apply that to 30, or what was it? So this is 2013, so 1960, so 50 years earlier.
Yeah, that's right.
To Leslie Gore singing, "It's My Party and I'm gonna cry if I want to."
in a time period where women cannot even have their own credit line. If they want to have a bank account, they've got to get their father or their husband to sign off on it. Like, I mean, thinking about how constrained women were in that moment, this song is like, whoa. Right?
So you have the same event happening 50 years apart, and our as a culture are like kind of like, oh, okay. But we still recognize that this is a thing that women are and girls are still told, don't make a big scene, don't make a fight, don't do whatever.
Which is a problem when it comes to consent culture. How can we actually have a meaningful consent culture if we keep telling girls they're not allowed to make a scene? Right?
Exactly.
Like right?
And it's not just us. There are other cultures in the world that have a similar problem. Like, I know but it's like, you put this against Leslie Gore and you're like, oh, wait a minute. This song, Leslie Gore was horribly revolutionary for what she was doing.
Also, you know the song, Will You Still Love Me Tomorrow?
Yep. Will You Still Love Me
Beautiful song.
That's as close as I'm going to get because I'm not going to go through and get a copyright strike.
Right. And it starts off with, tonight you're mine completely. You give your love so sweetly. The light of love is in your eyes, but will you still love me tomorrow? So, and it's all about like will you break my heart? And I was like, okay, let's
more
break down.
Will you call me in the morning?
Yeah, let's talk about what's really going on here. It sounds very romantic, but this is about this woman saying, you want to have sex with me. You're pressuring me to have sex with you. If I have sex with you, like, is this like, what is going on here, right? And the thing about this is I was like, okay, but like, this is like, should I have sex with my boyfriend or not? I was like, you need to know the pill has not existed yet, right? And if she, and these are Black girls right now, if she gets pregnant in the early 60s, it's not going to be good for her, right? Like, sexual freedom, the ability to have sex without necessarily getting pregnant is not so great, especially for like teenage girls. And there's all this pressure because we're moving into a space where we're getting a bit more sexually free, but that really just means that men can pressure you to have sex. But the consequences are not good. So this song is not just like whatever. It's like, it's actually very deep. Like, this is like the stakes for her in this song are really high. They are really high. And I think it becomes important to understand that this song that seems so sweet is actually, it's really intense. Like, this is a really intense song. And we sometimes, and really it's not just that we don't understand the context of the time period and don't realize that the pill is not available. And even when it becomes available, it's only available to married women and not single women for a while, like all of that.
And,
but
those who are financially stable and all of these kinds of things.
Financially stable. And actually, do you have somebody who will, like, what state do you live in? If you live in a rural state, your ability to get it may not.
Does your husband know that you want this?
Does he sign off on it? Like, all of that, right? But I also think that we dismiss certain genres. Like, we tend to think that rock is political, but pop is not. We tend to think masculine genres, right? So like hip hop is political and rock is political, but R&B and pop are not. So things that are feminized, we end up sort of dismissing their politics, and things that are masculinized, we tend to sort of hold them up politically, even if their politics are not all that interesting, or actually maybe not even saying anything. And so like being able to come back to sort of pop and think about what those things might mean and sort of take them seriously, to sort of think about the intense politics of Dolly Parton. Like, she's doing a lot of really interesting things politically. Or Loretta Lynn, of course, who's like, her politics are so amazing. Or even just Harper Valley PTA, right, by Bobby Gentry. Like, that's such a political song.
And like, not just for who's singing it, but the fact that it's a young pop cover and she like publishes it like when she's 16, 17, it's her first record. And the fact that the person, the speaker of quote unquote the poem, the song, whatever we're talking about,
the lyrical eye.
Okay, there we go. See, I'm used to being in literature and it's like the speaker of the poem and the speaker is not the same as the person who is the author. You can't,
which is so important to remember that.
You can't always ascribe certain values to the poet because the speaker may not be the poet.
So important.
So important. But the speaker in the song is her mother.
Yeah.
Who, when you sit and listen to it, like, if you actually listen, and I love Harper Valley PTA. Just
such a great song.
It is such a great song. and it's just the perfect kind of wind down. It's like, why are these nosy so-and-sos in this town mad at her? She's not a divorcee. She's not sleeping around. Oh, because her husband died.
Yeah.
And she's wearing a mini skirt.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
And she's like, bitch, please, I'm going to publicly shame each and every one of you and explain why you need to step off. And you're like, thanks. Can I just listen to this song a lot?
And one of the reasons why I think Harbor Valley PTA is important, but also The Pill, a number of these songs, right, is because of the fantasy, right? This goes back to Barentor, right? The thing is that it's not true that everybody in the South is conservative. That's just not true. It's not true. I mean, like radical leftist populist worker politics are very much like coming out of mining. Like, I mean, the miner strikes. I mean, like, there's all these sort of
big unionizations from the beginnings of the 19th century up until the mid 20th century are about safety in Appalachian mines, y'all. Like,
and I think that sometimes the only way you can break some of these fantasies that you make about places is by sometimes looking at the art that comes out of those places, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, well, actually maybe it wasn't true, because here you have Harper Valley PTA, and then you have Loretta Lynn, Coal Miner's Daughter. Like, all of a sudden, like, oh, we have to actually maybe rethink this location and what we think about this place. And for example, do you know the center? Maybe you don't, because I imagine this is not what you listen to. Do you know where the center of the neo-Nazi music industry is?
Unfortunately, I do not. Mostly I say this because I don't, again, not really a musical genre that I particularly choose to subscribe, but then again, I also engage with neo-Nazis in supporting Mary Beard stabbing them verbally for their horribly bad classics. Which, by the way, guess who got his book cover title had to be changed because he put stupid Latin on the cover. Well, not neo-Nazi. He's not a neo-Nazi. I cannot say that. Yeah. Sean Hannity.
Who?
Live Free or Die had the stupidest Latin slogan, and every one of us who's classics were looking at this going, what are you saying? Not even just like, you know, sometimes you're like, I'm sure you do this with music, right? And you're like, why is that makes no sense here. That's not, like, that's...
And then I'm usually interested in, like, okay, what's going on there? So,
sometimes we just like to make fun of them for being stupid and appropriating our...
Yeah. Southern California. Southern California is the home...
that actually makes sense.
Yes, it does. Also the home of the John Birch Society. Right? So, like, people are like, oh, California is like the big liberal California. I was like, Nixon's from California, Reagan's from California, the John Birch Society is from California, the neo-Nazi music industry's in California. I'm just noting that is not necessarily true, that California is all liberal. In the same way that's not true, like, it's, like, sorry, it bugs me when people say, because I've had some people who are let's call them Southern, although it's tricky about that. They're like, all you people on you coastal elites, all of your big cities and all of that. I was like, you know, when I'm from the coast and I lived in a cabin with no electricity in the mountains. I have eaten squirrel, like, and square dance. Like, also there were two main country music industries. One was in Nashville. The other one was in Bakersfield, California. Like, you know, we have rural spaces. We have farmers. It's not like we don't have farmers in rural spaces. And also you have cities in the South and Midwest. I just want to point out that there are cities there. You know what I mean? Like, so we create these sort of like fantasies of these places that are like, New York has got some rural places. Like, I'm going to just note.
New York is not just New York City. If you have never been to upstate New York, in this wide swath of land between the Hudson River and the Erie Canal, let me tell you, there ain't shit out there. Like, they claim...
damn Yankees.
But also damn Yankees. I mean, like, I'm also gonna be honest with this thing and be like, I lived in the South for an extended period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, apple trees. There's that whole swath along.
There's a reason why New Jersey was called the Garden State, right? Like, there's a lot of agriculture there. Not so much
Jersey.
anymore, right?
Yeah, it's Jersey. It's fine. I'm sorry. I've gotten actually, seriously, my school had a sizable young Republican. Romney's kids were constant. Yeah. It's a thing. You end up, like, there are some very, if you live in the South, in this particular instance, I'm going to be specific, I lived in Georgia. There is a vast political divide between Atlanta, Georgia, and the rest of the state. And
that's the same in California, too.
And it's the same in California. And when people, and I'm going to say this because it popped up, another example of people like, we should get rid of the Electoral College, it bad thing. Let me show you map where 50% of the population of the United States lives in these blue areas, and why are we caring about everybody else? I'm like, that doesn't help the problem. And because we should care, because I'm sorry, I lived in Georgia, which actually had counties for a reason. These are large states. The ideology and function, not ideology, but the governmental requirements, the just infrastructural requirements of DeKalb County and Atlanta are vastly different than Valdosta and Clapville, which, by the way, is not Clapville, it's Clayettville, and is pronounced Clapville. And it was when you talk about small town, y'all, this is a small town that was annexed by Valdosta. The only thing south of Valdosta on I-75 is the Florida state line.
But now, I will say, I'm not super excited about the Electoral College, and I'll tell you why.
I think that there are problems with it, but I don't. Yes. But I think that vastly getting rid of it would perpetuate the problem for which the Electoral College was created.
So, I mean, one of the problems is, right, that right now, we actually don't, like, people say, if we didn't have it, we'd only keep the big states. And it's like, actually, that's not true, because right now...
No, it would be urban versus rural.
Right, because right now, they don't care about rural states right now, or big states right now. They only care about swing states. Like, if you are not a swing state, they kind of just don't care about you, right?
Like, the state of Connecticut has no one's going to campaign here. I'm sorry.
No one cares.
No one cares.
No one cares.
They're going to be like, we might go to... No, we're not going to worry about Connecticut. We're not going to worry about New York because they're inherently going to vote Democrat, whether that's what most of the population agrees with or not. That's
right. They don't really care about Texas or Alaska. Like, they're just a bunch of states they just don't care about. But then also, the problem becomes the ways in which we do, like, winner take all and that kind of statewide, is that there are more people in Atlanta than there are in Montana, and their votes just don't matter. There are a bunch of Republicans in California, and their votes don't matter, right? Because it's whatever the state as a whole, and so there are a bunch of people whose votes don't get to count.
But that's the thing, is it's winner take all, and that's that's not how the Electoral College was designed.
Yeah, right.
And
so
this is another example of people are like, the Electoral College itself was bad. No. Thomas Jefferson didn't like the fact that he had to have Aaron Burr as a vice president because of the way the things worked, and he's like, I'm going to change that.
Yeah.
Because it used to be that the person who got the most votes was president, and the person who got the second most votes was vice president, and then you went from there, forcing people to agree and work together. Also, we weren't supposed to have a party system. So, in the way the Electoral College is created as part of the Connecticut Compromise of the Constitutional Convention.
Connecticutter.
Yeah, I live here now, but I'm technically belong to the federal government. It's fine. And I can say that because I was literally born on federal property. It was designed specifically because it wasn't so much about large states versus small states. It was about urban versus rural, which will always be a problem. Always. And you wanted to give a balance. Well, it was also small states. because Connecticut looked at Virginia and went, you're just going to dominate everything we do, and what you need is not necessarily the same thing that we need. And they're not wrong. There are different needs, and not just federal. Yeah, John Adams wasn't thrilled about his vice president either. Yeah, the great famous quote about John Adams, "Good God, the damn Virginian outlives me," as he dies. Forgetting, of course, that, no, did I get that backwards? John Adams and Thomas Jefferson were both, had the same birthday, and they both died the same day. And, no, it was, forgetting, of course, that Jefferson died 3 hours, not knowing, of course, that Jefferson had died 3 hours before Adams.
But I will say one thing about the rural versus urban, and there's a slippage that happens that is not the same today that as it was before, and that is that so California has huge rural populations, and we have our governor is elected by a popular vote, and those and let me say the rural interests are very well taken care of California, because what are the rural interests that the government cares about? Agribusiness. And agribusiness gets all, like, they get their interests taken care of very well. And I think there becomes this conflation of rural with agribusiness. Like, we have this sort of fantasy of like the yeoman farmer, but these are like massive agricultural combines that are sort of taking up rural spaces, and they're very well represented. The poor people in Appalachia are not well represented. And so there's this kind of like tricky thing where rural interests ends up being read as corporate agriculture, and those are not the same things at all. And that becomes really like, that's like really
corporate agriculture is not the same thing as rural interests, particularly when you
but they frame themselves that way, right?
They frame themselves that way. And there's a vast difference between what and here's the thing, there are also rural interests that aren't actually agriculture based.
Yes.
Agriculture, one of the biggest industries in Georgia, in Georgia as a whole, and not, but specifically South Georgia. But the other huge industry, massive employer for most of the people who do not live in Savannah or Atlanta. Guess.
The military.
No. Well.
No. Military bases.
No, that's number 3. That's number 3. Number 2.
For rural spaces? Well, I'm thinking Walmart's.
Walmart is an employer, but it's fails been
for industry.
Number 2. It's an actual industry, and I will tell you, it stinks to high fucking heaven.
Prisons.
No, although fair. No. Paper mills.
Paper mills. Ooh.
Peaches. Peaches are a major export, which, by the way, if you didn't know, Georgia is personally, the Georgia peach truck comes through, and you can actually order cases of Georgia peaches as they do. But, Georgia Pacific Paper Company, if you've ever seen anything with Georgia Pacific on it, it is a major employer in South Georgia. Pine trees are literally there because they fast grow, they come down easy, and they make real good paper, y'all.
So now I have a thought. I'm going to just throw out there and I want your thoughts on this about rural versus urban interests. And I was just, as you were talking, I was thinking, because you talked about paper mills, I was thinking about things. And I was thinking that actually there could also be rich versus poor interests that might be aligned, in the sense that, you know, what the rural and the urban poor would both have to worry about? Environmental issues in terms of toxic environments, right? Like lead in your houses or paper mill chemicals. Like there's ways in which like working people in both rural and urban spaces are going to have to deal with sort of like toxic ecological damage. Also, and I'm thinking very specifically about, like, say, people in ghettos and people in rural spaces. They often have to deal with food deserts. Similarly, lack of hospital care, sometimes lack of infrastructure. Like, so they're kind of interesting ways in which I think working people in both rural and urban spaces have shared concerns, but it feels like the issues we're talking about to be more corporate driven in both rural and urban spaces in interesting ways.
Yeah.
Fracking. Ooh.
I will also say that here's the other thing is we have a paper mill in the middle of the Twin Cities. We know which way the wind is blowing by the smell. Yes, yes, you do. You can smell it. It's like that scent it comes off of Long Island Sound. You know exactly what it is.
Yeah, lead or mercury in your drinking water. Like, yeah, there are a bunch of
I mean, we don't have a problem with that in the city of New York because they decided to. Your government cares about you and wants you. Excuse me, wrong voice. So what you need to understand here is the government actually cares about you, possibly. And so they was thinking that they would have this great idea. There are all these poor kids. They can't get to the dentist, right? So you can't get, they can't get their teeth fixed. They can't, like they were rotten in the head, so it's a bad thing. You know, it'd be cheaper than paying, all these poor kids to go to the dentist to do all this shit. We're gonna put fluoride in the drinking water.
Yeah.
Welcome to New York.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally, and it's fluoride in the drinking water.
Yeah.
And people are like, aren't you scared about drinking heavy metals? I'm like.
And Jerry, you're talking about the food that most people in the U.S. have a car, but like a lot of poor people don't.
Well, it's also not about it's also not you also have to remember is that the food desert is also corporate driven and
that's right,
and area driven because theoretically you could ship to like if we want to take the example of rural Georgia, right? You get outside of Atlanta, the high-end grocery store outside of Atlanta has now become Kroger, which Kroger are very nice. The people that I've experienced working in the Kroger are nice folk, but they're not like a high-end. In Atlanta you'd get Publix and Whole Foods and Sprouts, which is a thing that I dearly miss. All the joys of Whole Foods with none of the pretension and half the price.
Oh, nice. I want that place. I want that place.
Also, like a massive, when you walk inside, bulk food section, so you can like pick up things like rice or flour and just pay by the pound and do all these things. Oh, that's great. But that was because you were living in Atlanta, and so you had vast amounts of area that you can go to. As opposed to, but once you get out of there, okay, now you've got Walmart, the Piggly Wiggly, and Kroger.
Yeah. And
who is paying to ship what to those areas? What are they paying to buy?
Yeah, Jared, that's right. Like if a half a mile, if you do not have a car and like in the closest grocery store that's not a liquor store, like when those little like bodegas like is really far away by bus even, like that's hard to do that kind of, if it's like an hour and a half by, like it's hard. Like, you know what I mean? Like some things are too far to walk. Like it's rough. Are you getting vegetables?
And that's the other thing. Are they shipping actual fresh vegetables to you? I mean, that was one of the things that was really positive was that you had in Atlanta. It's like, oh, well, they started doing with Kroger and Publix had started doing was local produce and milk and all of these things in the local area, like county or maybe 2 counties over, which was giving a better food distribution and re-looking at food distribution. But for the most part, stuff that's farmed in South Georgia, in South Carolina, in North Carolina, they are not being sold in those states. Some of it is, I'm not going to lie, but the vast majority of it is not. It's being sent out.
Do you know what's really interesting? So when I lived in Germany, Germany's such an interesting place. And like, it's funny in these interesting ways that are like kind of cool and sometimes less cool. It just kind of depends. But people only shopped local. And it wasn't because they were hippies, it's because how they always just sort of did it. But then they also sort of developed this kind of a little bit of an attitude about it, a little bit in interesting ways. Like I went to the market with my friends, and they were looking for asparagus because Germans love their asparagus, and there was some asparagus from Munich. I lived in Augsburg. Munich is like a 30 to 40-minute train ride away. Like, it is not that far. We're very close. And they're like, oh, they're these Munich asparagus. Why would we ever buy those? We're only gonna buy Augsburg asparagus. And I was like, oh, like we weren't even talking about not wanting to get your vegetables from a different state, right? But like just from the town over, they were like, we were not gonna have it. And I was talking about that, and they said, besides the fact that they also just think their asparagus is better because, you know, that's how they are. But also they're like, if we keep buying things from really far away, those things have to be shipped in. And that shipping is gas, and that shipping is not good for the environment. It's just better for the local community and also for the larger environment to buy more local, right? The food is going to be better, and shipping things is not good for the food. And I was just like, oh. Like, it was just really interesting to sort of think about the fact that people just generally bought very, very local, and not in that kind of way that it's happening now where it's like a kind of a hipster thing in the US, but like, that's just what they've always done. And like, you would get some things you cannot get. So like some things you're going to have to get from Spain, certain kind of produce is just not being made in Germany. But generally speaking, the things that they could get locally, they just did get locally. And that kept money within the local economy. It helped local farmers, etc.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like, ooh, I am, however, happy Sprouts is coming closer. It's inching its way up. And by inching it, I mean, it's like you look at the map and you're like, so, okay, can I get this state? It's now in Jersey, which means we might get it soon.
Do you know what? I don't know if they still do. Do they still do? Do they have that here?
What?
Do you know what they have in Ithaca? That when I applied to grad school to Cornell, when many years ago, shockingly, and I got in, but I ended up going to UCLA instead, because it does not snow abusively at UCLA. And so I went to, when I toured Cornell, they told me they had this thing back then, Ithaca bucks. Ithaca has its own local currency. And I don't know if it still does, but it had its own local currency back in 2000, wherein you would change in actual money into Ithaca bucks. I don't know if they gave you a bonus. Like, I don't know if like the exchange rate was.
It's. I remember this now. There are a couple other places that do it. I don't know if Ithaca still does, but it wasn't actually about real money. The reason they did this, and this is a big thing, is because it was tied to the fact that then students at Cornell and Ithaca could go to local stores and use their swipe to work. It's like, so like you're, you know, like when you would go into like, go to the dining hall and swipe for that. It was like, oh, well, I can go to Stop and Shop or Giant and use my, and so, but it would be like both of them. So it would cover both Ithaca and Cornell.
But I think they had
I don't know if they still do anymore.
I don't know if they still do, but they still had actual currency.
Yeah.
And apparently part was also that, like, Ithaca hours, that's what they're called. Okay. The Ithaca hour is a local currency formerly used in Ithaca, New York, apparently no longer. And it was one of the longest running local currency systems that is no longer in circulation.
Okay.
It had inspired other systems. One Ithaca hour is valued at $10 and is generally recommended to be used as a payment for 1 hour's work, although the rate is negotiable. And so it was this way in which to sort of keep money within the local
community,
economy.
Yeah.
Yes. And that was like, and when I was there, so apparently they don't have it anymore. I don't know when they stopped using it, but when I visited, they were there. And several $1 million of hours have been traded since '91 among thousands of residents, over 500 local business areas. One of the primary functions of the Ithaca hour system is to promote local economic development. Businesses who receive hours must spend them on local goods and services, thus building a network of inter-supporting local businesses. While non-local businesses are welcome to accept hours, those businesses need to spend them on local goods and services to be economically sustainable. I wonder when they stopped having it.
Probably with the rise of Bitcoin.
Oh.
That would be my bet. I cannot guarantee that that's true, but I'm betting that's a thing that started with digital currency and fake money. Which, you know, it's all fake money. But
because money is a social construct.
Yes, it is. Sorry. There are lots of social constructs. They serve functions and we need them, but it is a social construct.
Yes.
I think that is a good point to take a break, however, because I am out of water.
Oh, me too.
And we're at the 5-hour mark, so I'm trying to be better about us remembering things like
that's true.
Water and stretching and
That's fair.
Trying. We did this. We had our break a full hour earlier than last time.
It's true. Jer, to answer your question, I actually the one of the main reasons why I went to UCLA versus Cornell, and I will tell you, actually it was about the professors, and this is what happened. I went to Cornell first, was my first visit, and what I wanted to do was popular music studies. In 2000, that was not super popular, and I went to Cornell, and there was this really great professor there, Judith Pereno, who's this really cool professor, and like she was really great, and I was like, oh, I could work with her. And I'm visiting the other people, and they were less modern. And she said to me, she said, hey, here's the really great thing about Cornell at the time. If you can come here and convince X and Y super old school professor that what you do is valuable, then you can convince anybody in the field that what you do is valid. And I was like, oh, huh. And then I went to UCLA and they're like, yeah, this is great. We think that's awesome. And I was like, okay, so at Cornell, there'd be one professor who I really want to work with. At UCLA, there's like 4. So I'm going to go to UCLA because because there were just some people who are now retired people, but there were some like super old school conservative folks at the time who did not think that popular music was real music. And I didn't think I wanted to spend my grad program trying to convince people that what I did even mattered. I just thought I would rather, and I get the idea that it would prepare you for the field. Like I get that, right? But
yeah, but there's also a difference of like, you have to do a shit ton at grad school already. You don't want to spend the extra time and effort to justify your existence.
Yes. And so, and I get that people out there are kind of gross sometimes, but like, I would just like, because that would be like, I'd have to have some of them on my committee maybe. And those are not people I really want on my dissertation committee. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's like, I would like people on my dissertation committee who are on my side. That's it. That's it. Like, that's not like, we can have that fight with other people outside, but maybe not when I'm writing. That's it.
Yep. So yes, we're gonna take a break. I put 10 minutes on the clock. We'll get some water. We might, snack. It's possible.
Maybe a little.
And we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
All right. Hello. So I wanted to talk about more about electoral politics, but specifically about the systems that we use. And I wanted some of your thoughts. And the first thing I was thinking about was, so like oftentimes what drives me is when I think that things seem unfair. And I'm like, I don't necessarily know how we're going to fix it, but this seems unfair. And what do I think about that? And one of the things that always felt unfair to me, we're going to talk about the primary system, is that it's spread out over such a long time and nobody cares about Hawaii. Like you know what I mean? Like I just sort of worry about the way they're sort of like, they're just, I feel this being in New Jersey, and like, I'm like, okay, well, how can we, and also I realize that they're really into it. I understand that, but it feels unfair to me that certain states get to start it all the time, forever and always. And I just feel like there's got to, like, here's a thought I have, and you can tell me if you think this is terrible. And I understand that one of the pushbacks. Mm-hmm. Whereas in the parliamentary system, you don't have any control over that. Oh, they can't hear you.
Wow, okay. Hashtag muted. Well, you know, thanks everyone. Appreciate it. I has an emote for that. Thank you, Kelly.
Yes, so in Ice Bunny, in the parliamentary system, you vote for a party, and the party has a list, and you don't control who's on that list or what order they are in. You just vote for the party, and then the party will tell you who's going to be elected. In our system, we vote for specific people.
And in this case, and the primary system is tied to, you vote for who will be on the ballot for each party.
So, for example, in the UK, under the parliamentary system, Margaret Thatcher was the head of the Tory party. Everyone voted for the Tories, assuming that she would be the prime minister, and then she was. But then the Tory party decided, voted no confidence, kicked her out and put in John Major in, and the British people did not vote for John Major, right? Because that's not how their system works. They voted for the party. And in the US, we specifically vote for specific people.
And so, and each party is supposed to have the primary nomination system and this whole big thing about, and then you said, oh yeah, Will, you're talking, well, you know, it's us, Ice Bunny.
Yeah, it's true.
Why would we stay on one topic? We don't stay on target.
So here's my thought for you. Here's what I'm thinking. And I understand the pushback is, this is the pushback, that we're such a huge, large country, it takes so long to travel between point A to point B that we need a longer time period for, I know, right, for campaigning. But here's a thought I had. Tell me what you think. What if we decided to have only 3 or 4 primary days? Like we could sort of decide how many there are. If we have to have regional things, and we could organize it to like 4 blocks or 3 blocks, whatever we think is better. And those blocks are roughly equal in the number of electoral votes or whatever they have. And then we rotate them so that one year, this one cycle will be this one region will be the first one, and then we go through, and then the next time it would be the next region, so that sometimes Alaska and Hawaii get to go first, and then sometimes some other people will get to go first, so that we would like maybe rotate through, so it's not the same.
You know, maybe have the primaries on the same day.
We could also, people always, I don't see why we can't, but people always say, oh no, you can't. They always get really invested in not having that. Having it all the same day.
We have a national election day for a reason. I mean, like, I personally think that election days should be federal holidays, and you shouldn't be doing anything like that. And when I was in elementary school, we did, because where were the polling places? All the schools.
Yeah.
So the schools were on break, so everybody went, and you know, a lot more people had an opportunity.
I think they like the longer primary season because it makes for good television.
No, it makes for crap television that they think they can spin forever.
Yeah, because it's like, ooh, somebody's from behind. Now will they overtake?
They're literally arguing about points 1 or 2 percentage points, and you're like, your margin of error for surveys of this size is more than the percentage point that you're arguing about. Sorry, this is me being a social research scientist.
So, like, I just feel like if we have to have more than one primary day, can we not just have it spread out over like 6, 7, 8 months? Can we just like have it be in 1 month? Could we do that?
Can we do it? And can we have like the actual then nominees and the election campaigning be max 3 months?
They do that in Germany.
Or
like,
even 2.
Yeah. In Germany, they're like, you're allowed to campaign starting now, but not before, and until now, but then not after, right? And that seems very exciting. Non-Ireland, there are multi-seat constituencies, districts. Parties put up several candidates for constituents, and you vote for individual candidates, not perhaps for those. Oh, that's interesting kind of gifts. Because I know in a lot of the other systems, you can't do that. You can't vote for specific people. The parties will give you the list. I mean, and technically in the United States, technically in the United States, you don't have to be a member of a party at all. Now, if you were not a member of the party, you'd probably just have to be rich, right? Like I think Ross Perot was not a member of a party, but technically you can just run if you want to.
And you can vote. And here's the other thing is like, you can vote. A lot of people vote straight party and only party, which is not intelligent. Because
some people mix it up.
And some people mix it up. And another thing that they frequently forget is that in the United States, you can write in the ballot. And I have done that on a number of occasions. Mickey Mouse gets upwards of 1 million votes last presidential election.
I wonder what this reminds me of. Oh, sorry, you just reminded me of a thing. Okay. There's a bit of a controversy in Australia because they asked people what their religion is, and a very large number of people in Australia have said that their religion is Jedi, and people in Australia are like, stop putting in joke religions. That throws off our numbers. This is actually really important to be serious about it. But like, I have met some Star Wars fans, and I'm not certain they're joking. That's all I'm saying.
Not all of them.
Like some of them like are very seriously like I'm following like sort of Jedi philosophy. I don't know how that's going to work for them, but like I'm just saying that like you cannot assume that just because somebody says Jedi as their religion that they're joking. That's all.
And I'm quite sure there are some people who are like Mickey Mouse to be a better president than a lot of people. I have voted. Full disclosure, and in the United States, one of the things that pisses me off the most is newspaper people outside of an election site being, so how'd you vote? And I'm like,
polling.
It's like, we have secret ballot for a reason, just check the results when it happens. Your after election polling is A, never accurate, and B, skews things that happens because then you're selling the
it's not fair for people on the West Coast versus the East Coast. Like that's another one of the problems on the election day that I worry about. Like in terms of like, in the same way that I don't think that like Iowa and should always be the first. Like I feel like that's not fair. It also does not seem fair to me that sometimes the elections are called before I've even voted. Like that doesn't seem fair to me either.
Before votings have closed in various. Oh wait.
There should be like a media blackout, but until the last state has their polls have finished, right? I feel like that seems fair.
Exactly. And then there are people, and so full disclosure, I have said this before, for presidential elections, I have written in the last 3 presidential elections. Abigail Adams.
Oh, can I ask you a follow-up question that reminds me of this? What is your thought on this? This is a thing. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, I don't know how I feel about it. In Australia, you have to vote. You can write in, like you can vote, do not participate, like you can but you have to fill out a ballot. Otherwise, I think there's a fine of like I don't know how much it is, like $50, whatever. What do you think about that? What are your thoughts on that? Because I don't know how I feel about it. Like I don't know if I think it's a good idea or a bad idea. Like I don't know. Like I'm really not certain what I think about that.
I don't know enough about Australia voting practices to have an opinion yet. I think part of my problem, like, okay, so I have said this before, that I have unpleasant and unpopular views on certain things when it comes to elections, and that are frequently seen by a large number of people as quote unquote bad opinions. Number one, I think we call elections way too early, and if you actually remember, if you are upset with the fact that that you call the election, how about the fact that there are what's the actual current number? 300,000 people in uniform whose votes are never counted in an election.
Yeah, that doesn't seem fair.
Because they're absentee ballots.
Yeah.
And if the vote in the state where their absentee ballot is like
overwhelming,
or not even overwhelming, it's just like, oh well, your math won't. Even if all of you vote for the person who is currently number 2, your math isn't going to do anything except be extra things that we have to count. So why should we count it?
Yeah.
If you
if you live in one of our colonies, like Puerto Rico, Guam, there are a bunch of people who are U.S. citizens,
but they cannot vote.
But they pay taxes. They pay federal taxes.
Also, fun fact, Guam is probably going to become the 51st state before Puerto Rico.
Oh. Also, D.C. doesn't, like, I just feel like there are people who are U.S. citizens are not getting, like, I just noted that, like, when I was living overseas, I got to vote for president, right, as a person overseas.
You got to vote. Did your vote count? Did anyone actually count? Did anyone actually count your ballot? Because I can tell you that 9 times out of 10, it probably wasn't. I also have, I lived in Georgia, right? I've lived in Connecticut, and I've lived in a whole bunch of other places, and here's the important thing that I think. I do not think that asking people to prove their address is voter registration. It is voter suppression. Excuse me, voter suppression.
Address you can do, though, right? Because, well, what do you mean by prove their address? Well, but hold on a second.
I don't think asking for ID is voter suppression.
So here's the thing, though. If you are homeless, you're still allowed to vote, right? Because, like, we have the right to vote.
But you can get a state ID without actually without needing a driver's license. You can get a state ID that isn't tied to a driver's license.
But if you're homeless, can you get one?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, it depends on the state, but for in Georgia, you could. Non-voter, but and the reason I'm going to say this is elections in DeKalb County have different ballots and different requirements than people in Fulton County or Cherokee County or Hall County or any other county. Like, the DeKalb County, and I say this loudly, and it is not a fallacy, the DeKalb County Board of Education, which, by the way, are elected positions in Georgia, was officially the worst Board of Education in the United States. And how do you know that you're that bad? Because the state government has to come in and disband you because you couldn't get shit done.
Wow.
So,
ouch.
You're voting for and because the ballots are different, like there are different people on the Board of Education ballot for Fulton County versus DeKalb County versus Cherokee County. If I want to talk about things that are going on in Fulton County, I would want to live in Fulton County. Or, you know.
State IDs are still behind a paywall here.
It depends where you are and things.
He's in Minnesota.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't see that as
we have a lot of elections on the local level. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, you have a lot.
We do a lot on the local level, including judges,
like,
all sorts of stuff.
Judges, the water, like
the sheriff,
the sheriff, the water bureau is elected. The fire department, fire chiefs are elected. Governors are elected. Various county laws will go on election ballots. Mayors, board, county board members. All of these are local election things, and so.
But the problem is if you have to pay for it. Like if you have to pay $100 for your ID card or whatever, right? There are people who cannot afford to do that, and they should still be able to vote, right? So there's like, so we have to how do we make sure that it doesn't become a poll tax, it doesn't become that they don't pick and choose in ways that become unfair, right?
Okay, I agree with not becoming a poll tax, but I also don't think that choosing. I think that the price. I don't see, like, if I have to pay, you have to pay for any government ID, right?
I suppose so.
The real expensive one is your passport, which is $125.
Yeah, that's right.
But your driver's license is usually about $20-$30, depending, sometimes more or less, depending what state you're in.
Yeah.
Also depending on your degree, your classification of driver's license. I know in Georgia, the non-driver state ID is like $15. I don't
think I had to pay for my Social Security card. Did I?
Yes. Usually people have to pay the processing fee to get it mailed. I didn't because I was I grew up in the military. Yeah, so I've had my Social Security card my entire life. Most people have to apply and get your Social Security card.
Yeah. So there's this question about sort of universal free ID. Like some kind of like basic free ID, but I know people who don't. But as Baron says, many people see universal ID requirement as a break in the Constitution. Or there are some people who, from the other direction, don't want the government knowing your ID. There are people like I don't want the government knowing what my ID is, right? Like people were really upset with Social Security numbers, right? They're like none of that. So there's like people like on different sides having different
Yeah, exactly. It's like your Social Security number is your universal ID. I'm sorry. And so when people say that you have to have an ID, I think it's disingenuous and a wrong use of the term to say having an ID is a poll tax. Because I think those are two different things. Paying for an ID, you need an ID to do a lot of other things in this country rather than just vote. Get on a plane.
But a lot of people who are, especially old people, right? Especially old people and also poor people it turns out in rural spaces, especially older people in rural spaces and poor people, a lot of them actually don't have IDs at all. I was just reading, there's a large number of people, like a larger number of people than you think, especially if you live in a city. Like in a city, like it's like, oh, right? But especially in rural spaces, especially older people, many of whom also like the Amish people who were born not in hospitals but at home, a lot of people actually just don't have IDs. And we often don't realize that there's a much larger percentage of US citizens who don't have IDs because of the fact that they live in these kind of rural spaces.
I'm saying but I'm saying like that I don't think that having an ID is the same thing as a poll tax.
Well, okay, the question is that ID expensive? Right, because if we had like free IDs, then I think it would be fine, right?
Well, but at the same time, it's like, okay, so what is your... Okay, I'm going to... Here, time. I'm officially doing this for the first time on one of these streams. I'm adding our source to our source counter. I'm looking at the Connecticut...
Jared's been without ID for 6 years. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of people just don't have ID.
Okay, so Connecticut driver's license 2020. Okay. They're officially on real IDs. What do I need? Okay, what is the real ID program? What do I need to get it? Original birth. Okay.
Yeah, so I spent you saying Germany, you must have the ID, but Germany, you also have to register where you live with the police.
Yeah,
like the United States is super.
Yeah.
The United States is very different from Europe. In Europe, there are a lot of things you have to do in terms of registering yourself with the government that the United States that we do not do.
Yeah,
like,
we don't trust the government
yeah,
at all.
like you don't have to have an ID in the United States, and you also don't have to live somewhere. Like there's a lot of weirdnesses about like you could live in the woods, I suppose. Like there's a lot of stuff about
you should be you will be the hall monitor. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you don't have to do. So I'm just looked it up on just for the state of Connecticut. A regular license renewal for 6 years, so renewing it for 6 years is $72. An 8-year license renewal is $96. Anyone 65 or older can renew for 2 years at $24. Commercial driver's license renews at every 4 years and is $70. DMV issued ID cards are renewed for $22.50 every 6 years.
If we could, here's what I'll say: if we could do a means testing, right? If we were going to say you have to have an ID, but we could do a means testing, so that if you are like super poor, like you're like dirt poor, like whoa, that you could get that fee waived, then I'd be good with that.
I mean, like, I would be bet that if you put something like if you're on welfare, that you are getting like. But here's the thing: I also look at this and I go, okay, so your DMV issued ID card, so your state issued ID card for 6 years is $22.50. So as I do the math, and I do the math with the calculator. It's $3.75 a year. I think there's because just because, and then again, I freely acknowledge that I grew up in a system where having like I'm a lot closer to Ice Bunny in the everyone has to have an ID, like, and by everyone has to have an ID, I mean there are kids I went to high school and college and kids I taught high school who don't know their social security number. Yeah, I had memorized mine, my mother's, and my father's by the time I was 4. Yeah, because you're in the military. That's what you do, and you pull these things out, or you have a military ID, or you have an But
then there are those people who are like 98 years old and may not even have a driver's license. You know what I mean? And like
no. The real scary ones are like my friend Scout's great aunt, who had a driver's license, and a large number of people in the rural areas get driver's licenses young because they need to
move,
drive farm equipment, and
in Europe, oftentimes driver's licenses don't run out, but I spent either a couple of things. One, when I lived in Germany, people's main ID card was their passport, and the driver's license was not ID. It was just a thing that you got once and it lasted forever. In the United States, many people do not have passports at all, and so the driver's license is your main ID, and so you have to keep renewing it because you have to get new photographs if you've changed, because that's how people are using it. And also, we want it to be that if you are no longer capable of driving, we can take it away from you, right? So there's a...
Oh, this is the point of this. So, her great aunt, Beth? Yeah, Beth was the last one who ended up, her grandmother was, Elizabeth, was somebody else, but her great aunt was Beth. And I tell you straight now, this is the state of Georgia, y'all. Full disclosure. They're like, so she lives outside Atlanta. They're in the south between, Atlanta and Macon, west towards Oconee, which is where the University of Georgia is. And for those of you who don't know, the only thing in the University of Oconee County is the University of Georgia. So she lived down there out in the country, and they're like, so how things going, Grandma? Everything okay? It's like, yeah, I gotta get my license renewed. So her kids and her grandkids conspired with the deputies in the sheriff's department to fail her on her driving lesson. So, Grandma, when you have to go for your driver's test? Oh, y'all, you wouldn't even believe it. I don't have to go and do that. They sent it to me in the mail. Because literally, that's what had happened. She had a driver's license, so all they're going to do is send you the renewal in the mail. You pay, okay. And
although I have to sometimes, I had to actually go in person for my last renewal because they'll let you do it a couple of times automatically, and then you have to actually go in after a certain amount of time.
Then you have to go in for a certain amount of time. Yeah, it's the same thing. Problem is, in order to get an ID, not only have to pay for the ID, you have to have your social security number and birth certificate, gathering those, and it costs. I mean, it can. I mean, here's my thing is.
I think our driver's license lasts 4 years in the U.S. Huh? 4 years. Our driver's licenses. Most of them have been about 4 years.
6 to 4. Yeah. Like I'm looking at Connecticut, and it says your regular license renewal is 6. The extended renewal is 8.
5. So somewhere between 4 to 6, probably.
Yeah, 4 to 6.
Yeah. I just think about homeless people. Like I just think about homeless people, and like they should still be able to vote.
Yeah, no, and I'm not denying that at all. I'm saying that there is a different like. Okay, story time with D. Putting my story time hat on.
So like how can we make sure that we can ensure that people are voting in the right county?
Yes.
Without making it an undue burden on people who are. But also, this is tricky. Like, what do you do with homeless people who don't have a home? In terms of.
Yeah, but the reality is that a majority of the homeless population reside within an urban environment.
Yeah.
Which are except for the city of Atlanta, which is in 4 counties at the same time, is only in 1 county usually because the county is this urban environment most of the time.
But I'm just thinking, for example, so I, for the last 6 years, 8 years maybe, have been kind of technically homeless.
Yes,
technically, right? In the sense that I lived in a dorm, but because they do not deliver mail all school year, they're like, you need to get a P.O. box. So I have a P.O. box, and that is my permanent address.
Yeah, that's your mailing address versus your street address, yeah.
But I don't have a street address, right? And that has caused me I was like, ooh, they're like, with the bank, they're like, no, you have to have a street address to have a bank account. I was like, I don't have a street address. So and they're like, I said, I'm a professor. I work at a university. So they're like, okay. And I was like, it's like all these little things that if I didn't have a street address, which I didn't, were problematic. And I only got, the only reason why people made exceptions is because I was like I'm a PhD professor, right, at this school. So like, okay, that's fine. And I just kept thinking like, how would it be if I actually were actually homeless, right? I'm living in my car. How would I deal with, getting a bank account, all those things that you need in order to be able to,
improve your existence.
Improve your existence,
I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just, I also have the thing where, it's like 5 different counties and 12 districts. Yeah. I'm in the lens of acceptable forms of ID for voting. The requirements are exactly the same within the government regulations for each form of ID. Discrimination is based purely on who typically has access to each form of ID. I guess. I mean,
in 2018, South Dakota, the state attempted to strike Native Americans from the register because their homes didn't have street addresses.
Yeah, and there are a number of people who got, it's like you haven't renewed your driver's license, so you get struck from. I'm like, that tying motor voter.
Yeah.
Is the problem here?
Yeah.
My reason for supporting, and as I said, I don't think that requiring an ID is the same thing as a poll tax, because that's.
What about mail? Would that work for you? If you could bring in like somebody mentioned that.
I would. Okay, here's. Remember I said we're going to do story time with D?
Yeah, do it.
So, all of the individuals that I know about firsthand who were participants in this event are dead, and therefore it is not discussion of an actual crime that I could not acknowledge and or report.
Okay.
My grandfather's first job. Now, is Anino still in chat? He might be, he might not be. Yeah, we'll figure it out. If Anino or anyone else who lived in Boston is still in chat. Oh, hi, Anino, there you are. My grandfather lived in Boston. His first job was working the elections. His first job was to be part of the crew in the van that drove around, picked up the drunks at various bars, took them to various polling locations, said, here's your name, this is who you're voting for. And when you got back on the van, he would hand them a drink. This is... And when people say, like, danger in voting. Now, I am not being an alarmist in any way, shape, or form, the same way that certain people who talk on the TV for a living are. Or they dress in really bad toupees and orange skin toner.
For example. Randomly.
But I have extensive knowledge of how this system is actually really, really fallible. And voter manipulation is not a new thing or a thing in which it is hard to do. The idea of having a piece of mail is fine, but where is most people's mailbox?
Well, of course, if you're homeless, then that mail would be a problem.
That'd be a problem. But I'm just talking about where's most people's mailbox?
In front of their house.
More specifically, for most people, it's on the street.
Yeah.
So, although technically it is, hey, renegade, glad you made it home. So
it's a crime.
It's a crime to interfere with the mail, but so is, fraud, and that happens a lot. And when certain alarmist individuals who are talking heads on TV who are like...
And there has been voter fraud recently. It has all been Republican voter fraud, but there has been voter fraud recently.
If you're surprised at voter fraud, I'm sorry. A dead man was elected mayor 2 years ago because the dead keep voting, y'all.
There was a thing, though. This is about, you were talking about voter manipulation. And this is a thing that I've thought about a lot. And it's complicated because people have different feelings about this, Yeah.
That's what this is a very complicated situation.
Right. I'm a Californian, and we have this super democratic thing. Some other states have it, some don't. We have the proposition system, where we can put a proposition on the ballot and then we can vote for it. And it's very democratic. But I have found that what happens is that you cannot get something on the ballot unless you have huge amounts of money. Many of the things on the ballot, some of them are very technical that maybe we should not be involved in. So for example, we have a lot of budget things that come through, like we're like, spend 5% of the budget on this, spend 5% of the budget on this, but how many percents do you have? You only, so there's a point where like the California state government has a real problem with its budget because so many things have been earmarked for propositions for specific things that it's really hard for them to actually run the state because all this, like, because the individual people are like doing their stuff. And again, the wording of propositions are not confusing out. People write these propositions purposefully to be confusing, like with like triple negatives or whatever, in order to manipulate the voters. That like, so if I vote no, like this proposition is about killing puppies. This is the killing puppies proposition. So it's like, okay, so I don't want to kill puppies, so I vote no. But actually voting no means you do want to kill puppies. And so they do these kind of weird things. And most of these propositions are done by like sketchy places. And I just don't know whether or not that's a good idea. I don't know whether or not propositions are a good idea. Like, I feel like we have a representative democracy for a reason. And I just don't know whether or not the average voter, including me, should be making some of these budgeting decisions. I don't know. What do you think?
So Georgia had frequent things that popped up, referendums or things like that or whatever. Usually they weren't budgeting, but they were like policy changes or, the big one that took like 3 or 4 elections to get through was actually the different county blue laws. And by blue laws, I mean things like when you could buy alcohol. Yep, exactly. You know, they did that in Massachusetts, but there was always like 6 or 7 on them, and 9 times out of 10, they are never talked about before they suddenly show up on the ballot. You have to vote on them. They're, some of them are state, some of them are local, some of them are not. It becomes So I have opinions about why democracy doesn't work on large-scale governmental systems. I'm looking at, and because actual democracy, not what we have, what we call a democracy. This is not actually a democracy. This is a representative republic in system with basic
And you know, where in Massachusetts do you live? I lived in Medford, Somerville. I'll be back there.
But it's large-scale democracy does not function. It can't. To run a government this size, full democracy, and by that I mean an actual democratic system based in the system that is just created and defined by you grew up in the W towns, cool. Created and defined Worcester or Walmouth.
Waltham, Worcester, yeah,
it'd be increasing problems.
Yeah.
It
also we don't also okay, sorry. It's not like 300 BC. There's like a lot of information we need to know. Okay, I'm gonna this is like my little thing I'm gonna say. There are people who are like, you want to know who I want to be for president? I want somebody, like, I don't want an expert or anything like that. I don't want a politician. I want somebody that I could like just sit and have a beer with. And I was like,
no, I don't.
No, I would never say that about my surgeon. I wouldn't say like, oh, I don't want somebody who went to med school for my surgeon. I want somebody, I don't want a doctor. I want somebody I can like have a beer with. Like, no, I want somebody who knows how these things, like, it's a job with skills
it's a job with skills and knowledge and interaction. And you also, so like the problem comes back to like in the 4th century BC in Athens, the reason democracy failed is because the Athenian conglomerate got too big, and the way and here's the thing, every decision had to be voted.
Yeah.
And if
pirate democracies, Jared says, pirate democracies worked because overthrowing the government was like 40 people. It was like 40 people, right?
Yeah,
and you're like,
true democracy and true communism only work on small-scale governmental systems.
Yeah, that's right.
They cannot work on large-scale systems because there's just too much requirement for infrastructure and independent judgment making that isn't, So let's have a vote. We need to have a vote. The entire country needs to vote right now. We need to vote on if we are going to give Hawaii an extra $1,000 for, well, quote unquote, $1,000 for the highway system. Okay, we're voting now.
Oh, come on, let's not do that. Like, and the thing is, also, I know that I don't know things, right? Like, having been former military intelligence, I know that there are things that people don't know. There are things that I don't know. There are things about, like, I'm not a comptroller. Like, there's all sorts of stuff that I don't know. And I would like people who know those things. Like, I'm voting for them. Like, I'm voting for people who know those things and have, good advisors. Like, that's, that's what I would like. How dare you not know everything? Speaking,
and it couldn't be secure online. There's no And here's the thing: is it's not even about security because voter fraud happened all the time.
When we didn't have electricity.
When we didn't have electricity. That's not the problem about security. The reality is the number of elections that would be required to run a country this size.
We'd only be voting all the time.
You wouldn't do anything other than vote. That would be it. I'm voting now. I'm voting now. I'm voting now. I'm voting now. It's like the amount of time you spend on Twitter liking someone's post, and you'd be making decisions that are much more and that means that anything that, people don't read the bills that end up in the House now because they're ungodly and horrible. Can you picture what would happen if 90% of the population who really don't care about this particular wording for this particular bill are like, we have to vote on it? It's like, no, we don't want to do that, so I'm just going to vote and not read it. How many of the Academy of Motion Pictures talk about they don't watch all of
they don't
the
even
nominees?
Watch the things,
No, not just they don't even watch the nominees, let alone the
and they're given viewers, like they're given
DVDs.
There was an episode of the Orville like that where everyone could instantly vote and things were very much mob rule because they weren't informed. It became likes on Twitter. Yeah, like I am. surplus farming gives us the ability to specialize. And I realize that there are people who have different feelings about that, but I feel like it's not bad for people to be able to specialize. I am glad that there are people who spend 15 years studying how to be a surgeon. I'm glad that I was able to spend my time learning how to do this, because we can't all do everything, then we can only do nothing. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think it's good that there are people who really, really know how to do farming. They have studied farming, they've studied agriculture, they've figured out the best way to do it, either through practical just doing it, or also like vintners, like all sorts of things. Like, there are many things I cannot do. I cannot machine parts. If we had like an apocalypse tomorrow, I would not be able to create brand new, like there's like a bunch of stuff I can't do. And like, so I'm glad that people can do it. Like, and I think we should all be respected, right? Like, I don't think that we should be rude to other people, because I think everybody's part is important. But like, I think it's good that we specialize, because I'm really hoping that some of those specialists will be able to make a vaccine for Corona. But if none of us were,
let's be honest. It's like, I can't, or more importantly, like, don't get me wrong, vaccination for Corona, real high up there.
Yep.
People that I will always hire as a professional, an accountant.
Plumbers. Oh, there are a bunch of people.
You know, all
right?
the trades.
Electricians.
Like
I'm not going to do that.
I'm not going to try and, no, that's why people are trained in this. But we treat somehow politics like it doesn't, and politics here I'm also including government and running
all levels,
and you know, not just the political machine, but the bureaucracy and everything that goes into it. Plumbers. We treat that as like everyone can do it.
Same thing with teaching, actually. Teaching in politics, as if teaching's not a skill. And I was like, although I will say I think that perhaps people might get a better appreciation for teaching in this time of Corona when they're having to do it all themselves. Because, I mean, it is my job to be a teacher, but I would not want to homeschool somebody in high school biology. That is not a skill that I have. Like, I would hope somebody who actually knows high school biology would be teaching that. That is not me. You know what I mean? Like, I will also, there's one thing I thought was really interesting, by the way, about the EU. And I thought that you might find this interesting as well, to see what people think about this. When I lived in Germany from 1992 to 1997. And they made it so that, this was really interesting, not me, because I was not an EU citizen, although one of my friends married Italian, so then she was, that you could vote, if you're an EU member, an EU citizen, you could vote in local elections in the place where you lived. So even if, so my colleague, who is an American, but she got an Italian passport because she was married to an Italian, lived in Augsburg, Germany with me, and she was allowed to vote in local Augsburg elections because she lived in Augsburg and she paid taxes to Augsburg and all that. And the idea being that, could she vote in German state elections? No. Could she vote outside of basically the city-wide level? That she could not. But the idea being that, like, you should be able to vote for that locality where you live, but then like the president stuff is back at your home country. What did you think about that? It seemed kind of cool, right? That you're like, because you're voting for things that are very directly involved with you, and you're also not voting back home local, right? What do you think about that?
I mean, it becomes complicated, right? I guess I think there's lots of there's good and bad. I have opinions about the EU, but
face it really drives me crazy when people are down on people teach creative fields like writing music as though those people are failures at their field. Face on, yes. People are like, oh, those who can do, those who can't teach. And I was like, yeah, I have met some people who are professional musicians and they cannot teach. They often sometimes don't even know what they're doing exactly, and they cannot impart it. Oh, can I tell you something really awful? This is so bad. There was a class that was being taught. It was history of jazz. I teach history of jazz, but there was a place where I was at, not where I'm at now, but I was at a place and I was not teaching it. They had somebody who was a famous jazz musician teach that class.
Don't do that.
No, it was really bad. And he was a famous jazz musician from like way back in the day. And the entire class was just him just telling stories about like who he knew. That was the entire class. And that's not a class. That is not the history of jazz. Like, that's cool that you were a famous drummer, but like, that's not, you know what I mean? Like, that's not, That's not a class. That's not. Ooh, it was really bad. Like people did not learn anything in that class, and I was embarrassed. I was like, I'm glad that this is not any of my business right now.
There is a vast difference between teaching and instruction and
Yeah.
doing a thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
That's what there are a bunch of coaches, like who are coaches who may not be able to play the thing, or like think about like ice skating, figure skating, right? There are a bunch of figure skating coaches who are that's not what necessarily what they do, but they're really amazing coaches. They can get you to be able to do that thing, even if they themselves are not.
yeah, and it's I think that there's the specialization is a thing we need to acknowledge is a good thing, and it serves a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
But this whole press of
anti-expertise thing that we got going on a little bit.
yeah, and it's like everyone can do everything, and I'm like, ooh, no.
I know I can't.
I know I can't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I thought it was interesting, the idea of like the local election. I thought that was interesting. I was like thinking about that, and I pondered it a bit. You know what I mean? That the history of gaming is all the people I used to land with. Yeah, yes. And I was just like thinking about the ways in which it's true that the local elections actually impact me very specifically, right? Like, are we going to build a new what do you call it? Parking garage.
Are we gonna build a new parking garage? What are we gonna do about the fact that, you know, this is a piece of land, it's been donated to the city. Mm-hmm. We can't do X, Y, or Z with it, but we want to do this thing with it. What do we all think? You know, or we want to vote for local judges, which is a thing that we do, or you know, representation. Local politics is important, and like in addition to my wonderful story about my grandfather and Boston and the number of dead men who vote in the city of Chicago every election.
Yeah.
And if you don't know that that's happening, I'm sorry for you. But I also am a classics person.
Yeah.
There is literally texts about how Roman elections worked, where it was just like, I'm promising that I'm going to pay you 5 denarii if you vote for me.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to go vote for you. Well, what is he going to do for us if we vote for him? And, you know, it's... Voter manipulation and voter fraud are not a new thing. It has been part of the system for the entire existence. There are ways in which you can do it better. Non-electronic voting is one of them.
Can I tell you something my dad said about that?
What?
My dad said something really interesting, and it made me go like this. That was the thing that made me go like, So, you know, a lot of those, we're gonna have to go back a little bit, right? So it was the company that made the electronic voting machines that were like all kind of like having problems. What were they called? The
ones that the state of Georgia still have?
Yeah, who does them?
I don't remember the name.
Oh, somebody in chat knows. So about that company, you know the company, the one where they're like, oh, like people voted for A and then it like popped over.
Popped over B. Yeah. It's
Yeah. Oh gosh, I can't remember what the name of their company is, but like the famous, yes, Diebold. Yes, Diebold. So do you know what Diebold also does besides those electronic voting machines that my dad pointed out?
Mm-mm.
They do the machines where you where you bet in horse races. They do the horse racing machines. And he said to me, my dad said to me, you know what never happens to those Diebold machines at the horse races? That people accidentally win huge amounts of money. They have that on lock. They're like, no. Like there's a record. There's double records, the one that you have, the one that they have, and they don't just somehow accidentally. Same thing with slot machines. They don't somehow it doesn't accidentally happen that the people who are betting on slot machines or also on the horse races just somehow get wrong tickets that allow them to win. That never happened. So my dad's like, how come they can do it with the horse races and the slot machines, but they can't seem to do it with the voting machines? Interesting. And I was like, and as Skybanex says, the controls are way more strict for the gaming industry, and we should maybe think about that.
Also, I'm just going to tell you right now, voting is complicated and hard, and I'm glad that we can do it, and it's an important thing you should do, and you should go out and vote. Go out and vote. Not going to tell you not to. But I think there are problems in the system that need to be addressed, and we're too busy talking about... We're talking about the problem the wrong way, and then to address it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about a mechanical failure is voter suppression. Now, not to get me wrong, I lived in Georgia through the last election for governor. I have feelings about Brian Kemp and his win tied to some things. But voter... if you have a system that is inherently going to be dependent on mechanical issues, then say, screw that, get a piece of paper and a pen. And if you need to be, you know...
I mean, California, we use the scan, like we use the pens, it's like, and actually Massachusetts too. Like, I have not ever voted on electronically.
Oh, so my voting... You walk in, for those of you who have never done this, you walk in, you sign a little piece of paper, you tell them what county you live in.
They check.
You get a little card, literally like an RDFI card, and you go to your local machine, because it's validated to you who you are. And that's the thing, is like, people are like, well, we can't guarantee that everyone's voted. I'm like, bullshit, you already have my social security number and address, or my driver's license and address are tied to a little card. It's got the chip in it, yeah. Well, it looks like an ATM card, right?
Oh, I've never had those. I've only had paper. Only paper is all I've had.
No, I'm saying it's like, this is what you do on the machine.
Oh, because I've never used a machine.
Yeah, so when you use the electronic machine, you get in, you validate who you are. You know how like a hotel validates the key for the room. It's the same kind of system, but they put.
And then it gets demagnetized, and then like I can't get into the hotel room. Go on.
But this has got a little chip in it, and so it's supposed to include like who you actually are and what things you're allowed to vote on based on where you live.
Oh, that's interesting.
So you put it in, then you take that where it's been, swiped so it's set up for you, and then you go and insert it into a machine. And it's literally a screen like this that is a touch screen. And that's the problem. It's like, well, what if I wanted to vote for this guy, but the touch screen is off and I ended up voting for that guy?
Oh,
And it's like, yeah, it's all, they're not good. And then
here you go, your local place, you find your neighborhood, then they ask you who you are and then check, and then ask your address. Most folks hand over a license to make it easier. Yeah, that's what happens to us. Like you walk in, you give your name, they look for your name, and then you have to give them your address. You give them your address, and they give you your ballot. And sometimes they ask for ID, sometimes they don't. And people can intentionally calibrate the touchscreens incorrectly. Oh. Ooh. Stop with the eel-skin wallet stripper. They hold a charge. We'll wipe your card every time. That's probably it. Yeah, but like, so I just think, okay, then people talk about ranked voting, ranked candidates as being maybe a really good thing that we could do. Apparently they do it in Minnesota.
Just give me them in alphabetical order. I don't care. Hold on.
Then you input the number in the machine, which has a dial select for checking each tick. Then you hit enter. Then at the end, it shows you the full report of voting. And if you approve, oh yeah, no, we just actually have a piece of paper, right? Where we just actually it's like the Scantron thing. We just have a pen and a piece of paper and we just fill in the actual bubbles and then we hand it to them.
Oh no, we don't even fill it. Like in Connecticut, you didn't even fill in bubbles. You just put a giant X mark.
Oh yeah, we just like do little.
No, it's an X mark. In Connecticut, it's an X mark. And you have to approve it, and then in Georgia, you have to approve it. There's this whole thing, and it's weird because like all of the votes that you've made end up like snaking on a column. So it'd be like reading it, and it's like, okay, but wait, this ran over here, so okay, keep going. And then it doesn't end like you might have a question on the bottom and the answer on the top.
You don't have, I thought, a friend of mine is from Minneapolis, and he said that you had ranked voting over there, Jer? No, maybe not. Maybe you wanted to. I thought you did.
I don't know. I'm not a big, just, I don't want to rank voting. I thought maybe you ranked it. Well,
Yeah.
you know, here, time. You can go ahead and answer. I'm ranked voting style.
Because I feel like the idea of like, I want this person number 1, this person number 2, that seems fine to me. Like, you can put that in there.
Oh yeah, I mean that we had. Maine, California does, but in local, depending on the area.
So Crit Twitch, the way that ranked voting works is that they give you all the candidates. Instead of saying this is the person that I want, you rank them like however many, like you can say this is my number 1, this is my number 2, this is my number 3. You sort of you can pick only you can pick only one person if you want, or you can pick multiple people. And what they do is they then tally up all the votes, and if nobody hits over 50%,
yeah, that's Maine.
They take the lowest person, and then those lowest votes drop, and they take those people and they go to their second person. So this way, somebody does not win with like 25% of the vote, right? If there's like a huge field of people, you're not going to have it so that, well, you have 25%, that's the most, you win. So that also, I suppose, it allows people to vote for third parties more.
It gives you an opportunity of like, well, my first choice isn't available, so I'm going to take my second choice. It's the same thing you did when like you were selecting your roommate in college.
Yeah, it's true. That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like, I wish I could be in this dorm, but if that doesn't work, I'll take this one.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking about, so this is with your expertise. There was a book that I read when I was taking a class on German literature. And it was, I'm going to give you the title, and this is probably the wrong title, but I feel like it's the right title. It's like The Diary of Christa Tay. And it was by a writer, this woman who was a writer, East German. And I think it's sort of a fictionalized account of her life, but fictionalized, you know what I mean? Like, anyway, so she was writing in East Germany during the East German times, and she was writing about the ways in which she's a writer. That was her job. That's what she did. But she was basically, she had to go and work in a factory every certain time period because like they thought that like everyone should work in a factory and everyone should be a farmer, and like there was that kind of like.
Oh yeah, you mean Mao's destruction of the problem that Mao had about and the famine that he caused.
Yeah. And she was talking about that, and I was thinking about, for me, people like, how am I going to say this? I think when people say, well, everyone should do X, and it's usually some kind of physical labor, there's a way in which I feel like that devalues everything all around, right? As if everyone could do X, as if being a migrant farm worker is not a skilled job. It's really hard to do that well, and to be efficient. Like, that's not actually an easy job. And when someone says, well, everyone should just go and be a migrant farm worker for the summer, I was like, well, hold on. Like, what is that for? Like, that's not going to help the crops. Like, that's like, you're going to be in there kind of messing things up. And like, I don't know if that's like, are you wanting to just do like blue collar job as some kind of like tourist thing? So I just don't know. Like, I get that the idea is it's like, I don't know, equality or whatever, but it seems to devalue a number of skills all up and down the line. And I don't know how I feel about that. Like,
I think that usually when I would ever, like, the closest I've ever said is like, I think every teenager needs to work in service industry at least once in their life. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think everyone needs to work in a service industry job once in their life. What the service industry job is doesn't matter, but that's more about teaching people empathy and how to actually deal with service workers than, an assumption that you can do the job well.
Yeah, totally.
That's not the same goal here.
So, would you like my related unpopular opinion?
I will take your related unpopular opinion.
I think, and this will not ever happen, right? Like, I know it. I think we should, but we won't. It would be a huge issue. And a lot of the countries that used to do this have stopped doing it because it's expensive. right?
Okay.
So this is the thing that I think we should do, even though it would be super expensive, and that's why people are. I think we should have. I think we should have a draft, and I think that everyone should have to do 1 year of service. Now, in Germany, how they do it, which is very cool, is that it didn't have to be military service.
It doesn't
right?
have to. It shouldn't. Doesn't always have to be military service.
Like a bunch of different kinds of services that you could do. My ex's brother worked at a retirement home, is what he did. For 1 year he worked there, and so like I'm thinking about like the Conservation Corps, where you're working in our forests. Like there are all sorts of things that you could do.
Or Teach for America.
Teach for America.
But
like it used to be in Germany. Yeah, in Germany, no, it isn't that way anymore in Germany.
I mean, and compulsory service, I grew up in the military complex, so I have a very different view about the draft than a lot of people. And
the reason why Germany stopped it is because I think it was just super expensive. And that is a pity, says Renee. Yeah, and I actually think that national service is a good thing. And for me, la-di-da-di, everybody would do it. You can't buy your way out of it because you're rich, none of that. And what you do, and I would, if it were me, if I could do it, right? I was thinking about like with the Conservation Corps in the 30s, people would go and they would like live up in the mountains, they do their stuff. And so like for me, that 1 year of service would involve, if you stay at home, that's cool. But if you wanted to go somewhere else besides, because one of the best things about being in the military for me was that I got to meet people outside of my state.
I think the reality is, and this is what one of my dad's things, and this is the thing that you actually had. You had much more integration and ability to have conversations with others during the draft because you broke the, you had put, guy from
Maine,
guy from down, well, that was the thing that ended up happening. From you would have the guy from down east Maine be in the same unit with the guy from the bayou in Louisiana. And by guy, I'm specifically talking about when this was a major thing in military service, was almost all men, and B, compulsory service was only men. Up until, and like the reason we got rid of the draft was the problems that you had during Vietnam, and
we still actually technically have a draft. It's just not.
Yeah, men have to register for the draft.
Yeah.
But you don't actually use it, and like the thing is, it did a good job. Oh, this ties back to the movie thing that we were talking about the other day.
So Barrington was like, his one concern is about nationalist propaganda, and I totally get that. But also, like, you could do like Habitat for Humanity. You could do, but I do worry about the nationalist propaganda. I get that, like that is a concern.
But then at the same time, is like, it's really complicated. But it does a lot of things that are actually good.
Yeah.
Because it breaks the shift of populations and forcing people to actually work together broke down a lot of social barriers, and the draft in World War II was probably the major impetus to what could become the civil rights movement of the 60s.
That's right. Heinlein had this in Star Troopers. Not everyone had to do military service, but you could do any type of national service. He wrote it that to actually vote and be considered a citizen, you had to serve. And like, I just feel like, I just think it actually be
Roman concept.
Yeah, I just think about the ways in which, like, I mean, ideally, I would say, like, if you wanted to, you could volunteer to do your service in a place that was not where you grew up, and then they would take care of housing for you. Like, I would do it, like, because, like, when I was in the Army, my housing was taken care of, my food was taken care of, and my healthcare was taken care of for those 4 years that I was in the military. And if we could have some kind of a thing where you did 1 year of service, because some people actually would like to do service, but they can't afford to. Some people may not want to, but maybe they should. And like really opening up the idea of what service could be. It could be so many different things. And I think it could be really great, like on so many levels. I just know it would also be really expensive, but I would be fine with that. Like,
actually,
like
I
think
you would actually be shifting finances. I wouldn't be that bad. But like the other thing that the draft did is it ensured that like I said, you broke up a lot of things. You had a different experience in different people. The problem with the draft was always those who could buy their way out.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
And if you think that Vietnam was the first time people bought their way out, I have a small little event called the New York Draft Riots of 1863 to talk to you about. And as I tell people, that is my gauge for a riot. They're
Mm.
like, well, you know, we burned a couple buildings.
My football team lost. I set that car on fire.
Oh, honey child, did you have a cannon? Were you firing a cannon down Fifth Avenue? No? Then your quick little tantrum was not a riot. Yeah, which, by the way, was literally the draft riots of 1863 were about the fact that there were drafts in the Union Army about going to fight in the American Civil War, but I almost have slightly more respect for this than the Vietnam buy your way out issue, because in 1863 it was legal to pay $500 or $300 to buy your way out. The problem was that you paid $300 to have an Irishman go in your place. And theoretically, if the Irishman survived the end of the war, he could achieve citizenship status, which is the thing that happened. New York draft riots, that's what happens when the Irish get pissed. Yes. Yes. It was a major thing, and gangs of New York did not do it justice in any way, shape, or form. But Martin Scorsese is a very particular
filmmaker.
Yeah, he lost New York to McKellen in 1864. He would have lost it because of the riots.
Yeah, and so like I know that that's like the idea of like a national service for a year is sort of and for me it would happen right after high school before you went to college. If you went to college, I just think that breaking up, some people go right into college and they really shouldn't.
No,
they should take a little bit of time.
Take a little bit of time and breaking it up, and also it would there is a lot of things that come out of have we learned nothing. It's even the draft riots of the 1860s are the way things work with Irish politics and the American Civil War is really interesting.
And it's true, Barantor. Although I think sometimes there was when I was in, you could join the military to get citizenship, but I think they've said no. I think policies have shifted here or there, so I think sometimes it's in and sometimes
policies
it's
have
not.
shifted in the last 3 years.
Yeah. So it's not a guarantee anymore.
It's not a guarantee anymore, but it used to be, and it was. I
know that there was some people were promised citizenship, and then this policies changed, and they were not grandfathered in, and it was like kind of like a
That has to do with it. Current administration and their crap.
Yep.
They revoked it, which is stupid. But one of the things that we have with current military service is the thing that came out of the 70s. And Gangs of New York wasn't about the riots, they were just a backdrop, but they were also not used well as the backdrop in Gangs of New York. And Martin Scorsese, it's not one of his better films, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
What's your favorite Scorsese film? I'll have to look this up on IMDb or Wikipedia.
What's the name of it?
I thought The Departed was overrated.
Wasn't a big fan of The Departed. I'm not.
I thought The Departed was overrated, and partly I think it had to do with. I feel like they gave him the Oscar for Best Director because they hadn't given it to him yet, and also he got Jack Nicholson to like behave a little bit, but still, I'm just saying.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not a later. I'm a bigger fan of.
Earlier stuff.
Here we go. Where is it?
Yeah, so like my dad's Italian American, right? And so my life involved a lot of like Taxi Driver, Mean Streets, Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, Goodfellas, New York, Raging Bull, Kings of Comedy. Like those were like, my dad loved The Last Temptation of Christ. I think it's because he grew up Catholic. Like that was like,
I'm not a fan of that movie.
You love the book though as well.
What is the name of the, like, I enjoyed, although I know that there's like historical inaccuracies of it. The crap, what's the name of the movie? The one the Jesuit movie in Japan.
Oh.
Yes. See, thank you, Time, for being on top of how often I check the thing.
Kundun? No, that's Tibet.
No, that's Tibet.
I never saw Shutter Island.
Shutter Island's weird.
Oh.
It's after Wolf of Wall Street, right?
So is it Silence, The Irishman, and
yeah, it's
Killers?
Silence. It's Silence. Silence is Silence stars Adam Driver, Andrew Garfield, and Liam Neeson.
Oh, okay.
As Jesuits who go to Japan during the 17th century. Now, there's historical inaccuracies in that movie, definitely, but it's an interesting film that I enjoy. I also, I didn't enjoy, like, I enjoy portions of it. I mean, I've seen Casino a bunch of times. I've seen Goodfellas. I've seen, but the thing about going back to our, of course, Taxi Driver in New York, New York.
Of course. We had the soundtrack for New York, New York. I remember listening to it all the time, and anyway.
What is your favorite blank director film? Is never a question I can answer because I don't pay attention to the directors often. I mean, fair.
Yeah.
I try, like, I'm not that big a thing, but when it's someone like Martin Scorsese that has such a very obvious author voice.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
And he is a very public, and by most accounts to most people, the largest name as an Italian American making films today. Mostly, I think, because Coppola hasn't made anything in the last couple of years.
I think that's fair.
Which is sad.
Yeah.
But he has a very and this is the thing that we went back and we were talking about the other day. My problem with a large number of Scorsese films is particularly when he's doing things like New York, New York, Goodfellas, Casino, Kings of Comedy a little bit, but not as much. He is idealizing and glorifying the American Italian mobster gangster. Like the Irishman is a classic example of it. It's like, let's idealize this particular person that you're not supposed to and tell a story about like this. And I think I think my problem comes back to he is a powerful within a certain level, definitely an A-list director.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Although not getting the Oscar until Departed is interesting. I'm like, what are the politics wherein you're not getting an Oscar? Has it just been bad luck? We have a lot of films that were really big. What's going on there? What's happening with Oscar voters?
But that's also, again, our point about you don't have to win Oscars to get on the A-list.
Yes. Yeah, that is correct.
He is definitely an A-list director, and his movies make money, and he has a very apparent authorial voice where he tells very different, distinct stories. And I think the problem becomes, if you are, when they talk about representation and power and all of these things in Hollywood, what are you doing? Why are you still telling? Why are you still telling stories about Italian Americans where they can only be gangsters? Why are you not telling a story about what's her name?
Can I throw something out there? Because I was just looking at his filmography.
Yep.
He has films that are not about Italian mobsters. Wait. But they often don't have Italians in them. I was just thinking, like, I didn't realize that he did Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, which is this, like, amazing classic. But that's not about Italians. I was like, that's interesting. So what are you doing there?
Yeah, why are you not, like, when you do movies that aren't about mobsters, you aren't talking about Italians. You're not talking about even or Italian Americans. Like, you're a major Italian American who grew up in New York. Why do you want to tell another mob story? Why can't you tell me, give me the biopic of Mother Cabrini? who, by the way, she got done wrong, and I'm still pissed at de Blasio for that. So,
I have a film for you. So as you know, and again, this is just still exceptions proving your rule. Yes. So you know how I was like, I've been like thinking especially about trying to find films with Italian American women, especially like trying to find representation that are not TV and not Italian films, but like Italian Americans. And I have a great classic, but it only kind of half counts that are not mob films. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
This is a classic. It's like brilliant. It's a classic, but I'll tell you what the exception is. So The Rose Tattoo from 1955, which gets the Academy Award. So and that's a Tennessee Williams play, right? It's just like like amazing film, really important. Be kind of rewinded a whole thing on this year. But here's the tricky thing. So it's about an Italian American woman. Burt Lancaster's the hot guy, whatever. I think she's a widower. But the person who plays her is Italian, not Italian American. She's an Italian actress who plays this part of the Italian American woman. And she's like, there was a whole big deal about her as like, she's not like she's real, not like fake Hollywood glamour. She's this like real, like she was like a very like kind of like a particular kind of method. But I wonder if it changes things that one of these films with like where we have like a non-mob film with an Italian American woman is played not by an Italian American woman but by an Italian woman. I wonder if that sort of like.
Well, I mean, we did find out. We did add. I was talking to a couple other people. And a game we were talking about last night. We could add one more to give us actually 5 movies.
Go ahead.
Mystic Pizza.
Okay, so let's see. Moonstruck. Mystic Pizza. The Rose Tattoo. Fatso.
Rocky. And oh crap. Oh,
Rambo.
My Cousin Vinny.
My Cousin Vinny.
Rambo is not.
Oh.
That's the whole point. He's an American. He's supposed to be half Native American and American.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Okay. Also, Do the Right Thing, right? And I think Jungle Fever also.
No, Do the Right Thing. Do the Right Thing. I give half credit to.
Half credit.
Yeah, because they've got the guy who keeps coming in the back door. They never acknowledge.
Oh yeah.
That they're because he's talking about why do you keep taking money out of the till? It's like don't ask questions.
That's fair. But Jungle Fever, right? Is that Annabella Sciorra? Yeah, Annabella Sciorra. Now the question is, does she play? Yes, she does. She plays an Italian American. So Jungle Fever, Italian American woman.
But yeah, I think it's a very.
It's just I'm just saying that we're working real hard over an entire century and some of film
to get to double. We haven't gotten to double digits yet.
Unless you want to count all the Rocky films, in which case we might hit 10.
No, you don't count.
You're like, no, I'm not going to count all the Rocky films.
But
no.
You don't. I mean, like.
No, it's true. Mm-hmm.
And so those. Nobody even getting whacked. Exactly. But it's like if you're of that much amount of voice, Martin Scorsese, and you want to glorify your people, then how about you giving us... And that's the thing is like, okay, here's, like I said, you want to tell, like, here's the other thing is, Martin Scorsese, you also like talking about religious films a lot, which, Catholic, fine. I'm intrigued with some of your historic religious films. Why don't you do a movie about Mother Cabrini? I want to, or more accurately, I want to see some other people want to do a movie of Mother Cabrini, but, you would be a person who could get that done. And for those of you who don't know, Francis Xavier Cabrini was born in Lombardy, in Italy, and is a nun who is sent intentionally by the Pope to serve the Italian American community in the United States during the 19th century.
Question. Now you just brought this up now to think. Do we have some Italian nun movies? I'm trying to think about Italian, like nun movies, and how many of them might be Italian?
No,
or
most
not.
of them are French. Because remember the what's her
Lily in
name?
the Valley, right?
No. like Italian movies about nuns, yes, but
Yes.
But American Hollywood
American films, yeah.
No, most of the nun movies are like 1950s, and they're like
Sally Field, or The Flying Nun.
The Flying Nun, but no, but the actual nun with Audrey Hepburn.
Yes.
That's about oh God, the miracle. Oh God.
Was it like, what was that called? It was like a
the nun story, and the nun story is supposed to be, she's Belgian in that.
Belgian.
Yeah, and then goes off to the Belgian Congo and whatever.
Yeah.
And it's and then the other ones are all about the major saint, what is the name of it? It's The Nun, which is about you know, a whole bunch of other things. You know, there's Mother Teresa. There's you know, most of them are dealing with specifically you know, The Sound of Music, all of those. They're almost all and then in Lourdes, there's the big movie about Lourdes. That's what I was thinking of.
Wait, I have a couple more, and also The Manchurian Candidate is a non-mobbed up Italian movie from the 50s.
Yeah, but I don't know that really helps because he's also the bad guy.
No, he's not. No. I mean, Sinatra is not the bad guy. He's the hero.
Yeah, but he's not playing an Italian.
Yeah, he is. He's playing a Corporal Marco or whatever his name is. Yeah, he's playing Italian.
From 1962. Cast. Major Bennett Marco. Okay, but what is he doing? But isn't he playing... Yeah, but that's not like he's a good thing.
No, he's the hero. He saves the day in the end.
Yeah, you know, there is that. Yeah. He just also is being
but
suffering reoccurring nightmares
But he's able to break it because he's like the good hero. He doesn't succumb to the badness in the end.
Because he's Frank Sinatra. That's not the same.
Yes, because he's Frank Sinatra. Okay, I was thinking about this. Are you ready? And again, we're talking the 50s again, right? So I think there's something interesting about the 50s being a moment where, right, sort of things are sort of happening there. And I'm thinking this is a little bit complicated, but all of the Mario Lanza films. So Mario Lanza is Italian-American, right? But he plays Caruso. He did that one, like a lot of these films where like they go to Italy or they're set in Italy, but they're American films. And like they're kind of like playing up his like romantic tenor thing that was going on.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, right? That's also he develops a reading habit. So there's something I think interesting about.
Yeah, you're right. That's how he overcomes it. He focuses on the books.
That's right.
Which, by the way, if you have not actually seen The Manchurian Candidate,
should
skip the remake. Watch the original. The remake was not good.
So he only did 4 films, right?
Yeah.
So he did. No, that's not true. He did more than that. He did The Midnight Kiss with Katherine Grayson. Now, I wonder... Now, I know some of them he actually plays, right? So he plays Caruso in the biopic, right? So there's that. He doesn't have a huge... and I imagine and I think he was in... what's the one where he does Arrivederci Roma? Is that Serenade? No. Which one is it?
Arrivederci Roma? Oh.
Seven Hills of Rome is the film, I think. Yeah, so we'll get so you can have, but what's tricky, and I think that we can go back to Sinatra for a moment, is that Mario Lanza, our sort of Italian heartthrob, who's been in some films where he's not a mobster, he's also a singer, right? And I'm thinking about, also not a woman, and I'm thinking about, right,
also not a woman.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about Sinatra gets to be this hero, right, Italian hero,
but Manchurian Candidate is late in Sinatra's career because look at what he does early.
Yes.
He can't play an Italian in Anchors Away or...
That is correct. Mm-hmm.
What's the other one? He's not in On the Town.
Yeah.
What's the other one? It's Anchors Away, right?
Yeah.
It's Anchors Away, and there's another one that he does with, which has, like, always been the other, what's the other one he does with Gene Kelly?
Yeah. I know what you're thinking of.
IMDb, come here. Yes, we check sources in this channel, as time is helping me do. Frankie, come here. Because he does, what's the other one he does with Gene Kelly, and you're like, why is Frank Sinatra the goody two-shoes?
Yeah.
And Gene Kelly, I'm like...
Yeah, so like, it looks like Mario Lanza plays almost exclusively Italians. But I...
Wait,
so, like, I'm...
what?
Mario Lanza.
No, I understand that, but I'm looking at something... Oh, no, it's the soundtrack credits. Okay, that would be like... I'm like, why is there... Because it was popped up with under the filmography, and I guess soundtrack, and it opened automatically. I'm like, why is there a credit for Frankie in 2020? I'm like...
Oh, no.
I'm pretty sure Nancy Sinatra is not allowing Frank to be virtually recreated. Frank might come back and kill us all in our sleep. But also, I want to note, for those of you who care about this, according to IMDb... the amount of films that Frank Sinatra has actor credit for, 69.
I feel like you can't count the Ocean's films because even though they're not gangsters, they're
basically
grifters.
Gangsters. Yeah, they're grifters, and they're basically, you know.
I mean, they're not organized crime, but you know, and they're heroes, but still nonetheless, right?
Yeah. Let's see. I guess there's apparently a bunch that are in that Frank. Well, I mean, let's look at like Robin and the Seven Hoods.
But then also Dean Martin, though, right?
Yeah, there's also Dean Martin.
And most of those Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis movies they're not mobbed up anyway.
No, but they're actively trying to avoid being mobbed up. Is the problem? So they're not, but other people are. And also sometimes there's a lot of effort to make sure that Dino and Jerry are not seen as connection.
But what I think is weird is that some of the people we're thinking of, quite a few of them are singers.
Yeah.
During the 1950s when like Italian crooners are a thing, and I think that becomes...
yeah, I'm just looking at Frank's, you know... filmography, basically. The Manchurian Candidate is in 1962. I want to say, the Manchurian Candidate in 1962 is the only character that is obviously Italian that Frank plays. Oh, excuse me. No, wait. There's one more. Wait, hold on. I have to check if he's Italian or Spanish. Nope, he's a Mexican bandit.
Okay.
Ricardo. And wait. Oh, wait. Let me excuse it. I skipped one. How could I have skipped this? There are two. It's Manchurian Candidate and From Here to Eternity. Those are the only two movies where he plays an Italian.
Those are also his Oscar-y movies, though, right? The ones where he gets really good buzz.
It's ones where he gets really good buzz. But everything else, I mean, Guys and Dolls, he's playing Nathan Detroit, and that's not like he's playing a good person there. He plays, you know, Can, he's a Frenchman. Never So Few, he's in Tom Reynolds, which is just like generic white boy name.
By the way, as you're doing that, I'm looking at Dean Martin's discography, and I'm looking at the names of the characters he's playing. They don't sound particularly Italian to me. Yeah. I'm looking at Bill Baker, Bill Miller, Al Crothers.
Well, you know, come blow
Corporal
your horn.
Chick Allen. Larry Todd.
Yeah. His character name, like, exactly. There's, in Frank has got a character named Hirsch. He's been playing, but like, oh, wait. Wait. There is a series of movies I had forgotten about. Let me phrase that. I had forced out of my memory because not even not even Frank is good through all things. The Tony Rome movies.
Mm. And like,
he's not a mobster, but he's a Miami private detective.
Well, then at least you're on the side of the law.
Well, you're on no side of the law. And
but,
we're like...
But detectives are better than criminals.
He's an ex-cop turned private detective. Tony Rome lives in Miami. Now, here's a question. Is Tony Rome, because his name is Tony Rome, that can be...
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it actually states.
Yeah, I'm looking at Dean Martin. A lot of these, I'm seeing very few roles that look like they could be Italian, at all.
Most of them are not.
Yeah. It looks like maybe Dean Martin's only Italian role was his last film, his last starring role in a film.
And that's what I'm saying is like the only two that we can actually say honestly that are for Frank are From Here to Eternity and Manchurian Candidate.
Okay, so Dean Martin, 1950, At War with the Army is a 1950 musical comedy film where he's playing First Sergeant Vic Puccinelli. So that's one. Yeah, and that's a war film. So you might get an Italian in some war films maybe as part of your generic ensemble. And then it looks like he plays Joe Rico in 1975, which is a crime drama.
I will also add that you did have an Italian American in a movie playing an Italian American that came out in 2019, a movie that I did like.
Which movie?
But he's not playing a main character.
Which one?
Midway.
Oh.
Nick Jonas, who, by the way, Nick Jonas and his brothers are Italians, if you didn't.
Interesting. Just thinking about like Dean Martin is not an Italian name. Like I'm just thinking about like renaming and how people are framed or not framed, exactly. Right? If you get to be an all-American boy or not.
Yeah. If you Jonas Brothers. Nick Jonas is plays Bruno, and spoiler alert for this, unfortunately he don't live to see the end of the movie. And he dies bad? Not bad. I don't want to say badly because that seems wrong, but dies... Okay, if you haven't seen Midway, I do recommend it. I think it stars Luke Evans, and it's a Roland Emmerich movie that worked. Midway 2019, and unfortunately, people like to call it a dad movie, which I think is a unfair thing. It's like it's gonna do well because your dad's gonna go see it. It's all about war and all these things. And I'm like, okay, but there are others of us who like these kind of things. Woody Harrelson is playing Nimitz. Luke Evans is playing McCluskey. Patrick Wilson is playing Edward Layton. Mandy Moore's in it. Dennis Quaid is playing William Bull Helsley, and it's like, damn, I forgot how good Dennis Quaid can actually be in a role that makes him do well. Aaron Eckhart gets a bit part as Jimmy Doolittle in the Doolittle Raid.
Oh.
Okay, for those of you who don't know what the Doolittle Raid is, which, by the way, they cracked open the bottle last year, which I think might be why 2020 sucks.
Oh, well, yeah, that's fair.
So the Doolittle Raid, after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Americans wanted a retaliation. They wanted an actual strike on Japanese soil, and they're like, okay, how do we do this? How do we do this? And the Doolittle Raid was a bunch of people, specifically a battalion that figured out the idea that came up with, and they were the actual ones who did it, to put bombers and fly the bomber off an aircraft carrier and attack Japan from out at sea. And then what they were going to do is, the way the whole raid was set up is that they would not have enough fuel to get back to the ships. So the whole plan was to drop the bombs in Japan, continue flying, and land in China.
Oh, wow.
And then get back to the United States services through there. Yeah, it was a huge propaganda in the early war. It's a major thing. But the Doolittle guys were hardcore, man. The guys who volunteered for that trip, they were not messed with. But what they did was, and they were like, I guess it was a small bombing raid, and by that I mean I think it was like a total of 20 planes all told. Which you figure there are what, 4 or 5 crewmen for a full bomber. So there were like 100 men total. No, it had to be less than that. It had to be much less than that. I have to double check. Now I'm going to do that, and you're going to watch me double check it again.
I was thinking about John Turturro. I was like, oh, Italian American actor. Let me see what he does. And what's so interesting is that John Turturro is such a great example of the slippage between different white ethnics.
Yeah,
he plays Jewish. He plays Spanish. Like they're like, so like white ethnics, just mix them all together. Like just that's
So it happened in April 1942. Sorry, thank you for and I want the 16 B-25 Mitchell medium bombers, so a total of 80 airmen, 52 officers, and 28 enlisted, 2 aircraft carriers, 4 cruisers, and 8 destroyers. There were 3 dead, 8 POWs, 4 lived to be rescued, and 4 died in captivity, 3 executed, and 1 by disease. And the 16 B-25s were lost. Well, no shit. You were going to crash and burn those intentionally. 15 destroyed and 1 interred in the Soviet Union. So, I'm going to give you that one for free. Well, I mean, you could take it. So there are 82, 80 men involved in this, and they were coming out of Pearl after the bombing, and it's April 1942. So, like, bombing of Pearl Harbor is December 1941. This is 4 months later. You have a full-on attack on Japanese soil. That's massively impressive for considering, as certain people
logistics,
logistics, and certain people in this chat can tell you the planning, not just the logistics, but getting approval for something like this. The night before, they all went to this one bar. They bought the highest, most expensive bottle of... They chipped in, each of them. They bought the most expensive bottle of scotch that they could, left it on the bar, and said, we'll crack it when we're back. And what they actually did is they didn't crack it until last year, when the last surviving 2 guys drank it themselves. And I am firmly convinced that cracking the Doolittle... I will say that...
It was the Doolittle bottle.
Exactly. It is, they were...
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting sort of thinking about the Doolittle raid was like the prototype of Operation Black Buck in the Falklands War.
Or Operation Dumbo Drop, if you remember that. Those were actually more propagandist. The Doolittle raid is just straight up, let's do something stupid. Like, I think about people talk about let's do something stupid, and that's...
Can I bring up an RPG topic that is related?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, so I have 2 published RPG articles that I wrote and published in Pyramid Magazine back in the day, and one was about sort of arts, but one was about running a military RPG campaign, and this was sort of system agnostic. Yep. But the thing is that what I noticed being an RPGer is that many people who are players balk at the idea of playing military people. They'll play murder hobos in D&D. They'll play all sorts of things, but actually being in a game where they're actually in a military, they're like, oh, that wouldn't be fun at all because you don't get to do anything. Like you have no you have no ability, but this is related to our topic, right? That you have no ability.
It's a digression that makes sense.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Right,
Don't worry. We got into the Doolittle raid because we were talking about Italian Americans in film.
Right, but I was also thinking about the Falklands War, like oh well,
Yeah.
that it just can't be fun to be do a game that's set in the military, because if in the military you just have to follow orders and you can't do anything, and like there's like basically you'll have absolutely no agency, and like there's just no and I was like, I don't. Well, first off, you've never been in the military, so you have no idea what you can or cannot do, and that's not true, right? So the whole article is about like how to run a military campaign in a way that might be like, it was like, people are not like people are like, you have off time. Like there are a lot of things that you can do to make a military campaign. I think there are two things that become interesting about people's reluctance to do military campaigns. One is their misconception that people in the military all they do is follow orders directly, so that they imagine that as a player you would have no agency. And then the second thing is some kind of discomfort with the idea that somebody in the group would be have rank. And those two things seem to be like recurring concerns when people are, but here's the thing. First off, there are a lot of ways to set up a military campaign where you have quite a lot of autonomy, and it doesn't have to be just special forces, right? But like if you're like a team is about 5 people, like you've got 2 teams in a squad, so any kind of team-based thing you can do stuff. But also, here's what I think: I never have a problem getting players to want to play an espionage campaign where you also get missions, like depending on how, like you can get, like the French resistance is different because they're kind of a bit more autonomous. But I've run a lot of games where people are part of an organization, they're spies, they're given their missions from Q and M, and everybody's fine with it. I just think people don't understand.
Yeah, but everyone forgets that MI5 and MI6 stood for military intelligence.
Yeah. Yes. But like, there's just a lot you could do, and I think about the ways in which so many people I think don't understand the military at all, and so they don't understand the kind of stories you can tell in the military, including during peacetime. Like I would, with only the right people. Like I would only, like, let's be very upfront, I would not invite just anybody to this campaign. It would probably be very few people that I would invite to this campaign.
No, that makes sense.
But I could see a really interesting kind of slice of life, interesting campaign where everybody is, let's say, stationed in Berlin during the Cold War. Like you could do some really cool things with
there's like a lot of really cool things you could do.
Yeah.
And there's a TV series that showed you that there is a market for it. It's not a great TV series, and I think that's more to do with production value than the actual concepts that they were working with.
Which one?
Army Wives.
Oh, yeah. Oh, do you want to know what was a great show? Set during the war. This was like, I'm going to say it, side note, we're all like, peak TV, new TVs all happen now. It's like, no. We had some stuff in the past. China Beach. I don't know if you ever saw that one. Did you see it?
I didn't watch China Beach. The only true sitcom that I really enjoyed, however, was Major Dad.
Oh yeah, Major Dad. Yeah.
Major Dad was great.
Yeah, but China Beach was a drama, right? It was all set.
Exactly.
Nurses.
I watched pieces of it, but I didn't watch all.
Yeah. But like that was a show all about nurses in the R&R / hospital at China Beach, and you had military nurses. You had China Beach was great. You had a civilian donut dolly. There was that was a show that you could easily run an RPG in that setting.
There are people who run RPGs in MASH.
Yes.
There is a MASH game. You can run a MASH TPRPG. Jim Otherdock did it.
Like, yeah. And of course, and I just think that sometimes people also, spies are glamorous and all the things like James Bond looks. Well, yeah, that is fair.
I mean, James is.
Yeah, my experience in the military was very much like a game of D&D. I showed up in the morning, I got an assignment in my vehicle, and then I had to do the assignments, much like a quest, and nobody was standing over on top of me. Yes. Yeah. And Army Wives too. And I just feel like people's misconceptions really limit, and the fact that people often don't see soldiers as human beings with backgrounds and personalities and wants and needs.
And like, this is going back to what I was saying earlier, is that a lot of things there were some good things that came out of Vietnam and the American response to Vietnam and a lot of the treatment, the civil rights movement, the protests, all of these things were good, but then there's problems about treatment of soldiers, particularly coming home, and the
night witches, And now, unfortunately for me, I don't like, and I think Baron Tor's with me on this one, we're both veterans, I don't like the weird
Yeah,
post 9/11, like
ideologue. Yeah, no.
And the thing is, those people who are like, the troops, I was like, you don't even know any troops. You don't care about me or what I've done. Like, you're just like...
You don't actually care. You don't actually want to do anything.
Yeah. Yeah. And I always get a little bit like, I get a little bit, when I know somebody knows what it was, then I'm okay when people are like, oh, that, thanks, cool. But like when it's being said in this kind of weird, like there are people who are saying it who like have no relationship and they don't know me. And I don't, like, I'm not appreciative. You know what I mean? Like, and also,
I think that both sides of the pendulum are wrong.
That's right. That's exactly right.
And
like, soldiers are working people, is what they are. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're working people, and like we have to.
And if you don't think that enlisted, or if you think that enlisted are making money, I have a shock for you on the largest demographic that are currently on welfare.
And that should not be the case. But this is like the kind of funny thing I was thinking about, sort of military spending. People are like, we spend too much money in the military. And I was like, well, our military budget is inappropriate. That's true. But I will note that when I got into basic training,
90% of it doesn't go to our actual military?
That would be what I was going to say, right? Like, I was like, when I was in basic training, and I started in end of August, which was nearing the end of the fiscal year, we ran out of toilet paper. And like we couldn't get more toilet paper until the beginning of the new fiscal year. I'm just saying somebody's getting money and it's Lockheed Martin and it was not my toilet paper. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, like Sikorsky is making money, which is good because it's a major employer in the state of Connecticut. But it's not making anywhere near as much money as Lockheed Martin or Boeing.
Yeah, I think I earned when I first got in the Army, E1, right? I think I earned like $500 a month, $700 a month, something like that.
Current E1 pay scale. You're not counting for combat pay or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord. This is a sad thing.
Yeah, Barrett was like, that's what it was. I think it was about like $700 a month was what I was making when I first joined the military.
Okay, so right now, in E1, there's no longer there's no major differential. There's no difference between an E1 at less than 2 years experience or an E1 at 6 years experience, which tells you that and it's $20,170.80
a year.
Divide that by 12. That's less than $2,000 a month.
Give it to me again.
20,
what was
20K, 170.80.
$1,680 a month before tax.
Before taxes.
And it's not a 40-hour a week job.
No. And also your vacation time is not the same.
Yeah. The thing people did too was get married right away to make more money. Then folks had kids on top of that because you got more money, and with a family you could get base housing.
I mean.
Yep. But the problem is, and Barrett, this is great, and that's why, like, that's rent, says Rissa. That's rent, and that's why I knew so many people in the Army who were 19, married with kids, to people that they had known for about 4 weeks, and look. And partly that is to do with that they meet in training, they meet in like their training.
Yep.
And then but they don't get to train at the same time. One of them is going to leave, and they're like, "But I love you," because we're in that moment in our relationship. We've been dating for about a month, and so we're all hot and heavy. And if we get married, then I assure that I get stationed where you get stationed. And so people get married. Like, also everybody got divorced within about 2 years. Like it was like, but
I mean, like, this number doesn't count bonuses and allowances and combat bonus and all of these things. That's not what we're doing.
But if you're not in combat,
you're not getting that bonus.
There's a reason the military is
an E6 is only making at most, with 6 years experience as an E6, 39.
Wow.
Less than 40K.
Wow.
An O4 is making decent change.
I mean, and Jared points out something. I will say it's a little bit tricky, right? Because I was making $700 a month as an E1, noting that. I also had free housing and I had free food. Those are true things. And luckily for me, I was 18, so I was you know, that was whatever. But I knew people who were traditional aged, maybe a little bit older, a couple of like maybe, but they had college debt that they had to pay off, and they were enlisted, and they're not getting paid very much. And once you like, I'm just saying that's not a lot of money, is all I'm trying to say. Like that's not a lot of money. Like that's grad student money. That's not appropriate, really.
Yeah, and you like, I'm not putting grad students down. Trust me, I fully understand this. But there's a difference in what your expectations of duty are between a grad student and a enlisted member of the United States military.
I'm going to say something that one of my members was scandalized by and didn't believe me, thought it was like terrible what I said, but I still stand by it. There are ways in which being in the military was not harder than being a professor on the tenure track. And there are people who are like, no, but like in the military, you could get killed and all this and all that. And I was like, but here's the difference. When I was in the military, when I was done with work, I was done with work. Like that was it.
Depending on who you were.
Yeah, well, but also I did military intelligence, so I could not do my work outside of work because it was classified.
I
right?
mean, like yes, but at the same time, I also know guys who were responsible for the football, so
yeah.
They were never off duty.
Yes. But like, you know, when you're
by the way, if you don't know what that means, those are guys who carry around nuclear bomb codes.
Yes.
And literally, if they carry a phone, and if they pick up the phone call, they're never off duty.
Yeah. And I mean, I was just like thinking
most
about...
are not 24/7. You're correct.
Yeah, most of these are not 24/7. Every once in a while, you get you have like your guard duty for 24/7. You got to do a thing, whatever. But most of the time, when I think about my time in the military, the military was a very interesting time for me. And Barantor might be able to sort of speak on it. Is that I had a lot of free time. It was a very intense kind of a space. Like it was very like when you're on, it's very, very intense. But you have all this free time. Embassies, we're on duty. Yeah. You have a lot of free time in these very interesting ways. And like, I partied a lot. There's like this really strong community. So there's always people to go and like play, what do you call it? Frisbee, ultimate Frisbee with. Like you could always play ultimate Frisbee. Like there was a way in which I got to turn off my brain in certain ways. Like when you're in the field, it's different. Like if you're out in the field, that's a different thing. Cause then, you know, you're in the field. And I did field work quite a lot, but the point is that, you usually get leave. Yeah, you get leave in states and you holiday. Yeah. Like there was like a lot of, and the difference is that for me, and even though like, and yes, there's something also pleasant about certain kinds of physical labor, right? Like I got to do different things. Sometimes we were here. It was a, you know, but on the tenure track, I have found that to be emotionally and also physically brutal. Like it's just, I mean, but also I feel like my spot was rough, but not nearly as rough as like adjunct faculty who don't even get healthcare, right? So like, so it's like it's a different kind of difficulty, but I think that people assume that like being a professor is not hard because you're like, oh, you work like 4 hours a week, whatever, that must be easy. And I was like, yeah, no, there's a different kind of difficulty. And you have way less support. Like it's different, right? Being in war is different again, right? Being in war. And like there are things that were hard in the military as well, because I was on duty during times that can be sort of moments. But I think that sometimes we forget that there are things that are really hard that you may not think are hard. In the military, on base is very familial. It's super familiar. You have a lot of support in ways that, like, I mean, I will tell you, in certain ways, this is correct, in certain ways. In some ways, not so much, but in some ways, yes. And I think what I would say as an example is that I had just a bit of personal information. I had a little bit of it's not PTSD as you would call it. It's like when people say PTSD, high school 2.0, yeah. When people say PTSD, they kind of think about this like big thing, but there's a very mild form of PTSD, which is like separation anxiety. Soldiers often get it after they leave the military for a short time period, where it's a difficulty of adjusting to civilian life. It's it's not exactly, there's like it's like a subset of PTSD. It has a different name for it. It's like you're not having nightmares or anything like that. It's not, it's not like the movies, but it's this kind of difficulty in adjusting to civilian life is what it is. And I had it. I had it when I got back and when I left the military, because the military, like, things are different, right? Like you and it's not just structure, but yeah, it's very isolating. That's what it is. Like, it's very isolating to go back into civilian world from a military space. They straight up tell you when you're getting out that most military people go through a few jobs adjusting and acclimatizing civilian life. Yeah, and like I think that the thing it is sort of falls under like the larger PTSD category in the DSM, but that's what it's very isolating. It's very isolating, and there's some kinds of so when I was in the military, I would help people. Hello, Todd. I would help people that I didn't know. Right? There was a kind of and like, again, there are sort of bad yes, it's like a separation anxiety. Exactly, Varentor. It sounds similar to what people who have been incarcerated for a long time experience when they're released. All the stress they live under disappears, and that can be daunting. And for me, Rissa, it's not exactly structure. It's more kindness, or it's two things. It's all right. How do I describe this? And some of you will know. One is that people in the military help each other, including strangers, and also help. So, for example, when I was in Korea, I was stationed in Korea, and there was a big monsoon. Joint venture helpfulness, yeah. And there was this monsoon, and like that happened, and my unit, we were marching from one place to the other, and this house was swept away by, like, this woman's house was being swept away by the monsoon floods. And again, please note, this house is more like a shack. It's like not like, these were like poor people in Korea, and we all immediately ran and grabbed the house, picked it up, and brought it back to where her house was supposed to be and put it back on its foundations. And there's this real sort of very intense kind of in this together teamwork mentality, also like do the right thing. Like, oh, if somebody needs help, we're going to help them, kind of an attitude. And that kind of, and like, I'm not saying that it's always perfect, but there's a real kind of like, you just help people a lot. And like, if I had trouble, like, people would help me, and if other people had trouble, I would help them, even if I didn't know them. And this is, I think, one of the things about the military that was a difficult thing for my transition out of the military, is that everybody in the Army, we're all family. Like, that's the idea. Like, we're all fellow soldiers. I don't know you. I may have never met you, but we're in this together. And there was a lot of support coming from strangers, and an assumption that you would help out other people and I would help out other people. That sounds to me like a non-gender specific brotherhood. Yeah. And here's an example. So the soldier giving the kid a candy bar trope is there for a reason. Yeah, totally. Yes, 100%. And again, some people are gross. Like, I'm not saying that everybody is great, because there were some people who were gross, but like, there was a lot of that. And here's an example of something that is both a military thing, but also a military queer thing. I was home on leave once. This is just an example of kind of the mentality, right? I was home on leave, and I was on the BART. Berentor says, yeah, we had a lady that ran the Marine Corps relief office next door to her platoon, and she asked if we knew who to contact to get a forklift. We all immediately got one of our forklifts, and 10 of us helped load some supplies for a retired Marine's house. Yeah, that's, and also because we would also do duty where we'd go to funerals and like serve at funerals. So it's like, there's a very different kind of mentality. And so I was in the Bay Area on leave, and I was on the BART, which is like which is like our subway or whatever. And I'm on the BART, and I see this woman, and I notice a tattoo that looks like a military tattoo. And I was like, hey, right, are you in the military? Because it's a Bay Area. And it was like, and she's like, she was in the Navy. And so we were chatting on the BART. She was also queer. But what was interesting was that she was shipping out the very next day. So the very next day she was shipping out, and she hadn't packed up her stuff. I did not know this woman at all, but she was fellow military. She was like one of my family, and she had to be like, she had all this packing she had to do, and she had to ship out tomorrow. So I went back to her place and we packed up her apartment. And then that was it. Like, this is a person, again, stranger on the BART, person I'd never met before, not even in the same service. But yeah, you just don't hesitate. She needed help, so I would do that. And when that is what you're used to encountering, if that is how you are used to seeing people, that people are going to help without hesitation, that they're going to stand up and do this thing, and that's because there's the assumption that we have this connection together. When I transferred into civilian world and people didn't do that, it was very isolating. It was very distressing. Like, because I'm just used to, you help people. That's what you do. Like, that's the rule. Like, you see somebody, they need help. If they need help picking up crates, you pick up the crates. Like strangers, that's just what you do. And to move into civilian world when people don't do that was it took a while for me to adjust to that. It was upsetting.
Do you know how upsetting it was to be an individual who is 5'4" in a high school, walking down, carrying large amounts of books, make eye contact, and like, I grew up in the military. The expectation is somebody's going to, oh, we see you coming.
Yeah.
I should open the door.
Yeah.
Hey, student.
Yeah.
Oh, why would I do that?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because I went from the Army to college, and that was like I was like, oh, this is like, it was Barator says it's jarring. It was very jarring. And then there's one other thing about military life that I had a really hard time adjusting to as a civilian, and it has to do with intensity. The military is very intense. And when I say that, what I mean is, first off, sometimes you're in life or death situations, so things are intense, but you live life very intensely. And there's a habit that was very standard. I don't know whether or not military brats do this as well, but we did in the military. It was very standard that civilians freak out. And that is, you meet somebody for the first time, and then you have like a really, like, you're like, okay, well, where are you stationed? Where are you from? And then you just
yeah, where are you from? Where are you stationed? Who's your... And we cover also the things like parents' rank. Where are they going to be? You know,
DoD schools, I imagine. Like, you know, where. And the thing is, there's a real kind of, how do I put this? It's a very open way of interacting with people. Like, I think for civilians, it feels too intense, because like, I will share because we don't have all that time. So I'm going to go and share the information with you. I'm going to be very open with you at who I am and what I'm about, and vice versa. And we kind of bond in this but
at the same time, it's also, on one hand, it's very open and very with that. Yes. But at the same time, it's a lot less emotionally demanding than I have experienced with civilians who want to be like, I want to know all your inner thoughts and your personal feelings. I'm like, I don't know you.
Yeah,
like,
it's this
I'm okay
really
telling you where I'm from or where I've been and what your last duty station was, but so what do you think about? How are you feeling? I'm like, we just met.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like, it's because like the military is very intense, where you end up making these really intense bonds very quickly.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. But so, for example, here's an example of this. When I was in the military, I was closeted, because if they found out, they would put me in prison, as they put some of my friends in prison. So a lot of people that I knew in the military had no idea what was going on in my inner life, but we bonded super hardcore intensely, right? Like, it's this, there's a way in which you can get this real intense, it's not a personal, it's more an informatic, but it's like it's an intense informatic that sort of is about, I think it's about trust. It's about like developing a kind of a trust with somebody.
It's about developing a trust, but there's also it's also a shorthand and an experience, because even if you haven't been stationed at all of the places that everyone else has been stationed, a lot of those duty stations get talked about.
Yes.
And you know, and you start being like, oh, so where was your last duty station? Okay, well, you know, you were at a Loran station off of Maine.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so
it's an immediate social contract, says Barrington.
Yes,
Renegade
exactly,
says,
exactly.
And when I meet them now, also veteran, it's still the same. Right. My ex-girlfriend freaked out when I met other people in the military. Yeah, and there's something about like these like little things. I must say I'm happy that my boyfriend was done with the military before I ran into him. And there's something really interesting. Like I was on the street in the Castro at one point in time, and somebody said something, and I went, doo, 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 you're in the military. They just said, I think they just said a little phrase that if you weren't military, you wouldn't know. Just a little thing, like they might have said good to go or something. You know, it was like some little thing. And I was like, oh.
Speaking of certain military terminology, you want to know what I got? I had to. Okay. I had to write a student up for a detention.
Uh-oh.
Because they used certain military terminology in their paper. And when they turned in their paper, Trooper, I have an honest question.
Yes.
Would you... Now, I'm fully disclosing the fact that if my mother heard me say this, she'd still kind of like, her head is going to pop up and, you know, yell at me. Would you ever accept a paper where a student uses snafu in an academic setting?
I would not.
And I'd be like, no, I'm sorry, this is not acceptable. They're like, why? It's just a word. I'm like, A, it's not a word, it's an acronym. And B, you can't get away with saying this in school. He goes, I can say snafu I want. And he's like, shut. I'm like, okay, why don't we go talk to... And then he shouts it, and I look, and down the hall as he's saying this, because he's going to be like, I'm going to prove that it's just a term, and I can say what I want. Doesn't mean anything. I make eye contact down the hall with the boys' dean, who was also a military brat, and I look at him and go, so... And he looks at me, and he goes, are you hearing this? He looks at me, he stops. He's like he's down the hall, like 3 classrooms down the hall, stops, turns, we make eye contact, and he goes, are you letting him do this? I'm like, no, he's just doing it. He goes, fine, I'll take care of it. And he comes up, like, behind and, like, just clamps on this kid, and he's like, what are you saying? You talk to your mother like that? Why you don't talk to the teachers like that? You don't talk to your mother like that? He goes, it's just a word. And then he goes, no, it's not. And then we had to have the meeting because apparently the parent decided, well, you're persecuting my child. Why is he in trouble? It's like, because he used foul language in public.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, what do you mean? This is the term he used in public in his academic paper. Here, I have a written copy of it. And they're like, well, what do you mean? Why is this a problem? It's just a term. I don't know what it means, but it's
well, there you go then.
bad. I'm like, well, for
situation normal,
all fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like, I'm okay. Like,
and Barrett was like about the instant trust that you'll do what is expected. That civilian experiences don't always have. And it's like, yeah, it's like we don't even have to be best friends, but we trust each other to do what needs to be done and to have each other's back. And it's an interesting sort of thing that I think that it's like moving into a civilian space where people don't operate with a kind of good faith was difficult. That it was jarring to move into that kind of a space.
It's jarring.
It took me a while.
It's jarring to have this expectation of like, the other thing that comes with being a military brat that I don't know that if a lot of active duty get as much, it's like, so the question of, where are you from? And military brats will automatically freeze. You can just tell. They're like, well, where are you from? I'm like, well, what do you mean? Because like, where I was born? They're like, well, where were you born? I'm like, Andrews Air Force Base, Joint Base Andrews Air Force Base. Would you? Well, no, Andrews.
Well, this is interesting because where are you from is a really big active duty question because we all know we're from somewhere else, right? So then like, oh, well, where are you from, right? It becomes like this sort of...
as opposed to brats who it's like...
Nowhere.
Well, where were you born? I was born on federal property.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, what state? Technically Maryland, although depending on what wing of the hospital it's in, it could be Virginia because of the way Andrews is shaped. But it's like, so, and meanwhile Marines just say fucked since we have no class. I mean, but there's a difference between, okay, and I have no problem cursing, but there's like a level of things. It's like there's FUBAR. Yeah. Well, no, there's snafu, then there's FUBAR, and then there's just fuck it.
And of course, there's always the Charlie Foxtrot. So we had that in the Army.
Yes, there's always that one too, yeah.
Renegade's like, I always remember walking across Gamescom in Cologne, and a soldier came to me, first asking if he could see my shirt, and then if he could shake my hand. What did my shirt say? My time in uniform may be over, but being a soldier is forever. But then also was thinking about, like, I also like interface with the Italian military, the German military, like the South Korean military, like there are these kind of things that it's about a kind of a shared experience.
It is about a shared experience. And by the way, I apologize for running away from you all. Thank you, Trooper, for shilling for a while. But in general speaking terms, dogs don't care, but and when they want your attention, they want your attention.
Yeah.
And yeah, exactly. In the military, fuck is a noun, verb, adjective, term of endearment, turn of phrase, and occasionally even a gerund.
I have to say, here's a little bit of detail. Here's something are you ready? There's a bond, but there's this bond there where you're from. So here's something that's really interesting. They did a study about race and educational attainment amongst school children. You know what I mean? Like a K through 12. And, a lot of sort of racial minorities have lower test scores and lower grades and all that. And people will say that is for racist reasons because they're being racist. Do you know what's really interesting about that? Do you know that in the DoD schools, that doesn't happen?
Nope.
Actually, everybody, like, there's no big racial gap when it comes to grades. And there's a lot of like, well, why in the DoD schools do you not have that? And I was like, well, everybody has got their food, housing, and healthcare taken care of. One, so none of that's going to be a problem. And also, if there are problems with your kid, the military will say, go take care. Like, they will give you time to go. Like, I mean, like, I have been in the office.
Depending on where you are, but odds are, it's like you can call. Like, if there's a problem with the kid, you go and you get the kid.
Yeah.
Like, and or if you can't. For example, like, it may not be the same for you, Trooper, but like I was Coastie, and the Navy has a similar thing. Is like, if you're underway, right?
Yeah.
You always have, and this is why Army Wives is actually a really great movie or a great series. You may not have. You may be underway, or you may be deployed, or something, but there's other members. Like, no, we're gonna pick this up. We're gonna go.
Yeah, that's right.
One of the things that was, so my parents were stationed.
Barron was correct. On base, you can usually deal with your family, no questions asked. Usually. Another reason why younger folks have families early too, for less authentic reasons. And I think that I did not have kids. I was not married, but I had people who did. And sometimes, like, if their kid got sick, like they would go to, like, because there's something interesting. There's the Army's like, the military is a weird space in that it's not actually a capitalist system.
No,
right?
It's not. There's still jockeying for position and things like that, but it's a little bit different. And like, you have different ideologies and different things. I mean, but like, here's the thing. So when we were stationed on Governor's Island, we were in. My dad had officers' quarters. We actually got one of and Governor's Island, by the way, is the original Dutch Governor's Island in New York Harbor. You can actually go visit it now. It's a national park because and it's like, you can take a little ferry. It's a very nice place. It's a very nice whatever, because half of the island is on the National Historic Register and half of it was, military complex. So there was they had a whole bunch of old Victorian houses that were built in the early 19th century because they were part of the military bases and parents. And we ended up with one of these. It was great. So at one end of the
it is more of a meritocracy.
Ideally,
it's more of a meritocracy in the enlisted than it is in the officers. Yeah. Because with the enlisted, it's almost all done by points. So it's like,
Yeah, but at the same time, you can always have that one shit guy who's going to give you a crappy performance review, not performance review.
I mean, the enlisted is much better. Like, I mean, the enlisted is
much better.
With officers, it's really rough.
There's also politics and like, there isn't the division between the brats, but you recognize oh wait, you're a officer's brat because you also had to learn how we're like. My mother did a dinner for 200 of our nearest and dearest foreign friends. Like, literally could throw a dinner for a diplomatic dinner.
Yeah.
But we're on one side of the park, and on the other side was one of the captains for the buoy tender, or the Dallas. He was the captain for the Dallas, and he was underway. Well, unfortunately, his wife went cray-cray.
Oh, no.
And in a very public manner, not on base in New York, and got picked up.
Oh, no.
Well, she also kind of was a little... She wasn't... You know how there are military spouses, and then there are people who are married to the military?
Mm-hmm.
She was the latter. And she had left. And she just left, right? So she had put on her 24... She was under 24 hours, and then she decided to just book. They rang the doorbell. The kids across the... her kids ended up their 6-year-old rang the doorbell of the captain next door and was like, can you take us to the commissary because we ran out of milk. And she had left the kids alone for like 2 weeks.
Wow.
But like nobody, like I was that age group that was like, their oldest was 6, and when I was with them I was like 12, 13. So there's not a, it wasn't anything negative. It was just no kid, no, even in a military complex, no kid is going to be, a 6-year age gap is a massive age gap. Yeah. And so but like it was, wait, what? No. And so, but the dad was underway and wouldn't be back for another 3 weeks. But hey, and people were like, well, aren't you going to call children's services? And everyone's like, what do you mean?
We'll take care of this.
Children's services. The officers' wives club took care of it. Go away.
Yeah.
Literally.
And Bear's like, they feel like drama and that doesn't happen, and of course it absolutely does. Oh, people having breakups, all sorts of drama all the time drama. But I was thinking in weird drama.
There's drama. There's a lot of drama. Oh wait, are everybody still there?
I see him.
Okay, then it was just my visual flipped for a second. It does that. There's
But I will say this is the thing that's important. So I remember I was in the military, and I had a friend of mine who was like, you're in the military, right? This kind of a thing, civilian. And and they were like, and they're like this whole point, like you're in this like sort of like patriarchal blah, 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 blah. And I was like, first off, I just need you to know that, I have stories. I was not going to share those stories in this moment, but what I wanted to say was, I was like, I get equal pay for equal work. Right? Like, all E5s get paid the same, first off, regardless of whatever your gender is.
All E5s doing the same job.
And in same time in rank, right?
In same time in rank, doing the same job, allowing for things like combat bonus.
Yes. But like, E5 rank that's it. Like, if you're an E5 secretary or E5 mechanic, you're getting E5 pay in the same, if you're in a combat zone, you'll get bonus pay, but equal pay for equal work. And I was like, I can wear combat boots and people are fine with that at my work, and you can't. Like, she was like a lawyer in a
white shoe firm.
Yes. And I'm just like, I feel like you can't talk. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like you're talking a lot of smack right now. But I feel like you can't talk. This is not fair. You know what I mean? Oh, Volpez, thank you. And I didn't like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I didn't like the ways in which I was like, you know what, the military is super egalitarian in its super hierarchical way. It's a very interesting kind of a thing where, like, you would think it's not, but I had free dental, free optical, free medical, food, housing. All that was taken care of. Boom. So my base needs were taken care of. And then, like, promotions E1 through E4 automatic, just based on time. Like, that's it. And then after that, not the same for officers, right? But after that, it's about points, right? Like, if I shoot well, if I do my physical fitness test well, if I do my education, I do those things, then I'll get the points. Now, the unfair part about it is that promotions are based on MOS, and I have to go through my training, right? I have to go through my leadership courses. But if I do that, I could be the best and I may not get promoted simply because, not because of me, but because they just don't have the slots, right? But once those slots open up, then they'll just take the people with the top scores and in they go. And it's this, I happen to be in a MOS that had decent promotion, so so it was fine. MOS, and if you're lucky to have the slots, because like there were some MOSs that did not have the slots, and they were like, well, if I want to stay in the military, I need to change my job, or I gotta go, right? But it wasn't. Officers were different. Officers had all sorts of other stuff going on, and they we had guaranteed contracts. I was like, I'm on a 4-year contract, like I'm in, right? And I'm gonna sign up for another 4-year contract. But like officers did not have that job security, and there's a lot more politics.
Officers have a lot more jobs, have a lot more politics, a lot more not less job security, and and unfortunately what screwed my dad, he would have been full career. I mean, he did 27 counting the 4 years he did at the academy, but
nice.
So he did more than 20.
Yeah.
But he wanted to do the full 30. And what screwed him was he got the promotion for JAG. He was affected there. There was a 3-year period where he was the Coast Guard JAG, effectively. But the problem with that was it took him off ship. And for there's a perspective that you're supposed to have a certain number of years on ship, and you didn't have that because you had this, and that's part of the problem where you get into a lot of the politics is the military wants you to do X thing. You go and do X thing, but you can't. Then we're going to pay you and train you and do this other thing, but oh wait, we still think to get your promotion you need to have done Y thing. Yeah. And Ice Bunny JAG is Judge Advocate General Corps. It is a lawyer.
It's an army lawyer.
Military
lawyer. They know the military code of military justice.
United States Military Code of Military Justice, which, by the way, for those of you who there are rules. It's not the same thing. The United States laws don't apply to you when you raise your right hand. Sorry.
And I mean, white shoe firms are really fancy law firms.
Yeah, because it was about the fact that you could afford to wear white shoes all year. It's very complicated.
But my point is that the military is a lot more egalitarian than people think.
Yeah.
And it always frustrates me when people don't actually. When people don't get, I'm not saying the military is perfect, right? I'm not saying that at all.
And I've said this publicly, and people have jumped down my throat and told me, have a good one, Barantor.
See you, Barantor.
One of the things I said, and this is true, because I grew up in a different society than other people in the same timeline that in the United States. I did not grow up in the American culture that people talk about. I experienced it tangentially through pop culture, but I did not grow up in it. My culture was entirely different. And so when I have said in previous reasons that I did not understand race as a thing until I was in a civilian high school. That's not me pulling I don't see race or whatever you want to pull.
You were in a very different context.
I was in an extremely different context. I did not experience and could not comprehend why race would be a thing, because I'm literally looking at going, but he's got 3 bars and he's got 4 bars. He's more important. Why do I care about what's under the bar?
And a lot of the things that enable race to function the way it does in that kind of oppressive way doesn't work in the same way in the military, because we're all living together. We don't have segregated housing. I mean, our segregated housing has to do with officer versus enlisted, right? And these are it's different. I always say that I was out of the country for the 90s, and people are like, oh, what happened? I was like, I was out of the country for the 90s. I don't know. And I actually, I didn't go overseas until 92. But the thing is, when I was in the military, I was overseas a lot, but I didn't watch American TV. I watched Armed Forces Network, right? We had Army TV, Army radio, Army newspapers.
You didn't get cable?
Nope. Nope.
You didn't go like on occasion you might go to like other places to go shopping, but most of your shopping was at the commissary or PX. Like the hardest thing for me is like
And radio too. Yeah.
and radio is different, and like there was a you went shopping at the commissary and the PX and or at the exchange, and you didn't it wasn't always the PX, sometimes it was the BX depending on where you were.
Right. Yeah.
Base or post.
The bowling alley on base, right? The movie theater.
The movie theater on base. The movie theater where you were guaranteed you would you had the national anthem before every single movie was played, and there was that one schmuck in the audience who will always shout out "play ball" at the end.
Yeah, I know. But what's interesting about this, I think, is fascinating for me at least.
And we always got the movies like 6 weeks, maybe 3 months later.
Yeah, just a little bit later. But I always thought that was like really fascinating to sort of think about these different, like in different language, you get like different vocabulary, right? There's you're dealing with more people, and like class is clearly a thing in the military in that like there's like a class distinction between officer and enlisted, but that's not exactly the same. And also the gap between the richest and the poorest is much, much narrower than it is in the civilian world.
And the gap between officer and enlisted can be bridged relatively easily, and a large number of people do.
You just have to get a degree.
You just have to get a degree and then go to officer training school.
Which you can get your degree while you were there. Like
exactly.
You can University of Maryland classes, you could take night classes if you wanted to.
So it's an easy, like there is social mobility between the two classes, and they're not restrictive, and there isn't like a prejudice against them. And let's be honest, as everyone says, the only thing that outranks an E9 is an E10 and God.
Yeah.
Well, excuse me, let me phrase that. The only thing that outranks an E9 is a 4-star and God. And God, the only thing that outranks a 4-star is God, and God is an E10.
And also like, sure, that O1 will be like my rank, and everyone's like, but
no, you're just there until an E6 decides to slap you upside the head and teach you how life really works. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. But and
you're
of course,
so shiny and polished, and I'm gonna break you.
There is like a class thing that we have to think about, and for me, that would be people who go to the military academies, right?
Yes.
Like because you cannot get into the military academy unless you get like a politician, like your congressman, and writing a letter for you in the army. Yes.
In the Army and the Navy and the Air Force, you have to have to get into the academy. You have to have congressional appointment, and each member of Congress only has a certain number, so there's a pressure pool.
Yeah.
The Coast Guard Academy is straight numbers.
Oh, that's great. That's wonderful.
No, it literally is how well you do on the SAT. And it's a
great.
Specific SAT.
But I will say this.
And your physical you also have to have the physical fitness and the grades and all of that. But it is why it's more selective than the others.
But then I will also say, while and of course, if you go to the military academy, that's as an officer, it's going to help you in your career. There's like all the ring knockers and all of that. That said, they're almost never the best officers. I mean, some of them are but a lot of them are not that great. And one of the reasons why I think fundamentally is this: the military is a professional job, right? Especially when I was in, there was, and I know Berentor would sort of say that the Marines are different, and that is true. But hazing, like basic training is not about hazing. It's about getting your job done. OCS is also different. But West Point gets weirdly fratty and like hazy and weird, and like officers coming out of West Point sometimes have weird ideas about what they should be doing in terms of how you treat people. And like, I'm like, oh, you need to you
need to have an experience with an E6. It's fine.
Yeah. And I find people who go to OCS or who go green to gold, like they're like great. They I think it's that like West Point has a lot of hazing, like in a way that you don't.
West Point has a really bad hazing problem, but you also end up with a number of people where VMI and Citadel, which if there's those kind of people, but you end up with a very different environment. You end up with a very different. What is an E6? So ranks are based on numbers. So enlisted 1, enlisted 2, E1, E2, E3, up to E10, which is the highest rank. Which in the Coast Guard is a Master Chief.
And in the Army, it's the Command Sergeant Major of the Army.
Yeah, there's like one.
Yeah, there's one.
What is the official? I was like, I have to remember what the official title of. Coast Guard.
My nephew is going into his 3rd year in the Marines. Guess we'll see how long he wants to stay in. Well, we will see.
Well, he joined a cult. It's fun. I say that from with love.
Yep.
Kind of. Yeah, he's the E10 is we don't currently have one. The highest E9 is the E9 is the Master Chief Petty Officer. He is the highest enlisted.
So I just want to say something, by the way. Polished Cryptid has a post on Twitter that I just happened to see, and I want to read it out loud because it's about a kind of a bit of a discussion that's happening on Twitter, but I thought I'd share it because it's historical.
Well, can you share it? Okay, where I just link it in the chat.
I will link in the chat. Oh, where did you go? Come back.
That always happens to me and annoys me.
Okay, here we go. Copy a link to tweet. Here we go. I'll put it right here. So right now there's a bit of a debate because somebody made a wheelchair for D&D.
Yeah, like Sarah, she's great. She's fabulous.
Right? And so some people are like, oh, no, but that's not historically accurate. And that's like blah, blah, blah. And people are like doing their whole thing that people like to do.
Yeah.
And her post is 1595. That's commonly believed to be when the first wheelchair was made. How the hell do people think it's too modern for D&D? You can make constructs and Warforged, but adding wheels to chairs is unrealistic? Right. And that's the thing. I think that people don't realize. We've had people with physical and mental disabilities from the beginning of time, and people have done things to help those people to function from the beginning of time. Wheelchairs aren't new.
No.
Right?
Also, okay, so the person who wrote it, her name is Sarah. It's a free supplement for D&D. She also has one for Witcher.
Mm-hmm.
And her Twitter handle is Mustangs Art.
Mm-hmm.
She is a wonderful, wonderful person who just got her degree. She lives in the UK. But she got into a real big fight because apparently dickwads on Twitter are of the opinion of like, well, why would you need prosthetics or a wheelchair in D&D? That's what healing spells are for. And I'm like, healing will heal you. It doesn't actually regrow anything. How many high-level clerics are walking around in your D&D game that are willing to blow a 7th level spell?
Because it's restoration, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, people didn't have accessibility options in the medieval period because I never thought about it. And glasses. Like that was like such a big, huge thing in the medieval time period, that having glasses so that people could continue doing a scribe work longer. Like these are. But for the longest time, people with special needs have been locked up at homes or institutions. It depends on how far back. Because if you go far back... That's a very
Victorian concept, though.
That's a very Victorian concept. And here's something... Oh, I wanted to mention this last time, but I forgot, but now I remembered. That's how my life goes.
This is what we do.
We do. There was somebody in my community was saying an interesting thing about ADHD and how ADHD in many time periods would not have been a problem. And many lifestyles, because of the kind of work that people were expected to do was very different, right? So that if you were doing farm work, there's like certain things, like some things may not have been a problem in certain social structures, right? And so like what is or what isn't, because a lot of the ways we define mental illness has to do with whether or not it's a problem for society, which is interesting. That's interesting. But then recognizing that societies may not structure things all the same way. So some things may not be a problem if we don't actually have a culture of desk work yet, or like different kinds of things. And and I think that's really interesting.
For those who are wondering, I put Sarah in her her link to her Twitter in the chat, and she released a combat wheelchair for D&D and a combat wheelchair for Witcher. and prosthetic rules for Witcher.
Nice.
And you have to realize when you actually read through the books,
Mm-hmm.
Geralt is physically, you know, just the amount of damage he has taken in his lifetime. Yes. Actually, Espany, we talked about this. Were you in my chat when we talked about the Hmong? Oh yeah, you were here last time when we talked about Hmong, and this the spirit catches you and you fall down. Which is literally about differing cultural interpretations of how to deal with
Yeah, and I think about that a lot. Also, by the way, I was thinking about this in terms of like this is a game thing, and I will say there's no right way to deal with this. Some people have very strong opinions, one way or the other, right? And some people will say if you do it this way, that's really bad. If you do it the other way, it's like people will have opinions on it. I personally think there's no one right way about this one, but that is the question of, do you want your physical or mental disabilities to have rules attached to them or not? Even academic definitions of mental illness revolve around society. Yes, exactly. And like, do you want physical or mental disabilities or divergence or diversity to have mechanical effects or not? And there are people who want different things. Like there are people who want to play a person who is blind and have that have no impact on them in the game whatsoever. They want to be able to be like the ninja and have there be no impact. There are some people who want to have a character who is blind and actually have an impact on mechanically on how they play. And like I think that there are games where in like The Witcher, some of the more simulationist games, you can lose a limb. Like that is a thing that can happen. In some games you cannot. Some games have ways in which people can be made unstable in terms of their mental well-being, and some games don't. And in some games, if you have a limp, that will have an impact mechanically, and some it won't. And like I don't think there's necessarily one way, because I think in some ways some people want different experiences. But I don't think that, like I've heard people say, well,
hello. 1 second.
Woo. Hello. Zoom exploded. Yes. Are we back?
We're back. I don't know what happened. Zoom just decided to explode.
Hi.
Boom.
Hello.
I was like, what did that happen?
So I wanted to finish this thought, right? So that there are people who say that if your game has a negative outcome, like some kind of negative penalty for having a physical disability, then the game is ableist. And but there are other people who are like, wait a minute, I in my life I have mobility issues, and I actually want that represented. So I actually don't think it's I don't feel comfortable just saying automatically that there are going to be penalties for not having a hand is ableist. Like I don't feel comfortable with that. I just think it depends on the kind of game you're playing. If you're playing a super cinematic game where none of those things actually matter at all, some people might think that's great. Some people might actually think that's not great. Like, and I think that it should be okay to sort of have different ways of going about that. That's all.
I mean, one of the things is like, yeah, huge grand mal seizures are real bad. I'm sorry. But yeah, one of the things that becomes a problem, like with Sarah, what she's doing is like she created rules for prosthetics and combat wheelchairs.
Yes.
And have a good one, Trooper, or Trooper State.
Renegade.
Have a good one, Renegade, and we'll see you Friday, where I'm totally okay with the fact that the guy that we picked up and for Jimenez, who, by the way, Trins has not seen. So this whole thing started because we were talking about cyberpunk, because we were actually talking about cyberpunk before we got started, and we were
prosthetics.
talking about so, which is also tangentially reported because cyberpunk is a very complicated emotional ballpark right now. But there's like cyberware prosthetics. It doesn't has no penalty to your humanity, but choosing to cut off your arm just to put a giant cannon in it. I think
it's going to impact you.
It's going to impact you in some manner. How do you do that? One of the things that came out of that game. So last Friday we didn't have a game because it was Gen Con weekend, but the previous Friday we had a cliffhanger because a corporate guy walked into the wrestling ring where Jimenez, Anino's character, was practicing, and set off a jammer that fucked with everybody's cyberware. But Anino Jimenez, who by the way is a rocker boy, which is basically like the bard class in cyberpunk, by way of professional wrestling.
Nice.
So it's great. And I have learned more about professional wrestling from this game than from anyone else. But, so he sees the guy, he knows what happened, he goes running after him, it's a corp, he takes the corp down, it's this guy in this very nice corp suit, he brings him back, and he's like, hey, we need a ride, we need to disappear, and we've got to ask this guy a bunch of questions about what the heck did he do with this clicker. You know, this isn't cool.
And
okay,
why?
fine.
What's up?
Why? What's up? So then Trins in the combat RV pulls up, and you should totally respect her ride because she painted it in honor of her hero, B.A. Baracus. So it's a black van with the red stripe.
So nice. I love it.
It's like, yes. Yes, actually, Jimenez, no, the face is someone else. The face is the fixer. And that's a different character archetype. That's Mr. White. Mr. White or Dr. Frost, depending on if he's at his day job or not. Chris Geary, who is in that game as well, plays Dr. Frost, aka Mr. White. His day job is as a trauma team surgeon, and his night job is as a fixer. So he's a very, very interesting person. But he, so we get the guy, we throw him in the back of the van, you throw him in the back of the van, and everybody, he gets thrown in there, and they realize that his shirt comes undone, and you realize the guy isn't he's not a corp. As much as he looks like a corp, he's a Japanese guy with full body tats. He's Yakuza.
Oh, okay.
Or he might be Arasaka. One of those two things. It's a very fine line in cyberpunk. And we end with a shot of the other people in the van noticing, because Trins is too busy driving and can't see what's going on, and isn't really focused because it's Trins. She's my happy-go-lucky, I'm gonna fix it and make it better and take it to 11.
Maybe 12.
Maybe 12. She took the other amp to 11. Now she's gonna take it to 12. It's fine. It's all good. She doesn't notice, but everyone else realizes that one of the tattoos that's visible is almost identical to a portion of a tat that she has on her back.
Oh, that's cool.
And like everyone's like, wait, what? And, but also, full disclosure, if I was living, no, I don't want to live in cyberpunk red, kind of.
It's a dystopia.
It's the dystopia, which unfortunately we are kind of living through. Also, I will say, this is a thing I've been saying, I'm having read through the rules in the book now. One of the things I really like is that they went to the effort of cyberpunk. The original cyberpunk was looking at a very specific question: what would happen if the corpse took over the world? What? And then
that was the fear. What would happen? Who knows?
And then the question is, oh my god, they could end the world. Now the question is, the corpse did take over the world and did end the world. What do you do next? And so I like that growth of theme that also ties into the development of the game.
Yeah, and also important because that makes the game relevant to today. Rather than just being
exactly.
nostalgia, it's a current game that means something now.
I also feel like, but it's also one of those great things that ends up happening is one of the things that you can get is a fashion cyberware, because Trins is a beautiful, wonderful person, and her fashion cyberware, you can get light tattoos,
Oh, nice.
and she has
Nice.
the light hair extensions.
Having read through the rules, rub it in, why don't you?
I'm sorry. You could go watch the panel, and they're talking about when it's coming out. Which, by the way,
Soon?
is soon. Mm-hmm.
Soon? I hope it's more soon than like academic publishing, where you're like, they're like, oh, it'll come out soon, and then it never comes out.
No,
And
no,
it's
no,
like,
no, 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 no. I can say that bearing COVID, because the thing about Telsorian, which I really respect for them, they won't release on the platform until they can send it to as a
game
physical
stores.
copy as a game
Yep.
stores. Physical copy
Shipping,
shipping
excitement, yeah.
before last time I saw a post in the I'm going to go with the fact that Jay posted in the Discord, therefore it is a I am allowed to say this.
Hmm.
God willing and COVID doesn't screw things up with shipping and publication dates before Labor Day.
Oh. Can I bring up a topic now? This
Yes,
is
you
like
can.
it has happened. So you were talking about the ways in which Cyberpunk Red has updated itself for the current moment,
Yes.
thematically, right?
Yes.
So that the game is relevant for today.
I did not
And
say that.
nope, I didn't hear it. And
I am merely quoting what Jay Gray from Telsorian, who runs their social media and is the person involved on their Twitter, has posted in their Discord. So I didn't say anything.
and I personally think that's important to do to make the game relevant to the current moment. I feel like that's what art should be doing. And I'm always a little bit suspicious of art that doesn't like sort of keep itself relevant in certain ways. Like I worry about that a little bit. But everyone can do what they want to do. You know what I mean? Like you do your thing. But I feel much more excited and happy when a game keeps itself relevant and really sort of does that work to think about it. So now let me ask you the question.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like so this, are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm listening. I am waiting for the question.
So Vampire the Masquerade came out, let me get the exact date, because I feel like the first edition was like
91?
91, and I think like the second edition came out in 92. Maybe it was like it was like
91 to 93 or 90 to 92. It's like real close.
Yeah, it was like really close. There was a
where most people don't think that second edition is actually second edition. Most people were like,
yes,
it's the original. It's like,
yeah, because it came out so quick. Yeah, so
Yeah.
91 was the first edition, 92 was the second, and then we get revised in 98, and then we're going to get the 20th anniversary was like 2011. So, and then the new edition is 2018. So here's the thing I want to bring up, right? So the original Vampire the Masquerade, first and second edition, comes out in 91 and 92, right? And 91 and 92 is, for those of you who do not know, but we've got a good crew here, the height of the AIDS crisis. It was like the height of the AIDS crisis, and vampires at that time were really became a way to sort of thematize a bunch of really sort of complicated things in this moment. Vampire the Masquerade had to deal with had queer people in it, dealt with sexuality, dealt with sort of like gender politics. It was in many ways, I think, very progressive, but also very much from the 90s, right?
Hyde Pope. Yes, it's very much of its time. It is very progressive, but it's very much of its time.
Of its time.
And
responding to its time. And there are problems.
There are
right?
problems.
Like the Ravnos, for example.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a huge fan of Ravnos. And they did pretty well with Ravnos until you get to the Week of Nightmares, but yes.
And also, like, they could, like, tone down the Roma stereotypes, right? Like, and the Giovanni, you know, they could have
done nobody really likes the Giovanni. Go away, Giovanni.
I'm just saying.
But I will give the fact that there are some there are problems in Masquerade. Pope will agree with me on this one. But I will say that at least in Ravnos, when they're dealing with those stereotypes, they're actually addressing them as an ethnic group and being like, this is what outsiders are seeing. Not what they are actually. And so that I felt, not to be in any way, shape, or form that stereotypes are a good thing, but it was a very interesting point on the stereotypes are coming from outsiders. That's not what the insiders are thinking. And I thought that was a good step forward.
Yeah. And so, like, again, not perfect and all that, but I remember thinking about, like, when Vampire came out and I was playing it, it was so present. Like, it was so much of that moment in terms of, like, as a person of that moment, I was like, this game is kind of everything right now. I needed a game with female pronouns in it. I needed a game that had people of color in it and queer people. I needed a game that allowed, like, did all of this stuff that was so important, and it was so present. So here's the question, right? I feel like you see where I'm going. So Cyberpunk Red does all this work to re-thematize, right? To really be present so that it is sort of
work within the lore narrative that it had created, and then continue it within the context of the environment in which it is. Yes.
Right. Or even you could even completely reboot everything and do something new for the moment. But I don't know if Vampire 5e. I've not played it personally. I've seen it played. I don't know if it's of the moment.
I don't know if I want it to. Okay. Now is where I put on my disclosure. Full disclosure. There are things that Prax does not like. There are things that Prax just doesn't like. Prax has serious problems with 5e. And I don't... I have a problem with it mechanically. Reading through the mechanics, the hunger die seems like wanting to use the fate die system but still stay in the pool. Still stay in the pool system.
As a preteen, I needed a game that was hormonal as hell. Like, I just seemed that, like, Vampire did a lot of things, and I it's weird because I saw people now critiquing Vampire, and I was like, yeah, I don't think you get the context. I think some of your critiques are fine, but, like, for example, like, oh, there's just so much non-consent, and I was like, yeah,
that was the point.
That was the point. Like, that was the point.
You're like, and there are people who are like, you should take dominate away from vampires. I'm like, if you don't want to have your vampires be what vampires are within lore.
Also, not just the Vampire the Masquerade lore
game, but like Dracula and all of these other things. It's like, yes, there are problems within the context of consent within this.
Yes, that's the point.
But that's the point.
That is the point.
That is the point. And I have problem with the way 5e is done. It feels divorced from its... Pope is right. It feels divorced from its history, but clinging onto just enough to call it Masquerade. I'm sorry. Why? Why are the La Sombra part of the Masquerade in 5th edition?
Well, if you don't know the past, it wouldn't matter, right?
But why? But, like, I have an honest question. Like, what the fuck did they do to tell the head of the Sabbat, who are the opposing side to the Camarilla? I mean, this would be like suddenly turning around going, hi, by the way, World War II is going to be happening, and Nazi Germany is your villain, are suddenly going to become good guys and join the...
Well, Italy switched.
Axis. Yeah, but that would be like, but that's not the same thing.
Yeah, because the Sombra were pretty central, right? So, like, yeah, and they were pretty central.
Italy didn't switch until after Mussolini ousted.
They had a governmental change.
They had a major governmental change.
Yeah. Yes.
It would be like
there was an ousting, and they're like, okay, we're done with you, and now
we're done with you, and you're gone. But like I said, it's like suddenly you're gonna suddenly get and you're going to give them authority and power. And you got rid of the Tremere, but I mean, like, honestly, fuck the Tremere.
I think for me, part of it has to do with the fact that I saw a lot of critiques of 5e from people, like political critiques, like, oh, you're like, there's all this non-consent, and like there's like all this like basically sexual assault analogies, and like then it's too fascist and all this stuff. And I remember just thinking to myself, yeah, I mean, this is a game about like trying to hold on to your humanity or not. Like
But
this is actually kind of like
about falling in from your humanity.
Yeah, like it's about that. Like it's a very, let's just use the phrase, emo kind of a game, right? Like, right, and that was actually, I think, quite important, especially for the 90s. And it's the world of darkness. Like it is like kind of like a dark space. It's very interesting. But I feel like it maybe would not have gotten so many problems if it had made itself relevant to the current day. And I feel like it may not have. Like, I have to sort of read all the details, but it feels to me a little bit more nostalgic, but kind of not, as opposed to...
It feels like someone who wanted, like, honestly, it feels like...
World of Insufficient Light.
World of Insufficient Light, I like that one. It feels like... I'm sorry, I play Ravnos and Ventru. Of course I say fuck the Tremere. On both sides of that spectrum, by the way.
I played my first Tremere recently, and that was good. But I've done a lot of other things instead, right? And like,
but like, you look at... Pope's right. On a publishing reason, there's very little for what your money is getting. Also, 3 columns? Why are there 3 columns in the rule book?
I mean, I suppose the question I would ask is, what would it mean to make Vampire that is relevant to today, right? That is a commentary on our current moment. What would it mean to make that Vampire? In the same way that Cyberpunk Red is now making a cyberpunk game that is relevant to our current moment, what would it mean to make Vampire a game that is meant to speak to this moment?
Okay, I have finally, sorry, I should be answering that question, but I finally have discovered my major problem, and it took me like talking through this a number of times. The way 5e is written and designed and created, and I can't say if this is the way it plays, but the way it reads mechanically, it's not about falling anymore. It's not about the long night. It's not about the experience of vampire life. It's the caitiff and the thin bloods are your focus. And it's about them getting rid of what was before.
Well, I mean, full disclosure, I was not particularly happy with Revised in '98 because of the way that they advanced metaplot in ways that I did not like. I was like, what are the Thin Bloods doing here? Hold on. Like, there were some like advancements that I did not appreciate. But I'm really trying to think about the ways and like some of the critiques of 5e from people who...
what I'm trying to say is it's also mechanically ties to that. So it's like this push for having young, idealistic vampires force out any and I think they may have been trying to tie it into the perception of like, ooh, new protest generation, getting rid of anything from the old generation, all of these things, but you don't... I don't...
You kind of wish Onyx Path had written 5e. It was who wrote it? It was
Modiphius.
But wait, didn't Onyx Path have all sorts of problems?
Onyx Path has a lot of problems.
Like, because they didn't they write they wrote it, right? They wrote 5e, and then there were problems with things with...
No, it went the other way around.
With the other way around. Oh, really?
5e is published by Modiphius.
Yes, but I thought that Modiphius came in and cleaned house.
Yeah, but it came in, but it didn't. But Onyx Path didn't have it.
Oh, it was a new White Wolf. There was thank you, Pope. It was like a new White Wolf that was writing it. People were like, "What's going on here?" You got some bad actors, and it's a little bit sketchy. And then I think Modiphius had to come in and was like, "Okay, hold on, we're gonna," because they had to go and like redo the Camarilla book. Maybe there was drama. There was drama.
There were so many dramas. Modiphius came in later.
That's right.
I think it was like, this is a case of too many cooks spoiling the soup, and you needed to go back and actually read through this. And it also reads, for me, the problem is it reads like there is a win scenario, like a D&D game where, it's like, even though we say you can't win at D&D, yes, the point of your character is to progress and beat monsters and to become
And
great
hit 20.
heroes and you know, all of these things. And I'm like, that doesn't.
Yeah, that's right, Popo. Because they'd hired some sketch people who were like, you're like, ooh, and they had to like do some.
Yeah, fan warned
Reworking.
Paradox, and Paradox didn't listen. Yeah, you felt. It feels like this. The people who are writing this wanted a situation where good will triumph over evil in a Vampire the Masquerade game. And in this case, the good are the Thin Bloods and the Caitiff, who are morally better and more human and will
really?
defeat the Elders. Yeah.
Oh.
That's what it reads like. And you're like...
Huh.
Because... I have it... Hold on. I have it here.
And full disclosure, I've watched 2 Vampire the 5e games now. One is an Anarch game and one is a Camarilla game, and like Thin Bloods are not really all that. That's not who people are playing. You know what I mean? So like I'm not really like I don't really see that so much. I think, but also a lot of people who are playing are kind of old school.
Yeah, I think a lot of people who are playing it are old school, and I think I'm just trying to... There's a bit in the actual core rulebook, and this is why it feels like this, about how you feel like no, it's not there. I have it somewhere else. There's a bit in the core rulebook that talks about, you know, it's less the focus of, you know, the Camarilla is a failure, we need to get rid of this, the Bruja have become anarchs, then the Sombra are members of the Camarilla, everything is all over the place, and the only people who really see the decadence and horribleness of the system and need to overturn the system are the young blood, or the Thin Bloods and the Caitiffs, because they can do anything. Like, literally, if you look at the way the Caitiff is, and the Thin Bloods have been statted out, there's no clan powers for them. They can have any of the clan powers that they want. There's, you know, none of the clan... And that's the other thing, is they got rid of clan flaws. Like, isn't the theme of Anarch versus Camarilla just seems to complicate things with Thin Bloods? I mean, oh, wow. Hi.
What is this?
This is a bot who's yelling at me.
Oh. Why do we have a sexist bot running around?
Not a clue. I'm going to ban a bunch of people.
Yeah.
This is why I turned off raids for, but this is what happens. They come in like this, and, raid like this.
Yeah, that's messed up, man. What's wrong with people?
Yeah. Oh, now you're being even bigger dicks. Hi. Well, you know, I can change that.
Yeah.
Hi. Boom.
Wow.
Hi.
Oh, wow. Hosting too, huh?
So glad you're welcome to the party.
How are you doing? Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm a little worried about you.
I'm seriously worried about you. You know, I feel like you have some concerns. I feel like you want to be.
I wonder if their mom knows what they're doing.
I'm quite sure their mom doesn't. I'm quite sure that their mom doesn't. But I'll take your views, thanks. You know, it just helps my numbers. You know, you want to be a dick, you're helping my numbers.
That's true.
And I'm gonna turn on slow chat. Slow mode for 120 seconds.
Can you stop people from hosting who are not followers?
You know, I don't think so.
Really?
I can turn off rating to do that, but...
Wait. Jer's my mod. Jer had a thing to say. I'm trying to scroll back. Well, that's face on Yowza. Yeah, by the way, we still see you, chat.
We do. We still see you. We know you're there.
Yeah.
We appreciate you. We know that you
Yes.
care about us. And that it's
Yeah.
not about this asshole.
Yeah.
And your dick-ash friends. And you can
Yeah.
quote me on that.
I feel like they really should find a way to be able to sort of fix that. You know what I mean? So that you can't.
I frequently do. And, you know, it's okay. I can go through and...
You know, I feel like some people don't have enough time in their lives. Do you know what I mean? Like that's. Ooh, hey.
Wait, which moderator did that? Which one of my mods did that? Because my mods are fabulous and I appreciate them.
Nice.
I don't know how they did that, but...
Thanks, mods.
Thanks, mods. Wait, Simon, is that you? Because I appreciate you if you did. I'm also going to mute my alert box for right now because it's really annoying and that's their intention.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Simon, if that was you, thanks.
Whoever did that, rock on.
I don't know how that happened, but I'll learn. So I can figure it out in the future. But yeah, that's why I turned on follower-only raids.
Yeah, so basically what I'm thinking about is, like, I'm thinking about, okay, right? 90s, AIDS crisis, Lost Boys, Anne Rice, like all of that, right? That whole sort of moment of thinking about internal angst and horror and all of this, right? And then you get this game, Vampire the Masquerade, which is really like, you know, this kind of like personal horror of trying to figure out, and Unknown Armies did it. They were like, this was there was like a space where people were thinking about that. Like, I think that was like part of the zeitgeist. So if you're going to bring Vampire into this moment in 2020, right, where we live right now, how do you do that in a way that speaks to this moment? But I don't think like the Thin Bloods thing is it.
I don't think it does. I don't think it works. Yeah. No, I'm betting that was Simon. Simon doing magical powers, and...
I mean, I think it could work. Like, I think you could do something.
I think you could. I think you could have an, you could do a lot of that. And it could be a thing that you do well.
But, you know, I think a lot of games don't necessarily update their themes, and that might be fine, but I think that with a game like, well, with World of Darkness, I think that you kind of have to, right? That I think that because it's such a thematic game.
It is such a thematic game, and I feel like you have to, you have to be someone who's aware of the themes and how they interact with each other, and how they end up being a, you know, a thing that happens.
I think it seems like maybe Werewolf will have updated its thematics, but I'm not quite certain who did Werewolf. If Werewolf was done by
well, I know that Onyx Path is doing Hunter.
Okay.
I have complications with Werewolf. Like, maybe it will address some of the tropes that are a problem. And I think that that's a thing. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, that was something. Yeah.
You don't want to be dicks. I'll take your view count.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to find out whether, because it's like, I don't know if, like, I mean, again, there's talk, but I don't know how it's going to, and like, look, full disclosure, I was never a werewolf person. That wasn't my game.
Nope.
And that's a complicated situation about why that was. And partially it was because in my experience, and it does not have to be played this way, but in my experience, the people who wanted to murder Hobo played werewolf. and I did not want to murder a hobo. So I was, hanging out in vampire generally. I was always interested in mage, I was interested in mage and wraith, but I ended up not being able to play them. But anyway, yes. But it would be interesting to me to see if the current moment we have in terms of what do you call it? Climate change might mean that werewolf could be interesting. But I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if they're going to be able to sort of rework the themes or not. Like, I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that it, yeah, the idea of thin blood alchemy is thematically appealing. I mean, I guess, but it also, it becomes complicated because you end up with, problem with werewolf is, like, I'm not a fan of the premise.
The premise is, again, it's a little unclear to me because I only get, having not read the book, but having only had a bunch of werewolf players hanging out with me in the 90s, it seemed like the way they described it was that their premise was that they had to go, you found a lot more murder hobos than vampire? Oh, our vampires was so much politics. It was just
it's
like
all
a
about
lot
politics, and you
a lot of chatting.
Killing kine is not murder hoboing. That's not the same thing. Mm-hmm. That's like killing a steak.
So for me, I think that one of the differences is that, like, a lot of my vampire players, do you want to know, okay, are you ready for, like, the thing that made vampire for me in this sort of really interesting way in terms of my experience and, like, a shift from other things? One thing, that you can own a nightclub. And all of a sudden, boom, vampire was this total, because people were like, I want a nightclub. And people had a nightclub. They, like, D&D, AD&D back when a box, there was, like, the whole keep mechanic, but generally speaking, all of a sudden, here's this game where you get to own something, or you get to have this thing. And that just made, there are a bunch of people who were business, like, it was interesting how that sort of shifted. But with werewolf, it was I knew a lot of people who were werewolf players. We had one in our game, and that was a little bit complicated. It was like, werewolf is all about the worm destroying the world, killing vampires, and, like, basically a lot of murder, all the bad things to save Gaia. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
it's eco-terrorism in the game.
Judging the game by the game trailer, I guess they go full 80s action movie. Oh, interesting. Yeah, and I didn't, like, and here's the thing I still don't actually know. It was a little unclear to me. I think, so you know how each of the World of Darkness games had have their kind of screw you mechanic, right? Which, like, the thing that you're having to sort of struggle with, and, like, for Vampire it's Humanity, for Aberrant, there was a thing where, like, the more of this one particular thing you got, the more powerful you were, but that was actually really bad for you, right? So there was, like, this sort of kind of a tricky thing about power. And Mage, it's Paradox, right? But was it Rage in Werewolf? What was there?
Pope, you confirm for me, my World of Darkness guru.
Oh, I loved Aberrant too. Aberrant was awesome. It was like,
yeah,
I loved Aberrant.
I mean, like, I'm a fan of
Trinity had something too, a psychic thing.
Yeah.
Rage.
It was Rage, yeah.
So
I wanted to say it was Rage, and it was like originally something to be like your bestial impulses coming out and, you know, ripping somebody's throat out.
Mm-hmm. But it became like a power up.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's like Werewolf Rage, and, like, the only times I ever had to worry about it is when I played a couple World of Darkness games. Like, I didn't care for Werewolf. I didn't like playing werewolves. I was not a werewolf fan, but we were playing a couple integrated World of Darkness games.
That's what I did one of those.
And a werewolf was like, I'm playing a vampire, and I'm chill, and it's whatever. And this werewolf is being a dick, and he keeps being a dick, and he's like, what are you gonna do? I can rip your throat out. It's like, fine. And my character puts her drink down, turns around, looks at him, and says, by the way, I'm an 800-year-old Ravnos elder. Would you like to be trapped in your mind for the rest of your life? Come see me in a couple months when you can grow a conscience. And then turned around and picked her drink up. Because, guess what, werewolf? When you're angry, you can't defend against any of that shit. And I rolled, like, 12 successes. It was like... There was also Hirano, werewolf depression, yeah.
Give me a second. So Jer wants to talk, but Jer's not been a follower for 1 week.
Okay, I will.
Yes. So I think we might be able to get the follower mode.
We will see. We will tweak things.
Yes. How long have you been a follower, Jer?
I think just a day, but that's okay. It should be okay for right now.
Okay, I think we're going to be able to 1 day follower only mode. Maybe they'll get you back in.
That might. Sorry, Jer.
Yes, because Jer story told me in a where I played my. Now you remind me what I want to talk about. Tremere. Frenzy is epically bad. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, Frenzy is horrible. Frenzy's is. Ooh. Yeah.
It may have been a difference between LARP and TTRPG, yes, but the group I played with was more about unity against the darkness. Yeah, the people that I know were not the werewolf people I knew who were super murder hobos were not LARPers.
Yeah,
they were tabletop. Oh yeah, you could do a VIP too. That's true. For Jer, Jer's good. Jer's my mod. And I was so about the Tremere. It's interesting because they kind of basically got rid of the Tremere, or they broke up the Tremere. They sort of changed the Tremere. And I remember something interesting about the Tremere is that although I never played the Tremere myself personally until more recently, I know that the Tremere was quote unquote a problem in that there were a lot of players who didn't want to play a clan that was so hierarchical, but there are people who did like playing the Tremere, and like they sort of got rid of the hierarchy, they got rid of the pyramid because I suppose they thought that people wanted that. But like, since there's so many clans, I think it's fine there'd be a clan that is hierarchical. I don't see why that's a problem.
Jer, just remind me, XJERE, correct?
Yes, XJERE.
And that's just who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, look, you can now join us. Sorry, Jer. And I'm going to add another person to do a thing. Because I realized that I didn't do this before. Flaming sword.
Ooh, flaming sword.
Flaming sword.
Oh, yay! Thanks. And like...
clan politics in Tremere are relatively straightforward.
Yay! Welcome in, Jer.
No,
welcome back.
We appreciate your thoughts and opinions, and
yes.
if I can get you around the... I mean, like...
Yeah.
I don't want to... I do never want to be in a position where I have to say screw all of you all because assholes are dicks.
Yeah. We're in chat slow mode, Rissa, right now, so they've made it...
Oh, I can turn it back. I turn slow mode on, and I'll turn it down. Yeah. But it's like,
Yeah, there we go. So I get to go ban some people. Bots. Yeah, and so there's something... So I do think that Rissa's right, that I think that LARP werewolf was very different from tabletop werewolf. Yes.
I also upped all of the mod catches for language.
Yeah. And I actually do think that's true. I think there was a difference between tabletop and I think that what's interesting, especially when I was playing that integrated game, was that the difference is that vampires do not have written in the rule book that they want to kill werewolves.
No.
They kind of are just like, oh.
They smell a little weird. They don't taste good.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of don't like us.
Yes, but werewolf had built in it that you want to kill all the vampires unless maybe you're a glasswalker, which made the integrated games a little bit complicated because they were built to want to murder us, and we were like, hey, do you want to work to stop the badness? And they're like, you are the badness. And I was like, oh, but they're...
I'm sorry, why are you mad at me? There's a demon over there.
Just right over there.
Like literally behind you. Hi, wave.
Yeah. It was interesting to me, and the thing is, I really enjoyed Vampire a lot. I just kind of think, I don't know, maybe it's just a difference, right? Like, I mean, I suppose there are murder
hobos in both, but like,
yeah, that's right.
And I can tell you that Simon is straight up. Okay, so I'm going to go pull it up now because it was a great game, and I'm very proud of it, and I thought it did really well. Also, I have great friends who are willing to help me do crazy things.
Mm-hmm.
And one of those great friends was Kelly, the opera geek.
Oh, yeah.
And I decided that the best person in the world to make the Prince of New York was Kelly.
Nice.
Because why not? And she recorded the voiceover for the introduction for the opening sequence, which also was really well done.
Yeah, there was a narrative reason to murder a werewolf. Yeah.
Lupines are a bad time. Werewolf blood causes auto frenzy. Yeah, there's that. Exactly.
So the same thing I thought was interesting. Like, I knew people who, if people wanted a super murder hobo, they'd be Bruja. But the problem is that the masquerade is there. So there is a bit of a check on too much outrageous, depending on how you want to do it. Copy link location. And with the vampire LARP, the focus stops being the struggle to keep your humanity and more interclan politics power plays. Yeah,
and I mean, it can be interpolitics plans, keeping your humanity, all this. I mean, like, and I will say, content warning for Simon's character Simon played a gangrel detective, a Jewish gangrel detective in from the turn of the century, from the 30s and 40s, and he got a little violent when he was fighting people. Do you
know what's interesting? Roll For It has Silence of Shadows, which is their vampire game, which is great. And what's interesting is that there's there are these disclaimers they give for the audience, so that the audience, right? And the disclaimers are necessary in 2020, but they're interesting to me. And so one of them is like, hey, everyone, we are playing bad people. Our vampires are bad. They're villains. They're bad people. So they're going to do bad things, but we, the players, are not bad people. So do not confuse them. And the thing that's interesting to me about that is that is not how I would have described Vampire 1992. No. I would not have said we vampires are all villains and we're all really, really bad people doing really, really bad things. What I would have said is we are people who have who've been turned into vampires, and we're struggling with what that means, right? That it is the struggle around humanity, and we might become really bad or not, but I never really thought of the vampires I played necessarily, some of them were not, as fundamentally villains because they're vampires. It felt to me that the entire struggle was that, are you going to become a villain or not, right? Yes. That felt to me the struggle, and it seems to me really interesting that they feel the need in 2020 to say, hey, just so you know, all the characters are really bad and villains. They're bad people doing bad things. And it feels very 2020 to me. It feels to me that is...
It feels very 2020, and it feels like you could be running an evil vampire campaign. I mean, I've played Sabbat games.
Yes, yep. And that feels very different. Like, for me, playing a Sabbat game feels very, very different than playing a game that's basically under the Camarilla, whether you're playing an independent clan or not.
Playing an independent faction, or even, just having to deal with this. I mean, I feel like...
Sabbat was super murder hobo, I found.
Yeah.
Sabbat was... No, that's not fair. Okay, that's not fair to murder hobos.
No.
Sabbat games were never really murder hobo games. They were more like torture porn games.
Yeah, usually.
It was like, I was like, oh, hey, are we doing this now? All right. The true evils of micro burrito I just made.
Still frozen. This is true.
That is true.
That is true. I will say, like, Pope is correct. Simon was the ultra-violent gangrel detective. And, like, we played it, and, like, we're not saying that they're good people, but I wouldn't say that they're evil.
Yeah, and I think for me it's about I try to teach people the old vampire CCG at PAX U. Oh, I face on, I still have my cards. I still have my vampire decks. I could play with you. I will play my Malkavian deck. I think for me this is what I'm interpreting is happening, right? Our current political space is very, very black and white, right? And so in order to make playing a vampire game on stream acceptable to current politics, we have to frame them as being super evil to vampires. Like, they're villains, they're bad guys, are going to be doing bad things, and that's why it's okay that they use dominate, because, they're bad.
I will admit that we didn't end up doing that, but we did give certain warnings at the beginning of the game. And I freely acknowledge that one of the things I did, particularly because it was half players who'd played before and half players who were new players, I'm like, there are no Giovanni in New York. You cannot play a Giovanni. And people are like, and when I explained to my players who had never played Vampire before, they understood, and like the people who had played Vampire before understood. But for those of you who don't know, Giovanni are a complicated clan because they intentionally create themselves by intentionally diablerizing an old elder, but they're also incestuous as fuck.
And they're somehow also Italian mobsters, only and exclusively in some kind of weird way.
But they're not mobster, but they're a really bad stereotype because they come from Venice instead of Sicily. Yeah. And like the Venetians aren't mobsters. They're merchant princes, but they're not mobsters. And necromancers.
And necromancers.
But they only train, they only and the term in Vampire's Kiss provide they only turn vampires from their own mortal bloodline, so it's always incestuously like this kind of weird really, it's like I don't want to deal
they're
with
all
that.
the same family, all
they're all
that's why they're called the Giovanni, because that's their last name.
That's literally it. That is that. And it's like, okay, I can do a lot with things like Tremere and Gangrel and Na and Nosferatu, and if you want to play Malkavian, sure, and we can even do things with Toreadors and Ventrus and all of these other, everything else. The Giovanni will cause a problem, and I don't want that on stream, so we just didn't. And then it was a plot point.
But see, what I think becomes interesting to me is that there's a shift between, and this is what I'm talking about, thematics. I suppose in some ways the thematics have changed, but I don't know how I feel about that. That for me, Vampire was always about that struggle, right? It was about the struggle. And like I remember, like I've played a number of games where we have just recently been turned, and we have to figure out what that means. Like, what do we do now? Now we're vampires. We have to how do we deal with what that means? And that for me, within the context of also politics, right? That like there is this really interesting, the eternal struggle. Thank you, Faison. There's this eternal struggle. And that was part of the thematics of like, who are you? Can you control yourself? Like, how are you going to be? There's this larger structure, in this case, the Cam, who have all this power over you. And you are like, what are you going to, like, there's so much in there. And I feel like framing the vampires as
evil,
it takes what was a lot of gray and actually some of the central internal struggles of that a lot of character stuff is happening, and gets rid of it in a way. And I'll just note, like, I actually do think the self-hating vampire is a little bit cliche and overdone, but you don't have to be self-hating to sort of deal with that struggle, right? And I think
like, technically, it's a member of the cliche because it all comes out the same thing. Forever Knight, Nick Knight wants to not be a vampire, but he's not a self-hating vampire.
Yes,
he doesn't hate himself, but I also possibly he's moved on to that point. It's just like I want to be human more because I have other things I wish to do and see the sun, and it's not like I'm a horrible person that needs to be destroyed. I mean, he has a complicated relationship with other people, but
Yeah, and so anyway, I really love that campaign because all the players are really amazing, and the stories, Mathis is doing such great stories, and I love that. It's just there's something that makes me a little bit sad. Like, how do you hide? How do you live? How do you cope? And there's just something a little bit sad about the ways in which I feel like they need to say that and frame it that way for this current moment. And that makes me a little sad. That's all, because I feel like that sort of shuts down a little bit of something that I think is really kind of cool about Vampire, is that how do you hide? How do you live? How do you cope? Like, how do you deal with
deal with that? How do you deal with the politics of the situation? How do you deal with, I need to do this thing, and the only person who can do this thing is someone that I have hated and not talked to in 200 years, but fuck, I gotta go talk to him.
I think in 5e they have touchstones now. That seems interesting. Where you might have like
touchstones seems weird, but then they also did like there's no clan-based feed like, you know how Ventru have the one true feed, and if they can't feed that way, they're screwed? Well, now everybody has a predator style that they play with, and that can get really messy.
I created a Cappadocian for an Ismail crawling that never got off the ground. Oh, that's a bummer. Like, how do you deal with the people you're leaving behind? Yeah, like, so things like, how do you deal with the people that you're leaving behind? And I feel like the touchstone thing could be cool. Like, that could be like interesting sort of element. If
I mean, like, I
don't know what mechanical effect it has.
Well, I mean, like, I have to read through it. I don't remember off the top of my head. But I know it's a different mechanical effect than the touchstone in Cthulhu. And like the touchstone Cthulhu made sense. It's like, this is your link to your humanity, to your sanity. This is spending time working with this will actually help you regain sanity. But as opposed to, I don't know, maybe it's like to help you regain humanity, or maybe focus on that. I don't know. I'll have to look through it.
But that would be interesting. Like, I actually don't think that seems like that. Like, there are things about it that seem like it could be really interesting. I just don't know about, like, having a touchstone could be thematically really interesting in terms of like RP stuff. That could be cool depending on how it's used. It just makes me sad that we're living in a time period where everybody is so black and white about things that Vampire has to become black and white, so it becomes playing a villain game. And I was like, well, if you think this is a villain game, maybe you don't want to see those spot games. Like, I'm just saying, right? Like, yeah, touchstones are mechanic, Crib from Carnival of Darkness and Requiem 2.0. Pope, because I never did New World of Darkness. How did they go? Scabinak. I've never played Vampire, but I've seen Bram Stoker's Dracula. Scabinak, if you want to know what Vampire's about, I want you to think Anne Rice's Interview with a Vampire, Lost Boys. It's a very 90s of Forever Night. That's another good one.
Lacroix is a perfect venture.
Yeah, it's a very kind of so in Scabinak Levi, in this world, basically there are numerous vampire clans. So all the different kinds of vampire archetypes are a different clan, and if you get embraced by that clan, you sort of take on that archetype. So the Nosferatu are named after the film Nosferatu, so they're the ugly vampires who are sneaky, and near dark. And then like the Toreador are like the charismatic, beautiful, artistic vampires.
Yeah.
The Ventru are like the noble, controlling vampires. The gangrel of vampires who can turn into bats and wolves, right?
And that's the thing for me about the change for 5e lore-wise. Why the hell are the Ventru, who are supposed to be, tied to the Romans? Their clan structure is literally about Roman, you have senators and you have tribunes and you actually have, an entire structure based on
Kindred the Embraced,
Yeah, Kindred the Embraced, right? Which is weird. In a 90s, like, TV
low budget
primetime TV series that's also like half softcore porn.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
I do. Kind of series.
Yep. But Ventru, Romans, La Sombra are Carthaginians.
Yeah.
Now, and the La Sombra begin the Sabbat. They have an ideological difference. I am very I can't.
It doesn't make sense to you.
It doesn't make sense to me. But I also have problems with other things. Like, I have a really good memory and I pay attention to things. And it's like, yeah, I may not use all the lore in a vampire game. And I may not require all of my players to pay attention to all of the lore in a vampire game. But, like, I pay attention to lores and things. And I pay attention to other kind of things. And I'm, like, sometimes listening to lore going, or series. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Can you step that back for a hot second? I am confused by what you just said. Did you just say that if you're going to change established canon on me, you need to give me a justification for it. You can't just do it.
Requiem is more focused on city politics and specific loose global political covenants. Clans are bloodlines, so the clans less political. Oh, interesting. Oh, so Scabinak, here's the other thing you need to know about vampires. So you've got these different clans. Boom. And each clan has different kind of powers that are sort of like tied to their archetype. But the game itself has a couple of things. Like, one of the central mechanics about it is that vampires have a humanity score, and it can go from 1 to 10. If it hits 1, you lose your character because you're an abomination and you're done, right? Like, if you lose all your
switch to a path.
Yeah, if you lose your humanity, it's no good for you. And like, I think the average human is like what, 5 or 6 humanity.
Yes. Sometimes have 7, but yes,
Yeah.
5 to 6.
Yeah. So the thing about the humanity, it's a stat you have, and the thing is, the things you need to do to be able to live as a vampire are things that are going to hurt your humanity, generally speaking. Like, those things are not so great. And so the game has this mechanic where there's this basically this kind of like this morality track, and you don't want to lose your humanity, but the things you need to do to survive will often cause you to lose humanity, and that makes your life harder. So you have to like balance this sort of real internal struggle. That's one of the like that's like the internal struggle thing about the game, I think would be really important.
Yeah, it's like the biggest thing for me with the humanity is always, from my perspective, going to be the you have you are a, and then there's diablerie. That's an automatic. You're screwed. Don't diablerize. 7. That's what I thought.
7.
It is 7. It is 7.
7 to 5. That's right. Yeah. It's like it's between 5 to 7, right? Depends on. Yeah. And also, people who are not vampires can also lose humanity if they run around murdering people.
Yeah, you can lose humanity at anything. Yep. You can lose humanity doing pretty much anything. Like, murder Gangrel who wants to, to kill a Bruja that's fucking with his head. Gets frustrated and tired and rips a guy's jaw off. That's gonna lose you some humanity.
Yeah.
Same as if you're actively getting shot at. Oh, why are we in slow? Because assholes.
Because we had trolls. And so one part of Vampire that was really innovative, I think, for the time was that it has this sort of central mechanic that's about like an internal struggle. Like it has in its mechanics this internal struggle that you have to deal with.
Not all the time, Jir. Not all the time. You have to remember. You want to remember that everyone's like, but other vampires taste good. Have a good one, Gamer Frog. And one of the other things that people forget is you can diablerize someone. Hi. Can you roll me charisma empathy?
Yeah, that's...
Because the other thing that you can do is, you can diablerize someone, but can you roll and beat the person you just ate's psychic impression, or they just take over your body?
And so you have this internal struggle, and the more humanity you lose, the less human you look, and the less able you are able to survive. I mean, humans are not going to like that, right? So that you become more monstrous. So that's one theme, and then like the second theme, I think, in terms of mechanics in the game and how the game is set up, is that they're politics, right? So vampires are not just individual people all by themselves. There's a whole structure, because the idea being that vampires used to be sort of more out in the open. Hundreds of years ago, humans found out about them and then started murdering them. And so now there is a governmental structure, like with the prince and various sort of clan leaders, and there are these traditions. And the traditions are there to make sure that you do not expose. It's called Vampire the Masquerade because the masquerade is like the central tradition, which says you cannot let humans know that we exist, right? So so the game also has this whole political aspect where the different clans are vying for power, and like some clans, like, oh, that venture is actually controlling the mayor of the city, right? So like there's like a lot of like these sort of interesting politics, and you're sort of, as a player, you're walking through, you have these powers. Also, like Mage is similar, right? You've got these powers, but you can't just use them on the street because, well, that's dangerous for all of vampires, and then the vampire community will murder you if you do that, right? So there's interesting politics, and then also internal struggles that happens
here. So we, like I said, the game that we played, which I am linking again in the chat, and I will highlight in the chat because I can do that. Wait, I'll just why okay, fine, whatever. I can highlight my message here. Actually, it's my chat. So there you go. That is humans have extra fire.
Fire is bad.
Pope will also tell you that. So there were complications and there were things, and the code. The premise of the game is the coterie were, because Simon's character is a private detective, and then the friend that he had who spent the last 40 years living with in New York, the hashtag vamp dads. Were a thing, And he and Scott's character were contracted by the Primogen to kind of try and deal with the problem, but they didn't deal with it fast enough, and it drew the attention of a certain individual who came, and everyone's like, oh fuck, oh fuck. And then one of the players was like, I don't know what this means, I'm gonna be a dick. And I was like, hey Pope, do you remember when they decided it would be fine to mouth off to the Justicar?
Justicar's like the enforcer.
The enforcer of the Camarilla as a whole. Not just the city you're in, but like that would be like saying, I'm going to mouth off to
the Attorney General, maybe. Right?
No, but like a
the King's Headsman.
Yeah, the King's Headsman for the planet.
Yeah.
There are 7 of them. One for each clan, and they just kind of like, oh, you've broken the masquerade. Was it a little break? Fine, we can retrain you. Was it a big break? You die. Everybody around you dies. Massive populations of the city die.
Yeah. And the thing about Vampire, I mean, it was very, very different from what was going on at the time, right? One, it had mechanics specifically about sort of like internal struggle.
Yes.
It had a lot of social aspects, like you could own a club. That you are there. Vampire was often city-based, and so rather than like wandering, you had to deal with like the politics and life in the space. Vampires had a number of drawbacks you had to deal with, like being afraid of fire, people wanting to kill you, and like there was like it was also very freeform in many ways, in which it wasn't necessarily like you go on this mission. It's more like, okay, well, how do you want to live in this world? How do you want to sort of develop your space? How do you want to sort of gain power? Not and I should Scabbynack should know this. Scabbynack, how much like there is no leveling up in this way in World of Darkness exactly. There's a generations of vampire.
And you can add experience to gain more powers, but it's expensive.
And also you have a limit. Like there is an upper limit based on what generation you are. And so like you're basically the lower the generation you are, like generation 1 is Cain, who's gone. We don't know about generation 2. Generation 3 are Methuselahs. They're all asleep.
Cain, we don't know where Cain is.
That is correct.
If you read through all the lore, currently Cain is driving a taxi somewhere in the United States.
Yes. And then most vampires are what, 8, 9, 10?
Usually like 9, 10, 11.
9, 10, 11.
And then 8 is usually the beginning of an elder.
Yeah.
Then, or 8, 9, well, 8 through 10. 12 is caitiff.
Yeah. And so what's important is that you use blood to use your powers. The lower the generation you are, the more blood so like basically, if you're like a 5th generation vampire, you're super hardcore. And here's the thing about
you also have shit ton of powers.
You have a lot of powers, like your caps are higher, so like you're intense. So let's say you decide to make a character and you spend the points to make yourself a generation 9 vampire. So that's like what you can do when you're starting off. So you're going to never be as powerful as that generation 5 vampire. But here's the thing, though: 5 is a Methuselah.
Yeah, 5 is a Methuselah. Yeah. That's what I was looking at. Like.
So, but here's the thing, though, about all of this: there is a way in the vampire game to lower your generation and get more powerful. What you do is you murder somebody of a lower generation, and then you drink all of their blood, and then you lower your generation. This is super illegal, and it's dangerous. And because here's the thing: if you're an older vampire and you know that the youngins can get power by murdering you, you make that illegal.
You make it illegal, and then they also have the problem of like, if they actually murder you and eat you, well, who had the more dominant personality? Who had the better strength? You know, in the lore, technically, the city of London is destroyed by the Inquisition of the Church, and Mithras died. But Mithras is a Methuselah.
Yeah.
And technically like a 4th generation, actually, if you want to get it, because depending on where it is, he's either 5th or 4th, but he doesn't ever actually confirm what he is. And he's ruled London for like 2,000 years, and he's like, bitch, please, you kicked me out of my city with fire, I will be back. And literally, what he did, and he's done this apparently twice in the history of, so we don't sure if, like, the current time he died, it actually happened, but he handed a vial of his vitae, of his blood, to a minion and said, here, drink this if I die. And, basically ensured that his personhood would be continued in his minion by basically being like, and now I have a new body.
Yeah. And so I will say, Scabinak, what was really amazing about Vampire was that in terms of what you were doing in the game and what things you could do and how it was set up, it was very, very different from almost anything else that was happening at the time.
It's not like D&D where you kill things, get loot, get better things to kill people and get loot. Yeah. That's not even going to the Simichi in that incident. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Or Mithras and, you know, his opinion of Tremere in the city of London.
Yeah. And so it was like a really interesting game, and like you would have games like, I mean, I played in campaigns with almost no combat. Like sometimes there was not combat at all, but there was a lot of conflict, right? Where somebody was trying to maneuver to like, and what was also interesting in terms of like experience is that the Vampire game, the Camarilla, the organization that sort of runs things, is very hierarchical, very structured, and has a lot of power. But your characters are brand new vampires for the most part. Like you're newish vampires. You've not been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. And so you don't have power.
Depending on how things usually start, yeah.
I mean, you could start with an older campaign, right?
Yeah.
So you are kind of youngish vampires of some sort. And of course, young might be 100 and something years old, depending on what that might mean. And you don't have power within this structure. So there's this there are all these really interesting tensions built into the world. Like, your lack of power versus the structure and pushing against that structure being necessary to keep you alive, and also let you know what's going on and protect you. So there's a lot of like internal struggle, political struggle, you individual versus group struggle. There's like a lot going on that was really different than what I was doing in almost any other game that I was doing at the time. And like I played a lot of Cthulhu that had no combat in it, but that's a very different kind of a game.
You don't fight things in Cthulhu.
You run away.
Like, you might fight a couple cultists.
Yes, cultists are great to fight.
You can fight cultists. You don't fight Cthulhu. Or...
No.
A lot of other things.
And Pope, I mean, there are super combat-heavy vampire games. That is true.
I don't usually end up playing them.
Yeah, Massacre using the 20th anniversary rules, I strongly suggest. Yeah, so it's just and you know, so it's like it was very revolutionary, I would say, at the time, and I think really important for influencing where we've gone to, like the kind of the gaming world we're in now. I think that Vampire is actually quite important to. It brought in a lot of new people into RPGs. It brought a lot of new people into RPGs. And opened up a lot of design space, and that was really dice pool. It was like my first dice pool system as well. Mm-hmm. My first dice pool system game that I'd played. It was like, you know, you fight yourself more than anything you do. You fight yourself quite a lot, and also very interesting. And this is like fascinating. But there was a lot of in the games that I played. There was a lot of PvP, but the PvP was not combat. It was about like I want to see if I can get. In the game that I was playing with Jared, where I was playing my Tremere, my Tremere was a little old lady who was super innocent, very sweet. I had the advantage that made her seem like she was sweet, so people would assume that she was sweet. Just that was like, you know, my advantage. And my whole thing was like I was going to manipulate the entire all the players to do the things that I wanted to make sure that I didn't get in trouble, and if anyone didn't get in trouble, it wasn't on me. And it was not that hard for me to do it. But I didn't hurt them. It was just I was like, oh. There's going to be probably going to be combat there, and that could be like. I feel like, don't you think you are very strong? You are so strong. I think that it might be really useful if you went into that factory. I will be out here. Like just it was just a little bit of a puppet master thing, right? But like people do their PvP in different ways. It was not hostile. It was interesting. It was just a very different kind of a game that I'm glad existed. You know?
Yeah, I like the fact that there's there was a PvP in the game that wasn't tied to kill people, break things.
That's right.
Will us being live for 9 hours? Have you actually? No, this is nothing. If you want to know what we actually do when it gets really bad,
the question is, will in my stream tomorrow night, will I be less distractible?
God, no.
Probably not. I might be. I mean, I do want to try to progress in that video game a bit more, but we'll see. The murder factory. Yeah, so like it's, and I think that it becomes, and it was a very, and like there are different games that do different things, right? And that was, I think, an important one. I think that was an important game.
It did an important thing. I think it did a lot of really good things. I also strikes me that, going back to one of our earlier topics, and thinking about it now, I have I think a lot of the narrative that I see for GM-less games don't, and it's weird because they also like want to push GM-less games, but they also talk about things about like when we talked about Bluebeard's Bride being an important game, and it is a very important game, and no problem. But I also think that it's there's a lot less self-examination and self-look at your own internal darkness that people are willing to do, and I don't think that's a thing you can do without a GM.
Yeah. That's right. I think that's true.
Because like I don't see any of these people who support GM-less games ever playing a game like Vampire.
I remember in the LARPing world, you didn't have just one GM. You had a whole bunch of GMs, right? You had your main GM, and then you had a bunch of people like, who
would be a thing, and you were going to do this, and it was a... But like, you look at some things...
A team. You had a team.
Yeah, you had a team. And it's like, and then you think about things like, well, could I go on this mission? I couldn't see doing the self-examination in the darkness that is World of Darkness without a GM. I think you need an outsider to be like great,
especially if you have PvP, right? Like
yes,
you have to have a GM there. And just for people like, and I will just say this is important to note, when you see on the Twitter, people will put things on Twitter, and what I hear a lot of is like, never PvP. PvP is the worst. Never have it. And I was like, wow, I have played with PvP. You need an arbiter, and that's the thing. A GM is an arbiter, like a referee, like a facilitator. And I have played in so many games with PvP, but it wasn't bad. Like, it doesn't have to be bad at all in any kind of a way. You can have PvP wherein we are both trying to get power. Like, we both want to sort of be this one position, and so we're going to do a little bit of undermining here or there, right, to see who's going to get the thing. But that's we're all good. Like, it's not a bad thing.
And then there's also other types of PvP, which is about or one of the there are other ways in which interactions between players can become a thing, and it's like,
or even we just don't have the same goals. That's
you don't have the same goals, and your goals might be conflicting. And okay, now you're going to determine whose goals you're going to currently follow because of your determination. I will say, I like different games doing different things. I love playing Vampire. I love playing Witcher. I love playing Cyberpunk. I love Castle Falkenstein, which is an entirely different system and an entirely different game. And in PvP in that game usually involves power play, and possibly, if you actually want to play with our group, it's hashtag team flirting and drinking. And the Contessa Lucrezia Sofia Fioravanti is a great way to PvP, but you're not fighting.
Yeah, but
well, let me phrase that. You're not using weapons.
Yes, but let me say this. Also, going back to killing each other, that can also be great. Like, everyone's like, no. I was like, I ran a fairly long paranoia game way back in school, first edition, that was great. There was, and what was great about it, it was that there was a lot of PvP. Like, that game was all PvP all the time. But the thing is, they couldn't be found out, because if the computer caught them killing or sabotaging other troubleshooters, they would be executed because you're not allowed to do that technically. So it all became the most amazing bit of like, how can I implicate you without making it seem like I've implicated you? And then somehow it happens that character dies, you bring in their clone because you have 6 clones. And it was like this amazing sort of, it was fun. We had a good time. Little
but
things
there's
like
a buy-in, and you agreed to
there's
the
a
social
buy-in.
contract.
Yes,
and you
exactly.
weren't being a dick behind other people's backs.
That is correct.
To get them to do this.
Yes, I remember one time one of the players was trying to get this one person, was like the big puppet master, was like always doing all this stuff and paranoia, and no one could get this one player. And this other player was like, "Oh, I know what I'll do." Like, made it look like the puppet master had attacked them on camera, and then they're like, "Oh, like it was this whole like played the victim in this really kind of interesting way that and it was good, and I think that it's all about your mindset. You know what I mean?
It's all about your mindset. It's about your communications and the expectation at the table, and not closing off all doors when that thing comes up. I mean. I am very lucky. I'm getting to play in a wonderful brand new campaign with some very special people, and you know what? She tweeted about it last night, so I can talk about it. I get to play with Devin Rue.
Ooh, nice.
And it's a private game. It's an off-stream game, and it's me, Devin, Stephanie Mermaid, who does cosplay and some really great bags, and then Elaine Art, who does some really beautiful art, and we're playing an evil campaign. We're playing an evil pirate campaign.
Nice.
Hashtag murder queens. And you can play evil without being... It's about your goals being your primary thing, but you can still do nice things for other people. Look at every mafia movie ever. Michael Corleone is not a good person. He is all evil.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Baron Tor, you missed the drama.
Yeah, there was some drama you missed. Trolls, bots.
That's why we're in slow mode. Sorry.
Did you know? Side note: I have, for the most part, my evil campaigns that I've been in have had less PvP than my non-evil campaigns.
Yep, A Song of Ice and Fire.
Oh yeah, that's another good one.
Yeah, when we say that we're the murder queens, we are sneak onto this island. We're level 3 characters. We sneak onto this island. It's we have a druid, a bard, and a sorceress. We're sneaking on at night, and your bard has sleep. Second level sleep spell right here at the side of this building. All of you are asleep. Let's stab them all in their sleep. All of them. Oh yes, I can't wait for Sword Chronicle Baron.
Me too.
It's supposed to come out this year.
I'm so excited. Yeah, I was, and I think so. Like, one of the things that I'm really, I don't think you know this. My people know this, but I got Everway, which is an RPG from the early 90s, from the mid 90s, that was one of the games that really influenced the modern indie movement. It was by Jonathan Tweet.
Talking about it.
Yeah, and I have it, and I'm so excited. And like, I'm really interested in, like, I really want to play all those games that were like important and influential in different ways, like especially different styles of games. And I've played a lot of them, but there are a bunch of things I haven't played yet. And like, that's like, I feel lucky that I got to play Vampire when it came out, because that was important. I've played a bunch of different ones, but like, there are things I haven't played yet. Like, I haven't yet played Savage Worlds, and I know I have to. Like, that's a system I have to play.
I enjoy a good Savage Worlds. You need the right DM, but I enjoy the good Savage Worlds.
But like, it's a game that was like, oh, this is a major system. I need to play Genesis. I haven't played that one yet, but that's like a new one that people are talking about. So I want to play it, see what it's like in play. What else have I not played? Oh, I have to do Fantasy Trip, because that's super old school. I want to do. Have you
played any of the Age systems?
I have. I played it. I had played Fantasy Age at Gen Con, but that's only like a one shot, so that's a little different. You know what I mean?
A little different. Like, I want to play. You need to talk to Jim about Savage Worlds. Jim, other doc.
Okay.
And all the Savage Worlds. And then I'm a big fan of the Age system. I do like it. I do like the Dragon Age game, and I want to play. I want to play Blue Rose. And I think exactly.
Besides,
as time says, besides the best villains can be so charming, you find yourself in their debt before you know it.
That's the one thing I've done a lot of. I've like played a lot of games at Gen. Like, was part of my goal to play new games I haven't played before in Gen Con. But those are one shots, and that doesn't always give you the feel of it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, you don't.
You need a good one shot GM.
Yeah.
And I feel that I did successfully in that because there were people who liked the games that I ran this weekend.
But like, there's development.
But there's development.
Yeah.
And you need to see like how something goes more than one shot and whatever. I like, and Pope brought it up early, I like masks. But again, that comes down to what kind of game I'm playing and who I'm playing with. And my masks crew I love, and I hope we get an opportunity to find out what the hell we're doing in hell. Literally.
Oh, all right.
We ended our mini series with the masks in hell. Or the characters are in hell trying to find a thing.
Will you ever try to stream Clockwork Dominion? Yes, Rissa, but I need to program the character sheet by hand because there isn't one in Roll20 yet. So I actually have to sort of sit there and I have to build the character sheet and put in the cards and all of that. But I will.
I mean, yeah, I like playing Castle Falkenstein, like I said. I got to host Castle Falkenstein this weekend, which was a lot of fun. And it's like, yes, of course, we're going to have all the fun.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
What alternate rules do you use, if any, when it comes to drawing cards? Because there are a bunch of people who are like, the problem with Falkenstein is that people can just dump their entire hand. So like, I'm wondering if you use any.
I only use. You can only draw a new card when you play one.
Okay.
Or you can drop one at the beginning of the game. But I was also playing because I was playing you can drop one card on your opening hand. For just like you can in poker. And then after that, you can only play one to get rid of. You have to play one to get rid of. Which, also, have you seen or do you know about the variant rules?
Yes, I have it. I have everything. I have everything for Falkenstein.
Okay. Including the new expansion variant rules that include the new the new golem.
I got all that from Frog. Who's what?
Frog God?
You know. Yeah.
No, when they went to literally this came out this year. When they republished variant rules this year, or they were doing a bundle for Castle Falkenstein early in the thing, and they added 2 variant rules to play automatons and golems and all of those fun things. Would you like to play Frankenstein's monster?
Yes. Variations of the Great Game.
So it's variation, but I meant more about the actual mechanical variations.
Yeah.
So you know that you can play multiple cards. Like if you have a good or a great in something, you can play 2 or 3 cards. There's half value and all of those things.
Because some people would just dump their whole hand on every check.
Yeah, that was like, why?
Yeah.
No.
So that's interesting. So I want to ask you: are there any sort of major games that you have not yet played that you would like to? Like where if you're like, oh, I've got these holes I need to fill, or I really want to play.
I want to play. There's a game I want to play. There's a specific game that will probably be later in the year that I want to play of Good Society, but it's a very particular game of Good Society that I want to run. I have
Good Society setting. What's the frame?
Peninsula Campaign, Napoleonic Wars.
Ooh, nice.
And I want. There is a. Where'd it go? Here. I want to play Fate of the Norns, which I did get because it was on sale over a. I was on Humble Bundle. It was on sale for the whole thing.
Nice.
And it was like $10 for all of it, and I was like, mine now.
Yeah.
Blue Rose. I want to play. I have a idea for what I want to do with Blue Rose,
I did a one shot at Gen Con Blue Rose.
Yeah, it's a one shot, but I wanted to do an actual game. And the thing is, like, Witcher fulfills a void in me of gritty, dark fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to have, and then D&D has got like superhero fantasy.
Yeah, yep, that's exactly how to describe it. Yep.
But I want Blue Rose for the uplifting, what used to be called like romance fantasy is what it used to be
That's
called,
right.
because it was mostly focused on female characters and female authors and
also romance is romantic, right? As in like the romantic era, right?
Yes,
There's like
exactly. Romantic era
mm-hmm.
fantasies, and Tamora Pierce. It is a great romantic fantasy.
Yeah.
There's a game in there that I want to play particularly, and I have a bunch of people I want to do it with, but I have limited amounts of time because law school will be happening.
Yeah.
But there is, there's one other thing that I have. There are a couple others that I haven't bought yet because money is a thing.
Yeah.
And like there are a couple like little things that I have bought that are just intriguing to me.
I want to do my run of the European games. So I have Shadows of Estrin and I want to run it. That's the French one. I don't yet have Aqualere, the Spanish one that's like super Catholic, and I
want the Italian.
I've kickstarted that one, Lexarcana. That one's coming in.
I used to have, and it's like I don't have I don't have a PDF, I guess, of it, and which is upsetting me. And I'm like, what the heck is going on?
But yeah, I want to do Lexarcana when that comes in. I want to do that. I want to do Shadows of Estrin, the French one. I want to do Aqualere, the Spanish one. I've already done Die Schwarze Auge, the German one. It's like I want to hit like my big European games that are like sort of big major ones.
I want to. I was like, wait. I knew I'm forgetting one very important one. But although certain people have promised me this game, and I am waiting to see when this happens, I want to play John Carter of Mars.
Oh,
I am a massive Princess of Mars fan. And I like the books because they do a very good job. Be set in a pre-unification. Castle Falkenstein that's the setting for Castle Falkenstein. It's an alternate history fantasy world.
Victorian steampunk-ish era.
And it's literally set, if you want to see it, it is so wonderfully cool.
It's so cool.
Come here, Castle Falkenstein. It is # team flirting and drinking. But dragons are a thing. The Fae are a thing. Dwarves are interesting. Oh, I also really like what Castle Falkenstein does with dwarves. Like, the whole concept that, yes, all dwarves are male, but that's because, but they can reproduce with any other fae. It just happens to be that if the child is male, then it will be a dwarf. It's anything else, it's whatever the mother is. It's like, that's a really cool concept. And it's an interesting mechanics, and it's a card-based system, and I love it so much.
I feel like I should try Amber Diceless, because that was like an important game that I've never played before.
I've heard of it. I haven't played that.
It was like, oh, that's a big deal. I want to run first edition Traveler. I think that'll be interesting, where you can die in character creation.
Yeah, Traveler, the game where you die in character creation.
Yeah, Amber is amazing. And I've run Traveler in GURPS, but I would like to like run the original Traveler, and like go through the character creation where you could die or not, like just do the whole thing, just do that a little bit. What else do I want to do? So I feel like there are I feel like there are certain gaps that I want to hit. I've done a lot of the story games. I own Winterhorn. I'd like to play that one, which is kind of LARPy, but I'd like to do that one. I haven't done that one yet.
I also want to play, well, I'm getting to play that game, so that doesn't work. I am going to play
100-year-old vampire, 1,000-year-old vampire.
1,000-year-old vampire will be interesting.
Pendragon. I'd like to check that out.
Pendragon. I also, I want to play, I want to play Ironstorm.
Me too. Yep. Also, sorry, I just remembered Ars Magica.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I need to play Ars Magica. Like, there are certain things I was like, oh, these are certain kind of like.
Yeah, I mean, like I like those things. I also like there are journaling games that I like to play.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wrote one. It's below me.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to click the thingy, it's there. I'm gonna chill for a little bit. It's fine.
Yeah, do it.
But called Sia's Recipe Book,
Mm-hmm.
which is a single player or a multiplayer game based on tabletop, a game of family, food, and memories, and is the game and it's an easy thing to make to be journaling, or it's a game that you can play with multiple people, and I love that kind of thing.
Oh, I've never. I own it. I own it, but I have not yet played it. Microscope, and also the sort of the twin of that Downfall. Like, I would like to play either one or the other of those, or both. I haven't done that yet, and I really feel like I need to. That's one that I'm like, oh, I should play that one.
I also think there are a bunch of games I should play, but then I'm like, there are games I want to play, and so that'll be great.
And the thing is, there are games that I should play just because I'm a bit of a, we're historians, and I want to sort of get the sense, and I think it helps me as a player and as a GM to sort of dip into some of these things, even if they're not things that I end up, I'm going to end up liking. You know what I mean? Like, but I feel like it's a good thing for me to do. And there are things that I want to do as well.
We always need to play more Firebrands. Yes,
yeah. I also need to do Quiet Year. I want to do, like, I'm thinking about like what are the big things. I feel like I might want to try. I picked up Burn Bright, and it seems interesting. But I'll have to catch some streams before I try to run it. Burn Bright is a new thing, right? So Burn Bright's a new thing. I feel like I should see what that's about.
I want to see how it shakes out.
That's how I feel. Like I'm looking at you. Like, how are you going to work out Burn Bright? How's that going to go? What's that going to be
Are
like?
you more than just a marketing gimmick? Because I'm a child of the 80s. Marketing gimmicks we bought a shit ton of.
Oh, yeah.
But you needed to kind of work well with a marketing gimmick. Ryutama, I have want to, but then there are like... So here's the thing. There are games that I know people really love, but I will never play.
Okay.
Monster Hearts is one of them.
Oh. I am not going to play Monster Hearts for a specific reason. It's a new reason. Before I was like, I don't know, maybe not, we'll see. But then I got a new reason that I was like, oh, well, then I won't.
What is your new reason?
Avery said that I shouldn't. Not me personally, but like she was like, her point was like, unless you're going to play this particular, because the question was, because when Critical Role played it, a bunch of people who are not her were like, you're playing it wrong. Like you can't, you're too, as a GM, you have too much of a plot. And so you're playing it wrong and you can't, there's a whole sort of like big backlash about how you're supposed to play it properly. And I kind of feel like people can do kind of what they want to with your game. And so there was like
the game out there, it's now no longer yours.
Right. You know what I mean? And so there was this whole big debate about that. And then I basically asked, I was like, well, you're the creator of the game. Do you think that people should not play your game unless you play it exactly the way that you mean to? And she said, yes. And I was like, okay, there you go then.
Then I have no desire to play your game because you don't actually want me to play a game with your system. You want me to play your game.
Yeah, yeah.
Which isn't the same thing. And I'm not sitting at your table.
Right.
I also have a problem with the core mechanic that unless you claim to be, unless the character is asexual, not claim to be, but unless the character states early on that they are asexual, everybody can turn anyone else on. It just happens. And I'm like, that's not how attraction works. At all.
And it was interesting because I was like, oh, okay, this is kind of like an auteur game. And then like, here's the thing. I'm going to do City of Light and Shadow when I have actual extra writing time up as a source book for Fate. And I'm making a lot of choices to make it grittier and also a bit more realism based than the way that Fate trends. Fate trends a little bit more cinematic. And I'm going to put it all in there, but then you can do what you want. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not the boss of you. If you decide to take what I did in City of Light and Shadow and decide to like amp it up to make it like big explosions, like you do you. Like that's like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not the boss of you. Like once I put the game out there, it is no, I do not control it anymore.
Once I have given you the game, play with it how you will. You know, if you've bought any of my games or you've played any of my games, please leave me a review on Itch or something, just because it helps me out and it helps other creators out. It's like, take a second to, even if you don't like say anything, just leave a couple stars. It's fine. We'll enjoy it. You also,
but this is auteur. This is when we move to auteur theory gaming.
Yeah,
right. There's a bunch of like auteur game designers for whom, and this is really sort of tied in some ways to the new indie space, where they really want this very, and it's interesting because, like, to sort of go back to D&D for a moment, people are like, well, D&D's like this, and I was like, oh, D&D's like a lot of things. Like, there were those very murder hobo games back in the day, but then there were also other games that were not. Like, when I was playing with this other group, we didn't do that at all. Like, I don't think there's just one way to play D&D. The rules will guide you more ways than others. But, and it's funny because people have this is a bit of a thing about Critical Role for a moment that bugs me, not about Critical Role, but the critiques of Critical Role. There are people who are like, oh, this is not how you're supposed to play D&D. And I was like, and like, people don't play it that way. And I was like, wait, when I play D&D, it's actually closer to that than it is to this other thing. So, and I've been playing well before Critical Role even happened. So like,
yeah, anyone turning around and saying you're not playing this right, it doesn't matter if you are on the right side or the left side of the political divide. You are being a gatekeeper of the worst sort.
Yeah, and to go back to Vampire, if you want to play a super murder hobo vampire game where all of y'all are together running around, being brouhaha, stabbing people, you know what? Good on you. I'm not at that table. You do what you want to do. Like, that's your, now the mechanics might make some of that more difficult because you'll be probably losing humanity a lot. But if that's how you want to play it, you can play it that way. You know what I mean?
You can play it that way, and that's a game that you can play. I think that. But I also hear a lot now tied to those same people. Again, it's that same group of people who are...
It's a small group of people, really.
And they're very vocal.
Yeah.
Who have... The GMs are... all GM'd games are bad. They have a dislike for... They have firm opinions on things like Monster Hearts and Urban Shadows, which are two games that are like, that kind of looks cool. Nope, don't want to play them. Have no desire to play them anymore.
Yeah, I want to do Ironsworn too.
I do want to do Ironsworn. I have an idea for Ironsworn. It's sitting here, and it will probably be like my next long campaign that I run, but that's at the end.
I want to try Band of Blades to see if that will work for me.
It might.
Because Forged in the Dark has not 100% worked for me so far because of some of the ways in which the mechanics function, but I wonder if I might like it better in Band of Blades, right? Okay. Like, I will try that out, right?
I mean, like, I sit here and I look at so back to that. It's like, so those poor people who are very vocal in that particular opinions also seem to be very vocal in there's only one right way to play these really great indie games, and you should be playing these really great indie games, but oh my god, you're playing them wrong. Why don't you just hire me to do it? And then but I'm like, and
also that they said that Critical Role's Monster Arts wasn't queer enough, but there were queer characters. And I was like, well, and if it's not super queer, they're not playing it right. And I was like, well, hold on, I think that this is complicated. Let me play my game.
Yeah, it's, and I'm sorry, I get that sometimes you want to. Not everybody is there for you to fuck. And if they are, then if you believe that, then you have a problem.
Which is why, side note, Lord Conte, so people are saying that you're having wrong, yes. But it's what's tricky is that sometimes it's the game designer who are saying that my game is made this way, and so if you're doing but I just feel like you don't own the game.
Eva, define eaten.
Yeah, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Define eaten.
But about Monster Arts, here's actually an interesting thing. Somebody was making a post about a thing. It was on Twitter, and I came out on the slightly different side. In break, I consumed some food. We had a 10-minute break. I had some food. And it was, this thing was really interesting. It was about gatekeeping and like lamenting gatekeeping in RPGs. Yes, hydrated. And it was this. Our hobby gatekeeps young people out. Like, young people can't play RPGs. We are gatekeeping sort of young people. And first off, I didn't think that was true, right? I don't think that's true. But then they give this specific example that where this gatekeeping thing, this like sad, tragic gatekeeping thing happened, which was there's a person who's under 18 who really wants to be in some streamed Monster Heart games,
Yeah,
and
no.
all these, and all these games are 18 and over, and I was like, what? No, it's like, first off, just like people who are under 18 can play, and they do, often with each other. So first off, like no one's stopping people under 18 from playing RPGs. Oftentimes they play with themselves, amongst themselves, as it were. But first off, a streamed game, there are some issues when it comes to people being minors on Twitch in the first place, just first off. But also, what is going on with you? I would never, first off, I don't know if I'll ever play Monster Hearts, but if I did, I would never play Monster Hearts with minors. What is wrong with you? What is wrong? Come on.
I have a problem. I have a problem. Like, I also taught high school.
Yeah.
I full on taught high school.
Mm-hmm.
I will never play Tales from the Loop or Things from the Flood or Monster Hearts aside from, the mechanic. Like, those are games that I will not play. Like, Masks, I'm kind of okay with because of the way it's set up, but I'm very particular about who I play. But no, a game that sexualizes minors or intentionally where you're playing as children in a game where you can die. Well, excuse me, Tales from the Loop you can't, but Things from the Flood you can.
And look, I mean, I will say that, okay, this is gonna be complicated. Here's a complicated thing.
Yeah.
I feel like we're a little bit weird now about it in ways that I don't feel particularly comfortable with in terms of like the anti-sexualization of minors, in the sense that when I was a minor, I watched movies that were aimed at me that were about coming of age stories, which sometimes like Little Darlings, I think it was a coming of age story with Chris McNichol and Tatum O'Neal, and that was like super important to me. Like it was about teen girls thinking about sex in certain ways, and that was aimed at me as a young person, and that was important for me. So I think that it's important for young people to be able to sort of have media or have things that lets them explore and think about those things. I don't need to be involved.
Yeah,
like,
you don't need an adult at that table.
No, there should not be an adult at that table. Like, you do your things over there. Think about, like, be a 16-year-old, think about your stuff. Do you know what I mean? But like, and also the other thing is, and this is like, look, Barantor is a dad and plays RPGs with his kids, which is awesome. But also, like, I don't see why I should feel bad about wanting to play games with people who are over 18. People who are like, I don't see why I should feel like that's not gatekeeping, because the thing about the hobby is, gatekeeping in RPGs, I think, is a complicated thing, in the sense that many times you're just playing with your friends in your basement or in the library or wherever, or at the store. And Barantor's like, yeah, there are certain things I wouldn't include in the games with my kids too. Right. And I think about this a lot. I think about the ways in which gatekeeping, I think, in RPGs is a little bit tricky, because if some group over there doesn't want you to play with them, but you don't even know them, they don't impact you at all, right? Like that, like there are larger trends that can make you feel not welcome, but it's also so individual. And I am under no obligation to play with people I don't want to play with. And that's not gatekeeping. If I don't want to invite you into my home to have dinner with me, that's not gatekeeping.
That's
right?
my personal boundaries, yo.
That's my personal boundaries. And they're like, and if I were going to play with kids, first off, it would be at a game store in public, and it would be a very specific kind of game, right?
It'd be, or like the people who run after school games with a sanctioned club at a school in a pub. But I am sorry, I am not that person that's going to be like, so we're going to play a game where we're all playing teenage monsters and it's all about fucking each other. Hi. I'm going to go over here. Because
would you play a Buffy game, though?
It comes down to the thing with masks, right? Like, I Trooper, how many mandated reporting classes have you had to sit through?
Oh yeah. Yep. Yes. Yep. Some of them better than others. Some of them were like, wow, this was not well done. But yeah.
The state of Georgia, it's a felony to not even report a suspicion of abuse of any sort. Luckily, you only have to report it to prove that you can report it to a superior, but or if you're concerned. But I look at some of these games and I'm like,
nope.
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 Nope, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. I don't kill kids in games. I might put children in danger in a game, but they're not. Full disclosure, if there is a kid in any game that I run as an NPC or just there, that kid ain't dying. They might be in danger. The world might be burning, but that kid ain't dying. Even if the PCs fail, you will never see what happens to that child. But off screen, he was not going to die. Or she.
Now that's not a line for me, right? Like children dying is not a line for me. I just don't think it's actually happened in my games, right? Like in the sense that like I like what that means though is like if I have players who are like nope, I was like, oh, that's fine. Like I'm pretty neutral on it. But
well,
even
I mean, like I don't really do torture, but
also, how we show we are edgy? Yeah.
We can do a lot of things to show we are edgy. Have you met Genevieve Bradford?
Yeah, no, but like I totally get that, and like parents, like my kids are teens too, though, so that's much different than when we played RPGs when they weren't teens. Yeah, and I just think that when that kid was complaining that he was not being allowed to play in 18 only, that all the games that he wanted to play on stream were 18 only, I was like, yeah, Monster Heart games. I was like, yeah, that's fine. Like, if you want to play Monster Hearts, you should find some other people who are your age to play it with.
It is inappropriate for a minor to play well, first of all, like, I wouldn't want to play that game because of reasons, but it would be entirely inappropriate. And hi, are you trying to get me arrested and
come on. Yeah, come on.
Not
like,
gonna happen.
Riss is like, I wouldn't do that if I were streaming my games, but I have to admit there are dead kids in my Call of Cthulhu game. I may be a person. Oh no, like
No.
Oh yeah, Riss's game. We have a lot of dead kids in that game. They're cultists that are. And
well, I mean,
that's
like
fine.
like if you're a teenager, you might end up dead. Okay.
Yeah, there are ways to make a lot of games kid friendly. Some games, those you just can't. And like it's also like what you do on a stream is different from what you do around off stream.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm playing in a game with Devin and a bunch of people, and we're playing an evil game, but we're playing that off stream.
Yeah, that's right. And honestly, that sounds like the type of RPG that even if I were to play it, I'd want to play with folks more my age. Yeah, I'd even feel weird playing with younger adults than me. Yeah, and also, yeah, and I just don't, I don't think it's gatekeeping to want to play with people. Like, okay, so for example, here's an example. If I'm going to play, let's say I want to run a game that's a little bit crunchier. I want to GM something like maybe like a 4-shot or a 6-shot or something that's a little bit crunchier with a crunchier rule set. There are people I'm just not going to invite to that game. And that's not gatekeeping. It's just that they're not
hosting the table.
Yeah.
And being, like we talked about, being a good host and being a thing and doing all of that to control it. It's just like sometimes I, honest to God, look at some people and go, you're really cool. I enjoy playing with you, but I won't play with you in this kind of game, and I won't play with you when you're playing with this person because the two of you together are not an experience I enjoy. I like both of you separately.
Yeah. And that's not gatekeeping, right? Like
that's just being selective in yourself.
And Pope World's like, Battletech is not for everybody, and that's okay. Like, now, gatekeeping is when, and again, minors are a whole separate thing, because again, you and I are teachers, we know all about that one, like, like, come on now. But also, like, here's another example. I actually, for the last, 7 years, 7-8 years, I have run a game night on campus. It is, so I run not RPGs, but like board games. And my students come, and my residents, they play these board games, and my residents, because it's mostly traditional age students, are 18 to 22. Although actually some people have graduated and kept coming, so some a little bit older. And some people might be like, there are people online who are like, anybody who's an adult who's hanging out with people who are like 20, that's predatory behavior. It's like, that's just not true.
No.
Like, come on, stop being gross. But at the same time, I will note that I do not invite them into my apartment.
Nope.
Like we play them we play those games in the common room. Like like I'm a scholar in residence. And when I first became a scholar in residence, they're like, some scholars in residence invite their residents to have dinner in their apartment. I was like, no, that's not what I'm going to do. My residents will not be in my apartment. We have a common room. We will be there in the common room, and we will play board games there or chat there. I will hang out there. We can all be in the common room, but not in my apartment. That's like, I don't care what other people did. I'm not doing that.
Like, you don't, if I can, you can't be in my car if you're a student without parental permission and acknowledgement of where it was. And the only reason I could have people in my car is because I also coached, and there was times when I needed permission to have a student in my car in case there was a medical emergency. Yeah. That was it. But that's the thing.
Boundaries are important, Pope.
But I feel like people are like, boundaries, if you say no to me, you're infringing on my rights, as opposed to you enforcing your protections. And not everything is oppression, and not everything is prejudice. And sometimes, as I said to a girl who literally tried to call me a racist in high school,
nice,
because I didn't want to deal with her, I said, no, I don't hate people of, I literally what I said is, no, I don't hate black people. It's all you. It's entirely personal. You're a fucking bitch. And I'm like, they're like, well, you hate black people. It's like, no, I hate you.
Yeah.
It's personal.
It's personal. Now, I will say this. This is like a funny thing that when I was in high school, 16, 17, I was playing with a group of adults, Call of Cthulhu, and they were all super old, i.e. they were grad students, which means I think they were in like their mid to late 20s, most of them. And I am really happy that they let me play with them. It was like me and like two other people, because we did not get along with our peers well, and it was like a safe space for us. And so I was glad that that space existed, and my parents checked them out, so it was fine. And I'm glad that they let us in. But I just also think that if you don't feel comfortable, like that's like, I think it's a different situation if you know them well. Like I'm in a game with my friends my age who also include their 21 plus children. Yeah, I mean, like you can have like, if you look at our Witcher game, there are people there's a very generational kind of grouping. There's the Greg and Trooper generation. There's the Greg, Trooper, and Hawkeye generation. There's the me and JF, me and JF generation. Then just under that is Billy, and then there's Josh and Lindy. And it's like, yeah, there's a generation, but there's also a level of maturity and being aware and being all of these things, and it's not, you can have people who are more mature, who are older, but you can also have people who are like, damn kids.
It's not about damn kids. No. It's really is about
but I'm little bit older.
And you can go the other way. It works, but it's also about like. And I said this before. I think that there's a bigger and bigger generational gap happening in certain TTRPG circles, and particularly things that are happening. And you see some of it in people who frequently 5, but those are not gaming or GMing days. I mean, fair. It's a level of professionalism, and it's and it's also tied to a dynamic of group thought that's left latchkey kids and hanging out with older adults, or like if
that happened with me all the time.
Or you have like, that was me, or like military brats are like this all the time. You have to interact with adults, and particularly officers' children. You are,
But also I did theater, like, so like,
there are people in that gap, and there are people who work but it's like I can work with you even if I don't agree with you, and I don't have to make it all about me.
I will say this is a thing that I feel a little bit like weird about. because like I see these things like sometimes like, yeah, anybody who's like any guy, it's always that any guy in his 20s or 30s who's hanging out with somebody in there who's 20 is like clearly a predator and is grooming them as an abuser. And I was like, this makes me feel really sad, that we cannot have any kind of intergenerational discussion or interaction, because I did as a kid. But also 20 is also not 13, right? Like those are really different ages. And I actually think the intergenerational contact is important. Like it was important for me to talk to people who were like 2 generations older than I was. That was important to me.
I guess this is a thing, like I'm going to say this, is it a white versus a white ethnic thing?
I think so.
Because like, people talk about latchkey kids. It's like, yeah, but also like multi-generational families in Italian households or Irish households. It's like grandma's going to be there. And who are you going to be hanging out? Like like my parents would go out and we would go over to my grandparents. And if it was a Saturday night and we went to my cousin's house, and my cousin, I mean my grandparents' first cousin, so Mary and Joe, we would go to church with everybody, the old folks at 5 o'clock on mass on Saturday night. And then everybody would go to the diner. And so you're having dinner with your grandparents' generation, maybe a couple other people from the church who are part of the church group who are your parents' generation, a bunch of kids. Everybody would be there, and you're interacting cross-generationally.
Yeah, and Barrett was like, my grandparents half raised me. Yeah, and Vulpes was like, it was always easier to interact with adults and other kids who didn't understand me. And that was my case completely. Like, there's this, like, I was that nerd who would rather hang out with my teachers because they were not bullying me, and like that was all right. And also I hung out with my parents a lot, like so like for me intergenerational contact was something that was positive.
Intergenerational contact can be positive when it's done right and when it's not creepy. And you can't assume that all intergenerational contact will be creepy. And the way you like I had an open door policy with my students while I was teaching, and if you wanted to show up at lunch, great. I'm going to be eating because this will be literally the only 40 minutes I have to break in the entire day. And you're welcome to be here and talk, and I'll listen. But be aware that I will not always agree with your opinion, and I can sit here and listen and smile and nod, but I'm not going to, I will also call you on your bullshit.
Yeah. You won't validate everything. And the thing is, like, I have, like, my college students, I have a lot of college students who are in my office all the time, sometimes way after my office hours have ended, because they need to talk to me, right? Like, so, and by that I mean, and it's not because I'm special, it's just that I happen to hit certain demographics. Like, I'm a first generation college student. I have a number of, once people found that out, I have first generation college students in my office all the time being like, this is really hard for me being a first generation college student. Like my parents don't really understand what it's like being in college. And we can have those conversations, right? Because they don't have a lot of other people that they feel safe talk, like they can't necessarily talk to their peers about it, right? Because that is going to ruin where they're at. And they're not other people who are first generation college student, so they can talk to me about it, right? And that's fine. Like, there's a way in which when you are, you know what it's like, Prax. There's a certain kind of conversation you have with people who are in that space that is personal for them, not for me, right? And it, like you are able to hold a space for them, right? Like you're able to hold a space for them.
You can have a conversation, and like that's the thing is like I didn't have a lot of first generation kids because that's not the school I was teaching at. Yeah. But I did have a lot of kids who were LD or neurodivergent or nerds. I taught history and Latin. Yeah. And it was a fencing coach. Yeah. And then, of course, we completed this trifecta of ultimate nerddom that was my realm of thing, because half of the kids on the fencing team were also participating in what fine institution?
SCA?
Band.
Oh, band. Nice. Yep.
They're band kids, fencing kids, and whatever. It's like, okay, you want to play TTRPGs? Sure, you can do it here. You want to talk to me about other things that are going on? And I was a young, I am in my 30s. So when I started teaching, I was the middle generation of teachers. Yeah. And particularly in a Catholic school, you have the old folk generation of teachers who have been there forever.
Mhm.
Everybody, they're teachers who've, 30, 40-year teachers. Good for them. I could not have done that. And then you have the literally right out of college. This is your first job in education. You are 22, new teacher, and you're trying to be hip and cool because you think that's what you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And no, you're not. You're not gonna ever. Don't ever try and be that. That's.
Eva's like, I've had male friends actually lament that I can say hi and I'm found safe around strange children by virtue of my gender, and they aren't, when they have the same urges for the same reasons of just kids are fun to play with because they put their full selves in it. No creepiness, just generally finding playtime with children fun because their laughter is infectious.
Yeah, that's not creepy. That's straight up, and it's like, okay, I had a bunch of. Yeah. I also was vocal in a lot of things about how you didn't have to, I didn't get an MRS degree. I got an actual degree.
That's right, yeah.
And if you don't know what an MRS degree is, it is a terminology that came out of actual women's colleges, women's colleges, not finishing schools.
Yeah.
There is a distinction there.
Or girls' schools, and you're like, it's college, stop that.
We're a women's college. Shut up and say whatever. And an MRS degree, or people, and it still happens, particularly in Georgia and other places. Girls who go to a major state institution, not looking for a job, although it might help them get one, but to get a wedding ring.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, technically, legally blonde.
Hey, wandering DM.
Oh, look, it's a Simon. Hi, Simon. Apparently you were not here when we had the interesting thing, so I guess the auto mod actually did its job and engaged correctly. You can't have, a lot of people can't have those interactions, and it's sad that we've gone too much in the other way of things.
But you know what though? It's all part of the same thing. Do you know what I mean? Like it's all part of the same system, wherein women are assumed to be always already nurturing, always already, like that's what women do, always already nurturing. I was like, well, not all women.
And you want me to? I had a bunch of people who were like, so this is our problem. I'm like, you sound like idiots. But aren't you supposed to make us feel good? I'm like, I'm not going to lie to you. You're upset about the fact that literally someone you have never talked to or had an actual interaction with changed their color of their hair.
Yeah, and Baron Tor's like, Baron Tor's a stay-at-home dad, and the looks he gets. And I think, like, this is the thing about, the patriarchy, right, is that it affects everybody, right? Affects everyone. It's the only way that women can be always already nurturers, always already, is if men never are, right? Like those things are connected to each other. Like they feed off of each other. Do you know what I mean? Like that's how they work. It is that structure that men don't have feelings, right? Like they are rational and good at math and money, and women are bad at math, but all really good at children. And you're like, first off, wait, stop it. Like this is bad. Right. And it's made to encourage the idea that men should be at work and women should be at home, that kind of Victorian sort of like split. And it's bad for everyone. Like it is unhealthy for everyone. It is not a good thing for anyone to have it.
Yeah. It's I mean, wow, I'm bad at math and bad at money and bad at anyone. But you're a really good DM, Simon.
Yeah, fathers can take care of children too, and they should.
By the way, when your dad is spending time with you, it's not babysitting, it's parenting.
Yes. And gender roles can go get yeeted into the sun. Yeah, and the thing is, these particular kind of toxic gender roles are unhealthy for everyone, right? Yep. It's mostly the crappy comments, mostly from women that I've gotten about, oh, you must be between jobs, or, oh, that's nice that you can do it in condescending ways. I'm over it, but it was a bit rough at first. Yeah, that's really rough.
Yeah, well, take their condescension and they can throw it in the sun. Sorry. Yeah. I am now it's 9:00 and we've been at this for 10 hours. So it is literally 7, 6.
Yeah. So the only reason why this is happening because there's no Witcher tonight. That's
the only reason we're doing this is there's no Witcher tonight. That's it. That's the only reason we went this late. Because otherwise I would have been stopping at 7 o'clock because I would need to go get ready for Witcher.
Yes.
But there is no Witcher tonight because Greg needed to go take his charming, lovely wife on an anniversary picnic.
So Jared says, I was a nanny for several years. The amount of people that insist on using the term nanny, I don't like any of that. Like, I don't like any of that. You know?
Did you suffer through the wonderful thing of, were you an au pair?
And it's important. And I also think about the ways in which, like, so the patriarchy, right? The ways in which the patriarchy tells men to behave kills them. Like, men die earlier, right? Like they die earlier, heart attacks, all sorts of things that are about the ways in which, like, it's very manly not to have safety regulations at your job. And I was like, is it?
It's just stupid.
Like, or is that just like, no, but like, if you're really manly, you don't mind black lung. Really? I feel like maybe let's not do that one.
I have a thing about that because I'm pretty sure that most of the people I knew, like the men that I had experienced in my life who were actually blue collar workers, who were part of the unions, who unionized coal mines and in all these places, were literally looking for OSHA requirements.
That's right.
And I'm yeah. No.
But see, that's the thing. Most of these gender roles don't happen by accident.
Nope.
They happen because they serve people, right? They serve interests, usually not ours, right? Like, a lot of these masculine roles serve factory owners, right? Like, it's super, super manly to overwork. It's super, super manly to be injured and not go to the, like, there are all these things that like are really, like, it's super manly not to go and get workers' comp and it's like, I was like, wait, or is that just being exploited?
It's just being exploited.
That's what that is.
It's just being exploited. Why are we, like, honestly, nope, dad's always a parent, like, just like mom. Exactly.
I got tired of working 7 days a week, 12-hour days, and never having a day off without ever having vacation.
Conti needed a nap.
Yeah.
For like 3 months, Conti needed a nap, and I am glad that Conti, are you sleeping? This is me checking on you. Are you actually sleeping again? Because that's an important thing.
And it's the same thing with like, I was thinking about, like, so there's all of that is, and also, again, right? Women. It's women's gender roles. Like, naturally, women should not be working until it's World War II, and then naturally women should be working, and then it's the 50s, and naturally they shouldn't be working again. And I was like, hold on, this is all about economics, right? There's a bunch of stuff going on here, but this is about you all. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is
about you and your controls and your pressures on everything, and not anything that has any actual reality on anything. Because wait, who are the people? Women. When you say women shouldn't work. Well, that's upper middle class and not anyone involved in any lower class.
Because you still want a maid, right? Like, you still want a maid. Yeah.
And you still want, like, all of these things that are happening. And most of the women who are, lower class women cannot financially not work. Like, I mean,
so
So there was Nana Lamada and Nana Verrilli. Nana Verrilli was a piece of work and apparently died before even my father showed up in the picture. Nana Lamada was a great person, and she was quite proud of the fact that she did not have to work outside the home. That was like the height. She could brag about that.
Yeah. And that means something different. Right, and it becomes like what it means to work outside of the home or not is very contextual, right? Like, if you come from a space where all the women have to work in the fields or in factories or as nannies or maids or janitors, all that stuff, being able to not do that might be really great. You know what I mean? But then yet, on the other hand, can I give you a thing that I was like, like this? So I knew this couple, they were both going to law school in Germany, and man and woman, and they were both doing all their law school work. They were going to law school. They were upper middle class, and she outscored him all the time in the tests and all that. They both got their law degrees, and then it came time to do work, and she decided that she didn't want to work, And because she's a woman, she doesn't necessarily have to. So he was working 60 to 80 hours a week so that she could stay home and paint and kind of just hang out. She didn't, there were no kids. She wasn't like, she just was kind of hanging out because it was nicer to hang out and not work than it was to work.
Yeah,
but he had to,
yeah, that's not this.
but he had to work like
Double.
basically double. And the thing is, because it's the modern day, it's expensive. And the thing is, gender role says that's okay. And I was like, yeah, no, I don't think that's okay.
That's not okay. I mean, like, when I say Nana Lamada was happy, that it's because her husband had come over, had gotten a job on the railroad, had a full union job, had worked himself up.
Yeah.
And when they came back and he got married, when he came back and they got married in Sicily, her mother had owned a weaving and dyeing shop, and that they were doing embroidery out of the house. They were doing all of these things out of the house, and it's like, should they come to the United States, and they're in a financial, it's like they're not a big, major, they have the smallest house in the neighborhood. Yeah. When they move out of the tenement, they have the smallest house in the neighborhood, but everybody's coming to their house. They're, all the parties are happening there.
Yeah.
She was in a financial position that for the first time she wasn't required to work.
Yeah.
That meant that anything she made by selling her embroidery was extra.
Yeah.
And then my grandfather got his first job. Grandpa Giuseppe got his first job working for Skydell's in Bridgeport. And Skydell's was a local department store in Bridgeport. They were very nice. They were also very Jewish. Mm-hmm. And so when they needed a ninth for Minna, my grandpa Giuseppe used to go and be the ninth.
I was thinking,
because at a certain level, when you're that Sicilian, you're that Mediterranean. Look, just put the and everybody like, Jack Skydell used to say, just put the hat on, just put the yarmulke on, and if anybody asks, your name's Joe, and nobody cares. It's like nobody cared. Everybody But he worked that job. Literally, the only reason Grandpa Giuseppe stopped working, they closed the store in '94.
Wow.
He like literally shut the store down. He never went. But he was the guy and this is why customer service is in my blood. You understand that there's a difference between customers and people. I hate dealing with people, but customers I can deal with because they. But I learned all about men's fashion because he ran the men's department. I fully acknowledge that my mother and I both kind of grew up in that store. My mom's first job was in that store. When I say I grew up, it's like, oh, we're gonna go visit. We're gonna wait for Grandpa so we can we're gonna go be friendly because we were gonna go have fun, and we were gonna go out with Grandpa and have a date with Grandpa and be friendly, which meant we were gonna go to Friendly's and get burgers and fries and ice cream. Yeah. Like that was the highlight of we're going to be fancy. Yeah.
You make a minion, yeah. I was going to say there's something that's interesting that I think that I know a lot of people right now for whom one of the parents who are parents, one of them has to stay home.
Yes.
And the reason why they have to
COVID.
No, this was before COVID. Because childcare is so expensive. It's obscene. So that basically somebody has to give up their career because childcare is that expensive. Like it is more affordable for one of them to actually stop having a career to do the childcare than to have them both have a career and pay for childcare. And first off, I think that's ridiculous, right? I think that's super not cool. But it should be the person who wants to be home, and that should be either parent, right? Barrington says that's why I stayed at home at first. Childcare was nuts in Seattle. Then we moved here, and it just made sense, right? And I think that there shouldn't be an assumption that if the woman doesn't stay home, there's something wrong with her, and if the man does, there's something wrong with him. That's just not how should be. Who wants to do that?
So I'm going to scandalize and piss you off.
Okay, I'm ready.
I want you to understand that this is I know that this will anger you.
I'm ready.
I know that this will also anger people in chat, so be aware that this statement is going to anger you.
Mm-hmm.
I taught high school freshman, sophomore, junior boys. I was teaching a class to freshman boys who legitimately said to me, Miss Donlin, don't you feel ashamed that you're sinning? I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean? Well, you're supposed to be staying at home with your babies. I'm like, I'm not married and I don't have kids. That's even worse. You should be married by now. Why are you wasting your time here teaching? I'm like, do you honestly believe this, or are you just trolling me?
Yeah.
Like, I had to stop and ask that question. I'm like, he goes, well, the Bible says you should stay home and not work. I'm like, no, the Bible doesn't say jack shit about a woman working, and actually would have required ancient
history.
Go read about ancient Judaism and even not working women. Define not working, because most the wife of the princeps. I'm sorry, when Caesar Augustus brags about how great his clothes are because his wife made them for him, as the epitome of Roman things.
Yeah, and being homemaking, being at home, if you paid someone to do all of that work, that would be a lot of money.
Exactly.
Just noting it, right? Again, childcare, thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? Good thing I didn't go to teaching children. Orange is not my color.
I had to stop and turn to this kid and go, "Are you trolling me, or do you honestly believe this?" Because my next response coming out of my mouth will be very different depending on your answer. Because if you honestly believe it, it's my job to educate you and help you overcome your bullshit ignorance.
Yeah.
But if you're trolling me, then my job is to rip you a new one and explain why you're an asshole.
Yeah, I think everything a wife is expected to do comes out to $50K a year, $250K a year. It's just yeah. I mean, it's just this is just this is work, right? Now, that friend I was talking about, she actually wasn't doing any housework. She was just kind of hanging out. That's what she was doing. Okay, nice work if you can get it.
Okay, that's screw her.
She wasn't doing any housework at all. She was just whatever. And I was like, I don't think that's cool. But if you are at cooking is hard, shopping is hard, doing the household chores is hard. All of that is not. And then if you're also taking care of kids, that's hard work. That would get my friend Mike's standard question: stoned or stupid?
I mean, fair, but I don't like calling kids stupid. I usually call them ignorant, because one of those things could be fixed.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of time. Which is, and anybody here, hello people, anybody here who is single and living alone knows that is time. You have to go shopping. You have it's just vacuum. There's just a lot in there. You know what I mean?
That's why you get hardwood floors. You don't vacuum. You Swiffer, and it's a lot faster. Yeah. Honestly.
Caroling kids is extremely hard, as so many parents are learning under COVID. Yeah. Also, I think is really fascinating, thinking about history, how earlier people thought, we now tend to think that children belong to the mother, when last century people thought that children belonged to the father,
or
right?
even older than that, depending on it's why it comes down to the heir and the in Rome there were two different types of marriage systems that existed purely for financial reasons, right?
Ooh, interesting.
Here's an old school cardie. That's a good one though. So there are two different marriage systems, and the more idealized version was called Manus marriage. But it wasn't the practical one, and it wasn't the one that most people practiced. The reason being, Manus marriage meant that the woman marrying into the household now is part of that family, period, full stop. All of her money now belongs to that family. If your husband were to die, her and her money stayed with the new family.
I see.
Versus what was the most commonly practiced form of marriage, where both, and that's the thing, is in Rome, either party had the opportunity, without, not in Manus marriage, which was kind of like the idealized marriage is up here. Yeah, it didn't, that most people didn't do that. You had a, it was, most marriages were usually, the woman would keep her money, it was hers, in her name, and then when they got married, if your husband died, you went back to your father's family, maybe your brother, or maybe an uncle, depending on who the nearest male relative is. If you had children, and they were young, and by young, I mean under the age of 8, because there's a religious ceremony that's involved in this. If they are under the age of 8, they would go and live with the mother's family. They would always stay with the mother. If the children were over the age of 8, they would stay with their father's family, because now they are actually have personagehood and identity, and it's tied to the fact that they survived the worst of childhood illness, and now they're actually could have an identity. If your child, you know, if you had a male child who was of a, 20, 25, 30, you would stay with your male son. But if you wanted to, but your money was your money, and any money that you had gained during the marriage that wasn't communal would still be yours. It's why Cicero, Marcus Tullius Cicero, takes advantage of this, because Cicero has a very loud mouth and likes to piss people off. And by that I mean there's a sliding scale of pissing people off. There's 20th century comedians. Yeah. Right? That's down here. Yeah. There's muckrakers. There's John Adams. There's Cicero. Yeah. Because if you want to know fully how no shit's given Marcus Tullius Cicero is John Adams of Obnoxious and Disliked. If you want to know how no shit's given Marcus Tullius Cicero is, go read the Catalines speeches. These are speeches that Cicero gave on the floor of a senate. Right? They are we both got. Oh, we are
but we had it coming. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. I mean,
it's fine. These are speeches that he gave on the floor of a senate. John Adams is to insult comics as Ben Franklin is to skeezy womanizing diplomats. I mean, Ben Franklin never denied it.
He was upfront about it, right?
He was upfront about it. Yeah. All of his illegitimate bastards and his common law, and then of course one of my favorite lines from 1776. We've put New Brunswick, every able-bodied whore in the colonies has come to New Brunswick. We've put a barrier on the town. And there's been an outbreak of the French disease, as reported by George Washington to the Continental Congress. And John Adams needs to convince Maryland to vote on independence. So he's like, if I can prove to you that we can win this war, will you come and, will Maryland support independence? Fine. And he goes, you know what? Fine. Maybe John Adams will be the one to be convinced. All right. Mr. President, John Hancock, will you write and inform General Washington that the War Committee is coming immediately to New Brunswick to inspect and deal with his problem? And who is the War Committee? John Adams, the guy from Delaware, and then he goes, and Benjamin Franklin, and Franklin's sleeping, and he's like, Franklin, wake up! We're going to New Brunswick! And Franklin's like, the hell I am? Why would I go to New Brunswick? And Rodney and the guy from Rhode Island leans over for the whoring and the drinking, and Ben Franklin is up and out the door. Because that's what he would do. But so you're right. John Adams is the insult comics. And Marcus Tullius Cicero is even beyond that. Because the Catalinian is a series of speeches that he gives, 3 of them, in the floor of the Senate, okay? This is in the Senate. All of these people in this room at the point in time when he's doing this is basically have been governors, are you know, they may not all be wealthy, but they all have powerful they are either a new novum virum, which is a new man, or their families have power. These are the major shakers. This is the biggest, you know,
this is it.
This is it. And and Cataline is accused of having a conspiracy to plot against these people. Remember how I said there are 3 speeches? This accusation goes on for a while before there's even a trial. And in the middle of this, periodically, Cicero would just be like, I'm kind of pissed. I want to take it out on Cataline, and he should have been on trial by now. So I'm going to write another speech about this. And I'm not going to just call him out on being a traitor and possibly plotting to murder us all. I'm going to sit here and use the worst levels of vulgar language and insults possible. Like, picture this: you're on the floor of the Congress, or you know, you're on the floor of the Supreme Court, and you turn around and your guy is giving a speech, and he turns and points at another member of Congress sitting there and says, by the way, how dare you continue to sit here? Why don't you confess to your crimes, you lying effeminate catamite? I've heard all about your one, and then he proceeds to describe in detail, like,
everything,
and you're like, oh fuck. This isn't just calling a dude out. This is like,
them fighting words.
The worst insult that you could give a Roman citizen is that he was that he had performed cunnilingus.
Badly.
No.
Just at all.
Just at all. Because Romans did not care who you fucked. But they did care about your power dynamic in that relationship. So a man going down on the woman is giving her power, and as a Roman citizen, that's like, wait, what? It would like Lindsey Graham. I don't want to know. Like, it would be like if you called out Lindsey Graham and said, by the way, I know all about you and your little whore, and this is everything that you.
And then you were over at the Piggly Wiggly and like and you're like, hey, hold on, I don't need to know. That's too much.
And it's like, it's too much, and it's like, it's not even like, I know about your relationships and your secret torrid affairs. It's not like that. No. It's straight up like, you a hoe.
I'm feeling like it's a little bit of Joan Rivers, like just like full on blue. Like I just feel like it could be just real bad.
Now I have to find it. Hold on.
And allegedly, I think Prax, allegedly.
Allegedly for the Cataline? I mean, other people are aware of Cataline's,
Romans were all about who got to be on top. That's the song, right? Exactly. By, you're the top, you're the Colloquium.
Okay, now it's bothering me. Where is it? It is in... I've forgotten. There are 4 orations against Cataline. 4 of them. Defense of Caius.
No, for the contemporary reference.
No.
Graham.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, everything now is allegedly. Allegedly.
This is true. Allegedly, Lindsey Graham was involved with a hooker.
Allegedly.
I have no knowledge of him being involved with anything else, and I really don't care or want to know. But, where is the... Hold on, I have to have it. It's here. Perseus, are you letting me down, Perseus? That's not fair. I'm checking the text, because that's what I do.
I'm
looking for... Oh, here we go. Against Cataline. That's the Latin, but that should give me... Oh.
This is how you do it, right?
This is how you do it. Source. Yes. It, why did it not... Hi, Lily. Welcome in. Why did it not count?
I didn't spell it wrong.
Is it slow mode that's affecting it?
Maybe.
Maybe I'll turn off slow mode. Off. Okay. Did my commands fail?
Let me try it. I'm gonna try it again. Source. Oh, maybe when we had our outage.
Oh, maybe they broke the command bot.
Yeah. It's been an inter-day experience, but it's my turn to make dinner, and both the cats in my room are hungry. Evening all. Yes. We probably should go. It's like 9:30 soon.
Yeah, I just feel bad that's not working. I figure it broke the bot. Oh well. I think Streamlabs got banned during the host. Okay.
Could do.
Mod. Oh wait, did I mod tools? Like how do I bring Streamlabs back?
Streamlabs, where are you?
Oh, like actually, like I don't remember how to do this.
Oh, I see it. So I think you do. Mod.
Well, no, it's
add.
No, it's still in there.
No,
Unbanned Streamlabs. There we go. It got banned. That's stupid.
That's what happened. Automod banned Streamlabs. I was like, nope.
There we go.
There you go.
Now we did it. All
Thanks,
right.
Streamlabs. Oh, hey, wait. Do you know what that means? That's a quick way to stop that. You could just ban Streamlabs if a bot starts coming in with the hosts or whatnot.
Oh, I might think about that. That would be actually maybe that's what happened. So I will just give you the opening two paragraphs.
I'm ready.
And this translation, I would like you to know, is again, this is public domain translation. It's from translated by C.D. Young, London, Henry G. Bond, York Street, Covent Garden, 1856. Okay, so this is an 1856 translation. When, Catiline, do you mean to cease abusing our patients? How long is this madness of yours still to mock us? When is there to be an end of that unbridled audacity of yours, swaggering about as it does now? Do not the nightly guards placed on the Palatine Hill, do not the watches post throughout the city, does not the alarm of the people and the union of all good men, does not the precaution taken of assembling the Senate in this most defensible place, do not the looks and countenances of this venerable body here present have any effect upon you? Do you not feel that your plans are detected? Do you not see that your conspiracy is already arrested and rendered powerless by the knowledge which everyone here possesses of it? What is there that you did last night? What the night before? Where is it that you were? Who was there that you summoned to meet you? What design was there which was adopted by you, with which you think that any one of us is unacquainted? Shame on the age and on its principles. The Senate is aware of these things, the consul sees them, and yet this man lives! Lives! Aye, he comes even into the Senate. He takes part in the public deliberations. He is watching and marking down and checking off for slaughter every individual among us. And we, gallant men that we are, think that we are doing our duty to the Republic if we keep out of the way of his frenzied attacks? You ought, O Catiline, long ago to have been led to execution by command of the consul. That the destruction which you have been long plotting against us ought to have already fallen on your own head. What? Did not that most illustrious man, Publius Scipio, the Pontifex Maximus, in his capacity of a private citizen, put to death Tiberius Gracchus, though but slightly undermining the Constitution?
The Gracchi. Oh, sorry.
Rip Gracchi.
I know. Just hey, Gracchi. Love to you.
Both of you.
Guys.
And shall we, who are the consuls, tolerate Catiline, openly desirous to destroy the whole world with fire and slaughter? For I pass over older instances, such as how Caius Servilius Ahala, with his own hand slew Superius Maius, when plotting a revolution in the state. There was once such virtue in this republic that brave man would repress mischievous citizens with severer chastisement than the most bitter enemy. For we have a resolution of the Senate, a formidable and authoritative decree against you, O Catiline. The wisdom of the Republic is not at fault, nor the dignity of the senatorial body. We alone, I say it openly, we the consuls are waiting in our duty. That is the first, what is it? Hold on. That is the first, section of chapter 1 of this, by the way. There are 13 chapters in this speech.
Wow.
And there are a total of 33 sections. And he ends, so I'm just gonna jump to the end. With these omens, O Catiline, be gone to your impious and nefarious war, to the great safety of the Republic, to your own misfortune and inquiry, and to the destruction of those who have joined themselves to you in every wickedness and atrocity. Then do you, O Jupiter, who were consecrated by Romulus with the same auspices as the city, whom we rightly call to the stay of the city and empire, repel this man and his companions from your altars and from the other temples, from the houses and walls of the city, from the lives and fortunes of all of the citizens, and overwhelm all the enemies of good men, the foes of the Republic, the robbers of Italy, men bound together by treaty, an infamous alliance of crimes, dead and alive, with eternal punishments. I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
Did we mention that Cicero is extra as fuck?
Yes. Speaking of these speeches and also murder, Philosophy Tube has a new video out about logic and how philosophers do logic, and he does Julius Caesar's speech. The one where he's basically saying we should not kill this guy, we should exile him. Like one should not make decisions based on feelings, right? And so he's like breaking down like how do you use logic to break down this argument to see how it's working in inductive reasoning, et cetera, et cetera. And it was interesting because here is Caesar saying basically we don't kill Roman citizens, we exile them. We're not supposed to do this. And I'm also just thinking about Catiline right now being like murder. And also they killed the Greek guy. So note that out.
Yeah,
one was brained with the leg
of a chair. They break the chair and they beat him to death with the leg of a chair.
In the Senate.
No, his brother dies in the Senate. He dies
right.
He's not actually on the Senate. He's in his outside the Senate at the time. Yeah. I mean, Rome, and if you want to know when we were talking, I brought this up because it's about marriage, Cicero pissed people off. This speech, he's done worse things, and he ends up pissing off Julius Caesar and getting exiled. And he leaves Rome. But he and his wife had the most common form of marriage, and he's writing and he's like, "Oh fuck! If I die because I've been exiled, if I the thing is, if you've been exiled and you get caught in the city limits 24 hours after the exile, anyone in the city can kill you, and then a portion of your funds would go to the state." And the rest would go to the person who murdered you. It's why prescriptions are such a bad thing. And the way they end up being used. But Cicero, before he leaves on his exile, signs all of his funds and monies and businesses into his wife's name. But because his wife is a separate family, she has her own money. You can't. None of his creditors could touch it. Nobody who he owed money to could touch it. It's all in her name. Eventually, Cicero manages to come back into favor and comes back to Rome.
How is she doing?
And she's fine. And he's like, so I've been talking with my dear friend Atticus, and I think it'd be great if we arrange our daughter's marriage to his son. And, oh yeah, by the way, I need my money back. And she's like, ha ha ha, no.
So that's interesting. That's an interesting thought you have.
Neither of those thoughts are going to happen. And she's like, you have, and the reason we know so much about this particular conversation is because he was a fastidious letter writer, particularly to his friend Atticus, and kept copies of all the letters he wrote. So he literally writes about how Atticus, my wife won't let me have my money back, and she won't let her children get married. it's like the most whiny emo letter, and you're like, what the hell?
Like, you've been away, you know what I mean? Like, we've moved
it's
on.
even worse than that. He was not good with money
at
all.
Well,
So he had a number of creditors, and like when they signed over all of the finances to her, she grew like took the small amount and like was massively better with the money, made them actually wealthy, and she's like, here's your allowance.
Good for her. Good for her.
And you're just like, some of the most interesting women in history I don't think get talked off enough. Like,
yeah.
Roman women are interesting, and I would like to do another whole course on that. But it is 9:30, and we've been at this for 10.5 hours because I also need to take the dogs out. That's why we're really ending, because the dogs have to go out.
And I'm going to go heat up some Indian food.
I will probably, I'll have to figure something out for dinner. I mean, I'm going to go.
Wait, when will I see you next?
Well,
where can us watching see you?
Well, you go first.
Oh, me? Oh,
you go
fine.
First. You're the guest, technically.
Oh, thanks. You can find me tomorrow. That's Thursday evening, 6 p.m. Eastern, where I'll be playing more Wandersong, which is one of the nominees for the Independent Games Festival Excellence in Narratives for last year. And I mean, we got some stuff in last time. We might get some more stuff in, more chatting as well. And then Friday at 1 p.m. over on A Laugh Love Lindy's channel, we will be playing Aether's Walkway, the RPG. And then Saturday at noon on my channel, Trooper SJP, I will be playing more Outer Worlds. And again, you know how like if you look at how long to beat, it gives you like an estimated time of how long it'll take you to finish that game. Like, so if it says like 1 hour, it might take me like 15 sessions, because I mean, I'm exaggerating, but my point is my like game to talking ratio was always a little bit.
I mean, fair. That is our game to talking. And as for me, hey y'all, you know me. I'm at Deirdre Donlin on Twitter. Praxagorthesmia4 is to see me around on Twitch. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for all of everyone who hung out for our wonderful 10.5-hour marathon. Charat, you were great. I apologize for the horrible people in the middle, but you hung out and you stayed, so we appreciate you. We really do. I do, at least. Tomorrow, no, there is no Dragon Age tomorrow. To Friday, you can find me on Simon Wandering DM's channel for some Cyberpunk Red at 8 p.m. Eastern, where we're gonna see what happens about this tattoo that kind of matches. You know, why does Trins have something that looks like a gang tattoo? I'm sure there's nothing wrong there whatsoever. And
Time asks about Cthulhu Confidential, and I will be running Cthulhu Confidential Sundays at, I believe, 1 p.m. Starting on the 16th of August. So not this weekend, but not this Sunday, but next Sunday, 1 p.m. on my channel, Cthulhu Confidential with Jackie Dash, who plays the intrepid investigative reporter who's cold as ice, though. Like, she is not a warm and fuzzy. She's like, interesting that you're dying, and she's moving on. She's amazing.
You're great. I love that. Trends. Yeah, so Friday is Cyberpunk Red, and then Saturday, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to miss Trooper's stream because at 1 p.m. Eastern, I'm over on Wandering DM, and it's season 2 of Pirate Black Flag, our Rapscallion campaign.
Nice.
And we ended last year with, well, first of all, Lindy's character may become a real girl instead of a golem. So that'll be interesting.
Useful.
Shauna's character Corinne found the charm that locked away that lets the demon that is her lover out onto the universe in the world.
Awkward.
We found out that there's a dead body in this pirate treasure cove, which may be related to Nathaniel Simon's character, and then there were cannons going off.
And when you say cannons, you mean like musical cannons? Like there's like maybe a string quartet just playing some really nice...
Not unless you're playing the 1812 Overture and you have actual cannons playing.
Yes. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
Yes. Chat, I want you all to take care of yourselves.
Yep. And we're gonna go bother Mike from Unmade Gaming because he is a friend, and I can do that. We can
What's our raid command?
I'm just gonna raid. I don't have a raid command. I'm like gonna come say hi. That's all we're doing. We're gonna say hi. They're playing, oh, what are they playing again? They're playing, the steampunk game, and I'm blanking on the title of it, but.
Ooh.
Bye.
We should be in, yeah.